Is it acceptable to just leave it here? Yes, it's fine. But it's truly unsettling that Orochimaru is conducting human experiments and has left us to deal with the aftermath. I really don't understand why Danzasama chose to collaborate with him. Be quiet. How can we possibly comprehend Danzasama's thoughts? We must simply obey his orders. If you utter such words again, I will not hesitate to be harsh with you. Hey, I meant no disrespect to Danzasama. It's just that Orochimaru has gone too far out of 60 children. Only one survived while 59 perished. That is simply excessive. There's nothing we can do. In this world, even without their experiments, these children might not survive. Let us complete our task swiftly. In return, we cannot linger here for too long. As the last words were spoken, two men clad in black cloaks and masks swiftly leaped onto a nearby tree, vanishing into the night. That moment, among the scattered bodies of the 59 youths in the pit, a pale, frail boy suddenly opened his eyes. A flicker of panic crossed his face, especially upon seeing the corpses of the children discarded alongside him, revealing a glimmer of terror in his eyes. Damn it, I came here for a drink after graduation and ended up in this mess. Orochimaru, Danzo, human experiments, what a time to be thrust into. If it weren't for the belief of these root members that the children here were dead, I might not have escaped their clutches. To dispel his growing fear, the boy muttered to himself as he stealthily crawled out from among the bodies. When he emerged from the pit, he found himself in a chaotic graveyard, filled with grotesque corpses under the cold, indifferent moonlight, enough to drive any adult to madness. Calm down, calm down. They're just vegetables and cabbages. After all, I graduated from medical school. I've seen my share of corpses. No need to be afraid. Steeling himself, the boy cautiously navigated around the bodies, making his way towards the edge of the graveyard. However, he soon realized that the true horror lay not in the strange corpses, but in the wild dogs feasting upon them. As the dogs, with their blood-red eyes fixed on him, drew closer, the boy picked up a broken knife left behind by someone and gripped it tightly, glancing back repeatedly as he continued to move forward. Perhaps due to the abundance of food in the graveyard, or perhaps because of the knife in his hand, the wild dogs did not attack him, allowing him to escape safely along a narrow path through the woods. After an indeterminate amount of time, the boy felt utterly exhausted, his heart racing faster. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, and as darkness enveloped him, he slowly collapsed to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, he heard a faint voice softly say, "Tsunade-sama, you should see this child. He resembles the late Lord SSH." Upon awakening, Rensuke Mino looked around the room and sighed with relief, mumbling to himself, "I dreamt of my arrival in this world again. I truly cannot forget, even after 3 years," shaking his head in resignation. Rensuke Mino dressed and opened the paper door, only to find Tsunade sprawled on the floor, thoroughly intoxicated, her impressive assets partially exposed. With a sigh, Rensuke Mino covered his face with his hand, shaking his head, and retrieved a blanket to cover Tsunade. Observing her drunken state, he sighed again, murmuring, "Sister, you really are excessively carefree." Gently brushing the hair from Tsunade's face, Rensuke Mino made his way to the kitchen, where Shizune was preparing breakfast. "Shizune, you're up early." "Mushi, you're up early too. Your milk is in the refrigerator, help yourself." Nodding, Rensuke Mino took a bottle of milk from the refrigerator and drank deeply, not because he particularly liked milk, but because he needed to ensure he had ample nutrition. During his growth, that he was not like Naruto, who thrived on instant noodles and the occasional ramen. Mushi understood the importance of nutrition for a growing boy. After a hearty belch, he wiped his mouth and said to Shizune, "Shizune, I won't be having breakfast this morning. Someone scheduled an appointment at the clinic, so I must head there first." For a moment, Shizune seemed taken aback before responding with a hint of reluctance. "All right, but remember, you're only 6. Don't overexert yourself. Don't worry. Many 6-year-olds are already becoming ninjas and going to battle. I'm merely applying the medical ninjutsu I learned from Sister to help others. It's nothing extraordinary. In the world of Naruto, children of the same age had far superior physical strength and mental development compared to those on Earth in Mux's previous life. This was why it was not uncommon for 6 or 7-year-olds to learn basic ninjutsu and join the battlefield. Thus, Mux's mature demeanor would not raise suspicion. People would merely consider him precocious. Stepping out of his home, Rinchuan Mushi headed towards the clinic. At that moment, Tsunade, who had appeared to be sound asleep, suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. Looking through the window at the receding figure of Mushi, she turned to Shizun and said, "Shizun, it's time. Mushi has reached the age for school, and I've received a response from the teacher. I plan to send him to Konoha tomorrow if he continues to follow us. His foundation in ninjutsu will remain weak. Besides, the turmoil is sweeping across the 5 great nations. Nowhere is safe except Konoha." Listening to Tsunade's words, Shizun's face reflected a hint of reluctance. With a gentle sigh, Shizun replied, "Tsunade-sama, he'll go gather Mux's belongings now. He has no relatives in Konoha, and if I don't pack for him, I fear no one else will." The gentle hum resonated as Lien Chuanmu. She placed her hands upon the thigh of a middle-aged man, the soft green glow of chakra swirling around her fingers, healing the penetrating wound on his leg. After approximately 5 minutes, she withdrew her hands, observing the wound that had nearly stopped bleeding and begun to heal. She addressed the man, saying, "All done. The rest is up to you. Make sure to rest well. For this treatment, I require 500 taels. Please settle the payment before you leave." What did you say? Do you know who we are? How dare you ask us for money? As the words left his lips, 2 young men standing behind the injured man sprang to their feet, their faces contorted with menace as they glared at Lien Chuanmu. At that moment, she sighed in resignation, rolling her eyes as she remarked, "Why must I always encounter people like you? I'm giving you a chance. Pay me, or do not blame me for being rude." "Haha, we are eager to see just how you will be rude to us," one of the young men shouted, charging towards Lien Chuanmu, intent on capturing her. However, in an instant, a pale blue chakra energy ignited around her right fist, and with remarkable agility, she evaded his grasp, delivering a swift punch to his chest. With a dull thud, he staggered back, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, before crashing through the door and collapsing outside, unconscious. Turning her gaze to the other 2, who wore expressions of sheer terror, she smiled and said, "Including the cost of a new door, that will be 650 taels. No objections, I trust?" The 2 men, taken aback by her smile, which brimmed with an unknown malice, trembled involuntarily. They hastily retrieved a collection of crumpled bills from their pockets and placed them on the table beside Lien Chuanmu. She meticulously smoothed out the notes, stacking them neatly, and counted before informing them, "There are a total of 723 taels here. I will give you change." No need for change," they exclaimed in unison. With an arched brow, Lien Chuanmu, she smiled contentedly and retrieved 2 vials of medicine from the counter, tossing them to the young men. "Our clinic operates with integrity, so these 2 vials are for your friend. While they won't heal him immediately, they should at least save his life. Consider it compensation for the extra charge." Thank you, they stammered, clutching the vials yet hesitating to leave. Lien Chuanmu, she raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Are you not departing? Do you expect me to treat you to a meal? We wouldn't dare. We're leaving now," they replied, scrambling out of the clinic, hastily carrying the unconscious man away. At that moment, observing the departure of the 3 individuals, Lien Chuanmu, she finally exhaled, collapsing into the chair behind him and lamenting. Fortunately, these ruffians are merely common thugs. Otherwise, if they were wandering warriors or reckless fighters, it would indeed be challenging to deter them. After employing my mastery of the palm technique and the strength technique, my chakra reserves are nearly depleted. Should they persist in their pursuit, I would find myself at a loss. 3 years prior, Lien Chuanmu, she was rescued by Tsunade and Shizun. Due to his resemblance to Tsunade's younger brother, Nawaki, he was taken in by Tsunade, and they began to refer to each other as siblings. During these 3 years, owing to his previous life as a medical student, Mushi possessed an innate understanding of medical ninjutsu within this world. Thus, he studied medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, making remarkable progress. However, his inherently limited chakra supply constrained his medical prowess, rendering him relatively weak. Using 2 or 3 techniques would leave him utterly exhausted. In other words, within a world that evaluates a ninja's genius based on strength and bloodline limits, Mushi perceived himself as an atypical prodigy. To put it simply, in the realm of ninjas, he was merely a straggler in the rear. One need only observe those so-called geniuses who, aside from possessing bloodline limits, also exhibit a naturally formidable chakra reserve or at the very least, inherit a family's secret techniques, qualities Mushi lacked, relegating him to the position of an underdog, destined to be mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Indeed, Mushi had contemplated the future deeply. As a product of the generation influenced by the three major manga, while he might not be able to recall every detail with unsettling clarity, he could remember most of the storylines. Thus, he was acutely aware of the impending events. Understanding that a stable life was unattainable, it is worth noting that even the most stable village, Konoha, had faced destruction, let alone other regions. Consequently, over the past 3 years, driven by the fear of forgetting, Mushi had discreetly documented critical events in simple English from his previous life, for in this world, he was the only one who could comprehend it. As for how to ensure his survival in this realm, Mushi had yet to contemplate such distant matters, as they seemed impractical. The most pressing concern remained, how to enhance his strength. Furthermore, there was another, more significant issue. This body belonged to one of the experimental subjects in Orochimaru's fusion of the first-generation cells, supported by Danzo. According to the original storyline, the owner of this body was destined to perish, with only Yamato surviving. However, due to his extraordinary journey, this body has been resurrected once more. Yet, this did not stabilize the original cells within, and rejection persists. Had it not been for Tsunade's intervention, coupled with her therapeutic jutsu and sealing techniques, the primordial cells within would not have been temporarily stabilized. Without her help, it is likely that Lianchuan Mushi would scarcely survive 3 years. The stabilization of the original cells is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. My sister has exhausted her efforts, and apart from her, only one individual possesses the potential to address the issue of cellular rejection, Orochimaru. Of course, Lianchuan Mushi could never return to Konoha to seek Orochimaru, otherwise, he would immediately become a mere test subject. Even if the original cells could ultimately be stabilized, he would soon find himself as a vessel for Orochimaru's reincarnation. This forbidden technique of reincarnation would, in time, become synonymous with Orochimaru himself. Moreover, the current Orochimaru is a far cry from the one who would later become apparent. He is a ruthless predator, and Lianchuan Mushi has no desire to provoke such a being. If possible, he would prefer to avoid any encounter with him altogether. However, Orochimaru's experimental data is exceptionally valuable. If feasible, it would be wise to acquire it. Yet this raises the question, why would Konoha relinquish the experimental data left behind by Orochimaru after his defection? Never mind. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Returning home, Lianchuan Mushi began to gather his belongings from the clinic. The world is not as forgiving. And given that the clinic's door has been damaged, the tables and chairs, crafted from ordinary wood, are of little worth, yet the medical instruments are undeniably precious. With a slender frame burdened by a large bundle, he slowly exited the clinic. Just as he stepped outside, he noticed Tsunade and Shizune waiting at the corner opposite the clinic's entrance. Taken aback for a moment, Lianchuan Mushi quickly approached them, curiosity evident in his voice as he inquired, "Lady Tsunade, Shizune, what brings you both here? Are you perhaps fleeing from gambling debts?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade, who was smoking, felt a vein twitch on her forehead as she retorted, "Mushi, what makes you think we are preparing to flee? We only have your belongings in our possession." Gazing at the solitary package that Shizune held, Lianchuan Mushi blinked and asked, "Are you and Shizune here to escort me to Konoha?" This time, it was Tsunade and Shizune who found themselves momentarily speechless. They looked at Lianchuan Mushi and almost in unison exclaimed, "How did you know?" Laughter escaped his lips as he replied, "Previously, when my esteemed sister corresponded with the third Hokage, I inadvertently caught a glimpse of the letter's contents. So I was already aware of this matter. I simply did not know when you would take me to Konoha. Well, regardless of whether it is intentional or not, the mere fact that you have contemplated this issue alleviates my concerns for your safety in Konoha. However, I must remind you that while Konoha may be secure for ordinary citizens, it is a different matter for a ninja like yourself, who may find oneself embroiled in various conflicts. Therefore, it is imperative that you exercise caution." Observing Tsunade's earnest demeanor, Lianchuan Mushi nodded solemnly in agreement. "Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive worry. I have already arranged for someone to look after you in Konoha. They will care for you. And once we reach the vicinity of Konoha, I shall entrust you to them. I have no desire to return to that place or to behold it again." As Tsunade spoke further, a trace of helplessness and melancholy crossed her features. Noticing this expression, Lianchuan Mushi stepped forward, grasping Tsunade's hand with a smile, saying, "Dear sister, rest assured, I will become exceedingly strong in the future and will certainly protect you. Ruffling Rinchuan Mushi's hair, Tsunade replied, You little rascal, I do not require your protection. If you can safeguard yourself, that is sufficient for me. Now, let us not linger too long, lest we attract unwanted attention. I do not wish for them to find me. Upon hearing this, Rinchuan Mushi couldn't help but chuckle, saying, So, dear sister, you are still in debt from gambling, aren't you? Oh, spare me. I merely intended to indulge in one last gamble before sending you off, but who could have foreseen such a tremendous loss? Enough of this chatter, we must hurry. With little more to say, and with Tsunade, a ninja of elite caliber, by their side, they faced no threats along the way. Even a few misguided petty thieves were easily dealt with. The distance to Konoha was not great, and within 2 days, they arrived at the designated location near the village, where they found someone already waiting. The individual had a head of spiky white hair, adorned with a forehead protector and dressed in standard ninja attire. Upon turning around, Rinchuan Mushi recognized him immediately. This man, marked with 2 short red lines beneath his eyes, was none other than Jiraiya, known as one of the legendary Sannin alongside Tsunade. As expected, upon seeing the other, Tsunade greeted him, Jiraiya, you have arrived. The young Jiraiya, upon seeing Tsunade, broke into a smile and nodded. Oh, is that you, Tsunade? It's been a while. By the way, Konoha has recently opened a new hot spring inn. How about I treat you to a soak? At this, Tsunade replied with a wry smile, Certainly, but if I catch anyone attempting to spy on me, they shall deeply regret ever being born into this world. Laughing heartily, Jiraiya scratched his head, quickly changing the subject. Tsunade, is this little one the sibling you mentioned? Indeed, this is my brother, Rinchuan Mushi. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. The relationship between Tsunade and Rinchuan Mushi had not been previously disclosed. When Tsunade referred to Mushi as her younger brother, Jiraiya suddenly realized that Mushi bore a resemblance to Tsunade's biological brother, Nawaki, albeit with a more gaunt visage, slightly larger eyes, and a more delicate appearance. Yet, the essence between his brows was almost a mirror image of Nawaki. So it was Nawaki, was it? Perhaps this was the reason before, but now Mushi is my brother, and he has no connection to anyone else. Thus, I understand. I shall take good care of him and will ensure he becomes a great ninja. Nodding, Tsunade remarked. Then I shall entrust him to you. However, if you turn Mushi into a lecher like yourself, I will break your legs. Do you understand? Ah ha ha ha. How could that be? I am a person of integrity, Jiraiya replied. Humph, Jiraiya, as if I don't know you. But seeing you in your current state does put my mind at ease. I was quite afraid of encountering a despondent Jiraiya due to Minato's passing. Jiraiya's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly reverted to his usual jovial demeanor, chuckling. Oh my, Tsunade, are you worried about me? That truly fills my heart with joy. With a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, Tsunade suppressed the urge to punch Jiraiya and said, Well, since you're fine, I want to say more. Just be sure to keep a close watch on Minato and Kushina's child. If he is exploited by those with ill intentions, it would be a grave disservice to Minato's sacrifice. At this point, Jiraiya finally adopted a serious expression, nodding as he replied, Tsunade, rest assured, not only I, but the old man will also do everything in our power to protect him, ensuring he grows up like a normal child. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Rinchuan Mushi, aware of the unfolding narrative, felt an overwhelming urge to scoff. Growing up like a normal child? If that entailed having no parents, no relatives, and no friends, while being resented by an entire village, one could hardly be surprised that nearly half the inhabitants of the Hidden Leaf were plagued by severe psychological issues. All right, Jiraiya, I entrust this child to you. I have already discussed his matters with you. Just keep an eye on him. After all, he has been with me for 3 years, and he is capable of handling minor issues without your constant concern. I understand. So, we will file his records under Konoha, just like those ordinary orphans. And that should pose no problem, Jiraiya affirmed. In this era of turmoil, the existence of orphans was a profoundly prevalent issue. Thus, Konoha had established a comprehensive support system for orphans, including free enrollment in the Ninja Academy, monthly minimum living allowances, and access to public facilities free of charge until the age of 12, prior to graduation from the ninja school. In truth, in a realm where both physical and psychological development surpass that of the ninja world of Earth in Lianchuan Mushi's previous life, the age of 12 can indeed be considered one of maturity. Naturally, this suffices. I believe Mushi is capable of managing her own affairs. As she spoke, Tsunade turned her gaze toward Lien Chuan Mushi, her eyes revealing a hint of affection and reluctance. At that moment, Lien Chuan Mushi looked at Tsunade, smiled gently, and took her hand, saying, "Dear sister, rest assured, I can take care of myself. Previously, I established a medical clinic, and I've saved a considerable amount of money. Even accounting for what you may have discreetly taken, I still have quite a bit left." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she stammered, "And no, that is nonsense. How could I take your money? You must have misinterpreted. It's definitely a misunderstanding." All right. It seems I was mistaken," she conceded. At this juncture, Lien Chuan Mushi turned once more to Shizune, smiling as she said, "Shizune, I entrust dear sister to you. I fear it will be up to you to look after her from now on." Shizune, gazing at Lien Chuan Mushi, also expressed a touch of reluctance. She ruffled Mushi's hair and nodded, assuring, "Of course, I will take good care of Lady Tsunade. Mushi, make sure to eat well and dress properly in Konoha. Don't fall ill, and avoid conflicts, but also don't allow yourself to be bullied." Nodding, Lien Chuan Mushi replied, "I will, Shizune, you can trust me." Oh, Tsunade, little Shizune seems to embody the role of an elder sister even more than you do. How annoying. I'll hit you. Ha, enough of that. But Tsunade, are you truly not considering returning? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade fell silent. And after a long pause, she shook her head, stating, "No, I have no desire to return, and I am no longer suited to be a ninja." Lien Chuan Mushi was well aware of Tsunade's homophobia, having lived together for 3 years and possessing some understanding of the original narrative. She was quite knowledgeable about Tsunade's circumstances. "Very well, since you are so resolute, I shall say no more. However, the 3 of us once stood together. With Orochimaru's defection and your departure from Konoha, I find myself alone now." Tsunade chose not to elaborate further on Jiraiya's words. She had long been aware of Orochimaru's issues, especially with Lien Chuan Mushi, who bore the cells of the First Hokage, being by her side. It was evident that had Orochimaru not defected, Tsunade might not have decided to send Lien Chuan Mushi back to Konoha. "All right, Jiraiya, I entrust Mushi to you. We must take our leave now. Are you truly departing?" "Indeed. Now that we have returned Mushi, there is no reason for me to remain here. Additionally, if you have the energy, please assist in training Mushi. He has only learned some medical ninjutsu and the fundamentals of ninjutsu under my tutelage, as I do not excel in the more advanced techniques. I understand, and I shall diligently teach him some ninjutsu. Since Mikishi is your brother, he will henceforth be my brother as well." Seemingly oblivious to the deeper implications of Jiraiya's words, Tsunade merely nodded at him and then affectionately ruffled the hair of Rinchuan Mikishi before swiftly departing with Shizune. Watching Tsunade's retreating figure, Jiraiya let out a resigned sigh. At that moment, Rinchuan Mikishi turned to Jiraiya and stated, "Uncle Jiraiya, shall we be on our way?" Taken aback by this address, Jiraiya looked at Rinchuan Mikishi and asked, "What did you just call me?" "Uncle Jiraiya," Rinchuan Mikishi replied, innocence radiating from his face. With a slight twitch of his lips, Jiraiya said, "Come now. Repeat after me, brother Jiraiya." "All right, Uncle Jiraiya," came the unwaveringly innocent response. "Ha, you little rascal, are you trying to provoke me?" "Uncle Jiraiya, what is wrong with that?" "Forget it, I won't argue with you. Come along now, we're heading back to Konoha." With that, Jiraiya set off ahead towards Konoha, while Rinchuan Mikishi trailed behind, carrying his belongings with measured steps. As he gazed at Jiraiya's back, a sinister smile crept onto Rinchuan Mikishi's face, and he mumbled to himself, "Heh, pursuing my sister won't be so easy. All right, young lad, take a look at this place. If it doesn't meet your standards, then you'll have to make do." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Rinchuan Mikishi rolled his eyes, deeming the remark as pointless. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with the apartment, though it was a modest, standard unit. It was situated on a high floor facing east, allowing ample natural light. The space, although somewhat compact, was well equipped with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom, and did not feel cramped. It was undeniable that without Jiraiya's assistance, such a quality apartment would have been beyond Rinchuan Mikishi's reach. Many lower and mid-ranking ninjas in Konoha were not afforded such accommodations. Indeed, knowing the right people makes all the difference. "Young man, what did you just say?" "I didn't quite catch that." "I said, this room is quite nice. I can manage to live here." With a slight pout, Jiraiya looked at Rinchuan Mikishi and remarked, "You certainly have high standards." It's acceptable. I've always believed one should not skimp on enjoyment. Well then, as long as you're satisfied with the place, I can rest easy. As for the various necessities you'll need in your daily life, they will be distributed at the Ninja Academy. After all, those provisions are intended for future ninjas. Those who do not wish to pursue that path will not receive such benefits. Naturally, those who are useful must invest more, while those deemed less useful should strive to minimize their expenditures, especially in these times of scarce resources. Ideally, one should aim to spend as little as possible. While organizing his belongings, Rensuke Mino spoke casually. However, just as his words escaped his lips, he suddenly realized that he was no longer with Tsunade and Shizune. He now found himself in the heart of Konoha, with Jiraiya, a representative of the village's power structure, standing behind him. A slight sheen of perspiration appeared on his forehead. Over the past 3 years, he had come to understand the harsh realities of this world. Although it was indeed the realm of Naruto, it was a far cry from the simplistic and fervent world depicted in the original narrative. In reality, this world was fraught with peril and instances of ruthlessness, 100 times more brutal than the comic. Despite recognizing his verbal misstep, Rensuke Mino maintained a facade of composure, continuing to organize his items. At that moment, Jiraiya regarded him and slowly remarked, "All right, refrain from making such comments in the future. Others are not like me. If those with ulterior motives had heard you, your words might have warranted a visit to the Umbu." He then continued, "I heard from Tsunade that you have been studying medical ninjutsu with her for 3 years?" Listening to Jiraiya's words, Rensuke Mino exhaled in relief, grateful that Jiraiya was not an ambitious individual. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a precarious situation. He silently cautioned himself to avoid uttering anything out of line or engaging in reckless behavior, vowing to remain low-key until his abilities were sufficient to ensure his own safety. Turning to Jiraiya, Rensuke Mino replied, "Indeed, over the past 3 years, I have learned some medical ninjutsu from my elder sister and even operated a clinic for a time, acquiring some medical knowledge." "Then what ninjutsu do you currently possess?" Jiraiya inquired. "My elder sister taught me healing techniques, hemorrhage control, sage arts, and also the technique of immense strength," Rensuke Mino answered. Upon hearing about the immense strength technique, Jiraiya involuntarily shuddered, then nodded in acknowledgement. "It seems that your foundation as a ninja is solid. Even from the perspective of a medical ninja, you are quite competent. However, being merely a medical ninja is insufficient. You must possess the ability to protect yourself. Otherwise, on the battlefield, you will be incapable of aiding others. I am about to head to the battlefield and lack the time for extensive instruction. Fortunately, we can overlook some of your foundational issues, and I can teach you more advanced techniques suited to you. Any remaining foundational gaps must be addressed through your own studies at the Ninja Academy." Nodding, Rensuke Mino looked at Jiraiya and asked, "So, Uncle Jiraiya, how shall we commence our ninjutsu training?" At the mention of Uncle, Jiraiya involuntarily twitched his lips before reluctantly responding. "First, let us test your chakra nature." With that, he produced a piece of chakra test paper and handed it to Rensuke Mino. Upon acquiring the chakra test paper, Rensuke Mino commenced to ponder the nature of his chakra attribute. Setting aside other considerations, if he were to possess the elements of lightning or wind, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. After all, in the original narrative, both Sasuke and Naruto wielded their lightning and wind attributes with such finesse that they could captivate anyone who beheld them. Of course, possessing fire chakra would not be without merit either. Unleashing flames upon one's adversaries would be nothing short of exhilarating, reducing even the most formidable foes to mere ashes. As he mused, Rensuke Mino began to test his chakra. Adept in medical ninjutsu, he found the act of channeling chakra into the test paper to be a trivial task, executed with effortless ease. However, upon infusing his chakra into the paper, he observed an unusual phenomenon. One half of the chakra test paper became damp, while the other half slowly crumbled into fragments, cascading to the ground. Gazing at the test paper in his hand, Rensuke Mino let out a resigned sigh, realizing that the first-generation cells within him had influenced even the nature of his chakra attribute. Meanwhile, Jiraiya regarded Rensuke Mino with a peculiar expression, his initial thought being, "Is this lad truly not from the Senju clan?" The presence of both water and earth chakra attributes seemed remarkably coincidental. Clearing his throat, Jiraiya mused that this combination was quite favorable. Earth techniques offered formidable defense, while water techniques could enhance offensive capabilities, if harnessed correctly. Lien Chuanmu, she could at least ensure his own protection. Now, let us assess the quantity of chakra within you. If your chakra reserves are substantial, I could teach you a few earth and water techniques for your self-defense. Very well, what must I do? Lien Chuanmu, she inquired. Nothing too complicated. Simply concentrate and extract your chakra with full force. I shall observe, Jiraiya instructed. Without hesitation, Lien Chuanmu, she formed a hand seal, slightly parting his legs and gently closing his eyes. Chakra, the amalgamation of physical energy and mental energy, surged forth as he focused his mind, manifesting as a soft blue hue that flowed through his unique internal pathways, enveloping his body like a delicate mist. Observing the ethereal blue chakra that surrounded Lien Chuanmu, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. If Lien Chuanmu, she could so effortlessly gather chakra and display remarkable control, the wispy aura enveloping him suggested that his chakra reserves were not particularly abundant. Although the quantity of chakra within Lien Chuanmu, she was not insignificant. It paled in comparison to the levels of genius or excellence. If classified into 5 tiers, genius, excellent, good, average, and poor, Lien Chuanmu's chakra control could be deemed excellent. Yet his innate chakra quantity was merely average, leaning more towards the lower end of that spectrum. In summary, the quantity of chakra within Lien Chuanmu is, at best, comparable to that of an ordinary expendable ninja. Even at full capacity, he can barely perform 2 or 3 jutsu of D or C rank. Frankly speaking, had it not been for Mushi's exceptional control over chakra, Jiraiya would have genuinely advised him against pursuing the path of a ninja. After some contemplation, Jiraiya looked at Mushi and said, "Your innate chakra is rather limited, even to the point of being scarce. However, the quantity of chakra can be augmented through diligent training, and your proficiency in chakra manipulation significantly minimizes unnecessary expenditure. That said, your current condition is not conducive to high-level jutsu, as techniques like water release and earth release, which alter the natural environment, demand a considerable amount of chakra. Thus, your situation poses certain difficulties. I shall carefully consider which jutsu would suit you best. And before I head to the battlefield, I will provide you with the appropriate techniques, if that is agreeable to you." Aware of his naturally deficient chakra, Mushi understood well that chakra is the result of the fusion of physical and mental energy. Although he was not fully acquainted with his own mental energy, he knew that due to the presence of the First Hokage's cells, his physique was not particularly robust, resulting in a lack of physical energy and, consequently, a limited chakra supply. Therefore, upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Mushi promptly nodded and replied, "It's all right, Uncle Jiraiya. You may go about your business. I will register at the ninja school tomorrow on my own." "That works fine. After all, the ninja school is nearby. You can simply walk over." "I've already taken care of your records and such," Jiraiya replied. "Thank you very much, Uncle Jiraiya," Mushi said gratefully. Rolling his eyes, Jiraiya retorted, "If you truly wish to express gratitude, then call me Brother Jiraiya." "Very well, Uncle Jiraiya," Mushi responded cheerfully. "What a charming little rascal," Jiraiya sighed, unable to hide his amusement. With that, he leaped out the window and vanished from Mushi's sight. Once Jiraiya had departed, Mushi resumed organizing his belongings. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. Puzzled, he approached the ajar door and found a boy with a cheerful smile and spiky black hair standing on the threshold. "Hello. Who are you?" Mushi inquired. The boy smiled back and replied, "Greetings. I am your neighbor, Uchiha Shisui. I noticed you and Lord Jiraiya arriving here, so I came to introduce myself." Gazing at Shisui, Mushi was momentarily taken aback. In the original story, Uchiha Shisui was a character whose presence was felt despite rarely being seen. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he did not embody the narrow-mindedness typical of many of his kin. Rather, he was a true ninja who inherited the will of fire. Even Uchiha Itachi has been significantly influenced by Uchiha Shisui, serving as both a mentor and a friend. As for his prowess, it suffices to mention that his Mangekyo Sharingan's most formidable illusion, Kodo Tsukumi, is capable of overwhelming the vast majority of ninjas, marking him as a true powerhouse. Taking a gentle breath, Lien Chuanmu stepped forward with a smile, extending his hand to shake Uchiha Shisui's, and spoke. "Hello, my name is Lien Chuanmu. I have just arrived in Konoha and will be entering the Ninja Academy tomorrow." "Oh, what a coincidence. I have a younger member of my clan who will also be starting at the Ninja Academy tomorrow. Perhaps you might become friends," replied Shisui. Curious, Mushi inquired, "What is his name?" His name is Uchiha Itachi, a very good child. I believe you will take a liking to him, Shisui responded. Upon hearing this, Mushi silently mused that he had indeed suspected Itachi might be the one Shisui referred to when he mentioned a younger clan member. Mushi held both Shisui and Itachi in high regard, not merely for their formidable strength, but also for their unwavering belief in the will of fire. As long as Mushi remained cautious not to engage in actions detrimental to Konoha, they seemed like excellent potential friends. Of course, reality and fiction often diverge, and Mushi felt it prudent to observe for a while longer before forming any conclusions. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Shisui, may I call you that? He asked. Certainly, as you are also a junior of Konoha, this is perfectly acceptable, Shisui replied. Then, Shisui, I hope you will look after me in the future, Mushi continued. Not a problem. We are neighbors, and I am older than you, so it is only natural that I take good care of you. You can rest assured, Shisui said, gently patting Mushi's shoulder, his face radiating a warm and sunny smile, exuding considerable personal charm. Shisui, I have heard that the Uchiha clan possesses their own land within Konoha. Why do you still reside here? Mushi queried. At this, Shisui smiled slightly and explained, I have recently joined the direct umbu of the Hokage, making it inconvenient to live at home. After all, I could receive missions at any moment, and residing at home might inadvertently disturb others. It was evident that Shisui's explanation was not complete. While he was indeed concerned about disturbing his family, there was also a desire to avoid suspicion, as the name Uchiha carries with it both light and shadow. Nodding thoughtfully, Mushi looked at Shisui and said, Shisui, if I have questions regarding ninjutsu in the future, may I come to you for guidance? Shisui immediately nodded in response, saying, Of course, if you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to approach me for clarification. Thank you very much, Shisui. Mushi expressed his gratitude. There is no need for thanks. After all, we are neighbors and must assist one another, right? Thus, Uchiha Shisui, the water stop, has received a mission from the Hokage and must depart at once. As Uchiha Shisui spoke, a figure adorned with a white fox mask, characterized by red wave patterns and cloaked in a black hooded robe, suddenly materialized behind him. Upon hearing the man's words, Uchiha Shisui's expression turned grave as he nodded and replied, Very well, I shall set off immediately. With that, Uchiha Shisui turned to gaze at Tachikawa Mushi, gently ruffled his hair, and then vanished from Mushi's sight, swiftly departing with the Umbu ninja directly under the Hokage's command. Watching Uchiha Shisui's departure, Tachikawa Mushi closed the door and resumed organizing his belongings. The following morning, Tachikawa Mushi awoke to the unfamiliar ceiling above him and realized that he had arrived alone in Konoha, with neither Tsunade nor Shizune by his side. Sighing softly, he rose, dressed, and after washing up, he took out some milk and bread to eat. One cannot help but note the alarming technological advancement in the world of Naruto. While they had fully harnessed electrical energy, it was primarily utilized for household appliances. After finishing breakfast and checking the time, Tachikawa Mushi slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way to the Ninja Academy. Since he was to embark on his studies, it was imperative to learn diligently without any omissions. After all, the original cells within him remained unresolved, and Tsunade could only barely stabilize them. Thus, Tachikawa Mushi understood that the resolution to his cellular rejection lay solely in his hands. Prior to his arrival in Konoha, he had resolved to acquire the most cutting-edge knowledge in this world to address his predicament. As he approached the Ninja Academy, Tachikawa Mushi observed parents escorting their children to school and some children entering alone, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of the start of school in his previous life. Entering the Ninja Academy, he presented his enrollment certificate to the guarding ninja, who then handed him 7 or 8 books and directed him to his classroom, permitting him to proceed on his own. Along the way, Tachikawa Mushi encountered numerous classrooms, several of which were already filled with students. His own classroom was situated at the farthest end, and upon his entrance, he immediately captured the attention of several peers. However, once they discerned that there was nothing particularly noteworthy about him, they quickly diverted their gazes. At this moment, Tachikawa Mushi selected a seat towards the back and began to observe the assembly of 6 and 7-year-old children in the classroom. He recognized a few students with distinctive appearances, such as a member of the Akimichi clan, notably plump and incessantly snacking, a Hyuga student whose pupils and sclera were nearly identical in their whiteness, and a member of the Inuzuka clan accompanied by a small black dog. After observing for a while, Lien Chuan-mu, she surmised that the students in this classroom were distinctly different from those in other rooms. They were composed of the legitimate descendants of prominent clans and powerful ninjas. The educational standards in this class were undoubtedly superior to those in classes attended by ordinary families and orphans lacking significant lineage. While Lien Chuan-mu, she was observing these children, a boy with black hair entered through the door. This boy possessed sharp eyes and wore an expression of calm. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, whispers of discussion erupted among the students. Is that him? Indeed, it is, the genius of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha genius? Are you referring to Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Itachi, the one said to have effortlessly mastered the B-rank fireball technique at the age of 4? Yes, that is he, the Uchiha genius who emerged after Shisui's passing. Even though Lien Chuan-mu, she was initially unaware. He soon realized that this seemingly composed child was indeed Uchiha Itachi after hearing the hushed conversations. Uchiha Itachi glanced around and, upon spotting Lien Chuan-mu, she sitting in the back, paused briefly before striding directly to his side. He looked at him and gently inquired, "Are you Lien Chuan-mu shi?" Raising an eyebrow, Lien Chuan-mu shi nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am Lien Chuan-mu shi." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi nodded and promptly took a seat beside him. Once he had settled his backpack, he addressed Lien Chuan-mu shi, saying, "I have heard about you from Shisui. He mentioned that you are quite a remarkable person. I have also heard about you from brother Shisui," Lien Chuan-mu shi responded. "He mentioned that we might become good friends. Shisui never lies. If he says you are a good person, then you must indeed be exceptional." After this exchange, Uchiha Itachi said no more, merely giving Lien Chuan-mu shi a slight nod before retrieving his books from his backpack and beginning to flip through the pages. Observing this, Lien Chuan-mu, she also took out his own books and started reading from the first page. Ding ding ding. 2 shurikens flew forth, heading straight for the target, but were intercepted by 2 additional shurikens that arrived with greater speed, causing all 4 to alter their trajectories and strike the bullseye on their respective targets. Witnessing this outcome, the instructor at the ninja school revealed a hint of admiration, nodding as he declared, "Uchiha Itachi, perfect score on the shuriken throwing test." Upon hearing his score, Uchiha Itachi offered a slight bow to the instructor before turning to stand beside Lien Chuan-mu shi, stating, "Once again, I have triumphed." Rolling his eyes, Lien Chuan-mu shi replied helplessly, "It's only natural that your Uchiha shuriken throwing skills are among the best in Konoha. My amateur methods are hardly a match for you." More than half a year has passed since the commencement of the Ninja Academy. Thanks to Uchiha Shisui and the deliberate friendship cultivated by Lien Chuan-mu shi, his relationship with Uchiha Itachi has gradually blossomed, evolving into a genuine friendship. Furthermore, Lien Chuan-mu shi occasionally invites Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi to dine at his home, and with the exquisite flavors of Huaxia cuisine from his previous life, their bond has naturally grown ever warmer. Of course, the ease with which Lien Chuan-mu shi has befriended Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi is also influenced by Jiraiya and Tsunade. After all, how could an ordinary orphan attract the attention of such prodigies as Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi? Next, Lien Chuan-mu shi. Hearing the instructor's call, Lien Chuan-mu shi and Uchiha Itachi nodded and stepped forward. When the instructor instructed Lien Chuan-mu shi to begin throwing shuriken, he promptly retrieved 4 shuriken from his waist pouch, tossing them to the 4 targets, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. The 4 shuriken, devoid of any flamboyance, struck the targets with precision. Although they did not hit the bullseye like Uchiha Itachi, they were still remarkably close, earning Lien Chuan-mu shi a favorable evaluation, which was commendable among the students. In reality, among the myriad of clan heirs and formidable descendants of ninjas within this class, Lien Chuan-mu shi's talents in ninjutsu and taijutsu could only be deemed mediocre, ranking in the lower echelon. However, he excelled in chakra manipulation and theoretical knowledge, securing the top position in those areas. In stark contrast, Uchiha Itachi, who was unequivocally the best in ninjutsu and taijutsu, represented a different standard within the class. After the assessment, Lien Chuan-mu shi and Uchiha Itachi returned to the classroom to gather their belongings in preparation for dismissal. At that moment, Lien Chuan-mu shi heard Uchiha Itachi say, "Mushi, I want to be walking home with you today. My family needs me to return early." Nodding, Lien Chuan-mu shi replied, "Then you should head back quickly. Don't let it delay you. I also plan to return early to take a nap, as I was painting until late last night and am quite fatigued." Very well. Then we shall meet again tomorrow. Farewell. With that, Uchiha Itachi grabbed his backpack and swiftly exited the classroom. Watching Uchiha Itachi depart, Rinchuan Mushi yawned and packed his books, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he made his way home. However, as he had just left the ninja academy and entered a shortcut alley leading to his home, he was unexpectedly confronted by 4 boys of similar age. While stifling a yawn, Rinchuan Mushi regarded the 2 boys in front and the 2 behind him, 4 dark-haired youths in total. Raising an eyebrow, he spoke, "I remember you. You 4 are from the Uchiha clan, aren't you? I wonder what your intentions are in blocking my path." Listening to the words of Rinchuan Mushi, the slender boy among the 4 Uchiha youths spoke up directly. "Rinchuan Mushi, we have come to warn you. Be mindful of your status. Someone like you is unworthy of befriending Itachi. Only those of us, the talented Uchiha, can be his friends." He continued, "Does Itachi even know what you're saying?" Rinchuan Mushi raised an eyebrow, observing the 4 of them. Their faces turned slightly pale as they replied, "Of course Itachi understands our intentions. What can someone like you do other than hold him back? Enough of this nonsense. I'm in a hurry to get home and sleep. Please step aside. I need to pass." Seeing Rinchuan Mushi's nonchalant demeanor, the expressions of the 4 turned sour, particularly the one who had spoken earlier. Gritting his teeth, he whispered fiercely, "This is your own doing. Don't blame us for being rude. If you don't learn a lesson, you'll never understand the consequences of defying the Uchiha will." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 Uchiha youths lunged at Rinchuan Mushi, their fists raised. However, the moment their blows struck, a resounding thud echoed as Rinchuan Mushi transformed into a piece of wood amidst a puff of white smoke, landing on the ground. Just as the 4 Uchiha youths began to comprehend that Rinchuan Mushi had employed a substitution technique, a figure suddenly descended from above, delivering a powerful punch that shook the ground beneath them, causing the earth to fracture and sending the 4 Uchiha youths tumbling into the sewers below, where they cried out in panic. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi stood at the edge of the hole, gazing down at the struggling Uchiha youths in the murky sewage, and remarked coolly, "I hardly believe Itachi would choose to befriend 4 individuals reeking of sewer filth. Noble Uchiha like you are indeed a rarity in the clan." With that, Rinchuan Mushi chuckled and leaped over the hole, swaying as he made his way home, ignoring the commotion of the 4 in the sewer. Utilizing one substitution technique and a forceful display of strength had consumed nearly half of my chakra. Fortunately, my training over the past 6 months has proven effective, increasing my chakra reserves by 2 to 3-fold. It seems the path to becoming stronger is still a long journey ahead. In the Uchiha clan's territory, the 4 youths who had intercepted Rinchuan Mushi knelt in a row, trembling before the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, and the 2 elders seated beside him. "Leader, one of the youths began, but Fugaku shot him a glance that instantly silenced him. Casting a glance at his counterpart, Uchiha Fugaku slowly began to speak. "So, it appears you have failed, correct?" "Yes, indeed," came the reply. "We did not anticipate that Rensuke Kiki possessed strength far beyond what he typically demonstrated. We were somewhat caught off guard." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "To be able to punch a hole in the ground is certainly not a sign of weakness. It indicates a commendable level of skill for a lower-ranking ninja. It is understandable that the 4 of you were unable to contend with him. Very well, you may leave now." Noticing that Uchiha Fugaku bore no intention of reproaching them, the 4 youths displayed faint smiles of relief before promptly bowing to him and the 2 elders, swiftly exiting the room. Once the youths had departed, Uchiha Fugaku contemplated in silence for a moment before finally speaking. "Elders, let us leave the matter as it stands. It seems that the boy has inherited Tsunade's ninjutsu, and it would be unwise to resort to overly aggressive measures." No sooner had Uchiha Fugaku finished his statement than one of the elders seated behind him snorted derisively, interjecting, "Fugaku, there is no room for retreat in this matter. Itachi is a prodigy of our Uchiha clan, a future leader. We cannot allow anyone to hinder his growth, especially those feeble individuals descended from the 1st generation. Such influences would weaken Itachi's resolve, which is absolutely unacceptable." Upon hearing this, the other Uchiha elder chimed in, "Indeed, that is the reality. It is imperative that we shield Itachi from any negative influences. Fugaku, you need not concern yourself with this. Leave it to me. Otherwise, we may question your ability to continue guiding Itachi." A flicker of anger crossed Uchiha Fugaku's eyes at these words, but he quickly closed them, choosing silence over confrontation. Observing Fugaku's tacit acquiescence, the two elders exchanged victorious glances. The first elder who had spoken then called out, "Koka." As soon as the words left his lips, a figure materialized before the three, kneeling before them. Gazing at the young ninja who stood before him, Uchiha Shisui, the elder who had spoken, addressed him, "Koka, you have been a chunin for 5 years now, have you not?" "Yes, it has indeed been 5 years," came the response. "Having held the rank of chunin for 5 years, and at the age of 27, yet you have yet to awaken your Sharingan, correct? If you could manifest it, you would likely ascend to the rank of Jonin immediately." At this remark, a hint of shame flickered across Koka's face as he bowed his head deeply, admitting, "It is my incompetence that has brought disgrace upon the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan, even among our clan brimming with geniuses, is not something that everyone can unlock. It is not a matter of shame. Rather, it is the responsibility and duty of each individual. What say you, Koka?" Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Kyoka immediately comprehended the underlying meaning. He placed his hands side by side on the tatami mat, resting his forehead upon them, and murmured, "Kyoka understands. Please issue your commands, clan leader." Observing Uchiha Kyoka, Uchiha Shisui nodded in satisfaction and spoke, "The future of our clan, Uchiha Itachi, is an unparalleled genius of the Uchiha family. I have already mapped out his path forward. However, he has recently become quite close to a commoner from an outer village, which raises concerns about the influence this individual may have on him. Initially, I intended to send someone to caution him, but it appears that this person is unwilling to relinquish their connection to Itachi and our Uchiha clan, thus persistently clinging to him. As a member of the Uchiha clan, I trust you will assist me in resolving this troubling matter, correct?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kyoka quickly grasped the implication and inquired, "Might I ask to what extent the clan leader and elders wish for me to act?" "I desire that he never meets Itachi again, to be forever absent from Itachi's life. Can you accomplish this?" The meaning was unmistakable, and Uchiha Kyoka readily nodded, replying, "Kyoka understands. However, we are still within the confines of Konoha, and I require time to seek the right opportunity to act. Rest assured, I shall find a reason tomorrow to have Rinchuan Mushi removed from Konoha. At that time, it will be your moment to intervene." With this, Kyoka understood. After speaking, Uchiha Kyoka vanished from before Uchiha Fugaku and the others. As Uchiha Kyoka departed, a figure emerged behind Uchiha Shisui, slowly voicing, "Lord Shisui, Rinchuan Mushi has significant ties to Tsunade and Jiraiya among the legendary 3 ninjas. Are we truly prepared to act against him? What can the legendary 3 do? One has defected, another has fled far from the village, leaving only Jiraiya, who is burdened by war and cannot easily return to Konoha. Besides, what can the legendary 3 do? We are Uchiha. Thus, I discern the situation. As for Itachi, you need only to follow my instructions, delay him, while assigning Shisui some tasks to ensure he does not return to Konoha for a while. Additionally, keep a watchful eye on Kyoka. If he seems likely to expose our intentions or fails, eliminate him, and personally deal with Rinchuan Mushi." Understood. Rinchuan Mushi sat before the window of his room, using a brush to depict various animals on a drawing board, predominantly snakes, eagles, mice, and wolves. He increasingly quickened his drawing pace while maintaining accuracy, growing ever more adept. Before heading to the battlefield, Jiraiya had finally found a ninjutsu suitable for Rinchuan Mushi's circumstances. Coincidentally, this technique, known as Super Beast Imitation, was one that Mushi had encountered in the original text. The scroll chronicling the Super Beast Imitation technique does not solely document this particular ninjutsu. It also includes other similar techniques, referred to by Rinchuan Mushi as the ink release system, such as ink clones and the art of ink haze. Among these, the most formidable technique is the Super Divine Imitation, which allows one to summon a deity-like ink spirit to engage in battle. However, such a high-level ninjutsu is far beyond Rinchuan Mushi's current capabilities. Even with the Super Beast Imitation, he can merely summon small animals to assist in combat. In contrast to other ninjutsu, this technique, which is rooted in water and yang chakra and requires only a minimal amount of chakra to activate the special ink for drawing beasts, is particularly well suited to Rinchuan Mushi's present condition in terms of both elemental affinity and chakra consumption. Hence, after Jiraiya imparted this ninjutsu to Mushi, he dedicated any spare time over the past 6 months to practicing his drawing. Fortunately, this technique does not necessitate exceptional artistic skill. It merely requires the ability to depict the form of a beast. Consequently, Rensuke Mushi's proficiency in drawing has significantly improved, both in speed and accuracy, allowing him to commence the application of this ink release system. At last, aside from his formidable strength technique, Rensuke Mushi has acquired additional means to confront adversaries. Sitting in the classroom, he gazed at the empty seat designated for Uchiha Itachi, a frown creasing his brow. By now, Rensuke Mushi has come to understand Uchiha Itachi quite well. He knows that Itachi is not the type to casually skip class. For him, every endeavor must be approached with commitment, never to be abandoned midway. Thus, the sight of Itachi's vacant seat filled Mushi with concern. Nonetheless, despite his worries, Rensuke Mushi is acutely aware that Uchiha Itachi is unlikely to be in any peril. Not only is this place Konoha, one of the safest locales in the ninja world, but Itachi's own strength rivals that of many Chunin. As long as he remains within the confines of Konoha, he is virtually invulnerable. With this thought in mind, Mushi exhaled softly and prepared to embark on the day's lessons, which were evidently distinct from the usual routine. Today, we are set to undertake a fieldwork course, where the students will be escorted to the forests beyond the village. Each individual will be assigned a specific area, and your task is to gather medicinal plants of value from your designated zones. Once you return with your findings, instructors will assess the types and quantities of herbs you have collected, assigning scores that will contribute to your final grades for the semester. Do you all understand? For the children who spend their days confined to the classroom, the opportunity to venture outside the village, even with a task at hand, is undoubtedly a welcome change. Thus, as the teacher's words hung in the air, the entire class erupted in cheers. Rensuke Mushi observed his classmates erupting in cheers, a resigned smirk escaping his lips. If every endeavor has its admirers and detractors, then this field internship course was undoubtedly one of his least favored pursuits. He much preferred to immerse himself in beloved books within the confines of a classroom, absorbing the wisdom contained within their pages, or to sit quietly, contemplating his future. Such a time-consuming and laborious task was something Rensuke Mushi typically abhorred. In simple terms, the field internship clashed with his introverted nature. After gathering his belongings, Rensuke Mushi slung his backpack over his shoulder and followed his classmates out of the classroom, heading toward the outskirts of the village. As they walked, their teacher assigned each student a designated area. With 57 students in total, excluding those who skipped class or were absent, 51 remained. Rensuke Mushi was assigned number 51, which happened to be the most remote and secluded area from Konoha village. Upon seeing Rensuke Mushi's number, the teacher smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Rensuke, I appreciate your effort. Keep it up." With a resigned glance at the number in his hand, Rensuke Mushi nodded and replied, "All right, teacher, I will do my best." Nodding in affirmation, the teacher moved to the front of the line, leading the students through the gates of Konoha village and into the surrounding forest. As each student arrived at their designated area, they immediately broke away from the group. Eventually, after escorting Rensuke Mushi to his assigned, far-flung region, the teacher offered a few more encouraging words before turning back towards Konoha village. Rensuke Mushi surveyed the sparse trees and rugged rocks of his surroundings, letting out a sigh of resignation as he muttered, "What herbs could possibly be gathered in this desolate place? This is truly a waste of time." Grumbling aside, the field internship must continue. Rensuke Mushi diligently searched for medicinal herbs, rummaging through the underbrush and around tree roots, and he was rewarded with a bountiful collection. "This glowgrass is the last herb I need. The ones I've gathered should suffice." As he spoke, Rensuke Mushi began to rise, preparing to leave the area. However, in that moment, several shurikens shot out from the thicket behind him, embedding themselves in his back. In an instant, his body transformed with a resounding thud into a wooden figure, the shurikens clattering to the ground. Just as the wooden figure fell, two more shurikens flew from the canopy of a nearby tree, piercing the thicket. In a flash, a dark silhouette emerged from the underbrush, darting swiftly into the treetop. Simultaneously, Rensuke Mushi, clutching a kunai in each hand, rapidly retreated from the tree's crown, sprinting with all his might back toward Konoha village. At that moment, 6 fireballs, each the size of a fist, erupted from behind him, soaring past the figure of Rensuke Mushi and landing on the ground before him. Instantly, the oil previously spread across the ground ignited, transforming into a blazing wall of fire that obstructed Rensuke Mushi's path. Halting before the fiery barrier, Rensuke Mushi turned to gaze at the young ninja, who had leapt down from the treetops. Observing the attire and the Leaf Village headband adorning the young man's brow, his expression darkened as he inquired, "A ninja from the village? Why have you come to kill me?" This ninja was none other than Uchiha Hoka, a member of the Uchiha clan. Listening to Lianchuan Mushi's words, he merely replied with indifference, "It seems you are simply out of luck." With that, Uchiha Hoka swiftly drew the short blade from his back and charged towards Lianchuan Mushi. Noticing the opponent's rapid movements, Lianchuan Mushi turned and fled, weaving through the dense trees, momentarily evading Uchiha Hoka's pursuit. With a slight furrow of his brow, Uchiha Hoka formed hand seals with remarkable speed and unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his mouth, manifesting as a colossal fireball that hurtled towards Lianchuan Mushi with astonishing velocity. The intense heat radiating from behind forced Lianchuan Mushi to alter his course. After rolling on the ground several times, he narrowly escaped the attack from behind. At this juncture, Lianchuan Mushi looked at the slowly approaching Uchiha Hoka, his expression somewhat grim as he remarked, "The ninjutsu you just executed must be the Uchiha clan's signature fire release technique, the Great Fireball Technique, am I right?" Upon hearing Lianchuan Mushi's words, Uchiha Hoka maintained an air of assured victory, responding with a nonchalant tone, "The specific ninjutsu is of no consequence to you, for you shall never return to Konoha. This place shall be your grave." With a resounding thud, Uchiha Hoka propelled himself off the ground, lunging towards Lianchuan Mushi, his short blade slicing through the air in an arc aimed at Mushi's neck. At that moment, as the blade approached, a glimmer of determination shone in Lianchuan Mushi's eyes. He swiftly retrieved a scroll from his waist pouch, tearing it open and forming a hand seal as he whispered, "Ninjutsu, Super Beast Imitation, Python." The ink used in the Super Beast Imitation is specially crafted to effectively channel the ninja's chakra and intent, allowing for a limited time of manifestation on paper. Should this time limit be exceeded, the technique would become ineffective. However, if simple illustrations are drawn in advance, they may be summoned in the heat of battle by merely tearing open the scroll. What Lianchuan Mushi presented was a scroll he had prepared that morning, adorned with depictions of beasts he could easily summon. Requiring no extensive concentration or chakra manipulation, he could simply tear the scroll to instantly invoke them. 3 serpents, resembling black and white ink paintings, erupted from the scroll and instantly entwined around Uchiha Hoka, rendering him immobile and halting his lethal assault on Rensuke Mushi. However, Rensuke Mushi was acutely aware that this technique would only restrain Uchiha Hoka for a fleeting moment. Thus, the instant he summoned the 3 ink serpents, he swiftly retreated, simultaneously placing 3 soldier pills into his mouth. Upon landing, he unfurled a scroll and dipped a brush into the ink stored within its hidden compartments, beginning to paint with haste. At that moment, Uchiha Hoka swung his tanto, severing the ink serpents that had ensnared him, their forms dissolving into streams of ink that trickled across the ground and over his body. Undeterred, Uchiha Hoka prepared to advance, his expectations of Rensuke Mushi's prowess far exceeded. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing his full strength, flames flickering along the blade of his tanto as he aimed a fiery slash towards Rensuke Mushi's neck. Meanwhile, the artwork on the scroll before Rensuke Mushi reached completion. He swiftly formed hand seals, drawing upon the nearly depleted chakra within him to execute this jutsu. Ninjutsu, Super Beast Imitation Painting, Lion. With a resounding thud, a lion, towering nearly a person's height and exceeding 2 meters in length, surged forth from the scroll, roaring as it charged at Uchiha Hoka, its sharp claws glinting ominously. Observing Uchiha Hoka's momentary disarray beneath the assault of the ink lion, Rensuke Mushi chewed and swallowed the soldier pills he had stored in his mouth, then clasped his hands together, kneeling on the ground, channeling the chakra that had been nearly exhausted. The effects of the soldier pills were indeed remarkable. They not only replenished a significant quantity of chakra, but also greatly accelerated its recovery speed within Rensuke Mushi. In a mere short span, he regained a substantial portion of his chakra, aided by both the limited quantity he possessed and the potency of the soldier pills. With the majority of his chakra restored, Rensuke Mushi did not flee. Instead, he unfurled the scroll further and resumed his painting. Within a few breaths, a vivid bat appeared on the scroll, and as he ceased his brushwork, approximately 20 bats materialized upon it. Ninjutsu, Super Beast Imitation Painting, Bat. With a cacophony of successive thuds, the 20 bats erupted from the scroll, swarming towards Uchiha Hoka. In the blink of an eye, They enveloped his vicinity, incessantly disrupting his vision and movements, and occasionally leaving behind crimson streaks upon his skin. With relentless swings of his short blade, Uchiha Hoka suddenly realized that he had been thoroughly subdued by his opponent. In a swift motion, he grasped a bat and crushed it, transforming it into ink. Just as Uchiha Hoka intended to retreat, one of the water ink lion's claws seized the opportunity, concealed by the bat, and struck his left shoulder, leaving 4 deep gashes that extended from his shoulder to his abdomen. With a cry of pain, anger flickered across Uchiha Hoka's face. Disregarding his injuries, he hastily formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. A massive fireball erupted before him, annihilating the bats that surrounded him, and collided with the water ink lion, which, with a mournful wail, disintegrated into ink amidst the explosion. The close-range Great Fireball technique, executed with utmost effort, significantly depleted Uchiha Hoka's chakra and inflicted considerable damage upon his body. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he charged forward, flames trailing behind him, until he confronted Rinchuan Mushi, who was engrossed in painting. With a decisive thrust of his short blade, he pierced Rinchuan Mushi's shoulder, driving it deep into his chest. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi coughed up a mouthful of black blood, or rather, ink, and, disregarding his injury, grasped Uchiha Hoka's arm, a cunning smile illuminating his face. "I've caught you." Boom. As his words echoed, the ground behind Uchiha Hoka shattered violently, and a figure erupted from beneath. His right fist enveloped in a soft blue chakra. The true Rinchuan Mushi unleashed a powerful punch that struck Uchiha Hoka squarely on the temple, causing his eyes to bulge, blood to spurt from his mouth and nose, and his mind to blank as he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the Rinchuan Mushi that Uchiha Hoka had impaled with his blade disintegrated, transforming into a puddle of ink on the ground. Meanwhile, the genuine Rinchuan Mushi retrieved a kunai from his waist pouch, without hesitation, and plunged it into Uchiha Hoka's throat, ensuring that the unconscious Uchiha Hoka met his end at his hands. Sitting on the ground, Rinchuan Mushi took a deep breath as he gazed at the lifeless Uchiha Hoka. He felt a surge of fortune, had Uchiha Hoka not underestimated him. Rinchuan Mushi would have never had the chance to employ the super beast imitation technique to defend against Uchiha Hoka's assault. As if employing an inkwash lion to deflect Uchiha Hoka's assault and capture his attention, while simultaneously using a multitude of inkwash bats to obscure Uchiha Hoka's line of sight. He ultimately substituted himself with an ink clone, becoming the target of Uchiha Hoka. In this fleeting moment, he managed to excavate a concealed tunnel beneath the ground, seizing the opportunity to deliver a lethal strike to Uchiha Hoka just as the latter believed he had the upper hand, thus executing a counterattack against a chunin of the Uchiha clan, whose strength surpassed that of Rinchuan Mushi by a considerable margin. Gradually rising from the ground, Rinchuan Mushi cast a glance at the motionless Uchiha Hoka and prepared to gather the scrolls, brushes, and other ninja tools scattered on the surface. Today, Rinchuan Mushi had perceived the day as a routine class, hence he had not fully equipped himself with his ninja gear, bringing only a few spare items and a set of brushes and scrolls. To avert any potential subsequent assassination, he deemed it imperative to first collect his belongings. Reaching for the scrolls and brushes, Rinchuan Mushi suddenly sensed a surge of searing flames approaching, causing his expression to shift. He promptly abandoned the retrieval of his tools, retreating swiftly to evade the onslaught of the fiery currents. As he distanced himself, both the lifeless body of Uchiha Hoka on the ground and the ninja tools left behind were instantly consumed by the descending flames, rendering them utterly devoid of utility. Simultaneously, a ninja adorned with a white Tengu mask descended from above, landing before Rinchuan Mushi. This ninja was none other than Uchiha Fugaka's chosen successor. Hailing from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yago. Observing his opponent, Rinchuan Mushi exhaled slowly and inquired, "Are you also of the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Yago offered no verbal response. Yet his actions spoke volumes as he unhesitatingly manifested the Sharingan. As Rinchuan Mushi beheld the transformation of Yago's pupils into a blood-red hue, adorned with 3 black tomo swirling around the irises, he immediately recognized the name of one of the 3 great ocular techniques of the ninja world. Any ninja possessing the Sharingan was at least of Chunin caliber. Under the gaze of those eyes, no illusion or deception could escape detection. Furthermore, the wielder could anticipate the release of ninjutsu, making it an exceedingly formidable bloodline limit. At this moment, Rinchuan Mushi found himself utterly incapable of contending with such eyes. "This," he murmured, instinctively placing his hand over his heart. However, after a moment of hesitation, he lowered his hand and swiftly produced a smoke bomb, hurling it to the ground. As the smoke billowed upward, Rinchuan Mushi made a hasty retreat into the distance. At that moment, 2 shurikens were launched from behind, hurtling towards the back of Rinchuan Mushi. Shortly after, 2 more shurikens, propelled with even greater speed, collided with the first pair, causing all 4 to ricochet in a dazzling display, tracing 4 arcs as they navigated around several towering trees, aiming directly at Rinchuan Mushi. In the midst of her frantic escape, Rinchuan Mushi wielded her kunai to deflect the incoming shurikens. However, at that critical juncture, one of the kunai struck her left thigh at an agonizing angle, causing her leg to buckle painfully, and she fell to the ground. Gritting her teeth, Rinchuan Mushi rose from the earth, only to find Uchiha Yao looming before her like a specter, his short blade aimed directly at her throat. Without a moment's hesitation, Rinchuan Mushi raised her hand to shield herself, allowing the blade to pierce her palm. In that fleeting instant, she twisted her hand, seizing the blade and preventing it from reaching her neck, though it still inflicted a wound upon her shoulder. As she noticed the fire gathering in Uchiha Yao's mouth, Rinchuan Mushi swiftly raised her left arm to block, and in that heartbeat, 5 fireballs, each the size of a fist, erupted from his lips, striking her arm in succession. The force sent Rinchuan Mushi hurtling backward, crashing violently against a tree, from which she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her left arm was charred, and burns marred her left cheek and shoulder. Leaning against the massive tree, Rinchuan Mushi gazed at the approaching Uchiha Yao, her voice raspy as she remarked, "The Uchiha clan's Phoenix Fire technique is indeed a formidable ninjutsu. To perish at the hands of the Uchiha, one could consider it a grand honor. I have no intention of departing this world just yet." As she spoke, a hint of enigmatic amusement flickered across her face, and she gradually rose to her feet, supported by the tree. At this moment, Uchiha Yao's steps faltered slightly, a wary expression crossing his features as he scrutinized Rinchuan Mushi. "Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed?" "Of course, if I were to truly unleash my seal, not only could I evade this fate, but I might even turn the tide and slay you," she replied. "Unleash your seal? Do you fancy yourself a Jinchuriki?" "A Jinchuriki? I am certainly not, but I bear a resemblance in some respects, for within me, to a certain extent, lies a sealed monster." With that declaration, Rinchuan Mushi tore away the remnants of her tattered garment, and her 5 fingers ignited with a pale blue, flame-like chakra. She then contorted her hand into a claw shape, pressing it fiercely against her heart. Under the gentle stimulation of the azure chakra upon his 5 fingers, 5 flame-like sealing incantations materialized before the heart of Rinchuan Mushi. As he twisted his right hand, these 5 seals dispersed swiftly, transforming into swirling tattoos that etched themselves onto his chest. Instantly, a surge of chakra, one that instilled fear in Uchiha Yao, erupted from Rinchuan Mushi's being. Through his Sharingan, Uchiha Yao could distinctly perceive the formidable chakra spiraling from Mushi's heart, radiating throughout his entire body. Not only did Mushi's chakra reach an astonishing level in an instant, but even his physical form was momentarily augmented by this power. Uchiha Yao realized he could no longer afford to wait. Otherwise, he too might meet the same fate as Uchiha Xianghua, becoming a mere opponent to be vanquished. Without hesitation, he drew a second short blade and lunged it toward Mushi's neck. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi, who had been slightly bowing his head, gradually lifted it, revealing his originally dark brown eyes now transformed into a vivid green. He extended a single palm, an ethereal green chakra blossoming within it, and struck the blade, shattering Uchiha Yao's weapon into several fragments. Following this, Mushi surged forward, his right hand morphing into a fist aimed at Uchiha Yao. Boom! Uchiha Yao retreated just in time, and as he moved back, Mushi's fist crashed into the ground, causing an explosive rupture. A multitude of fissures spread outward, and the rocks and dust scattered like waves, leaving behind an astonishingly deep crater reminiscent of Tsunade's legendary strength. Perched upon a nearby tree trunk, Uchiha Yao gazed in disbelief at the figure of Rinchuan Mushi standing within the pit. Such power was far beyond that of a mere genin, and even a chunin could not possess such might. This strength was undeniably at the level of a jonin. How could this be? What manner of monster are you? Hearing Uchiha Yao's exclamation, Rinchuan Mushi straightened, calmly extracting the short blade that had pierced through his left palm and discarding it onto the ground. He addressed Uchiha Yao, saying, "I am Rinchuan Mushi, a regular first-year student at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Surely, you are aware of this? How could someone of your power possibly be an ordinary student of a ninja school?" As Uchiha Yaoxiong was about to speak, he noticed the wound on the left palm of the recently drawn blade of Rinchuan Mushi. To his astonishment, the wound emitted wisps of white smoke, healing at an astonishingly visible pace, ultimately leaving no trace of a scar. Simultaneously, the charred skin of Mushi's left arm began to crack and rapidly shed, revealing the unscathed skin beneath. In the span of just a few exchanged words, Mushi's injuries appeared to vanish as if he had never been harmed. Uchiha Yaoxiong gazed at Mushi in shock, a wave of apprehension washing over him. He could not comprehend how someone could possess such an extraordinary healing ability. Even Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, would find it challenging to achieve such rapid recovery without the same nonchalance as Mushi. With a swift motion, Mushi extracted the kunai embedded in his leg and, witnessing the last of his injuries heal, turned to Uchiha Yaoxiong and declared, "I am fully recovered now. We can commence the second round of our battle. The outcome, whether I shall perish or you, will depend on our respective strengths. Do not underestimate me. Though I am merely a chunin, my power has reached the level of a special jonin. To take my life, you are far from sufficient. Fire release, great fireball technique." In an instant, Uchiha Yaoxiong formed the necessary hand seals and unleashed a colossal fireball, hurtling diagonally toward Mushi below. As the immense fireball approached, Mushi quickly formed his own seals, bringing his hands together before his chest, and intoned, "Would release, would pillar wall." With Mushi's incantation, a series of rectangular wooden stakes erupted from the ground in front of him, swiftly assembling into a semi-cylindrical shield that stood guard before him. When the massive fireball collided with the wooden shield, it merely charred the surface black, leaving it unscathed. Observing the wood release shield summoned by Mushi, Uchiha Yaoxiong's expression shifted dramatically. In disbelief, he stared at the wooden barrier and murmured to himself, "Is it truly possible that someone can wield wood release? I had heard that Rinchuan Mushi was adopted by Tsunade, but could it be that he is her biological brother, hailing from the Senju clan of the forest?" While Uchiha Yaoxiong was engulfed in astonishment, Mushi showed no sign of hesitation. He darted from behind the wooden shield, forming hand seals once more, and with one hand pressed firmly against the ground, he shouted, "Wood release, thorn vine technique." As Mushi's palm made contact with the earth, 5 thorny vines sprouted from the trunk beneath Uchiha Yaoxiong's feet, ensnaring him with a fierce determination. Observing the thorny vines, Uchiha Yao swiftly leapt into action, forming hand seals, and unleashed several fireballs the size of fists. These fiery projectiles rained down upon the 5 thorny vines, momentarily hindering their movements, yet failing to completely incinerate them. Nonetheless, for Uchiha Yao, merely stalling the progress of the vines sufficed. He repeatedly propelled himself off nearby trees, hastening towards the direction of Konoha village. Engaging in combat within the forest against a user of wood release was a most imprudent endeavor. Given the current circumstances, it was paramount to relay the existence of another wood release user in Konoha rather than focus on an uncertain mission. However, as Uchiha Yao sought to retreat to Konoha, he found himself confronted by the formidable Lien Chuan Mushi. In an instant, she vanished from her position, materializing before Uchiha Yao like a fleeting specter. Gazing intently at the approaching Uchiha Yao, she began to weave hand seals. Upon completing the final seal and clenching her hands into fists, a tremendous surge of wood release chakra emanated from her. Wood release, great wooden hammer technique. With a resounding crash, a massive, rectangular wooden pillar erupted from the earth, hurtling towards Uchiha Yao, who was deftly leaping between the trees. In the moment the pillar was about to collide with him, Uchiha Yao evaded with agility, performing a mid-air somersault and landing upon another tree trunk to continue his advance. Yet, just then, another rectangular wooden pillar surged forth from the ground below, aiming to strike him. At that moment, the 3 tomo within Uchiha Yao's Sharingan began to whirl rapidly, granting him insight into the densest concentration of wood release chakra, allowing him to evade the onslaught. Pillars erupted from the ground in rapid succession, their numbers formidable, yet none managed to strike Uchiha Yao. A faint, disdainful smirk curled at the corners of his lips as he pivoted and accelerated forward. However, just as he did, A large rectangular wooden pillar unexpectedly shot out horizontally from the trunk of a tree ahead, barreling towards him. Alarmed, Uchiha Yao initiated a dodge. But before he could escape the trajectory of the pillar, numerous rectangular wooden pillars erupted from the surrounding trees and ground, converging on him from all directions, leaving no avenue for escape. Did you think those pillars that surged from the ground were merely incidental? At this revelation, Uchiha Yao's expression shifted slightly, disbelief washing over him as he murmured, "Could it be that those pillars were intended to drive me into a specific location?" Indeed, the prowess of the Uchiha clan is remarkable, not only in strength, but also in intellect. Alas, your thoughts have come too late. It is now too late for you to escape the encirclement. No, wait, I am a member of the Uchiha clan. You cannot. Before Uchiha Shisui could finish his words, the first wooden pillar struck him with force. Before his anguished scream could escape, a barrage of wooden pillars relentlessly collided with him from all directions, reducing Uchiha Shisui to a mere puddle of flesh. His liquefied body and blood dripped slowly from the air, coalescing on the ground into a pool of crimson. Rensuke Mino approached the lifeless Uchiha Shisui, gazing at the grotesque remains. He shook his head slightly before turning away, heading towards the village of Konoha. However, after taking only a few steps, his legs suddenly weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, violently coughing up a significant amount of blood. At that moment, Rensuke Mino felt as if flames were scorching within him, accompanied by a tearing pain that elicited a muffled groan. It seemed as if all his strength had been instantly drained, leaving him in a state of profound weakness. He recognized this sensation all too well. It was the onset of a rejection reaction from the first-generation cells within him. Without prompt intervention, he would soon succumb to the effects of this rejection. Damn it, this onset is far too swift. It must be due to my excessive use of wood-release techniques. Gritting his teeth, Rensuke Mino extended his trembling hand and finally retrieved a small syringe from the depths of his waist pouch. Within it was a translucent, pale green serum, crafted from the blood of Tsunade, a member of the Senju clan, combined with various herbs through medical ninjutsu. A special serum capable of temporarily alleviating and suppressing the rejection of the first-generation cells in his body. With his shaking hand, he aimed the syringe at his neck. Observing the increasing tremors of his hand, Rensuke Mino reluctantly used his other hand to stabilize the syringe. But the tremors were too pronounced, making accurate injection nearly impossible. At that moment, a slightly cool hand grasped his, steadying him. A familiar, gentle voice whispered in his ear, "Hurry and inject it. I am here, you can trust me." Upon hearing this voice, Rensuke Mino turned slowly to see the familiar figure, Uchiha Itachi. Seeing Itachi's arrival, Rensuke Mino managed a faint smile, then pressed the syringe firmly against his skin, injecting the serum into his body. As the medicinal liquid coursed through his body, Rensuke Mino immediately sensed a coolness emanating from his neck, swiftly dispelling the searing and tearing pain within him. The frequency of his trembling gradually diminished until it finally ceased. Turning around, Rensuke Mino leaned against the trunk behind him, gazing at Uchiha Itachi, and offered him a faint smile. He then slowly extended his hand, where a pale blue, flame-like chakra re-emerged on his fingertips. With a sudden press against the swirling rune on his chest, he twisted it counterclockwise, witnessing the rune spin rapidly, reverting to the state of 5 flame-shaped symbols before gradually vanishing beneath his skin. Once he completed these actions, Rensuke Mino exhaled deeply. During his time as an experimental subject for Orochimaru, the location of his heart was where Orochimaru had implanted the cells of the First Hokage. Typically, he could maintain a state of calm by suppressing it with medication and sealing techniques. However, if he were to unravel the seal on his chest, the First Hokage's cells would rapidly divide, causing blood to swiftly spread throughout his body. While this would grant Rensuke Mino instant access to the wood-release chakra necessary for executing wood-release ninjutsu, it would also trigger a violent rejection reaction once the concentration of the First Hokage's cells reached a critical point. Thus, the First Hokage's cells within him were akin to a double-edged sword. They could be wielded to vanquish formidable foes, but also posed a grave risk of injuring or even killing him. Feeling the strength within him gradually returning, Rensuke Mino slowly rose to his feet. He looked at Uchiha Itachi and, with a wry smile, spoke, "I never anticipated standing alongside you under such circumstances, especially after having slain 2 of your kin. Uchiha Itachi regarded Lianchuan Mushi for a long moment before lowering his head slightly and responding. This matter does not pertain to you. You were merely acting in self-defense. Had it not been for the Uchiha's attempt on your life, you would not have retaliated in kind. I had thought it was I who should convey this to you. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Itachi lifted his gaze to meet Lianchuan Mushi's eyes, a hint of bittersweetness gracing his expression. He said, Mushi, had it not been for the urgency of your situation earlier, I might not have revealed myself to you. We are friends. Yet my clan has sent individuals to assassinate you over this matter. I lack the dignity to stand with you as a friend. Observing Uchiha Itachi, Lianchuan Mushi exhaled slowly and placed a reassuring hand on Itachi's shoulder. Itachi, this is not your fault. The Uchiha clan is distinct from you. You, Uchiha Itachi, are your own person. The actions of some do not define the entirety of your clan, nor do they diminish your worthiness as my friend. Do you understand? Certainly. Before Uchiha Itachi could finish his words, Lianchuan Mushi waved her hand and declared, there are no buts. I will not hold you responsible for this matter. I hope you do not dwell on it either. Of course, whether I choose to take revenge on the Uchiha clan in the future is of no concern to you. Do you understand my meaning? With a slow exhalation, a subtle smile graced Uchiha Itachi's face as he nodded, replying, of course, I believe I comprehend your intent. Then let us proceed accordingly. Haha, it is good that you understand. Now, let us return, Lianchuan Mushi said, preparing to pull Uchiha Itachi back to the village. However, at that moment, Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said, Mushi, please wait a moment. I must cleanse this place of all traces. Of course, if you are unconcerned about others discovering your use of wood release, I can forego the cleanup. Taken aback by his words, Lianchuan Mushi quickly nodded in realization, saying, I must admit, I overlooked that. In that case, I will leave it to you, Itachi. Rest assured, I will handle it thoroughly, he replied, and with that, Uchiha Itachi leaped into action. Employing his ninjutsu to erase the traces left by Lianchuan Mushi's wood release. It must be said, his reputation as a genius ninja was well-deserved. In a mere 10 minutes, he completely obliterated the evidence without disturbing the bodies of Uchiha Kyo and Uchiha Yao. Having accomplished this, Uchiha Itachi returned to Konoha with Lianchuan Mushi. After escorting her back to her residence, he headed directly to the Uchiha clan's compound, kneeling before his father. Uchiha Fugaku, with unwavering eyes. Father, was the order to assassinate Lianchuan Mushi issued by you? It was the command of Elder Xin and others. Though I acquiesced, Fugaku replied. Why? The clan does not wish for her to interfere with you. You are the genius of the Uchiha clan, the son of Uchiha Fugaku, and the future leader of our clan. We cannot allow you to be influenced by some outsider, becoming weak and straying further from the image of the leader I wish to cultivate. Therefore, we must extinguish any potential changes at their inception. However, I was surprised that not only Kyo but even Yao failed. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Uchiha Itachi slightly lowered his head and calmly stated, Father, do not harm Mushi any further, or I will ensure you regret it. I will protect her and eliminate everyone you send. At this declaration, Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes and slowly replied, on what grounds? Simply because I possess the strength to do so. With that, Uchiha Itachi abruptly raised his head, revealing that his eyes had transformed entirely into crimson, with 3 black tomos swirling rapidly within his pupils. Upon witnessing the sudden activation of Itachi Uchiha Sharingan, even Fugaku Uchiha could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. At merely 6 years of age, Itachi had awakened the Sharingan, a feat that undoubtedly marked him as a prodigy in the annals of the Uchiha clan. Itachi, when did you unlock your Sharingan? It was when I rushed to save Yukimura Mokushi. I suddenly realized that my eyes had opened. To save Yukimura Mokushi? I never anticipated he held such significance for you. As these words lingered in the air, a contemplative glimmer passed across Fugaku's face. After a prolonged pause, he nodded slowly and remarked, in that case, considering your awakening of the Sharingan, I shall grant your request. I can assure you that our clan will no longer pursue him for assassination. That is most agreeable. I shall take my leave now. As Itachi rose and departed directly, Fugaku refrained from further comment. Only after Itachi had left did a subtle smile grace his lips as he murmured to himself. To awaken the Sharingan at 6 years old, perhaps the future prosperity of the Uchiha clan rests upon Itachi's shoulders. As for Yukimura Mokushi, I did not expect him to share such a profound bond with Itachi. Given this, I have ample reason to persuade the elders. After all, the Mangekyo Sharingan is a testament to true friendship, transcending mere utility. Having exited Fugaku's chamber, Itachi first visited his mother and the still tender Sasuke before making his way to the entrance of Yukimura Mokushi's apartment, where he knocked on the door. To his surprise, it was not Mokushi who opened the door, but Shisui Uchiha. Observing Shisui's slightly fatigued demeanor, it was evident he had just returned from a mission. Shisui, you are here as well. Of course, with Mokushi involved in this matter, I came straight here upon my return. After all, it is also a transgression committed by our clan, and I felt compelled to check on Mokushi's well-being. Shisui, I just spoke with father. He will no longer trouble Mokushi. Upon hearing this, Shisui expressed his astonishment. I cannot fathom that Lord Fugaku could be so easily persuaded. What method did you employ to convince him? Perhaps it is due to my awakening of the Sharingan. As these words fell from his lips, Itachi turned his gaze to Shisui, and both eyes transformed simultaneously into the three Tomo Sharingan, the Tomo within them slowly swirling in a mesmerizing dance. Shisui gazed at Itachi's Sharingan in awe. He had long been hailed as a genius of the Uchiha clan, yet he had not achieved the awakening of the Sharingan at such a tender age. Even in the history of the Uchiha, Itachi's swiftness in this regard ranked among the highest, suggesting that Itachi's innate talent surpassed his own. Itachi, you are on the verge of surpassing me. Shisui, I still have a long way to go. Hey, how long do you two intend to be idle? Am I to prepare this entire sukiyaki meal alone? Hurry up and lend a hand. Listening to the resounding shouts of Rinchuan Mushi from within the house, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui exchanged knowing smiles before retracting their Sharingan. Together, they entered Rinchuan Mushi's apartment, where the cheerful sounds of dinner preparations soon filled the air. Such serene and tranquil moments are indeed a rarity in this world. The following morning, due to Uchiha Itachi's overnight stay, he accompanied Rinchuan Mushi to the Ninja Academy. However, upon their arrival for class, they were taken aback to discover that their homeroom teacher had been unexpectedly replaced by a female chunin. This new instructor, who possessed striking beauty, garnered the admiration of many male students. Yet, for Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, the abrupt change in their teacher was suggestive of deeper connections. In truth, during their casual conversation the previous night, the trio had speculated about the sudden mission to gather herbs in the hidden leaf village that was likely orchestrated by the Uchiha clan. They had not anticipated that this matter would tie back to their former homeroom teacher, indicating a certain affiliation with the Uchiha clan, which had prompted the sudden replacement. As expected, after the new homeroom teacher introduced herself, she approached Rinchuan Mushi and quietly relayed, Rinchuan Mushi, I convey the Hokage's orders. After school this evening, you are to report to the Hokage's office. The Hokage and several advisors wish to speak with you. Upon hearing this, Rinchuan Mushi nodded slowly, offering no further words, while the new teacher acknowledged him with a nod before returning to her lesson. Once she departed, Uchiha Itachi leaned in and whispered to Rinchuan Mushi, Is there an issue? Shaking his head, Rinchuan Mushi replied, It's nothing. I can handle it. Just keep me informed. Of course, came the response. After school that afternoon, Rinchuan Mushi declined invitations from his classmates to engage in leisure activities and bid farewell to Uchiha Itachi as he made his way to the Hokage's office. Upon his arrival, it was evident that word of his presence had reached the guards stationed at the Hokage's office, for they merely nodded in acknowledgement, permitting him to enter without further comment. Standing before the imposing door, Rinchuan Mushi knocked gently and then turned the handle to step inside. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he was met by the sight of 4 elderly men seated before him. He bowed respectfully and spoke, I am Rinchuan Mushi, a first-year student from the Ninja Academy, here to see the Hokage and the 3 esteemed advisors. The advisors, identifiable by their attire, were unmistakably Mido Gate Kurenai, Nara Shikaku, and the most formidable of them all, Danzo Shimura. Confirming their identities, Rinchuan Mushi feigned unfamiliarity and turned his attention to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Observing Rinchuan Mushi, Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a gentle smile and spoke slowly. So, you are Rinchuan Mushi, correct? Please do not feel anxious. We have summoned you merely to inquire about a few matters, with no ulterior motives. Nodding, Rinchuan Mushi replied, Certainly, I shall share all that I know without reservation. Very well, let us commence our inquiries. Yesterday, Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to pose a question when he was abruptly interrupted by Shimura Danzo, who stated, Hokage, allow me to handle this matter. The individuals involved are from our root, and I can delve deeper into certain queries than you. I concur. Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged glances with Shimura Danzo and Mito Shurden, offering no outward reaction, yet maintaining his genial demeanor as he nodded in agreement. Upon receiving the Hokage's nod, Danzo turned directly to Rinchuan Mushi, stating, Rinchuan Mushi, I will pose a question, and you shall respond without any concealment. Do you understand? Feeling a surge of vigilance, Rinchuan Mushi slowly nodded and responded, I understand. Excellent. Now, for the first question, were you attacked yesterday by assassins sent from the Uchiha clan? Yes. Second question, what are the names of those two individuals, do you know? I do not know. Third question, how can you be certain that your assailants were from the Uchiha clan? I witnessed their ninjutsu and Sharingan. Now, for the fourth question, you are merely 6 years old and a first-grade student at the Ninja Academy. How did you survive an assassination attempt by two Uchiha ninjas who possess at least Chunin-level strength? Are you concealing something about yourself? As Danzo posed the final question, his singular eye widened intensely, fixating on Rinchuan Mushi with such piercing intensity that it stirred the very essence of her being from her past lives. Struggling to maintain her composure, Rinchuan Mushi exhaled slowly before responding, I have studied some ninjutsu under Lady Tsunade and Jiraiya. Although the Uchiha assassins came to kill me, they did not regard my abilities highly, which provided me the opportunity to counterattack and eliminate them. Upon hearing this, the three advisors of Konoha were momentarily taken aback. Then, Mito Shurden abruptly turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and inquired, Hokage, do you know about this child's connections with Tsunade and Jiraiya? With a slight smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, Of course. I am aware. After all, it was through my assistance that this child was able to return to Konoha for her studies. Then, why did you not inform us of this matter, Sarutobi? Upon hearing those words, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered a faint smile, casting his gaze towards Uchiha Konoharu. However, the warmth of his expression gradually faded as he spoke, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. I failed to comprehend why it would be necessary to report to you regarding Tsunade's decision to send her adopted brother back to the village for his education. Or has it become a requirement for me, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to disclose my personal matters with Senju Tsunade to you three esteemed advisors of Konoha? Upon hearing Hiruzen's statement, Uchiha Konoharu, Mito Minju, and Shimura Danzo fell silent. In the current era of the Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen, as Hokage, held an unassailable position, both in authority and strength. Thus, when Hiruzen asserted his dominance, neither Konoharu nor Mito wished to provoke him. Even Shimura Danzo, who possessed the capability to contest Hiruzen, deemed it unworthy to engage in conflict over a trivial matter concerning Rinchuan Mushi. His strength was better reserved for pivotal moments. Observing the three advisors' silence, Hiruzen turned to Rinchuan Mushi with a gentle smile and said, Very well, the inquiries have concluded. I can assure you that no one from the village shall attempt to assassinate you henceforth. You may live and study here in peace. If there are no further matters to address, you may take your leave. Upon hearing this, Rinchuan Mushi nodded emphatically and, after bowing respectfully to Hiruzen and the others, departed from the Hokage's office, making his way outside. Just as he descended the stairs and prepared to exit, he encountered Uchiha Fugaku approaching him. Unbeknownst to Rinchuan Mushi, Fugaku was unaware of his appearance, but his two Uchiha attendants, who accompanied him, clearly recognized Mushi. One of them promptly whispered Mushi's identity to Fugaku. Upon hearing the whispered information, Fugaku narrowed his eyes slightly, appraising Rinchuan Mushi from head to toe before offering a disdainful smile. Without casting another glance at him, he brushed past Mushi and entered the building housing the Hokage's office. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi turned to observe the fan emblem adorning the clothing of Fugaku and his companions, and after a moment of contemplation, he deduced that the individual he encountered must indeed be Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Reflecting on Fugaku's overt disdain and condescension, Mushi shook his head with a wry smile, muttering to himself, It appears I have been underestimated. With that thought, Rinchuan Mushi made his way back to his apartment, stopping along the way to purchase some vegetables and meat, intending to treat himself to a well-deserved meal. However, as he approached his apartment, he was surprised to find Uchiha Itachi waiting there, seemingly for quite some time. Taken aback, Rinchuan Mushi exclaimed, Itachi, what brings you here? Itachi replied, Shisui has gone on a mission, so I waited here for you. Now that I see you are well and in good spirits, I feel relieved. My brother is waiting for me at home." Upon hearing these words, Lien Chuanmu, she realized that Uchiha Itachi was concerned for him, which warmed his heart. With a smile, he said, "You rascal, take these 2 apples, one for you and one for Sasuke. Just don't eat them all at once." Catching the apples tossed by Lien Chuanmu, Uchiha Itachi smiled in return before leaping from the floor, vanishing from Mushi's sight. Watching Itachi depart, Lien Chuanmu, she smiled faintly and opened the door to his apartment, beginning his daily solitary life. Time flew by, and nearly half a year had passed. With the final exams at the Ninja Academy approaching the next day, he was granted a 2-day break, allowing him to relax at home. Since that conversation with the Hokage 6 months ago, although Lien Chuanmu, she was unaware of the discussions between Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Uchiha Fugaku. The representative of the Uchiha clan, he could distinctly sense a shift. The Uchiha clan, once known for their arrogance, had become remarkably low profile. Moreover, the attempts on his life had ceased, providing Mu-shi with a sense of comfort over the past 6 months. Rising to brush his teeth and wash his face, Lien Chuanmu, she ignited the stove to prepare breakfast. He intentionally made an abundance of food, as Itachi had informed him the previous evening that he would be bringing Sasuke over for a visit and breakfast. One cannot help but remark on the peculiar technological trends in the world of Naruto. While the apartment was equipped with essential appliances, there were no automobiles in sight. Even the methods of food preparation left Mu-shi with much to criticize. The culinary techniques in this world were rather limited, which likely explained the immense popularity of Ichiraku ramen, a true culinary sensation. Thus, with the skills inherited from his past life, the meals Lien Chuanmu she prepared were not only delicious but also superior to those made by many housewives, particularly those of the Uchiha clan. It was no wonder that Uchiha Itachi frequently dropped by to share a meal. Hearing a knock at the door, Lien Chuanmu she set down his cooking spoon and opened the door to find Uchiha Itachi holding the miniature Sasuke, who stood playfully at the entrance. In contrast to his later brooding persona, Sasuke appeared innocent and cheerful, embodying the manners instilled in him from a young age, making him an incredibly endearing little fellow. Itachi, too, exuded the warmth of a loving older brother, prompting a sigh from Lien Chuanmu, who was well aware of the unfolding narrative. "Sasuke, greet him," Itachi encouraged. "Hello, brother Lien Chuan," Sasuke replied. Ruffling Sasuke's hair, Lien Chuanmu she smiled warmly. "Hello, little Sasuke. Come in quickly." As he spoke, he stepped aside, allowing Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke to enter before closing the door behind them. He then set the freshly prepared breakfast on the table. "Come, eat up quickly. Be careful. It's hot," he advised, placing bowls and chopsticks before Itachi and Sasuke, before taking his own seat to enjoy the meal. As they were halfway through their meal, Uchiha Itachi suddenly turned to Rensuke Mino and said, "Mushi, I have decided to apply for graduation directly this time for the final exam. I am preparing to head to the battlefield. I wonder what your plans are." "To the battlefield? So soon?" Mushi replied, astonished. "Indeed. In truth, my abilities have already surpassed those of first-year students, reaching the level of a chunin. There is no better time to engage in battle, especially as the conflict between our village and the Hidden Cloud village intensifies. Our combat strength has become notably inadequate, and many exceptional ninjas from esteemed clans have already begun to step onto the battlefield. Although no first-year students have done so yet, I do not mind being the first." Listening to Itachi's words, Mushi couldn't help but sigh softly. Itachi has always viewed matters from a perspective akin to that of the Hokage. Alongside Uchiha Shisui, he stands out among the Uchiha clan as someone who can transcend the boundaries of self and kin, elevating his understanding to a higher level. There is no denying that both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui exemplify the Uchiha clan's excellence, consistently producing geniuses of unparalleled talent, both in strength and other realms. Observing the earnest expression on Itachi's face, Mushi resignedly remarked, "Very well. I suppose I must graduate sooner or later. There is no harm in doing so earlier, especially since a medical ninja is essential for our team, is it not?" Upon hearing Mushi's agreement to graduate and join him on the battlefield, Itachi couldn't help but smile faintly and nodded, saying, "With you by our side, Shisui and I can confidently engage in combat against the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village." Taken aback by his words, Mushi asked, "Itachi, did you just mention Shisui? What is the story there?" Our team from Konoha consists of a captain leading 3 members, and it is generally assumed that the captain possesses superior strength. When Shisui learned of my intention to head to the battlefield, he voluntarily took a temporary leave from the Hokage's direct umbu to become our captain. It is worth noting that Shisui is now a jonin. With her eyes lighting up, Mushi suddenly felt that the prospect of going to the battlefield was not as perilous as she had imagined. If Uchiha Itachi is still in the process of growing stronger, then Uchiha Shisui undoubtedly represents a formidable pillar of support. As long as she could cling to Shisui's strength, her safety would be greatly assured. If it is Shisui leading us, our team will indeed be quite formidable. I only wonder who the other team member will be. I am not very certain about that, but it should be a senior student who recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. Nodding in acknowledgement of Itachi's words, Mushi and he concluded their conversation and resumed their breakfast. The following 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, Mushi undertook some preparations, particularly concerning her ninja tools and medical supplies. She brought with her 3 medium-sized scrolls, about the thickness of a calf, 6 small scrolls of wrist thickness, and a backpack filled with various medicines and medical instruments, ensuring she was well equipped. At the break of dawn on the day of the final examination, Lianchuan Mushi meticulously arranged his belongings within his dwelling before making his way directly to the Ninja Academy. As he approached the entrance of the academy, he immediately spotted Uchiha Itachi waiting by the gate. Upon noticing Lianchuan Mushi's arrival, Uchiha Itachi promptly handed him a graduation application form. Observing the form, Lianchuan Mushi realized that all the necessary fields had already been filled out by Itachi. With a hint of exasperation, Lianchuan Mushi rolled his eyes and remarked, "Itachi, how fearful are you of my changing my mind? You've even filled out the application form for me." Itachi replied, "This was not prepared by me, but rather by Shisui. He mentioned that you have a tendency to shy away from trouble and perilous situations, and that you might very well change your mind at the last moment. Thus, he took the liberty of completing the application on your behalf. Furthermore, Shisui has some connections that would ensure that even if you were to retract your decision, the Academy would still process your graduation application and send you straight to the battlefield." Staring in disbelief at Uchiha Itachi, Lianchuan Mushi sighed and said, "Are you both truly my friends?" Itachi responded, "Of course. It is precisely because we are your friends that we cannot bear to see your talents squandered in the mundane. While others may be unaware of your capabilities, both Shisui and I are acutely aware of the extent of your prowess over the past year, particularly in medical ninjutsu. We do not believe there is anyone in Konoha who surpasses you in that regard. All right, enough with the flattery. Since I have already promised to join you on the battlefield, I shall not waver. Now, hand me the application form, and we shall apply for graduation together." With those words, Lianchuan Mushi took the graduation application form from Uchiha Itachi, and together, they entered the Ninja Academy to seek out the appropriate authority for their graduation application. The official in charge was a Chunin who regarded Uchiha Itachi and Lianchuan Mushi with a measured gaze before speaking slowly. "We are generally aware of your capabilities, Uchiha Itachi, and we have no objections to your early graduation. However, as for you, Lianchuan Mushi, while your medical ninjutsu is indeed formidable, should you find yourself on the battlefield without the requisite strength to defend yourself, you would only be relegated to the medical unit at the rear. Therefore, if you insist on graduating alongside Uchiha Itachi and joining the team led by Uchiha Shisui, you must demonstrate a certain level of competence." Scratching his head, Lianchuan Mushi looked at the Chunin instructor and nodded slowly. "If I must showcase my abilities, could you please enlighten me on how I should do so? We shall assign a Chunin to you. If you can withstand his attacks for 5 minutes, we will acknowledge that you possess the capability to protect yourself and allow you to graduate early." 5 minutes? Very well, I agree. When shall we commence? Right now? I shall escort you to the training ground, where a Chunin instructor is available. Upon concluding his remarks, the Chunin-level instructor led Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi to the training grounds of the Ninja Academy. At that moment, a young ninja, approximately 16 or 17 years old, donned with sunglasses, was imparting advanced shuriken techniques to a group of 8 or 9-year-old students. Upon noticing the arrival of the Chunin instructor accompanied by Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi, he dismissed the students to practice independently and approached them instead. "Ebisu, I have come to assess whether this student, Rensuke Mino, possesses the qualifications to enter the battlefield." As these words were uttered, the more than a dozen students, recently dispersed by the young ninja instructor, immediately turned their gaze toward Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, who stood beside the Chunin. Recognizing Uchiha Itachi, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Is that Uchiha Itachi? He looks quite young. Mind your words. Uchiha Itachi has already awakened his Sharingan. If we provoke him, we cannot fathom the repercussions. He awakened the Sharingan? I thought he was only 7 years old. Has he truly done so? Actually, he did so at 6. But it makes little difference. He remains an insurmountable genius. And who is that standing next to Uchiha Itachi? Is he also a prodigy from a prominent clan? Not quite. His notoriety stems from his shameless attempts to cling to Uchiha Itachi, seeking to benefit from the Uchiha clan's influence. After aligning himself with Itachi, he has deluded himself into thinking he is exceptional, oblivious to the fact that many in the academy find him insufferable. Were it not for Uchiha Itachi's presence, he would have been dealt with long ago. Ah, I see. No wonder the instructor rejected his request for early graduation. Such a person on the battlefield would likely become a rogue ninja or a burden to Uchiha Itachi. I look forward to seeing him on the battlefield. Terrified and trembling, it would surely be amusing. The comments of the dozen or so academy students were utterly unrestrained, some even intentionally directed towards Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. However, due to Rinchuan Mushi's extensive life experience and Uchiha Itachi's composure, they remained indifferent to the remarks. While the two remained unfazed, the other instructors at the academy could not ignore the comments. The Chunin instructor, who had brought Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, cast a skeptical glance at them, seemingly trying to discern the truth of the situation. Meanwhile, Ebisu, perhaps due to his youth or limited experiences, initially regarded Rinchuan Mushi with slight disdain, which gradually shifted to a hint of aversion, lacking any substantial concealment. At this moment, Ebisu gazed at Rinchuan Mushi and slowly began to speak. So, you are Rinchuan Mushi, are you? In this world, both elites and mediocrities exist in abundance. Only the elite, endowed with innate talents, can ascend to greater heights, while the mediocre, regardless of how they cling to the elite, can never escape their unremarkable identities. If one possesses self-awareness, they may contribute in their own way. However, if one lacks this awareness and believes that merely associating with elites elevates their own status, they will not only fail to contribute meaningfully to the village, but will also find it arduous to survive in this world. Do you understand? Therefore, my advice is for you to diligently attend your classes at the Ninja Academy, refraining from concerning yourself with matters that do not pertain to you, and to enhance your own abilities. Otherwise, you risk becoming a burden to others. Listening to Ebisu's words, Rinchuan Mushi offered a faint smile and replied, Teacher Ebisu, I have come to undertake my graduation assessment. I wonder if it can commence now. Noting how Rinchuan Mushi had disregarded his words entirely, Ebisu's expression darkened. He pushed his sunglasses up on his face, snorted coldly, and declared, Since you wish to invite humiliation upon yourself, allow me to inform you that not everyone is destined to be an elite. As soon as Ebisu's words fell, the students behind him erupted into cheers, clamoring for Ebisu to chastise Rinchuan Mushi, while some shouted at Uchiha Itachi, urging him to recognize Rinchuan Mushi's true nature. In response to the din, both Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi remained unfazed. Rinchuan Mushi merely nodded at Uchiha Itachi before gradually moving to the side, observing Ebisu from a distance of approximately 20 meters. Ebisu's prowess, classified as a Chunin, stemmed from his exceptionally solid foundation in basic ninjutsu, making him one of the few Chunin whose skills in this regard were unparalleled. Therefore, when the other Chunin instructors signaled the commencement of the test, Ebisu instantly launched 12 shurikens, each tracing a graceful arc as they hurtled toward Rinchuan Mushi. In response to the approaching shurikens, Rinchuan Mushi swiftly retrieved 2 kunai from his waist pouch, wielding them skillfully to deflect the 12 projectiles. At that moment, Ebisu charged forward, simultaneously releasing a barrage of kunai aimed at Rinchuan Mushi's vital points. Observing the incoming kunai, Rinchuan Mushi narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a faint blue chakra ignited around his right foot. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he shattered the surface, lifting a massive stone slab taller than a person, which he positioned in front of himself, effectively impaling the incoming kunai against the stone. At this juncture, Ebisu was momentarily taken aback by Rinchuan Mushi's unexpected display of power. Just as he prepared to maneuver around the stone slab, 4 ink wolf apparitions surged forth from behind it, emitting silent roars as they lunged toward Ebisu with predatory intent. Ebisu swiftly retrieved 4 specially crafted shuriken from the pouch at his waist, each adorned with an explosive tag. With a determined gaze, he hurled the explosive shuriken toward the 4 ink-wolf apparitions. The moment they struck their targets, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the ink-wolves into a puddle of inky remnants scattered across the ground. Taking a deep breath, Ebisu gripped a shuriken in one hand and dashed behind the stone slab, poised to launch an attack on Rinchuan Mushi. However, upon reaching the rear of the slab, he found it devoid of any presence. Just then, Rinchuan Mushi descended from above, landing behind Ebisu. With hands forming seals, she unleashed a torrent of chaotic water waves directed at him. Water release, chaotic waves. The tumultuous waters surged forth, crashing into Ebisu. Yet, in an unexpected turn, his body suddenly disintegrated into a splintered piece of wood, wreathed in wisps of white smoke. A substitution technique. Realizing that Ebisu had transformed into wood, Rinchuan Mushi heightened her vigilance. At that very moment, Ebisu's hands emerged from the ground, seizing Rinchuan Mushi's ankles. With a violent upheaval, the earth trembled, pulling her down into the ground, leaving only her head above the surface. Ebisu materialized above, brandishing his shuriken as he slashed toward Rinchuan Mushi's neck. It was undeniable that Ebisu's decapitation technique took Rinchuan Mushi by surprise, with the combination of his substitution and the lethal intent of his strike. His prowess among the Chunin was formidable. As the shuriken approached, Rinchuan Mushi inhaled sharply, activating her immense strength technique. The ground beneath her erupted, fracturing violently as shards of stone shot in all directions, forcing Ebisu to retreat swiftly to avoid the onslaught. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi sprang forth from the earth, quickly swallowing 2 soldier pills before landing gracefully. With a single slap of her hand, cracks radiated from her palm, extending toward Ebisu and rendering the ground beneath him uneven, disrupting his balance. In that instant, Rinchuan Mushi formed hand seals, channeling every remaining ounce of chakra, her cheeks puffing as she inhaled deeply. She unleashed a fist-sized, highly concentrated water projectile toward Ebisu. Water release, iron water bullet. This B-rank ninjutsu demanded all of Rinchuan Mushi's strength to execute, consuming a significant portion of her chakra with each use. Nevertheless, its power was indeed formidable, capable of decisively altering the course of an ordinary battle. For the time being, aside from utilizing wood release, this was the pinnacle of her combat capability. The water bullet moved with astonishing speed, and due to the fissures in the ground beneath him, Hibiki was unable to evade in time. In an instant, the water bullet struck him, the highly concentrated water expanding violently as if it had exploded, unleashing tremendous force that sent Hibiki hurtling backward, crashing into the wall and rendering him unconscious. Gazing at the unconscious Hibiki, Rinchuan Mushi panted heavily. After spending a year in Konoha, Mushi understood that he would inevitably find himself on the battlefield. Thus, driven by a sense of urgency, he maintained a seemingly carefree demeanor. Yet his dedication to personal training remained unwavering. His primary focus was on cultivating his chakra. He tirelessly honed both his body and spirit, gradually increasing his chakra reserves. While he still fell short compared to his peer, Uchiha Itachi, he was certainly stronger than many lower-ranking ninjas. Wiping the moisture from the corner of his mouth, Mushi glanced at the silent students of the Ninja Academy before turning to the Chunin instructor standing beside Itachi, smiling as he spoke. "Teacher, I suppose I qualify now, don't I?" Upon hearing Mushi's words, the instructor felt a bit awkward but nodded, signing the application form in his hand. He addressed Mushi, saying, "Congratulations, Rinchuan Mushi. You've graduated. In a moment, you can join Uchiha Itachi to receive your respective ninja headbands, marking your official status as a genin." Offering a slight bow, Mushi replied, "Thank you, teacher. Let us go and collect our headbands. I can hardly wait." With that, Mushi and Itachi followed the instructor back to the teaching building of the academy. After they departed, the students who had stood on the playground suddenly remembered to escort their teacher, Hibiki, to the school infirmary. The students exhibited an eerie silence, bewildered by the fact that Mushi, whom many had deemed worthless, had managed to defeat a Chunin in a direct confrontation. If such prowess still qualified him as a waste, how were they to label themselves, who were older than Mushi? To Mushi, the students of the Ninja Academy were merely transient figures in the journey of life, and he paid little heed to their actions or words. After receiving his headband, Mushi chose not to wear it atop his head. He believed that as long as he was not on the battlefield, it sufficed to display the headband prominently. Thus, he decided to affix it to his belt. Mushi, I observed your battle earlier. Your control over chakra is remarkably meticulous. You waste very little chakra on each jutsu, demonstrating qualities akin to a jonin, Itachi remarked. Hearing this, Mushi let out a resigned smile and replied, Itachi, do you think I aimed for such precision? I am not the kind of individual who possesses an inexhaustible supply of chakra. In fact, one might say my chakra reserves are rather meager. Had I not consumed 2 soldier pills midway, it would have been impossible for me to have any surplus chakra left to unleash the iron water bullet technique. Chakra can indeed be incrementally enhanced, provided there is sufficient time. Once your chakra reaches an average level, your true potential will manifest. Yet I have never encountered anyone who could master multiple earth and water release techniques in a mere 6 months. Do not flatter me, for I might become insufferably proud. Of course, I still have my limitations. I managed to perfect the B-rank fireball technique in just 3 days. TSK, your earnest sarcasm is indeed difficult to withstand. However, I concede you speak the truth. I am merely a logistics personnel, and possessing overwhelming strength serves little purpose. Once on the battlefield, my role will be to stand behind, cheering for your triumphant return. Yet, that cannot be, even on the battlefield. Medical ninjas must engage in actions and combat. Upon the return of Mushi Lianchuan and Itachi Uchiha to the Lianchuan Mushi apartment, they immediately spotted Uchiha Shisui, who was waiting at the door with a backpack, alongside a somewhat somber young lady. Observing their attire, both Mushi Lianchuan and Itachi Uchiha swiftly grasped the situation. They were about to depart. With a resigned sigh, Mushi approached Shisui and inquired, Shisui, are we really setting off now? Noticing Mushi's exasperated expression, Shisui smiled gently and replied, Indeed, the time to depart is today. The front line is under considerable strain, and we must exert our utmost to support the ongoing battle. Scratching his head, Mushi understood that there was no avoiding the battlefield, and thus he ceased his complaints. Nodding, he opened the apartment door and returned inside to change into the prepared ninja attire, donning his forehead protector and shouldering his backpack and scrolls. Itachi Uchiha, who had similarly acquired his gear from Shisui, joined him in readying themselves for the impending mission. After closing the door, Mushi glanced at the rather gloomy young lady beside Shisui and then back at Shisui, subtly indicating with his eyes. Realizing he had yet to introduce the parties involved, Shisui promptly spoke, Azuki, this is Itachi Uchiha, and this is Mushi Lianchuan. Itachi's expertise is similar to mine, while Mushi excels in medical ninjutsu. Itachi Mushi. This is Mitokihara Azuki, already a Chunin, and she will be our 4th member for this mission. Upon hearing the name Yuhi Red Bean, Rensuke Mushi immediately recalled her identity. As the sole disciple of Orochimaru in Konoha, Yuhi Red Bean had a limited presence in the original narrative. Yet she left a profound impression on Rensuke Mushi from her previous life. This was largely due to her appearance coinciding with Orochimaru's first revelation of his true nature, making it a memorable moment that was difficult to forget. However, in Rensuke Mushi's recollections, Yuhi Red Bean harbored a complex mix of love and hatred toward her teacher, who had betrayed the village, with the latter emotion predominating. Her resentment even reached a point where she would consider mutual destruction with him. Conversely, it was evident that as Orochimaru's only apprentice, Yuhi Red Bean would not have a smooth path remaining in Konoha. Observing the Yuhi Red Bean before him, who appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old and differed from his memories, Rensuke Mushi extended his hand and said, You are Yuhi Red Bean, correct? It is a pleasure to meet you. From now on, we shall be comrades, and I hope we can assist one another. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yuhi Red Bean looked at Rensuke Mushi, gently shook his hand, and nodded, Understood. Let us support each other. Rensuke Mushi could not help but smirk at the sight of the despondent Yuhi Red Bean, clearly still ensnared in the aftermath of Orochimaru's betrayal, exuding an overwhelming aura of gloom. Nevertheless, Rensuke Mushi had no time to dwell on such matters. Regardless of his capacity to intervene, the cold demeanor emanating from her made it apparent that he was not inclined to pursue someone who rebuffed him. With a smile, he chose not to say more. Nodding at Uchiha Shisui and standing silently alongside Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui's expression grew serious as he stated, All right, we are set to depart. Our destination is the front lines of the battlefield located within the Land of Frost. However, we may encounter some Kumogakure ninjas infiltrating behind enemy lines. So we must remain vigilant and cautious, leaving no room for carelessness. Now, let us proceed. With that declaration, under Uchiha Shisui's leadership, the quartet vanished from their position, departing the village with remarkable speed, heading northeast toward Konoha. The land of fire, where Konoha resided, was separated from the land of thunder, home to Kumogakure, by the smaller nations of the land of hot water and the land of frost. In the early stages of the war, these smaller nations had already evacuated the populace along the designated battle lines, leaving vast territories vacant for Konoha and Kumogakure to clash upon, thus highlighting the tragic plight of smaller nations in the face of larger powers. This war between Kumogakure and Konoha was ignited by Kumogakure itself, seizing the opportunity presented by the Nine-Tails incident 2 years prior and the death of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to launch a sudden assault on Konoha, thereby triggering this great conflict. It must be said that the current era of Konoha is indeed one of its weakest, aptly described as a time of transition. The elder generation, led by the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, has aged, while the younger generation, represented by Minato Namikaze, has perished. Among the legendary Sannin, one has defected while another has fled, leaving only Jiraiya to bear the burden. As for the even younger ninjas, exemplified by Kakashi Hatake and Shisui Uchiha, they have yet to attain the strength necessary to stand as Hokage. Thus, it is undeniable that the timing of the recent assault by the Cloud Village was impeccably calculated. However, as the saying goes, life seldom goes as one wishes. In this instance, Cloud Village, confident in its victory, was left astounded by the outcome. They found themselves unable to match Konoha's strength. Perhaps, as the adage suggests, an army driven by sorrow may triumph. Fueled by the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the ninjas of Konoha exhibited remarkable combat prowess, and by the second year of the war, signs of defeat began to emerge for Cloud Village. A group of 4 traversed the forest, having departed on the 3rd day. They crossed into the land of water, and, now on the 2nd day of their journey within its borders, were approaching the boundary between the land of water and the land of frost. Their vigilance heightened as they drew near to a battleground where conflict had erupted, wary of the potential presence of Cloud Village ninjas gathering intelligence. Emerging from the woods, the moonlight cascaded down, and the 4 settled behind a small mound to set up camp, resting briefly before continuing their journey. At that moment, Rensuke Mino plopped down onto the ground, disregarding appearances as she gasped for breath. After a day of relentless travel, she felt as though her legs might give way. In terms of endurance, Mushi was undoubtedly the weakest among the 4, even less capable than Akira Mitashi. Uchiha Shisui observed Mushi's state and shook his head in resignation, saying, "Mushi, you truly need to train more diligently. While long-distance travel is arduous, your current condition as a ninja is undeniably insufficient." Hearing Shisui's words, Mushi merely nodded, fully aware that her fatigue stemmed largely from the excessive weight of her backpack, which was nearly 2 to 3 times heavier than those of her companions. Nevertheless, she recognized her need for improvement. As Shisui contemplated summoning crows to guard their vicinity, Mushi interrupted him. "Shisui, it's my turn this time. I do not wish to be a hindrance to the team." With that, she retrieved a scroll secured to her leg, unfurling it upon the ground. From either end of the scroll, she extracted a brush and an inkwell, swiftly preparing to inscribe upon the parchment. In less than half a minute, 20 mice and 20 sparrows appeared on the scroll, and as the drawing was completed, Lien Chuan Mu, she swiftly formed a hand seal and softly murmured, "Ninjutsu. Super Beast Imitation." Whoosh! The 20 mice and 20 sparrows swiftly darted out from the scroll's imagery, chirping as they spread out in all directions, each finding a concealed spot to monitor any suspicious activity nearby. After completing this task, Lien Chuan Mu, she tidied everything up and let out a weary sigh. Addressing Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, along with the distant figure of Utai Washiazuki, she remarked, "All right, these ink creations can sustain for 3 hours, which is ample time for us to rest. During these 3 hours, we can prevent anyone from approaching us unnoticed." Observing Lien Chuan Mu, Uchiha Shisui smiled faintly, ruffling her hair as he chuckled, "Mu, you've truly begun to prove your reliability." Swatting away Uchiha Shisui's hand, Lien Chuan Mu, she retorted with a hint of annoyance, "I still recall someone just mentioned that my training is insufficient. Oh dear, you really do hold grudges." "Nonetheless, I meant no contradiction, did I?" Uchiha Shisui replied. Well then, let us cease this trivial chatter. I intend to rest properly. If nothing urgent arises, please wake me when it's time to depart. As she spoke, Lien Chuanmu, she retrieved 2 thick blankets from her backpack, laying one on the relatively flat ground and draping the other over herself, achieving a remarkable level of comfort. At this moment, the other 3, merely lying in a random wind-sheltered spot, gazed at Lien Chuanmu, she in astonishment, having never witnessed such a hedonistic ninja before. Mushi, is your backpack so heavy simply because it holds all these unnecessary items? One of them inquired. Upon hearing this, Lien Chuanmu, she, eyes closed, responded directly. Unnecessary items? What do you mean? The blanket is hardly useless. If one does not rest well, how can they maintain combat effectiveness? Furthermore, catching a chill while sleeping is a grave mistake on the battlefield. All right, enough of this. Just rest, Uchiha Shisui said. Rolling his eyes in resignation and choosing to ignore Lien Chuanmu, she, lying down to close his eyes. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Lien Chuanmu, she, blinked, and then lay down beside her, nudging her over to occupy half of her space. Thus, Uchiha Itachi and Lien Chuanmu, she found themselves sharing the blanket. Hey Itachi, why are you crowding my spot? Who would choose to lie in such a place when there's comfort to be had? Before Lien Chuanmu, she could finish her sentence, a watercolor mouse suddenly emerged from the ground, chattering animatedly at her. Upon hearing the call of the inkwash mouse, Lien Chuanmushi's expression shifted dramatically. Instantly, he sprang from the ground and whispered, "My ninjutsu has detected 3 enemies, suspected to be from the Cloud Village, positioned in the northwest, northeast, and due north directions. Approximately 100 meters away. Their strength is uncertain, but they are stealthily approaching us. I shall handle the foes to the north and northeast. You 3 take on the enemy to the northwest. Exercise caution, for their strength is formidable." As he spoke, Uchiha Shisui transformed into wisps of white smoke, vanishing from sight. His title, Shunshin Shisui, was not without merit. The remaining trio, upon hearing his words, immediately charged towards the northwest. As the leader of their quartet, Uchiha Shisui possessed absolute authority to command them, and thus, without hesitation, the 3 dashed forth. Among them, Yoshitai Azuki took the lead. For in terms of both age and ninja rank, she surpassed Lien Chuanmu and Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, activate your Sharingan and locate the enemy. Understood. With a swift blink, Uchiha Itachi's eyes transformed into Sharingan, revealing the hidden Cloud Village ninja concealed behind a large tree. After exchanging a couple of simple hand signals, Yoshitai Azuki and Lien Chuanmu nodded and began to maneuver around the tree. However, the Cloud Ninja, having sensed their awareness, swiftly initiated an offensive. Lightning release, electromagnetic field. The Cloud Ninja leapt from behind the tree, pressing his hands against the ground, unleashing 3 arcs of electricity that surged toward Lien Chuanmu and his companions. In that critical moment, Yoshitai Azuki was the first to strike. She leapt into the air, extending her hand toward the Cloud Ninja, and exclaimed softly, "Shadow Serpent Hand." 7 or 8 serpents slithered forth from her outstretched arm, lunging at the Cloud Ninja with their gaping jaws. Yet, the Cloud Ninja showed no fear. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a fierce current of electricity toward the serpents. Lightning release, false darkness. With a thunderous crash, the searing current obliterated the serpents and surged relentlessly toward Yoshitai Azuki. Should it strike, she would surely be doomed. At that critical juncture, Lien Chuanmu hastily formed hand seals, slapping his palm against the ground. Instantly, fissures radiated from the point of contact, causing the earth and boulders to churn and roll, creating a barrier against the 3 arcs of lightning. Earth release, cracking earth palm. At that moment, as Lien Chuanmu's technique thwarted the 3 arcs of lightning, Uchiha Itachi swiftly formed his own seals and unleashed a massive fireball, hurtling toward the Cloud Ninja. At this moment, the Cloud Ninja was compelled to cease the deployment of his lightning release technique, swiftly evading the great fireball technique unleashed by Uchiha Itachi. He instead hurled several shurikens imbued with the nature transformation of lightning release toward both Lien Chuanmu and Uchiha Itachi. However, just as those lightning-infused shurikens were about to strike their targets, a massive boulder soared through the air, colliding with the projectiles and rendering them ineffective, unable to fulfill their intended purpose. Clang! Uchiha Itachi drew the short sword from behind his back and nimbly advanced toward the Cloud Ninja, swinging his blade with precision. Upon witnessing the approaching Itachi, particularly his Sharingan eyes. The Cloud Ninja's expression turned grave. He swiftly drew a short dagger, infused with lightning release chakra, and aimed it at Itachi. Clash. The weapons of both parties clashed, failing to result in the shattering of Itachi's weapon as the Cloud Ninja had anticipated. Instead, both blades remained intact. Initially taken aback, the Cloud Ninja soon noticed the flickering flames on Itachi's short sword. Realizing that his adversary had similarly infused chakra into his weapon, albeit with the attribute of fire release, contrasting with his own lightning release chakra. The two remained locked in a stalemate, yet in comparison to the mature physique of the Cloud Ninja, Uchiha Itachi, at merely 7 years of age, lacked the physical strength to match his opponent, gradually being suppressed. At this juncture, the Cloud Ninja regarded Itachi and chuckled derisively, the Uchiha clan's little brat. To awaken the Sharingan at such a young age is indeed remarkable. However, you have stepped onto the battlefield too soon. Countless geniuses have perished here, and you shall be the next to meet your end. While our Uchiha clan has faced numerous foes, we have never encountered anyone brave enough to meet our gaze. Upon hearing these words, the Cloud Ninja's expression shifted, prompting him to attempt to retreat. However, in that instant, Uchiha Itachi transformed into a multitude of crows that dispersed into the air, swirling around the Cloud Ninja incessantly. The Cloud Ninja, observing the crows above and the inexplicably vanished Rinchuan Mushi and Mitashi Akane, felt his countenance darken. As a seasoned chunin of the village hidden in the clouds, he was well aware that he had fallen victim to Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu. Damn it, this Uchiha brat is a Jinjutsu specialist. How could a child capable of wielding such powerful fire release techniques also possess formidable illusionary skills? With a silent curse, the Cloud Ninja, Yunin, immediately attempted to disrupt the flow of chakra within his mind, hoping to connect with an illusion technique. Yet, before he could truly act, the crows swirling around him transformed into a flurry of black shurikens that pierced through his body in an instant. As the last crow brushed past his neck, a deluge of blood gushed forth, and Yunin felt a sharp pain in his throat before succumbing to darkness and losing consciousness. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, Uchiha Itachi effortlessly slashed the neck of the dazed Yunin, watching as his life force gradually faded. Exhaling a breath of relief, he turned to the approaching Rinchuan Mushi and remarked, "Well, this one has been dealt with." At that moment, Mitarashi Anko approached, gazing down at the fallen Yunin. She raised her head and addressed Uchiha Itachi, saying, "Your strength is truly formidable." This individual was a chunin from the hidden cloud village, not lacking in power. Yet he posed no resistance against you and was swiftly dispatched. Without your assistance, and given that this Yunin fell victim to my illusion, I would not have been able to eliminate him so quickly. You are far too humble, Itachi replied. In my eyes, you are one of the few genuine geniuses of Konoha, possessing true strength. Even I would have to resort to forbidden techniques to defeat this Yunin. Enough of this mutual flattery, Anko interjected. Let us go see how our captain is faring. He may require our aid. With those words, the trio set off to find Uchiha Shisui, hoping to offer their assistance. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside Yunin's lifeless body. Crouching down to inspect the corpse before standing and looking toward Rinchuan Mushi and the others, it was none other than Uchiha Shisui himself. Upon seeing Shisui return, Rinchuan Mushi and the others let out a slight sigh of relief. Shisui, observing them with a smile, said, "You all performed admirably. This Yunin possessed considerable strength, particularly you. Itachi, your illusion techniques have reached an impressive level. It was only through your guidance in illusion techniques that I could learn so swiftly," Itachi replied. Uchiha Shisui's renown in the current shinobi world is attributed not merely to his Sharingan, but primarily to two exceptional abilities, his unparalleled body flicker technique and his irresistible illusion techniques, both of which stand at the pinnacle of shinobi prowess. After defeating the two adversaries, I utilized illusion techniques to interrogate them and glean some intelligence. It appears that the hidden cloud village is preparing to deploy the 8 Tails and 2 Tails Jinchuriki to the battlefield. Should the Jinchuriki truly arrive, Konoha will face considerable challenges. After all, our own Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails is merely 2 years old and cannot engage in warfare, leaving us to rely on our strategies against the Jinchuriki of the hidden cloud village. However, such strategic assets as the Jinchuriki are not carelessly thrown into battle. Their usage will be strictly limited. Should Konoha find an opportunity to seal them, the Hidden Cloud Village would find themselves in dire straits. As such, let us hasten our pace to the front lines and convey this crucial information to Lord Jiraiya. Otherwise, should they remain unaware, the casualties will be immense. In the Land of Frost, at the front encampment of Konoha, Jiraiya studied the map within his tent, seeking a breakthrough point. In truth, as the battle lines advanced, the reinforcement of troops and supplies for Konoha became increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, the village hidden in the clouds, initially at a disadvantage, capitalized on its geographical advantages, rapidly bolstering its forces and supplies, thereby reversing its declining fortunes to some extent. Lord Jiraiya, the support teams from Konoha are arriving in succession, reported Chunin. Among them was a squad led by Uchiha Shisui, consisting of Uchiha Itachi, Mitarashi Anko, and Rinchuan Mushi. Upon hearing this news, Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. Rinchuan Mushi, has he truly become a full-fledged ninja? To achieve such prowess after merely a year at the Ninja Academy is remarkable. Very well. Go and bring them to me. I have matters to discuss with them. From the perspective of the frontline commander, Jiraiya welcomed Uchiha Shisui's arrival. Although Shisui had not yet reached the level of an independent leader, his body flicker technique and jinjutsu were already nearing that caliber, with the latter proving exceptionally impactful on the battlefield. Upon receiving Jiraiya's command, the Chunin promptly fetched the 4 members of Uchiha Shisui's team. As Jiraiya regarded the weary quartet, he nodded and smiled at each of them before speaking. You are now the 17th squad to arrive in support of the battlefield. Henceforth, you shall be known as the 17th squad. Given your capabilities, you will be assigned relatively challenging tasks. Are you prepared to bear this responsibility? Lord Jiraiya, we shall follow your orders, all for the will of fire. Excellent, all for the will of fire. You may rest for a day, and come nightfall, I shall assign you your first mission. Upon hearing this, the members of the 17th squad began to make their exit. However, at that moment, Jiraiya spoke again. Rinchuan Mushi, stay behind, I wish to speak with you. Rinchuan Mushi nodded, having anticipated that Jiraiya would have something to discuss with him, and thus was not surprised by the request to remain. He acknowledged Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi with a nod before staying behind, leaving only Jiraiya and Rinchuan Mushi in the tent. At that moment, Jiraiya laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around Rinchuan Mushi's shoulders while playfully ruffling his hair. My boy, you've done well. I heard you took down 2 ninjas from the Uchiha clan, one of whom had activated the Sharingan. I never imagined you possessed such strength. Observing Jiraiya as he incessantly rubbed his head, Mikishi Rinchuan rolled her eyes and remarked, it was merely a sneak attack. And I must credit the scroll of ninjutsu you provided me. It truly suits me. Without that scroll, I might not be standing here now. Of course. I am Jiraiya, the sage of the toads. Naturally, the ninjutsu I found for you is perfectly tailored to your abilities, he chuckled heartily. As Mikishi watched Jiraiya's exuberant laughter, she rolled her eyes once more, suddenly regretting her earlier compliments and gratitude towards him. Jiraiya's laughter gradually subsided, and he regarded Mikishi with a serious expression, slowly stating, you should be aware that Tsunade lost both her beloved and her younger brother on the battlefield. You bear some resemblance to her brother, Nawaki, which is why she took you in. However, for Tsunade now, you are not a mere replacement for her brother. You are truly her brother. It is precisely for this reason that you must avoid any danger on the battlefield, for Tsunade could not withstand such a blow again. In fact, when Tsunade arranged for you to come to Konoha, she informed me in advance. Her intention was for you to receive the most solid ninja training and to develop the ability to protect yourself. On the battlefield, Tsunade has entrusted me with the responsibility of ensuring you do not engage in combat. However, as a ninja of Konoha, I cannot act against that. Nevertheless, from the perspective of a friend of Tsunade, I will permit you to escape the battlefield in critical situations. I will provide you with an alibi. So if you find yourself in life-threatening circumstances, do not hesitate to flee. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Mikishi smiled slightly and replied, Uncle Jiraiya, you need not worry. I am not without my own trump cards. You wouldn't think that the ninjutsu you gave me would allow me to take down 2 Uchiha ninjas, would you? Especially considering one of them has awakened the Sharingan. Rest assured, I will survive until the end on the battlefield. Jiraiya's eyes locked onto Mikishi's, and upon confirming she was not lying, he nodded slowly and solemnly said, regardless of what your trump cards may be, I hope you take good care of yourself. It appears you have a good rapport with Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Try not to stray too far from them during missions and on the battlefield. They will likely look out for you. Do not worry, I am aware of that. Moreover, my medical ninjutsu is taught to me by Lady Tsunade. While I do not believe my skills surpass hers or Lady Shizune's, they should certainly be superior to those of your medical team, she replied confidently. I can believe that. So if anything arises, I will expect you to assist. Do not harbor any illusions that I will let you off easily, Jiraiya warned. Well, since our conversation has concluded, I shall take my leave to rest. After all, I must prepare for the challenging mission ahead, and I intend to make the most of every moment to recuperate. Off you go, you rascal. As he watched the departing Rinchuan Mushi wave goodbye, Jiraiya shook his head and chuckled, lowering his gaze once more to scrutinize the map spread across the table. Meanwhile, Rinchuan Mushi stood outside the tent, taking a deep breath, absorbing the pervasive atmosphere of war enveloping the Konoha camp. She murmured to herself, "This is the world I find myself in, chaotic, rife with slaughter, utterly devoid of order. However, since I have arrived in this realm, I must immerse myself fully, becoming one with it. Now that I am a ninja of Konoha, I can only express my regrets to the shinobi of the Cloud Village." Upon returning to the tent designated for her team's rest, she found a young man with half-long hair tied back, bearing 2 scars on his right cheek, engaged in conversation with Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Itachi and Mitarashi Anko were sprawled within the tent, feigning sleep. When Rinchuan Mushi entered, they merely cast her a glance before yawning and closing their eyes once more. Gazing at the man conversing with Uchiha Shisui, Rinchuan Mushi gently nodded in acknowledgement before settling beside Uchiha Itachi, whispering, "Who is this?" Narashikaku, the head of the Nara clan, renowned as Konoha's foremost strategist. He has come to brief Shisui on tomorrow's mission. What is our task? Are we aware yet? Indeed. We have 2 assignments. The first is to maneuver around to the opposite side of the front lines, infiltrate the Land of Lightning, sever the supply lines of the Cloud Village, and remain ready to engage with the Two-Tails Jinchuriki at a moment's notice. Upon hearing this, Rinchuan Mushi exhaled deeply, slowly responding. Targeting the Two-Tails Jinchuriki is no trivial endeavor, indeed. However, it seems that the front lines were already privy to the Cloud Village's intent to deploy their Jinchuriki. In truth, the task of infiltrating the Land of Lightning to disrupt their supplies is perilous as well, yet when compared to the confrontation with the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, it pales in significance. The most terrifying aspect of a Jinchuriki is their ability to transform into a complete tailed beast in critical moments. Furthermore, unlike the other 7 Jinchuriki, the Cloud Village possesses unique techniques that allow their Jinchuriki to coexist harmoniously with their tailed beasts, akin to allies aiding one another. A truly formidable existence. The fact that the Cloud Village is willing to unleash their Jinchuriki indicates that the current Two-Tails Jinchuriki and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki can wield the powers of their respective tailed beasts with precision, possessing at least the strength of 2 Kage-level shinobi. Indeed, the front lines have received word as well. The current Two-Tails Jinchuriki is named Nibi-Yum, a female Jinchuriki reputed to have complete control over the tailed beast's powers, essentially at a Kage-level caliber. The reason our team was selected to confront the Two-Tails Jinchuriki is precisely because we have 2 ninjas within our ranks who have awakened their Sharingan and are skilled in Jinjutsu, capable of disrupting the will of the tailed beast to a certain extent. Listening to Uchiha Itachi's words, Rinchuan Mushi hesitated for a moment before softly suggesting, "Itachi, should circumstances become dire, I could lend my assistance, as that jutsu possesses a certain degree of control over tailed beasts." Uchiha Itachi was, of course, aware that Rinchuan Mushi referred to his wood-release techniques. However, Itachi also understood that employing such techniques would entail significant risks for Mushi. He vividly recalled that when Mushi had merely utilized 3 wood-release techniques in the past, he had nearly lost his life due to cellular backlash. If a battle against a tailed beast were to ensue, Itachi could almost foresee that Mushi would likely not survive the encounter. Contemplating this, Itachi furrowed his brow and stated, "No, Mushi, do not resort to that jutsu. Rest assured, the eyes of the Uchiha can withstand even the might of a tailed beast. Moreover, the power of a tailed beast is solely controlled by the Jinchuriki. As long as we find a way to sever the connection between the Jinchuriki and the beast, we can significantly mitigate the threat posed by the Jinchuriki. Besides, we are not the only team tasked with confronting the Jinchuriki, so there is no need for excessive concern." Nodding slowly, Rinchuan Mushi gazed at Uchiha Itachi and remarked, "Let us hope so. May fortune favor us." The discussion between Uchiha Shisui and Nara Shikaku soon concluded, prompting Shikaku to exit the tent. Upon witnessing Shikaku's departure, Uchiha Shisui approached the trio and quietly began, "You must have overheard my conversation with Elder Nara. Our primary mission is to sever a supply line from the hidden cloud village. This supply line traverses a large river, making the bridge an ideal ambush site. And after the ambush, we must utterly destroy the bridge. Sealing techniques cannot transport a significant quantity of supplies. So demolishing the bridge will allow us to accomplish our task once and for all. As for the Jinchuriki of the two tails, it may not necessarily fall to us to handle that. We merely need to follow the orders given at the time. It is said that members of the Umbu will come to assist, so we can feel somewhat reassured." Upon hearing this, both Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi exhaled in relief. Although Itachi had awakened his Sharingan and was a genius in his own right, he still felt the weight of pressure in confronting the Two Tails Jinchuriki, given his current capabilities. With Shisui's words concluded, he refrained from further discussion and began to rest. Lianchuan Mushi lay in a half-asleep state for nearly 2 hours. Upon awakening, he noticed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui engaged in conversation, discussing matters unknown to him, while Utsubaki lay nearby, adorned with an eye mask and earplugs, emitting soft snores. Rubbing his tousled hair, Lianchuan Mushi approached Itachi and Shisui, eavesdropping on their dialogue, only to discover that they were deliberating on the study of Jinjutsu. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are both ninjas adept in illusion techniques, possessing an extraordinary talent for Jinjutsu. Even the most innocuous illusions, when wielded by them, manifest in unimaginable potency. After a period of deliberation, they turned their attention to Rensuke Mushi. "Mushi, do you have an interest in Jinjutsu?" Shisui inquired. "While the energy requirement for such techniques is relatively modest, I find it quite suitable for myself and wish to delve deeper into the art." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui smiled gently and remarked, "In our Leaf Village, the team leader assumes the dual role of a guide and mentor. Though Akane joined us later, and I am not in a position to instruct her, I can certainly take on the role of a teacher for you and Itachi. I was uncertain of my ability to teach before, but now that you have expressed a desire to learn Jinjutsu, I believe I am a fitting candidate." Rensuke Mushi, observing the ground around him undulating like a restless ocean, gradually closed his eyes. He focused on regulating the chaotic flow of chakra in his mind, quickly dispelling the illusion that had ensnared him. Exhaling slowly, Mushi turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi, rubbing his temples to alleviate the mental fatigue. "Itachi, how long did it take me to extricate myself from the illusion?" "Approximately half a minute," Itachi replied. "That is an improvement over your previous attempt." "Half a minute? It seems I require further training. I must reduce that time to under 10 seconds, Mushi stated. "But tell me, is this method of training truly effective?" "One must first familiarize themselves with the sensation of being ensnared in an illusion to better master the art. Both Shisui and I have trained in this manner." "Very well. Let us continue." "I am prepared," Mushi declared. At his words, Uchiha Itachi nodded, forming a hand sign with one hand and subtly waving his fingers before Mushi's eyes, while commanding, "Jinjutsu, bubble." In an instant, Mushi found himself ensnared in the illusion, his eyes glazing over. After approximately half a minute, he emerged from the Jinjutsu, exhaling deeply, his expression weary. "Itachi, that will suffice for now. Otherwise, your mind may not withstand it," Shisui cautioned. "Next, I shall impart some theoretical knowledge regarding Jinjutsu, which I believe you will grasp without difficulty." After sipping some water, Mushi nodded in agreement. "All right, I am ready. Let us begin." Throughout a day, Mushi engaged in foundational learning of Jinjutsu with Uchiha Itachi, even beginning to explore the intricacies of Itachi's signature technique, the bubble. As the sun dipped low in the west, the somewhat weary Lianchuan Mushi lightened his burden, carrying only the essentials. He then rose to face the other three, who were ready, and spoke. "I am prepared. We may now proceed with the mission." Uchiha Shisui regarded him and nodded, replying, "Very well. Since we are all set, let us commence our operation. Team 17, let's depart." With that, the four vanished from the tent, swiftly making their way towards the land of lightning in the northwest. The route they chose was somewhat obscure, designed to attract minimal attention, ensuring that the ninjas of Kumobikure would not detect their presence. This was crucial to prevent the village from anticipating their movements and preparing accordingly. Should that occur, not only would the success of their mission be jeopardized, but the four of them would also find themselves in a perilous situation. After nearly 3 days of travel, the four found refuge behind a massive rock on a high slope. From their vantage point, they peered down at a grand bridge spanning the turbulent river below, before retreating behind the stone once more. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui bit his finger, summoning a raven that soared into the air, vanishing from their sight. My raven will scout the area ahead. Once it spots the supply convoy from Kumogakure, it will alert me immediately. We will execute our plan then. Itachi, Akatsuki, and I will confront the convoy directly, while Mushi provides support from the rear. Your super beast imitation painting can offer excellent assistance, and as a medical ninja, it is imperative for you to ensure your safety, so we can maintain our combat effectiveness. Taking a deep breath, Lianchuan Mushi nodded and replied, I understand. After confirming their respective roles, the four settled into silence, taking a brief respite to restore their energy for the imminent battle. At this juncture, Lianchuan Mushi retrieved a large scroll, as long as his arm and as thick as his thigh, slowly unfurling it before him while he closed his eyes to meditate. After nearly half a day had passed, at midday, Uchiha Shisui suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, My raven has spotted the enemy. They will cross the bridge below in approximately 10 minutes. We shall strike as they reach the center of the bridge, effectively neutralizing their supplies and the bridge itself. Understood. Got it. All right. The three teammates acknowledged, and Uchiha Shisui nodded in affirmation, peering through the rock at the opposite side of the bridge. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shisui observed a convoy gradually ascending the bridge, consisting of 6 two-wheeled carts, manned by 6 robust, dark-skinned ninjas. Surrounding these carts were 12 additional ninjas, mostly Jinin and Chunin, inconsequential to Uchiha Shisui. However, 3 of them possessed strength that hinted at Jonin or even special Jonin levels, drawing Shisui's attention. Prepare. On my count, 3, 2, 1, attack. As the words fell, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Mitarashi Anko charged forward in unison. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi simultaneously unleashed the fire release, great fireball technique, the immense fireballs plummeting downward. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko executed her own fire-based ninjutsu, releasing a torrent of flames that surged below. At that moment, a middle-aged ninja from the Land of Lightning, distinguished by his standard dark skin, abruptly drew a massive red and white fan from his back. With a powerful sweep, he fanned the oncoming flames, releasing a substantial amount of water chakra from the fan, summoning forth 4 pillars of water that rose skyward to counter the fire techniques unleashed by Uchiha Shisui and his companions. In an instant, a thick cloud of white steam enveloped the area, and from within this vapor, several shuriken shot forth, aimed directly at the ninjas of the hidden cloud village. However, before the shuriken could close the distance, the middle-aged ninja once again wielded his fan, unleashing a tremendous gust of wind chakra that swept away the shuriken and dispersed the white steam. As the mist cleared, Uchiha Shisui and his companions stood revealed before the ninjas of the hidden cloud village, observing the red and white fan in the middle-aged ninja's grasp. Uchiha Shisui's expression turned grave as he slowly remarked, That is the fan left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths. Did you just mention the Sage of 6 Paths? Indeed. If I am not mistaken, the fan in that man's possession is a legendary artifact once bequeathed by the Sage of 6 Paths, enabling its wielder to utilize powerful ninjutsu across 5 elemental chakra types. He has already demonstrated the prowess of both water and wind. Such an adversary will not be easily vanquished. Even if he is formidable, we must still confront him. A surprise attack is no longer feasible, hence, we must resort to a direct assault. Both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi paused, taken aback by Mitarashi Anko's assertiveness. In recent times, Anko had maintained a notably quiet demeanor, rarely initiating conversation, so her current boldness surprised them. However, Uchiha Shisui soon smiled and responded, Anko is correct. Moreover, should we manage to seize the fan, our chances against the Two-Tails Jinchuriki will significantly improve. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Mitarashi Anko took a deep breath, formed a series of hand seals, and then bit her finger, pressing it against the ground as she softly declared, summoning jutsu. With a resounding bang, 2 colossal serpents materialized upon the bridge, their tongues flicking as they regarded the ninjas of the hidden cloud village. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shisui vanished from his original position, reappearing behind the ninja wielding the fan, and swung his tanto with the intent to strike. Clang! The short blade struck the banana fan, producing an unexpectedly crisp sound. While it appeared similar to an ordinary banana fan, its hardness rivaled that of steel, if not exceeding it. A middle-aged ninja from the hidden cloud village swung the fan with a sudden ferocity, unleashing a tempest of lightning towards Uchiha Shisui. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful gale upon the middle-aged ninja. Wind release, great breakthrough. The roaring wind swiftly suppressed the thunder, crashing against the middle-aged ninja, who, despite holding the fan before him, was still driven backward by the force of the gale. Uchiha Itachi quickly pursued, darting past other ninjas from the hidden cloud village with remarkable speed, closing in on the middle-aged ninja. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to those ninjas, Rensuke Mino, acting on Uchiha Shisui's instructions, sprinted backward beneath the bridge, following closely behind Uchiha Itachi in pursuit of the jonin wielding the banana fan. The remaining ninjas, consisting of lower-ranked chunin and genin, were thrown into disarray by the raging wind. However, among them were exceptions. Two figures braved the tempest, charging towards Uchiha Shisui. One was a young man who formed hand seals and released a brilliant blue laser that shot forth through the gale, only to be intercepted mid-flight by a colossal serpent controlled by Maite's Akido. The laser pierced the serpent, instantly obliterating it in a cloud of white smoke. Simultaneously, the other figure, a female ninja with golden hair and alabaster skin, let out a fierce shout as she thrust her hands forward, unleashing a torrent of red chakra orbs directed at Uchiha Shisui. As the crimson orbs hurtled towards him, Uchiha Shisui vanished from sight, moving with astonishing speed amidst the two jonin, launching simultaneous attacks that left them struggling to keep pace, unable to catch even a fleeting glimpse of him. True to his name, he moved like a fleeting shadow. "Damn it, Yuki, evade! Storm release, laser trick!" exclaimed the young ninja as he formed a circular seal with his hands, unleashing a barrage of blue laser beams towards Uchiha Shisui. However, to his astonishment, his attack failed to harm Shisui, and in the process of executing such a formidable technique, he exposed a vulnerability that Shisui seized upon, slashing his blade towards the ninja's throat. Ninjutsu, mouse fireball. With a low shout from the female jonin, a fireball the size of a human head erupted before Uchiha Shisui, exploding into a multitude of red chakra orbs that, as if alive, surged from all directions towards him, detonating in a cacophony around him. The sheer density of the explosions compelled Uchiha Shisui to abandon his assault on the male jonin, retreating to avoid the onslaught. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi relentlessly wielded his short blade, launching an assault against the middle-aged ninja who could only defend with a banana fan, lacking the space to counterattack. Observing Itachi's eyes had transformed into the Sharingan, the middle-aged ninja gritted his teeth. With one hand, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, momentarily pushing Itachi back, while the other hand repositioned the fan behind him. He then formed hand seals and unleashed two blinding bolts of lightning towards Itachi, exclaiming, "Lightning release, false darkness." As the bolts approached, Itachi swiftly formed hand seals, releasing two massive fireballs that collided with the lightning, resulting in a thunderous explosion. After the smoke cleared, the middle-aged ninja gazed at Itachi and remarked, "A child of the Uchiha clan has activated the Sharingan at such a young age. You are indeed a prodigy." In response, Itachi remained silent, subtly gesturing with his fingers to cast an illusion technique. However, unexpectedly, the opponent averted his gaze, skillfully evading the illusion's influence. "You are too naive, Uchiha brat. I am among the top ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village and have participated in the Second Great Ninja War. I have encountered such trivial tactics before. You will not ensnare me with your shallow genjutsu. Is that so? While this may allow you to evade my illusion, it narrows your field of vision. Are you certain you can avoid my ninjutsu now?" Just as Itachi's words fell, a colossal ink lion silently descended from the air, aiming to bite the middle-aged ninja's head. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him erupted, as two ink pythons emerged, swiftly entangling his legs, rendering him immobile. With a piercing sound, the ink lion's claws pierced the middle-aged ninja's body, blood trickling down. His complexion turned pale as he quickly grasped the handle of his fan, summoning a fierce whirlwind that dispersed both the ink lion and the pythons into scattered ink droplets. Gasping for breath, the middle-aged ninja surveyed his surroundings and muttered, "Who dares to hide and ambush me?" It seems the ninjas of Konoha possess only this level of skill. Rensuke Mino was no child to be provoked. Instead of revealing himself immediately, he remained concealed among the treetops, observing the middle-aged ninja through the gaps in the branches and leaves. With swift strokes, he began to sketch a series of identical bats on the scroll before him. Through the practiced art of painting, each bat requires only a minimal portion to be depicted, rendering the scene as if a multitude of three-dimensional bats were arranged in formation. In truth, aside from the first bat, which must be fully illustrated, the remaining bats can be represented as though they are merely obscured in a normal queue, necessitating only a fragment of their form. In the blink of an eye, Rensuke Mino conjured 50 bats. It was not that he was incapable of summoning more, but rather that the chakra required to summon 50 bats had already reached his limit. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation technique, he murmured fervently in his mind. Instantly, the bats from the scroll surged forth, unfurling their wings and encircling the middle-aged ninja. Simultaneously, as he summoned these bats, Rensuke Mino was aware that his hiding place had been unveiled. Thus, without hesitation, he leapt from the treetop, clutching the scroll and brush, landing not far from Uchiha Itachi. Just as he emerged from the canopy, a fierce flame engulfed the treetop, reducing the branches and leaves to mere ash. Glancing at the charred, desolate tree, Rensuke Mino turned his gaze to the middle-aged ninja who had just wielded a fan. He raised his right index and middle fingers before his chest, commanding the bats suspended in midair to split into 3 groups and soar towards the ninja. Upon witnessing the bats approaching, the middle-aged ninja swung his fan once more, unleashing a gust of wind that surged toward the first group of bats. However, as the wind swept through, Rensuke Mino deftly maneuvered the bats to scatter. Although 4 or 5 were annihilated, it did not significantly alter the situation. The remaining bats regrouped, darkening the sky as they lunged toward the middle-aged ninja. Yet, Rensuke Mino did not immediately direct them to close in on him. Instead, he orchestrated their flight around the ninja, periodically sending small clusters to launch attacks, compelling the ninja to exhaust himself in fending them off. During this exchange, the middle-aged ninja attempted to disregard the bats, intent on approaching Uchiha Itachi and Rensuke Mino. However, under Rensuke Mino's guidance, upon observing the ninja's movements, both he and Uchiha Itachi swiftly distanced themselves. Seizing the opportunity, the bats took advantage of the moment, inflicting numerous minor yet deep gashes upon the middle-aged ninja, causing him to bleed profusely as he struggled to staunch the wounds. Repeatedly, the middle-aged ninja recognized the necessity of eradicating these bothersome bats. Otherwise, he would inevitably succumb to the dual threat posed by his adversaries. Resolving this, the middle-aged ninja relentlessly employed his ninjutsu to eliminate the bats, striving to extinguish them in the shortest possible time. As the middle-aged ninja swung his banana fan countless times, generating a tempest that vanquished the bats, he suddenly felt a slight dizziness clouding his mind. Leaning on the fan for support, he managed to remain upright. Otherwise, he would have collapsed to the ground. It was evident that excessive chakra expenditure was detrimental. He had fallen into a trap. Realization dawned upon him as he recognized that in his eagerness to eliminate the enemy, he had miscalculated the chakra consumption of the newly acquired banana fan, a tool of the sage of the 6 paths from the village. He had overestimated his ability to control it, and after dispatching the bats, he had nearly depleted his internal chakra reserves. In such a state of deficiency, although he was a jonin, he would certainly not be a match for the 2 Konoha ninjas, who possessed the strength of mid-level jonin. Contemplating this, the middle-aged ninja's expression shifted. In an instant, he grasped the gravity of the situation. He yearned to swiftly withdraw from the battle and seek the support of the ninjas from the hidden cloud village. As long as he could recover some chakra under their protection, he could regain the majority of his combat prowess. However, Rensuke Mino, she had painstakingly lured the enemy into a false sense of security, causing them to expend a significant amount of chakra, thereby acquiring an excellent opportunity. How could she allow him to escape so easily? Quickly stowing away the scroll and brush, Rensuke Mino, she exchanged a glance with Uchiha Itachi, and together they charged forward, flanking the foe. At that moment, the middle-aged ninja, observing their advance, made a choice. He deemed Rensuke Mino, whom he perceived as a mid to long-range combat ninja, to be his target. With a kunai in one hand and the banana fan in the other, he surged toward her. As the middle-aged ninja approached, Rensuke Mino's feet were suddenly enveloped in a layer of pale blue chakra. With a powerful push against the ground, she launched herself forward like a bolt from a crossbow, reaching the opponent's front with a speed he had not anticipated. She swung her fist, imbued with swirling pale blue chakra, and struck the banana fan that guarded the middle-aged ninja. Bang! Boom! A tremendous force, unforeseen by the middle-aged ninja, propelled him backward, and he felt a numbing sensation in his arms, accompanied by a dull ache in his bones. This was the monstrous strength of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. To his astonishment, this young girl was a disciple of Tsunade. Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged ninja endured the pain and numbness in his arms, attempting to turn and flee. However, at the moment he pivoted, he was met with a pair of eyes radiating an otherworldly glow. Sharingan. Jinjutsu. The Sharingan. Jinjutsu can be categorized into two types: ocular Jinjutsu and non-ocular Jinjutsu. The latter, as exemplified by Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu bubble, ensnares the enemy through subtle movements or gestures. In contrast, ocular Jinjutsu is unleashed through special eyes, such as the Sharingan, the Mangekyo Sharingan, or the Rinnegan. In the realm of illusionary arts, non-Dojutsu Jinjutsu can be disrupted by the wielder through the manipulation of chakra flow, allowing for a potential escape. Conversely, Dojutsu Jinjutsu leaves no such avenue for self-liberation. One must rely on the assistance of another to break free. However, if the individual is a Jinchuriki, they may harness the power of their tailed beast to extricate themselves, though there exist only 9 tailed beasts in this world, and hence a mere 9 Jinchuriki, rendering this consideration somewhat moot. As for the distinction between non-Dojutsu and Dojutsu Jinjutsu, it is generally acknowledged that conventional Dojutsu Jinjutsu surpasses the majority of non-Dojutsu Jinjutsu. Yet, certain extraordinary Dojutsu Jinjutsu are simply beyond the reach of their non-Dojutsu counterparts. Examples include the Tsukuyomi obtained by Uchiha Itachi upon awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kodo Amatsukami wielded by Uchiha Shisui. At this moment, the Jinjutsu manifested by Uchiha Itachi was a standard-level Dojutsu Jinjutsu, executed through his Sharingan, possessing a potency that far exceeded that of most non-Dojutsu Jinjutsu. Thus, as the middle-aged ninja turned around, upon catching sight of Itachi's eyes, he found himself ensnared within the Jinjutsu, his chakra reserves nearly depleted, rendering him virtually defenseless. As he beheld the thousands of Uchiha Itachi doppelgangers charging towards him, the middle-aged ninja desperately wielded kunai and a fan, attempting to vanquish each apparition, yet to no avail. These phantoms remained silent, relentlessly advancing, and as exhaustion set in, each Uchiha Itachi manifested pierced his body with kunai, leading to his demise amidst his agonized cries. However, in the very moment of death, the middle-aged ninja abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he had returned to life, with the countless Uchiha Itachi once again surging towards him. At this juncture, he comprehended his entrapment within a Dojutsu Jinjutsu. Escape seemed implausible unless aided by a companion. Yet, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Gripping the fan tightly, he infused it with his chakra, manipulating the transformed chakra to return to his own body, thereby disrupting his chakra flow to extricate himself from the Jinjutsu. Although this would inflict some damage, the prospect of liberation from the illusion rendered it worthwhile. Simultaneously, Uchiha Itachi observed the middle-aged ninja, momentarily immobilized, and swiftly thrust his kunai towards the ninja's neck. In that instant, an overwhelming torrent of blood erupted from the ninja's mouth and nose. Even as blood began to seep from his eyes and ears. Yet, at that moment, the middle-aged ninja regained his mobility, successfully breaking free from Itachi's Sharingan Jinjutsu. As he faced the oncoming Uchiha Itachi, the ninja executed a swift kick. Had Itachi not instinctively raised his arms to shield himself, the kick would have struck him squarely in the abdomen, likely inflicting significant injury upon his still-developing physique. Bang! With a muffled thud, Uchiha Itachi was sent flying, tumbling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. He slowly rose to his feet, his hands trembling slightly, gradually taking on a purplish hue, clearly indicating he had sustained some degree of injury. Turning his head, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged ninja gazed at Uchiha Itachi and rasped, "I must admit, you are indeed formidable. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is exceptionally powerful. However, to think you could take me on is rather naive. Is that so? Yet we had devised a contingency plan to escape your illusions. Clearly our efforts were not in vain," replied Itachi, a hint of derision gracing his features. With a resounding pop, he transformed into the somewhat pale form of Tachi Kawamaki. Meanwhile, the Tachi Kawamaki who had been standing behind the middle-aged ninja vanished in a puff of white smoke with a soft sound. Upon witnessing this scene, the middle-aged ninja was taken aback, incredulity etched on his face. So that was a transformation and shadow clone technique. No wonder you didn't make a move earlier. But what about that Uchiha brat? Boom. Just as the words left his lips, a figure erupted from the ground beneath him, a sharp kunai piercing the middle-aged ninja's abdomen, tearing through his innards in a fatal strike. With a pained roar, the middle-aged ninja swung the kunai in his hand, attempting to retaliate against the Uchiha Itachi who had emerged from the earth. However, Itachi effortlessly detected the trajectory of the attack with his Sharingan and swiftly evaded. Having missed his strike, the middle-aged ninja seemed to lose all strength, slowly sinking to his knees. Gasping for breath, he pressed his hand against the wound on his abdomen and looked at Uchiha Itachi and Tachi Kawamaki, saying, "I never imagined I would meet my end at the hands of two mere children. The ninjas of Konoha are indeed not to be underestimated. This time, I have failed." Despite his admission of defeat, both Tachi Kawamaki and Uchiha Itachi remained vigilant, carefully watching one another as they spread out, creating a simple encirclement. The darkness in the middle-aged ninja's vision deepened, his breath gradually waning until he finally bowed his head, completely devoid of life. Observing the fallen ninja, Uchiha Itachi immediately performed the shadow clone technique, summoning a clone to approach the middle-aged man. With a swift motion, the clone slashed a kunai across the ninja's neck, ensuring his demise. Only then did Itachi retrieve the fan from his hand and pass it to Tachi Kawamaki. As Maki accepted the fan, Itachi's shadow clone dissipated. At that moment, Itachi took a deep breath and said to Maki, "Let us go see Shisui. We may still be able to assist him." Nodding in agreement while stuffing her mouth with soldier pills, Tachi Kawamaki complied. At that moment, towards the direction of the Grand Bridge, a roar reminiscent of a tiger or leopard, almost akin to a cat's cry, suddenly echoed. Simultaneously, a colossal figure, enveloped in blue flames with black flame patterns, emerged before Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. It was the tailed beast, the two-tails cat. While Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi joined forces to battle a middle-aged ninja from the hidden cloud village on the bridge. Uchiha Shisui and Mitarashi Anko were engaged in combat with two other elite ninjas from the same village. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. A flurry of fireballs erupted from Uchiha Shisui's mouth, tracing graceful arcs as they soared towards the two elite ninjas of the hidden cloud village. At that moment, one of the male ninjas swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of water, conjuring a wall of liquid. Indeed, the water release, water barrier technique. Bang, bang, bang. The fireballs from the Phoenix Fire Technique collided with the water barrier, sending up plumes of mist, yet failing to breach the formidable defense erected by the opposing ninja. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shisui vanished from his original position, reappearing behind the male ninja, his short sword aimed directly at him, wreathed in flickering flames. In the instant he struck, it transformed into a blazing blade, hurtling towards his adversary. Upon seeing this, the elite ninja from the hidden cloud village swiftly brandished his kunai, enveloping it in a layer of lightning chakra, severing Uchiha Shisui's fiery blade mid-flight. With a single hand sign, he unleashed a B-rank water release ninjutsu, the Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Boom! The dragon-shaped column of water collided forcefully with Uchiha Shisui, engulfing him in an instant. Just as a glimmer of satisfaction crossed the male ninja's face, a figure materialized behind him, the black tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly. Thud! The short sword pierced through the male ninja's arm from behind. Uchiha Shisui had aimed for his heart, yet the male ninja's prowess allowed him to react in time. Although wounded in the arm, he evaded the fatal blow. Quickly retreating, the male ninja's left arm trembled as blood flowed from his wound. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Uchiha Shisui, forming a hand sign and pointing at him, unleashing a blue laser that shot toward Shisui's heart. However, just as before, the moment the laser struck Uchiha Shisui, he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. He reappeared in midair, gazing down at the male ninja, who wore a mocking smile as he prepared to counter. Swiftly forming seals, Uchiha Shisui expelled a barrage of fireballs, trailing fiery tails as they hurtled toward the male ninja. Yet, could the outcome truly be so straightforward? As the fireballs struck the water barrier, a remarkable transformation occurred. They exploded violently, revealing hidden kunai that, propelled by the force of the explosion, pierced through the water barrier like arrows from a powerful crossbow, embedding themselves within the body of the male jonin. The technique executed by Uchiha Shisui was not the C-rank fire style, Phoenix Fire technique, but rather the B-rank fire style, Phoenix Flower Claw Red. It was the concealed kunai and shuriken within the fireballs that constituted the true lethal strike. The male jonin, witnessing the numerous kunai embedded in his body, could hardly believe his eyes as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fully aware of his imminent defeat, a catastrophic failure that would cost him his life. Gradually, he sank to his knees, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he shook his head slowly. At that moment, the female jonin, referred to by the male jonin as Yamuki, who had just dealt with the two colossal serpents, caught sight of his condition. Her face first displayed disbelief, quickly morphing into a furious scowl. With a fierce shout, she unleashed an overwhelming chakra that sent the approaching Yuzuki Akane flying, crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. Simultaneously, a blue-black chakra enveloped her, and she dashed towards the male ninja, delivering a powerful slap that sent Uchiha Shisui staggering backward. Observing the male jonin, whose breaths were becoming shallow, Yamuki inquired, "Daryl, how are you holding up?" "Daru, I fear this is the end for me. Such is the nature of war. I have long accepted my fate. Yet, I am troubled for Darui. If you manage to return, please tell him that I have always loved him," he replied weakly. "Rest assured, I promise you," Yamuki affirmed. "That is a relief." With that, Daryl's hand slowly fell to the ground. As Yamuki gazed at Daryl's closed eyes, her fury intensified, and her chakra cloak expanded, igniting into blue-black flames. Two chakra tails formed behind her, swaying ominously as an aura of ominous and savage chakra erupted forth. Rising slowly, Yamuki, her eyes now a striking yellow and blue, fixed her gaze upon Uchiha Shisui and declared, "Konoha ninja, you shall not leave here alive today. The two of us, Yamuki, shall ensure your demise." As her words echoed, an immense surge of blue-black flames erupted, and in the blink of an eye, Yamuki transformed into her full-tailed beast form, a colossal cat-like creature comprised of swirling blue-black flames, the two tails. With a fearsome roar, the overwhelming chakra radiated an astonishing pressure that swept across the surroundings, conjuring an unstoppable tempest. Uchiha Shisui raised his hands defensively, his eyes fixed intently on the two tails before him, utterly astonished to discover that among their team's targets lay the Jinchuriki of the two tails from Kyomogakure. Cursed be this unforeseen turn of events. Alone, I find myself ill-equipped to confront the fully-tailed beast host of the two tails. The recent skirmish has already laid waste to those cargo trucks. Our mission is complete, and retreat is in order. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Uchiha Shisui executed the body flicker technique, appearing beside Mitarashi Anko, reaching out to seize her in an attempt to depart. Yet, at that moment, the two-tails cat surged forward with astonishing speed, its claws raised to strike down upon Uchiha Shisui and Mitarashi Anko. The velocity of its approach was clearly beyond Uchiha Shisui's expectations. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. With that, Uchiha Itachi and Rinchuan Mushi dashed forth. Uchiha Itachi unleashed a colossal flame shaped like a dragon's head, while Rinchuan Mushi summoned a whirlwind with her banana fan. The flames, propelled by the tempest, morphed into a massive fire dragon that roared as it collided with the two-tails cat. Boom! The fire dragon erupted, and even the formidable form of the two-tails cat was forced back by the sheer force of the explosion. It howled and shook its head as chakra began to mend its injuries, refocusing its gaze upon Rinchuan Mushi and the others. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui, observing Uchiha Itachi and Rinchuan Mushi standing before him, rose to his feet and remarked, "It appears you two have dispatched that ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village." Nodding, Rinchuan Mushi replied, "Although the process was somewhat arduous, we managed to eliminate him. Additionally, here is the banana fan. It's for you, Shisui." As he received the fan tossed by Rinchuan Mushi, Uchiha Shisui paused momentarily before responding. "Mushi, this item is a legendary tool of the Sage of Six Paths. It is far too precious for me to accept. Consider it a loan from Itachi and me. After all, the chakra consumption of this tool is quite formidable. And given its value, neither Itachi nor I could guarantee it would remain in our possession. However, you, Shisui, possess the capability to safeguard it well. Let it serve as our proxy until we mature. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui immediately comprehended the reason behind Rensuke Mushi's assertion regarding the difficulty of retaining the banana fan. It stemmed from the attitudes of Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Should they ever attempt to seize the fan by force, even with the prodigious talents of Rensuke Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, their youth and nascent strength would render them incapable of protecting such a legendary artifact. After all, neither the ANBU of Konoha nor the Uchiha clan were known for their reasonableness. Understanding this, Uchiha Shisui slowly nodded and said, "Very well, I shall temporarily accept this item. It will serve as an advantageous tool against the equally legendary tailed beast." Confronting a tailed beast? Are we truly to face this two-tails cat directly? No, not we, but I. Muki and Itachi, you both must escort Mitarashi Anko away from this place. I will cover your retreat, otherwise, it is impossible for us to escape the fully tailed beast form Jinchuriki. No, Shisui, Muki interjected. This is an order, a command from your captain. Are you really going to defy it? Do you wish to bring shame upon your forehead protector? Shisui, Muki, go. And you too, Itachi, take Anko with you. This is an order. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Itachi clenched his teeth, squatted down, and without any hesitation, embraced Mitarashi Anko, turning to leave. At that moment, Rensuke Muki looked at Uchiha Shisui and spoke softly, "Shisui, you must not die. Rest assured, I still intend to return the banana fan to you. I will not perish." Rensuke Muki knew little about Uchiha Shisui from his past life. Only that Shisui possessed the most powerful Jinjutsu, Kodoamatsukami, through his Mangekyo Sharingan, which was ultimately taken by Danzo, leading to his demise. He was uncertain about when Shisui activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, but he was aware that, at least for now, Uchiha Shisui certainly had not unlocked it. The question loomed large in Muki's mind. Could Uchiha Shisui, who had not activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, truly contend with a Jinchuriki who had mastered complete tailed beast transformation and could unleash the full might of the beast? Thus, Rensuke Muki cast one last glance at Uchiha Shisui before promptly following Itachi. After Muki departed, Uchiha Shisui faced the approaching two-tails cat, lowering his body slightly, and smiled as he raised the banana fan. With a powerful sweep, torrents of water coalesced mid-air, surging towards the two-tails cat like a tsunami. Boom! A violent explosion erupted behind him. Both Rensuke Muki and Uchiha Itachi turned pale at the sound, but gritted their teeth and continued to flee. However, upon the next resounding blast, they both halted in their tracks. Rensuke Muki turned to Itachi and slowly inquired, "Itachi, are ninja who disregard orders considered worthless?" "Indeed. Then what of a ninja who neglects the safety of their comrades? Utterly worthless. Huh, I already consider myself worthless. I have no desire to become the most worthless of all. Neither do I. Then shall we return? Let us return. What about Anko? I have a plan." With that, Uchiha Itachi gently placed the unconscious Mitarashi Anko beneath a large tree, forming a protective hemispherical barrier using earth release techniques, ensuring that she was shielded while leaving several ventilation openings to avoid suffocation. Once he completed this task, Uchiha Itachi turned to Rensuke Muki and nodded, saying, "I believe we can return now. I share your sentiments. Furthermore, please hold this for me. Once we reach the final moment, I may lack the strength to administer the injection myself, and I shall have to rely on you. I have brought only one of these, and should you mishandle it, my very life hangs in the balance." Upon hearing Rensuke Mushi's words, Uchiha Itachi gazed at the pale green syringe held in her hand, instantly discerning her intent to employ would release. Looking towards Rensuke Mushi, Uchiha Itachi murmured, "Is it truly necessary to resort to that jutsu? Your words carry weight. This is a technique bestowed by the First Hokage, who distributed the 9 tails. Although my current prowess pales in comparison to his by countless magnitudes, I should be capable of dealing with a two-tails cat. Otherwise, with my present abilities, I would be utterly ill-equipped to engage in such a battle, which is tantamount to a confrontation of Kage level. I understand, but you must exercise caution. If you find yourself unable to persist, do not push yourself, understood? Indeed. I hold my life in great esteem." Boom. Flames erupted, and Uchiha Shisui barely managed to evade, swiftly wielding the fan in his hand to unleash bolts of lightning towards the two-tails cat. One cannot deny the formidable power of the fan. While it absorbs a vast amount of chakra, the different elemental chakras it releases carry even greater might. Bolts of lightning struck the two-tailed cat, eliciting a roar of anguish from the beast. Buzz. Blue and red chakra coalesced within the mouth of the two-tailed cat, gradually forming a dark red chakra sphere. Upon witnessing this impending attack, Uchiha Shisui immediately reacted, hastily retreating. The tailed beast bomb is an unequivocally super S-rank jutsu, with destructive power that is truly terrifying and beyond his current capacity to withstand. Evasion was his only option. However, for a tailed beast, a super chakra conglomerate, the preparation time for such a tailed beast bomb is minimal, merely a matter of breaths, before it is fully formed and launched toward Uchiha Shisui. Boom. Where the tailed beast bomb passed, the ground was carved into a vast chasm, accompanied by a whirlwind as it shot forth. Observing the oncoming tailed beast bomb, Uchiha Shisui swiftly attempted to evade, yet it was evident that he could not entirely escape the blast radius in such a short span of time. The body flicker technique is not true teleportation. Genuine teleportation, akin to the flying thunder god technique, falls within the realm of space-time ninjutsu. The body flicker technique is merely a rapid movement executed at high speed. Regardless of how swift one may be, a trace can always be found. Therefore, as long as one cannot escape the explosion's range, it is of no avail. As the tailed beast bomb threatened to detonate, two kunai, bound by silk threads, suddenly soared through the air, entangling themselves around Uchiha Shisui. In that instant, a powerful force propelled Shisui swiftly out of the bomb's core explosion range. Though he was still caught in the aftermath of the blast, the intensity of the residual shockwaves was insufficient to inflict significant harm upon him. A colossal mushroom cloud billowed upward, as winds and dust cascaded outward in all directions. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui sought refuge behind a massive tree, glancing at Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi, and in a hushed tone admonished, "You two have defied my orders by returning without permission." In response to Shisui's words, Rensuke Mino chuckled and replied, "We have come to assist you. As for orders, if we can defeat the two tails, surely we can disregard your commands." Just as Shisui was about to retort, his expression shifted suddenly. He grasped Mino and Itachi's arms and activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. In the instant they disappeared, a massive fireball crashed down, engulfing the tree and scorched the surrounding earth, leaving everything nearby charred and blackened. Upon landing, Uchiha Shisui regarded the approaching two tails with a grim expression, saying, "I understand your intentions, but this is no trivial matter. We are far more likely to perish at its hands than to successfully subdue the Jinchuriki." Hearing Shisui's words, Rensuke Mino slowly rose to his feet. Observing Shisui's puzzled demeanor, he gradually removed his outer garment, revealing a lean physique with slight muscle tone, and spoke softly, "Shisui, Itachi is already aware of this matter, and you must keep it secret as well." As he finished speaking, faint blue chakra ignited at the tips of Mushi's fingers. He pressed his right hand against his heart and twisted forcefully, causing a swirling seal to manifest on his chest. In the center of the spiral, a vast and vibrant chakra surged forth, filling Mushi's entire being and continuously amplifying, radiating outward from his body. At that moment, Mushi, with eyes now transformed to a vivid green, looked at Uchiha Shisui and declared, "Shisui, I should be able to assist now." With that, Rensuke Mino turned his attention back to the two tails, which was unleashing another massive fireball. He swiftly formed hand seals and intoned softly, "Would release." Giant wooden wall. With a thunderous rumble, as Mushi's would release chakra surged into the ground, enormous wooden pillars erupted from below, aligning to form a formidable barrier akin to castle walls, successfully defending against the massive fireball while only suffering a slight charred surface. As the colossal wooden wall suddenly materialized, the two-tailed cat swiftly overtook the will of the wooden entity, its face contorted with rage as it bellowed, "This is the wood-release ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama. You are a descendant of the Senju clan. The hatred that Hashirama sealed away back then shall be repaid with interest." In the past, the First Hokage sealed the nine-tailed beasts one after another, subsequently distributing them among the 5 great nations of the ninja world, clearly not by the beast's own volition. The First Hokage relied on wood release to subdue and seal the 9 beasts before their allocation. Thus the tailed beasts harbored no fondness for him, and indeed, a profound animosity existed. With a thunderous roar, the two-tailed cat's massive claws swiftly demolished the giant wooden wall conjured by Rensuke Mino. charging towards her with an overwhelming surge of wood release chakra emanating from her. Observing the approaching threat, Rinchuan Mushi narrowed her eyes and murmured to her companions, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Itachi, Shisui, I will take the lead. You two provide support. As she spoke, her hands deftly formed seals, and in an instant, the seals were complete. A torrent of wood release chakra surged into the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and subsequently, a multitude of trees and vines erupted from beneath the surface, ensnaring the two-tailed cat, rendering it momentarily immobile. This was indeed the most formidable wood release technique within Rinchuan Mushi's repertoire, known as the weakened version of the Forest of the Shinjikai. Itachi, Shisui, I have temporarily restrained her. Quickly utilize the Sharingan Jinjutsu. With a series of cracking sounds, Rinchuan Mushi observed the vines and trees binding the two-tailed cat snapping one by one, her expression shifting slightly. Her hand seals rapidly altered, summoning more vines and trees from the ground to ensnare the beast once more, barely maintaining control over the situation to prevent the two-tailed cat from breaking free. Clearly, this weakened version of the Forest of the Shinjikai not only diminished in scale, but also in the potency of the summoned trees and vines. Otherwise, subduing a mere two-tailed cat would not have proven such a challenge. Seizing the exquisite opportunity granted by Rinchuan Mushi, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui swiftly approached the two-tailed cat. Their Sharingan's three tomo spun rapidly, ready to unleash the Jinjutsu. Positioning themselves on either side, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui landed upon the trees, ensnaring the two-tailed cat, simultaneously casting their Jinjutsu upon her through their Sharingan. Under the joint illusion of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, even the two-tailed cat spirit could not escape its influence. The eyes of the two-tailed cat spirit gradually manifested the tomo of the Sharingan. However, at the very moment when Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were about to completely subjugate the two-tailed cat spirit, it suddenly let out a furious roar. An astonishing chakra erupted from its body, transforming into searing gusts of wind that spread out in all directions. In an instant, it obliterated the trees and vines that entangled it, even sending Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui flying backward. Seeing the two-tailed cat's spirit break free from its restraints, Rinchuan Mushi's face displayed a look of astonishment. He realized he had underestimated the existence of tailed beasts. His hands swiftly formed new hand seals, causing rectangular wooden stakes to erupt from the ground, constructing a semi-cylindrical protective wall. This was the wood release, wood pillar wall. Immediately after, Rinchuan Mushi extended his hands, from which vines sprouted forth, ensnaring Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui suspended in midair, pulling them behind the wooden pillar wall, thus evading the assault of the searing winds. Observing the two Uchiha members crouching beside him, Rinchuan Mushi spoke in a hushed tone, I will attempt once more. This time, you must act swiftly. I am not the first Hokage. Even with a two-tailed cat spirit, I cannot maintain complete control. At best, it will only be a temporary measure. You two must seize the opportunity to subdue it, for I fear I may not be able to attempt a third time. Uchiha Shisui might have been unaware, but Uchiha Itachi fully understood that Rinchuan Mushi's wood release techniques came with limitations and time constraints, determined by the body's rejection response to the first Hokage's cells. Upon hearing Rinchuan Mushi's words, Uchiha Itachi immediately inquired, Mushi, can you endure? Do not overextend yourself. Though Uchiha Shisui was oblivious to the restrictions of Rinchuan Mushi's wood release, he could infer from Uchiha Itachi's words that there were indeed consequences to Rinchuan Mushi's usage of this power. Otherwise, he would not have sealed it away previously. Looking at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, Rinchuan Mushi smiled and nodded, assuring them, do not worry. As my strength increases, so does my capacity to withstand the first Hokage's cells. At least compared to 6 months ago, I can utilize wood release for a longer duration. Very well then, let us commence the second assault. This time, we must succeed. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Rinchuan Mushi nodded affirmatively, declaring, indeed, this time we shall succeed. With that, Rinchuan Mushi took a deep breath and leaped out from behind the wooden pillar wall, swiftly forming hand seals and pressing his hands onto the ground. The chakra of wood release surged into the earth, preparing a new wood release technique. Wood release, giant tree compression technique. This technique, akin to the forest realm's weakened version of the tree realm's descent, was also a diluted form of the all-purpose bag technique. Suddenly, four wooden arms erupted from beneath the ground, seizing the body of the two-tailed cat and pinning it firmly to the earth, rendering it momentarily immobile. "Damn it! You brat using would release, I will kill you." It struggled frantically, yet escape proved impossible in the short term. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha rushed to the forefront of the two-tailed cat, together unleashing their Sharingan Jinjutsu. It must be said, their speed this time was indeed greatly enhanced. And as the Jinjutsu took effect, the eyes of the two-tailed cat gradually transformed into the likeness of the Sharingan, succumbing to its control and eventually reverting into two wooden figures, unconscious upon the ground. Concurrently, the four massive wooden arms dissipated into white smoke, while at that moment, Rensuke Mino gasped heavily, a look of exhaustion etched upon his face. Observing Itachi and Shisui, Rensuke felt a jolt throughout his body, an intense pain swiftly spreading, and instinctively, he covered his mouth with his hand, yet blood continued to spurt through the gaps of his fingers. As he slowly collapsed onto the ground, Rensuke found his vision blurring, the last sight being Itachi and Shisui rushing towards him. In the depths of unconsciousness, Rensuke found himself in a dim underground chamber, submerged within a vast biological capsule, enduring excruciating pain as he merged with the cells of the First Hokage. Just as he wished to open his eyes to peer through the emerald liquid of the capsule, a pair of yellow serpentine slits appeared outside, gazing at him with covetous intent. Startled awake, Rensuke sat up, surveying the tent he occupied. Upon seeing the Konoha insignia adorning the tent, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having returned to Konoha meant safety, at least from immediate threats. Rising from the bed, he stretched slightly before preparing to exit the tent, but just as he was about to step outside, Shisui and Itachi entered, momentarily taken aback at the sight of Rensuke, before both breaking into smiles. "Mushi, you're awake. How do you feel?" "I feel all right, but where exactly are we? This can't be our frontline position, can it?" "This is certainly not the front line. In fact, we are still within the borders of the Land of Lightning, at a temporary supply station established by our Konoha shinobi." Hearing Shisui's words, Rensuke gradually nodded and inquired, "Then what of the two tails Jinchuriki?" "She must be aware of my ability to use wood release." Shisui, gazing at Rensuke with a gentle smile, reassured him, "Rest easy. The Jinjutsu Itachi and I cast has altered her memories regarding the two tails. There will be no issues." Thus it is well, then. Before Rensuke Mu, she could finish her words, a member of the Umbu, adorned with a white fox mask, entered the tent. He surveyed the individuals within, particularly focusing on Uchiha Shisui. Before speaking, "Shisui, the mission has been assigned. The location of the eight tails Jinchuriki has been thoroughly investigated. We must now prepare to intercept him. Please make your arrangements." With that, the Umbu member departed to engage in battle. Rensuke Mu observed the retreating figure of the Umbu member. Although his face remained concealed, she surmised that he was likely quite young, perhaps not much older than Uchiha Shisui, likely in the range of 14 or 15 years. "Shisui, who was that person just now?" Upon hearing Rensuke Mu's inquiry, Uchiha Shisui hesitated momentarily before responding, "The Umbu member? His identity is known to those involved in the Umbu, given his distinctive silver hair and unique ninjutsu that cannot be easily replicated." As these words resonated, a name surfaced in Rensuke Mu's mind. Indeed, Uchiha Shisui continued, "He is Hatake Kakashi, renowned as the copy ninja, a prodigious talent with his formidable lightning release technique, Raikiri." "How unsurprising," Rensuke Mu remarked, gazing at Uchiha Shisui. "Shisui, since many are aware of Kakashi-senpai's identity, why does he not reveal his true self in Konoha, choosing instead to maintain his Umbu status?" At this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Uchiha Shisui's features as he replied, "It is not that Kakashi does not wish to. Rather, he cannot. You should be aware that Kakashi's former teammate and dear friend, Uchiha Obito, bestowed one of his Sharingan upon him before his demise. While this should not have posed an issue, certain members within the Uchiha clan hold grievances against Kakashi. To avert unnecessary conflict, the third Hokage and Lord Fugaku reached an agreement. Kakashi would continue to exist under the guise of an Umbu. And in consideration of Kakashi's deceased father, the White Fang of Konoha, and the third Hokage's legacy, the Uchiha clan would cease pursuing the matter of that Sharingan." Nodding slowly, Rensuke Mu regarded Uchiha Shisui with understanding. "I see, that explains much." Returning to the matter at hand. When shall we embark on the mission to pursue the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? It is not we, but I, Uchiha Shisui clarified. In truth, the peril associated with this mission surpasses that of confronting the Two Tails Jinchuriki. The Two Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village is still quite young. Although she has mastered the powers of the Two Tails, there are still many aspects where she falls short, and her abilities are not fully realized. However, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails stands in stark contrast. The Eight Tails itself possesses a strength far superior to that of the Two Tails, and the synergy between its Jinchuriki and the tailed beast has nearly reached the pinnacle of perfection, rendering their power incomparable. If one were to regard the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails as merely an elite jonin, then the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails is undoubtedly of the caliber of a Kage. Thus, in the face of such an opponent, neither you nor Itachi are permitted to participate. Your task is to guard the sealed Jinchuriki of the Two Tails alongside several other ninjas. While we shall address the issue of the Eight Tails, listening to Uchiha Shisui's words, Rinchuan Mushi nodded slowly. At present, Kurabi is likely in his 20s. At the peak of his strength, should he fully transform into his tailed beast form, it would mean that the ninjas of Konoha would be confronting the true Eight Tails. Therefore, individuals of the caliber of Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi are not yet equipped to engage. Were Rinchuan Mushi able to utilize wood release, he could indeed partake in the endeavor and make significant contributions. However, he cannot reveal his ability to wield such powers, not at this moment, at least. Thus, his participation in this mission is rendered impossible. Nonetheless, for Rinchuan Mushi, being unable to partake in this mission is, in fact, a stroke of good fortune, as he does not relish the complexities associated with task completion. Moreover, the after-effects of his previous use of wood release have yet to fully heal, necessitating a period of recovery. Shisui, take care and return alive, he instructed. Of course, Shisui replied, and Itachi, look after Mushi. He is currently unable to exert any of his strength. Our mission may take around half a month to a month, so you two must remain concealed here. Rest assured. Shisui, I will take good care of Mushi, Itachi affirmed. TCH, Shisui, Itachi, please don't portray me as utterly useless, Mushi interjected. At this, Uchiha Shisui chuckled heartily, affectionately ruffling the hair of both Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi before departing from the tent. As Shisui walked away, Rinchuan Mushi turned to Itachi and suggested, how about we explore some Jinjutsu together? I have some ideas I would like you to evaluate for feasibility. Nodding in agreement, Uchiha Itachi replied, very well. Let us commence at once. It must be said that the location of this temporary encampment is indeed quite secluded. Rinchuan Mushi has spent 10 days here without encountering any peril. At this moment, with hands forming seals, Rinchuan Mushi directed a Jinjutsu towards Itachi. After approximately 3 or 4 breaths, he released the illusion, and Itachi, gazing at him with a somewhat peculiar expression, inquired, Mushi, from where did you conceive such bizarre ideas? Oh, don't ask how I arrived at these thoughts. Just tell me, what do you think of my Jinjutsu? Mushi responded, had I not possessed the Sharingan, encountering your Jinjutsu would indeed pose a significant challenge. For others, particularly those lacking proficiency in Jinjutsu, it would likely prove exceedingly effective. So, Mushi, what do you intend to name this Jinjutsu? Upon hearing those words, Lianchuan Mushi was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes sparkled with inspiration as he addressed Uchiha Itachi. Why not name it the Technique of 6 Desires? It aptly reflects the essence of this jutsu. Indeed, a commendable title. Of course, he continued with a hint of pride, my talent for naming is quite remarkable, far superior to that of a certain individual who referred to their Jinjutsu as Bubbles, a name devoid of distinctiveness. Upon hearing this, Itachi's lips twitched slightly. His expression tinged with exasperation as he replied, enough of this banter. If I were to engage with you on such matters, I would surely be driven to madness. That aside, the technique of 6 desires has begun to take shape. How goes the sealing jutsu you were preparing? Lianchuan Mushi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he responded, according to my calculations, should I enter the wood release state, I would possess sufficient power to execute this sealing technique. However, it requires a minimum of 10 minutes to perform, and I cannot guarantee my endurance for that duration. Then, what if we factor in my Sharingan? Itachi inquired. Incorporating your Sharingan would diminish the tailed beast's and Jinchuriki's resistance, thus reducing the power required and consequently extending the duration of the technique. However, success cannot be assured, Lianchuan Mushi elaborated. What do you estimate the likelihood of success to be? Approximately 70%, I would say. 70% is not insignificant. Do you intend to attempt it? After all, among the remaining ninjas in this camp, there are few whose strength rivals ours. My Sharingan Jinjutsu should allow us to carry out our actions undetected. An attempt is worth considering, especially since the Two Tails is currently severed from the Jinchuriki due to the reapplication of the sealing technique, rendering the Jinchuriki merely a vessel for the seal. As for the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, they are bound by another seal, inhibiting all chakra and confined within a cell. Even if our plan fails, we should encounter no dire consequences. As long as you ensnare the Two Tails Jinchuriki in a Jinjutsu beforehand, there is no fear of her discovering our intentions. It is certainly worth a try, especially as I have just prepared a new serum to suppress the original cells within me. Lianchuan Mushi's plan stemmed from his understanding of the original narrative. As one of the 9 greatest cheats in this world, he was not averse to acquiring the power of the tailed beasts. However, to serve as a Jinchuriki, one must possess formidable chakra to suppress the tailed beast's power. Otherwise, one risks being mentally disturbed or having their body overtaken by the beast. Furthermore, to become a Jinchuriki, one must extract the tailed beast from another's body and seal it within themselves. Achieving this feat without strength at the level of a Kage would be tantamount to suicide. Thus, Lianchuan Mushi held no illusions about becoming a Jinchuriki, but that did not imply he could not harness the power of the tailed beasts. As once renowned shadow ninjas of Yunin village, Jinjiao and Injiao, merely by consuming fragments of the 9 Tails' flesh and blood, acquired the remarkable ability to wield its chakra. Although their physical composition appeared distinct from that of ordinary humans, the tainted blood of the tailed beasts, lethal to the average person, posed no threat to them. They could even harness the 9 Tails chakra by devouring its flesh. This peculiar behavior, however, served as a reference point for Lianchuan Mushi. Furthermore, during the climactic battle, Naruto's act of distributing the 9 Tails chakra to others led Lianchuan Mushi to deduce that the chakra of tailed beasts, as a collective entity, could be utilized by anyone if separated, and even a minuscule fragment of the beast's physical tissue could perpetuate the generation of new tailed beast chakra. This has been the focus of Lianchuan Mushi's research, which clandestinely commenced during his years with Tsunade, being one of the legendary Sannin. Tsunade's expertise in sealing techniques was evident, and Lianchuan Mushi, having received her unreserved guidance, had already formulated certain plans in his mind. Presently, a sealed Two Tails Jinchuriki, left at Lianchuan Mushi's disposal for experimentation, could be considered the most generous gift he could receive. However, Lianchuan Mushi did not initially intend to extract a portion of the beast's physical tissue. His primary objective was to extract as much chakra from the Two Tails as possible for storage. Although this approach may seem like a one-time transaction, devoid of self-renewal, it nonetheless provided Lianchuan Mushi with a strategic asset. Otherwise, repeatedly activating the heart's 5-element sealing technique to use the First Hokage's cellular chakra against formidable foes would eventually lead to his utter consumption by those cells, resulting in inevitable demise. With Uchiha Itachi's assistance, Lianchuan Mushi gathered the necessary items and departed the tent alongside him. Under the cover of Itachi's Sharingan Jinjutsu, the ninjas within the camp remained oblivious to their presence, allowing them to stealthily enter the temporary underground prison housing the Two Tails Jinchuriki. As they descended into the dungeon, Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. The moment the Two Tails Jinchuriki raised her head, her eyes transformed into that of the Sharingan, completely manipulated by Uchiha Itachi. Mushi, act quickly. Her resistance is unexpectedly formidable. Even sealed, her defiance is surprisingly strong. This truly exceeds my expectations. As he spoke, Lianchuan Mushi swiftly opened the prison cell. He gazed at the 2 wooden figures bound by chains and adorned with numerous sealing runes. Without hesitation, he knelt down and unfurled the scroll he carried on his back, laying it out between himself and the 2 wooden beings. The scroll was densely covered with circular seals, at the center of which lay a blank circle that constituted the core of the seals. There were 10 circular seals in total, representing Lianchuan Mushi's highest hopes for this endeavor. All right, my adorable little kitty, bestow your power upon me. With that, Lianchuan Mushi removed his clothing and unsealed his heart. As the wood-released chakra surged throughout his body, he extended his hands, claw-like, towards the chests and abdomens of the 2 wooden figures. One hand rested upon the chest of one figure, while the other pressed against the abdomen of the other. A brief probe revealed that the tailed beast seal was also located in the abdominal area of the two figures. Taking a deep breath, Lianchuan Mushi swiftly formed hand seals. As the final seal was completed, sharp wooden spikes erupted from the ground, encircling both him and the two wooden figures in a protective circle. The spikes then released strands of wood-released chakra, which penetrated the abdomens of the two wooden beings, causing their bodies to shudder slightly as the power of resistance surged anew. At this moment, Lianchuan Mushi placed his right hand on the abdomen of the two wooden figures, while his left hand pressed against the central blank circle of the first seal on the scroll below. Closing his eyes, he connected with the wood-released chakra, delving into the space within the seal that contained the two-tailed cat. When Lianchuan Mushi reopened his eyes, he found himself inside a spherical cage, where the two-tailed cat glared at him with fierce intensity, struggling futilely against the green ropes materialized from the wood-released chakra strands above, binding it tightly and rendering it immobile. Wood-release imp, do you wish to seize my power? I shall not cooperate as the wooden figures do. If you dare to extract me from this seal, I will devour you instantly. Two-tailed, I indeed seek to claim your power, but do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no desire to release you from your seal. I merely require a portion of your chakra. Upon finishing his words, Lianchuan Mushi formed seals once more, stacking his hands together, with the fingers of his left hand interlacing through the gaps of his right hand. Gradually, sealing symbols began to manifest within the palm of his right hand, forming an intricate and complex seal. Under his command, the wood-released chakra from his body transformed into an arm composed of green chakra, extending infinitely as it swiftly traversed the sealing cage surrounding the two-tailed cat, grasping its chest despite the creature's struggles. The verdant chakra arm swiftly contracted, extracting a stream of chakra resembling blue-black flames from the two-tailed cat's spirit, gradually channeling it into the palm of Rensuke Mushi. Simultaneously, in the realm of reality, the closed-eyed Rensuke Mushi appeared as a conduit. The extracted chakra from the two-tailed cat's spirit flowed through his right hand as if it were his own body, and through his left hand. It was infused into the seal upon the scroll. Before long, under the infusion of the blue-black flame-like chakra, the blank circular core of the first seal on the scroll began to reveal the characters for Two Tails. As the characters fully materialized, signaling the completion of the seal, Rensuke Mushi immediately transitioned to a different seal, commencing the infusion of chakra from the two-tailed cat's spirit into the second circular seal. As the chakra was drawn forth, within the tailed beast sealing space of the wooden body, the two-tailed cat's spirit felt its inner strength being rapidly siphoned away, leading to increasingly frantic struggles. It gazed at Rensuke Mushi, roaring in fury. You think you can suppress me with your half-baked wood release? How dare you audaciously extract my power? I will make you understand that I, the two-tailed cat's spirit, am not to be trifled with. Boom. As the words left the two-tailed cat's spirit's mouth, its body thrashed violently, an immense chakra erupting like a conflagration, gradually fracturing the ropes of wood-released chakra that Rensuke Mushi controlled. This opened up a forepaw, which grasped the siphoned chakra and yanked it inward. This not only slowed Rensuke Mushi's extraction, but also caused him to stumble, nearly being dragged into the sealing cage of the two-tailed cat spirit. Damn it! True to the two tails, its power is formidable. I too am reaching my limit. Before I withdraw, I must seize one last opportunity. With this thought, Rensuke Mushi concentrated, unleashing all of his wood-release chakra, transforming it into over a dozen agile wood-release arms that swiftly entered the sealing cage. Seizing a substantial portion of the blue-black flame-like chakra from the two-tailed cat's spirit and drawing it into his consciousness. Immediately after, Rensuke Mushi formed hand seals, uttering a command to hastily extricate his consciousness from the sealing space of the two-tailed cat's spirit. In the tangible world, Rensuke Mushi abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly forming hand seals, pressing one hand on the third seal and the other on the fourth. Instantly, two streams of blue-black flame-like chakra surged forth from within him, flowing into the third and fourth circular seals, causing the blank areas of their cores to gradually manifest the characters for Two Tails. Once the acquired chakra was fully infused into the seals, Rensuke Mushi exhaled a sigh of relief, promptly dispelling the ninjutsu. The wooden structures encircling him and the two-tailed wooden figure retracted into the ground, vanishing without a trace. He swiftly injected himself with serum, resealing the initial cells in his heart, and only then did he relax, gathering the scroll and hastily departing the cell. Upon witnessing the departure of Rinchuan Mushi, Uchiha Itachi, whose eyes were already bloodshot, promptly dispelled his Sharingan. He was somewhat unsteady as Rinchuan Mushi grasped his arm, and before the two wooden figures could awaken from the illusion, they swiftly vacated the dungeon. Unbeknownst to them, just moments prior, as Rinchuan Mushi exerted all his effort to infuse the last remnants of the Two Tails chakra into the seal, a sensory ninja from a four-man team adorned with the headband of the hidden cloud village, situated over 1,000 meters away from their camp, suddenly turned his gaze in their direction. Once Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi returned to their tent and ensured their surroundings were devoid of onlookers, Rinchuan Mushi quietly remarked to Itachi, "Itachi, our gains this time are substantial. I have amassed enough chakra to fill 4 seals, each equivalent to the average chakra of a jonin, which can be considered a significant windfall. It follows that the chakra we have seized corresponds to that of 4 jonin-level ninjas, which is indeed commendable. However, what do you intend to do with this chakra? The chakra of tailed beasts is not easily wielded, is it? Rest assured, I possess methods for its utilization. I am quite confident in my sealing techniques. I have prepared for this. The difficulty in harnessing tailed beast chakra stems from the overwhelming negative emotions they harbor. As long as we can purge these negative sentiments, the chakra, generated from this colossal mass of energy, becomes accessible to any ninja. Concerning the elimination of negative emotions, if this chakra still retains a connection to the Two Tails, then I would be at a loss. However, since this chakra has already severed ties with the Two Tails, it presents no significant challenge for me. A simple procedure will suffice to eradicate the negative emotions." As he spoke, Rinchuan Mushi retrieved a small scroll, fitting comfortably in one hand. He unfurled the large scroll and subsequently spread out the smaller scroll parallel to it, beginning to inscribe the runes that constituted the sealing technique. Observing Rinchuan Mushi's industrious efforts, Uchiha Itachi refrained from interrupting him and instead seated himself nearby to recuperate the chakra he had expended, as well as the ocular power drained from his Sharingan. Although Itachi had not voiced much earlier, his consumption was indeed considerable and had nearly reached its limits. Yet, to avoid disrupting Rinchuan Mushi, he continued to maintain the illusionary control over the 2 wooden figures. After approximately an hour and a half, Rinchuan Mushi exhaled deeply and slumped into the chair behind him. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes and gazed at Rinchuan Mushi, inquiring, "Mushi, have you completed it?" With a slow nod, Lien Chuan Mu, she gestured towards the 4 small scrolls laid out on the table before her, her voice tinged with fatigue. "At last, it is complete. These 4 scrolls represent the culmination of my efforts. By tearing open a scroll and applying one's blood upon it, the chakra contained within can be extracted and infused into oneself, forming a chakra cloak akin to that of a tailed beast. However, since this chakra does not belong to the user, its effects will only last for a maximum of 30 minutes before gradually dissipating. Hence, this technique is best reserved for true combat situations. It would be unwise to employ it for infiltration tasks or other scenarios." Upon hearing Mushi's words, Uchiha Itachi nodded thoughtfully. "So, this can only be considered a last resort. Yet even so, it undoubtedly serves as a remarkable trump card. With this at your disposal, Mushi, your combat prowess should at least rival that of a special jonin." As soon as Itachi finished speaking, he observed Mushi tossing 2 of the scrolls towards him, which he instinctively caught. Frowning slightly, Itachi intended to return the scrolls to Mushi. But before he could act, she interjected, "Itachi, these 2 scrolls are not entirely yours. One is intended for Shisui, while the other is for you. I will retain the remaining 2 for myself. Moreover, do not refuse. Your assistance was instrumental in successfully extracting the chakra from the Two Tails. Without your help, I would not have succeeded. If you decline now, I may hesitate to seek your aid in future endeavors. Mushi, we are friends. It is only natural for me to assist you. Thus, as a token of our friendship, you should graciously accept this gift," Itachi replied, contemplating her words. After a brief silence, he sighed and acquiesced. "Very well, I shall accept it. That's the spirit. With this trump card at our side, we can face the trials of war with greater confidence, can we not?" A faint smile graced Itachi's lips, but before he could utter another word, his expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly bolted from the tent, and Mushi followed closely behind. Upon exiting the tent, they beheld 4 ninjas from the hidden cloud village ruthlessly dispatching 2 leaf village ninjas, charging towards others in the vicinity. Without hesitation, Itachi drew 2 kunai and activated his Sharingan, rushing towards the enemy. Suddenly, a nearby tent erupted in a violent explosion as one of the cloud ninjas was sent hurtling backward. Amidst the chaos, a massive python was summoned from the ruins of the tent. Standing atop the creature's head was Uchiha Shisui, who had been resting within the tent, now alert and vigilant against the advancing 4 cloud ninjas. Without any dialogue or hesitation, the 2 opposing ninjas engaged in battle, striking lethal blows upon their first encounter. Among the 4 ninjas from the hidden cloud village, there was 1 jonin, 1 special jonin, and 2 chunin, constituting a remarkably formidable lineup. The mightiest among them, Uchiha Itachi, faced the jonin directly, while Mitarashi Anko entangled the special jonin. The remaining 2 chunin were left to be dealt with by 4 remaining genin, including Rinchuan Mushi. Shuriken and kunai flew through the air, yet Rinchuan Mushi remained stoic, kneeling on the ground behind, unfurling a scroll before him. With a brush in hand, he diligently painted a series of inkwolf figures. With a soft command, 10 inkwolves surged forth from the scroll. 5 charged towards the jonin, barely fending off Uchiha Itachi. 3 lunged at the special jonin, and 2 darted towards the chunin. Without a moment's pause, Rinchuan Mushi continued to create a multitude of bats, dividing them into 4 groups that swooped towards the 4 ninjas from the hidden cloud village, disrupting their skirmishes. At that moment, the special jonin, locked in battle with Mitarashi Anko, suddenly clapped his hands on the colossal serpent she had summoned. Instantly, an array of sealing technique runes manifested upon his arms, swiftly spreading to envelop the giant serpent, rendering it immobile. Simultaneously, the special jonin unleashed another wave of sealing runes, which, like living entities, coalesced around him to construct a new seal, exuding an invisible force that encapsulated the oncoming inkwolves and bats, much to Rinchuan Mushi's astonishment. The peculiar nature of this ninja's techniques was remarkable. He could detach the foundational sealing runes from his body to forge new seals, eliminating the need for cumbersome preparations. A mere simple hand sign sufficed. If this secret art could synergize with my super beast imitation technique. With this thought, Rinchuan Mushi envisioned a new path to power. His eyes narrowed slightly, and without hesitation, he retrieved a scroll from his satchel. Gritting his teeth, he realized he had to employ this artifact sooner than anticipated. Hopefully, the techniques of that individual could be of use to me. Otherwise, I would suffer a significant loss. Resolving himself, Rinchuan Mushi bit his right index finger, tearing open the scroll as blood trickled from his punctured thumb, which he smeared across the scroll. With both hands, he formed a series of hand signs and softly commanded, "Release." Boom, accompanied by a faint sound. The core inscribed with the words 2 tails on the seal erupted with a surge of chakra resembling blue-black flames, rapidly enveloping Rinchuan Mushi and forming a chakra cloak around him, allowing him to feel an overwhelming surge of power. As she gazed at the immense chakra entwined around her hands, Rinchuan Mushi couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Is this the power of the 2-tailed cat? It truly is astonishing." Just as Rinchuan Mushi was lost in awe of the 2-tailed cat's strength, Uchiha Itachi's voice boomed from a distance. "Mushi, don't be dazed. Act swiftly." Upon hearing this, Rinchuan Mushi immediately snapped out of her reverie, inhaling deeply. She abandoned the allure of her deceptive power and, in an instant, vanished from her spot, reappearing behind one of the chunin from the hidden cloud village, unleashing a powerful punch towards him. Sensing the rush of wind behind him, the hidden cloud chunin quickly formed hand seals, employing the earth release technique, earth wall, conjuring a wall of earth and stone to shield himself from Rinchuan Mushi. However, what he could never have anticipated was that, bolstered by her chakra cloak, Rinchuan Mushi's strength had reached a level comparable to Tsunade. The moment her fist made contact with the earthen wall, it shattered as if it were mere parchment, and her fist continued unabated, crashing into the chunin's back. Boom. The impact sent the chunin crashing into the ground, the tremendous force reverberating through him and shaking the earth violently, unleashing a cacophony of rumbling. Cracks spread across the ground as if it had experienced a cataclysmic earthquake, leaving the chunin utterly incapacitated, his form crushed into a mere pulp beneath Rinchuan Mushi's might. With a casual flick of her wrist to rid her fist of blood, Rinchuan Mushi inhaled sharply, swiftly forming hand seals. Her cheeks puffed as she unleashed a water bullet the size of a fist towards another Chunin, executing the water release, iron water bullet technique. What once required her utmost effort to cast this B-rank technique could now be performed with ease, thanks to the support of her chakra cloak. Bang! The other hidden cloud Chunin narrowly evaded the iron water bullet, but before he could create distance, he was met with a barrage of 6 additional iron water bullets from Rensuke Mino, completely sealing off his escape routes. Helplessly, he watched as the bullets struck his body, sending him hurtling to the ground, his fate uncertain. At that moment, Rensuke Mino turned to the bewildered trio of Genin, instructing them, "Assist Chunin Yoshirashi. Do not let that hidden cloud ninja escape. I shall aid Uchiha Itachi in dealing with that Jonin." Previously, these Genin would have dismissed the words of Rensuke Mino, a fellow Genin, but after witnessing her effortlessly dispatch 2 Chunin from the hidden cloud village, they harbored no thoughts of defying her command. Upon issuing the command, Rensuke Mino immediately charged towards the Jonin. As he rushed forward, he simultaneously formed hand seals. By the time Rensuke Mino reached the Jonin, the seals were complete, and he unleashed a barrage of 6 iron water projectiles. Bang! 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 It must be said, the Jonin proved his mettle. He effortlessly evaded Mushi's onslaught without expending much energy. With a swift motion, he drew his blade and aimed a strike at Mushi's neck. Seeing this, Mushi instinctively leaned back, his hands transforming into palms as he executed a cross-handed slap against the blade, activating his extraordinary strength technique, which shattered the short sword in an instant. At that moment, observing the Jonin's weapon lost, Uchiha Itachi surged forward, thrusting his kunai towards the Jonin's abdomen. However, before Itachi's kunai could find its mark, the Jonin, despite his comparatively smaller stature, swiftly defended himself against a kick aimed at him. In that fleeting moment, Itachi seized the Jonin's ankle, lifting his head from behind his hands and unleashing a torrent of blazing flames directed at the Jonin. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The Jonin's leg jolted violently, propelling Itachi away and allowing him to escape the encroaching flames. The Jonin was enveloped in wisps of black smoke, appearing quite disheveled. He glared at Itachi and Mushi, his face betraying a flicker of rage. Quickly forming seals, he swung his hands with force, releasing 2 arcs of black lightning towards them. These bolts of black lightning represented the pinnacle of lightning release mastery, a highly concentrated product of ordinary lightning, their power far surpassing that of conventional lightning techniques. Developed by the second Raikage, these black lightning strikes were classified as A rank, making them impossible to confront head-on. Water release, water barrier. In an instant, Mushi formed seals and expelled a substantial volume of water, creating 3 successive water barriers to shield himself from the impending black lightning. Bang! 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 The 3 water barriers collapsed in succession, the weakened black lightning subsequently striking both Mushi and Itachi. Mushi was propelled backward by the impact, while Itachi transformed into 7 or 8 crows, scattering into the air. Crow clone technique. Since acquiring the crow summoning technique, Itachi had developed an array of ninjutsu assisted by crows in battle. Much like the serpent in Orochimaru's arsenal, crows constituted a significant aspect of Itachi's unique ninjutsu system, with crow-assisted jinjutsu being a prime application of this technique. Caw. The flock of crows circled the Jonin from the village hidden in the clouds, weaving through the air in an intricate pattern, gradually ensnaring him within a jinjutsu. At that moment, a series of astonishing thunderbolts erupted from the body of the Jonin from the cloud village, scattering in all directions and transforming the 7 or 8 crows that circled around him into wisps of white smoke. Harnessing the power of lightning, he disrupted the flow of chakra in his brain, liberating himself from the control of the illusion. Uchiha's little brat, your jinjutsu is indeed formidable, but it pales in comparison to me, he declared. Now, allow me to demonstrate the power of the Uchiha Sharingan. As the voice of Itachi Uchiha reached his ears, the Jonin of the Cloud Village swiftly turned to unleash a punch at his assailant. To his astonishment, he found himself striking nothing but air. At that moment, the previously cacophonous sounds of battle began to fade, eventually giving way to an eerie silence, as if he had been transported to an entirely different realm. Turning to observe the absence of others around him, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the Jonin's forehead. He realized he had fallen victim to an illusion. With a mighty shout, the Jonin unleashed another surge of thunder, yet this time, it did not free him from the illusion. Instead, he found himself ensnared in the Jinjutsu, unable to break free from its grasp. How is this possible? When did I fall under the influence of the ocular technique? I never even looked into that Uchiha brat's eyes. What is happening? He muttered to himself, just as Itachi's voice whispered in his ear. The Uchiha's ocular technique can affect even those who do not directly gaze into the eyes, as peripheral vision or indirect sight suffices. Furthermore, when you presumed the crow's trajectories were the sole illusion, you had already stepped into my trap. The eyes of those crows contained the power of my gaze. Once you beheld their eyes, you were inevitably drawn into my Jinjutsu. The eyes of crows. Who are you, little brat? I have encountered members of the Uchiha clan who awakened the Sharingan, and their eyes do not possess such power as yours. Who are you? The Jonin questioned, his voice tinged with disbelief. I am a Leaf Village ninja, Itachi Uchiha. Remember this name, for it shall be the last you hear. As the words left his lips, the Jonin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat, violently breaking free from the illusion. He gazed down at the blood gushing from his neck and caught sight of Itachi Uchiha, standing a short distance away, his eyes spinning with the signature tomo. He wished to utter something, yet no words escaped his lips, leaving him to succumb to his fate at the hands of Itachi. With a thud, the lifeless body of the Jonin from the Cloud Village fell to the ground. Itachi staggered slightly, raising a hand to shield his eyes as he took a moment to compose himself before reopening them. At that instant, his Sharingan had reverted to its original black hue. At this moment, Lien Chuan Mu Shi emerged from the pit in the ground, baring his teeth. Much of his chakra garment had dissipated, leaving only a thin layer clinging to him. His shirt was singed, bearing a large hole across his chest. However, beneath the charred fabric, his flesh remained unscathed. Damn it! Thankfully, the chakra garment shielded me from the brunt of the Black Lightning's power, allowing me to swiftly heal the injury on my chest. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Observing Lien Chuan Mu Shi, Uchiha Itachi offered a faint smile and gestured towards the special Jonin from the Cloud Village, entangled with Yutei Azuki and 3 other genin. That fellow is the one you desire. I shall refrain from intervening. You may handle him. Upon hearing this, Lien Chuan Mu Shi stretched his body and replied with a grin. Of course, you rest well. I shall take care of that individual. With a sudden burst, Lien Chuan Mu Shi propelled himself off the ground, shattering the earth beneath him as he charged toward the special Jonin. Water style, iron water bullet. In an instant, he formed seals and unleashed 3 fist-sized high-density water bullets aimed at the special Jonin. Sensing the incoming water bullets, the special Jonin swiftly struck one of the genin, his palm radiating sealing runes that coalesced into a sealing technique upon the genin's chest, effectively sealing away the chakra within. Immediately, he evaded Lien Chuan Mu Shi's assault, his expression darkening as he eyed the fallen Jonin from the Cloud Village, intent on retreating to summon reinforcements. Yet, Lien Chuan Mu Shi would not permit him to escape so easily. Earth style, cracking earth palm. With a single-handed strike to the ground, fissures rapidly spread from beneath Lien Chuan Mu Shi's palm, reaching the feet of the special Jonin, forcing him to leap to avoid the ground's attack. However, this very action played into Lien Chuan Mu Shi's strategy. Lien Chuan Mu Shi formed seals with both hands and expelled a viscous liquid that swiftly spread across the ground to where the special Jonin would land. As the Jonin touched down, his feet became ensnared, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, Lien Chuan Mu Shi dashed before him, swiftly forming seals again. With a slight flick of his hands before the Jonin's eyes, the special Jonin fell into a Jinjutsu, stripped of any capacity for resistance. By employing water style, water binding with the illusion, he finally captured this adversary, marking the conclusion of this battle. The ancestor of Shuramaru was a rogue ninja from the Sand Village, who joined the Cloud Village during the Second Shinobi World War. Inspired by the sealing runes found on the One-Tail Shikaku, his family, over 3 generations, ultimately developed a unique secret technique exclusive to their clan. The secret techniques of their clan allow them to inscribe various runes upon their skin using a special potion akin to tattoos. Typically, these runes lie hidden beneath the surface of the skin, imperceptible to the untrained eye. However, when activated with chakra, they manifest prominently on the skin's surface. Depending on the application of this secret art, these runes can coalesce into chakra-based seals, which, once externalized, can be combined in myriad ways to create seals that possess unparalleled speed and adaptability, far surpassing ordinary sealing techniques. Due to this unique ability, the Shuramaru clan has garnered significant regard from the Cloud Village, which boasts two-tailed beasts. Consequently, their ninjas are frequently reassigned to critical missions. Even when Shuramaru's prowess was merely that of a slightly above-average chunin, he was exceptionally promoted to the rank of Special Jonin. Recently, following the defeat of the two-tailed Jinchuriki, the Cloud Village leadership prioritized this situation, dispatching several teams to address the matter. Shuramaru, endowed with exceptional sealing and sensory abilities, seamlessly integrated into one of these teams. As anticipated, with Shuramaru's profound understanding of tailed beasts, they traced nearly imperceptible signs to the vicinity of Konoha's temporary encampment. While preparing for reconnaissance, they inadvertently sensed chakra fluctuations caused by the extraction of the two-tailed beast's chakra by Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi, leading them to this very camp. Upon their observation, they confirmed that the strongest presence in the encampment was merely a 14 or 15-year-old without any jonin among them, prompting an immediate decision to launch a surprise attack to eliminate the Konoha ninjas and rescue the two-tailed Jinchuriki. However, fate took an unexpected turn. They were wholly unprepared for the presence of Uchiha Itachi and Rensuke Mino, formidable opponents whose strength was beyond ordinary estimation. The elite team from Cloud Village, commanded by an exceptional jonin wielding black lightning, faced near annihilation at the hands of these two, resulting in 3 fatalities and 1 capture, a catastrophic failure of their ambush. Upon awakening from the Jinjutsu, Shuramaru's expression was grave, having encountered a terrifying illusion the likes of which he had never witnessed before. He fervently wished to avoid a repeat experience. Gazing at Rensuke Mino, who sat across from him, he felt as though he were staring at a devil. He licked his parched lips and, with a hoarse voice, inquired, "What is it that you desire? I know you seek something. Otherwise, you would have killed me outright." Rensuke Mino regarded Shuramaru, bound in a large X shape upon the wooden frame, and offered a faint smile. "Your chakra is sealed, so abandon any unrealistic notions. I require the technique you previously employed, the one that allows runes to materialize from your body and detach from you. Provide me with this, and I shall grant you one wish within my capacity to fulfill. Does that include releasing me?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. With a smirk, Rensuke Mino replied, "Of course not. I have no intention of letting you go." Upon hearing these words, Shuramaru's eyes flickered slightly as he remarked, "In that case, I have nothing further to say." Rensuke Mino, feeling somewhat helpless, scratched his head and replied, "Oh, how unfortunate." As he spoke, Rensuke Mino slowly formed hand seals before Shuramaru. His hands, as they moved, seemed to resonate with a unique frequency, accompanied by subtle gestures that did not interfere with the effectiveness of the seals. With each motion, Shuramaru's gaze grew increasingly bewildered. The moment the hand seals were completed, he was swiftly ensnared in an illusion. This illusion, known as the 6 desires technique, artfully conjured the 7 emotions and 6 desires within the enemy's heart, manipulating them at will. In this world, no individual is devoid of emotion. Where there is desire, there exists feeling. By controlling emotions, one can dominate desires and, consequently, all aspects of the enemy within the illusion, delivering the most profound blows. If familial love is held most dear, then it shall be toyed with, leading to betrayal or even death at the hands of loved ones. If romantic love is treasured, it will be manipulated, causing the beloved to abandon, distance, or betray. Nothing is more unbearable than the unattainable. Even if one achieves their desires, under the sway of the illusion, they will inevitably lose them once more. Shuramaru was relentlessly subjected to the myriad betrayals by those he cherished, often being slain by his beloved. The most harrowing aspect was his inability to escape this torment. Even with the knowledge that it was all a fabrication, as the illusion persisted, he gradually succumbed to its depths. Countless betrayals passed before him, when the cycle began anew. Shuramaru gazed upon the girl who reappeared, smiling sweetly at him. In a fit of despair akin to a dying wolf, he unleashed a frenzied assault, taking her life. Yet, upon witnessing the blood staining his hands, a sudden clarity washed over him. Listening to her, as she lay dying, forgiving him for his heinous act, and professing her undying love, Shuramaru finally shattered. Cradling her lifeless form, he wailed in anguish, his tear-streaked face lifted towards the heavens. He cried out, "Release me. Let me escape this place. I will give you anything you desire, anything. Just grant me the mercy of death after you have what you seek." As his words echoed, Orochimaru abruptly opened his eyes, his expression vacant. Large tears streaming from his eyes. In his gaze towards Lien Chuan Mushi, there was a tempest of anger and fear. Lien Chuan Mushi regarded him with a weary demeanor and slowly spoke. You may now disclose that ninjutsu to me. I trust you understand that I possess the means to ascertain the truth and completeness of any ninjutsu. Therefore, if you wish to avoid reliving what just transpired, or facing even greater horrors, I urge you to be forthcoming with all that you know. Additionally, you must share everything regarding the hidden Cloud Village. Should I find your revelations satisfactory, I will grant your wish and deliver you from this torment. Gently rolling up the scroll before her, Lien Chuan Mu, she carefully stored the parchment, which contained the ninjutsu she desired, close to her person. Only then did she turn to face the despondent Orochimaru. Addressing him with a composed demeanor, you are quite astute, for you refrained from tampering with the ninjutsu. Otherwise, you would be ensnared in another illusion by now. Gazing at Lien Chuan Mushi, Orochimaru rasped, honor your promise. With a slow nod, Lien Chuan Mushi replied, as you wish. Having said that, she approached Orochimaru and swiftly plunged a kunai into his heart, extinguishing his life in an instant. At that moment, Lien Chuan Mushi retrieved another scroll, sealing Orochimaru's corpse within it using a sealing technique. The secret arts of the Shura clan involved human modification, rendering the body immensely valuable, which is why Lien Chuan Mu, she would not dispose of it like an ordinary ninja. As she tidied up the interrogation basement, Uchiha Itachi entered from outside. Observing that Lien Chuan Mu, she was the sole occupant of the room, he inquired, Mushi, have you obtained what you sought? Indeed, it has been quite fruitful. How fares your side? I just made contact with Shisui and the others. They are on their way back. However, the mission to capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was only partially successful. The Eight Tails possesses strength far exceeding that of the Two Tails, reaching a level akin to a shadow. And his synergy with the tailed beast is remarkably harmonious. If it were only him, it would be manageable, but with the presence of Cloud Village ninjas, our plans have essentially failed. Does that mean we cannot prevent the Eight Tails Jinchuriki from reaching the main battlefield? Not necessarily. The term partially successful indicates that the Eight Tails sustained significant injuries and has temporarily retreated to Cloud Village for recuperation. For now, he will not head to the front lines. The future trajectory of the war is beyond my knowledge. That is of little concern. From my perspective, Konoha shall not be defeated. Upon hearing Lien Chuan Mushi's assertion, Uchiha Itachi smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Konoha will not falter. Merely 3 days later, Uchiha Shisui and Hatake Kakashi, along with 4 others, returned to the camp. They had departed with 9, yet returned with 6. It was evident that the 3 who did not return had perished during the mission. Among those who survived, many bore injuries, making Lien Chuan Mu, she's long and used medical ninjutsu finally come into play. With a gentle hum, the soft green chakra of her healing technique accelerated the recovery of the deep gash on Uchiha Shisui's shoulder, erasing nearly all traces of the wound as if it had never existed. Exhaling a breath of relief, Lien Chuan Mu, she lowered her hands, fatigue evident in her voice as she remarked, at last, the treatment is complete. Shisui, you were the last one. As he donned his clothing, Uchiha Shisui nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am the last. Returning to the topic at hand, it is indeed my first encounter witnessing Uchiha Shisui sustain an injury. I, too, am but a mortal, and it is inevitable to suffer wounds. Moreover, the prowess of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki is formidable, for he can wield 8 blades simultaneously. My injury was merely a momentary lapse that resulted in my being caught off guard by his assault. Gently nodding, Tachibana Muki gazed upon Uchiha Shisui and inquired, Shisui, what course of action should we pursue next? Let us return to the frontline camp and hand over the Two Tails Jinchuriki to the higher-ups. For us in Konoha, the Two Tails Jinchuriki serves as an invaluable asset. Whether we extract the Two Tails cat for our own use or leverage the Jinchuriki as a bargaining chip to compel the Cloud Village to cease hostilities, both options are quite advantageous. Upon hearing this, Muki raised an eyebrow and asked, Shisui, do you believe the higher-ups are inclined towards a ceasefire? Nodding slowly, Uchiha Shisui affirmed. Indeed, this is the case. Konoha has only recently emerged from the ravages of the Third Great Ninja War, and we are still in the process of recovery. Even though our strength is considerable, we have no desire to prolong conflict with the Cloud Village. After all, should the war extend, The other 3 ninja villages may develop their own ambitions. While you articulate it so, I trust Konoha would not initiate peace talks, would they? Certainly not. Thus, pressuring the Cloud Village to negotiate is indeed the sentiment of some among the higher-ups. What are your thoughts on the matter, Shisui? My perspective aligns with the notion of negotiations. Konoha requires recuperation. We cannot continue this relentless battle with the Cloud Village, as it would not bode well for us. Oh, I see. Then let us escort the Two-Tails Jinchuriki to the frontline camp. With the Two-Tails as a bargaining chip, I believe the Cloud Village will be amenable to discussions. After merely half a day's rest, under the leadership of Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui, the group departed from the temporary encampment, bearing the rigorously sealed Two-Tails Jinchuriki, en route to the front line where Konoha and the Cloud Village were at odds. Approximately 5 days later, they arrived at the frontline camp of Konoha Village, welcomed by Jiraiya and several elite jonin upon their return to the main base. After transferring the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Tachibana Muki and Uchiha Itachi, along with others, took a moment to rest within the main camp. Jiraiya, taking charge, granted them a 3-day respite to recuperate and heal. However, aside from Tachibana Muki, few would truly benefit from the full duration of this break. Observing Tachibana Muki diligently calculating and strategizing at the table, Uchiha Itachi addressed her. Muki, what are you currently writing? Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Rinchuan Mushi did not lift her head, but continued to write, responding, I am currently deducing the ninjutsu acquired from that Shuramaru of the Hidden Cloud Village. I intend to amalgamate my super beast imitation technique with his ninjutsu to see if I can rectify many of the shortcomings inherent in the super beast imitation. If successful, I believe this technique could stand independently, rightfully named ink release. Ink release? Itachi inquired. Indeed, a technique that could transcend mere drawings and function like conventional ninjutsu, requiring only hand seals for activation. What do you think of the name ink release? Furthermore, I plan to incorporate the secret techniques from Shuramaru's clan. If I can successfully establish a systematic ninjutsu, it would indeed be a unique technique of my own. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi nodded with a smile. You are quite right. Although your ink release may not possess the formidable power of a bloodline limit, it should at least align with the secret techniques of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. I do not aspire to compare myself to the illustrious Inoshikacho trio. At most, I aim to develop a self-preserving ninjutsu system. You, my friend, should realize that with your current strength, self-preservation is already quite assured. Not at all. I do not believe my abilities are sufficient for my protection. The dangers in this world are far too numerous. After speaking, Rinchuan Mushi immersed herself once more in her development of ink release. Observing her focused demeanor, Uchiha Itachi refrained from further interruption, settling down in a corner of the tent to begin his own training. 3 days swiftly passed, and Mushi and Itachi donned their gear once more, returning to the battlefield. This time, unlike before, Uchiha Shisui, as a jonin, had ventured to the front lines to confront formidable foes, while Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, though exceptional, were ultimately still genin, relegated to assignments near the core of the battlefield. Following the orders of the commanding chunin, Mushi and Itachi relentlessly hurled shurikens and kunai at the enemy, occasionally dispatching some lower-ranked ninjas and even a few mid-ranking ones. Gradually, their growing prowess became recognized by their peers, establishing them as aces among the Leaf Village ninjas. In particular, Uchiha Itachi had begun engaging directly with mid-ranking ninjas and even the rare high-ranking ones. Panting heavily, Rinchuan Mushi observed a foe hiding behind a large stone and swiftly sketched 2 majestic lions on her scroll. After consuming several soldier pills to replenish her chakra, she immediately formed hand seals and astonishingly summoned both lions simultaneously. It must be said that war indeed serves as an exceptional platform for honing the prowess of ninjas. The psychological and spiritual pressure, alongside the physical exertion and mastery of ninjutsu faced during warfare, leads ninjas to repeatedly expend their chakra to the point of exhaustion and subsequently replenish it. This rigorous cycle gradually enhances their chakra capacity. At the very least, the chakra of Rinchuan Mushi has increased by more than half compared to before. Although his initial chakra was not particularly abundant, such a notable enhancement is commendable. 2 ink-wash lions roared as they charged forth, converging upon a colossal black bear summoned by a chunin from the Hidden Cloud Village, standing at 3 to 4 meters tall. The 3 immense beasts immediately engaged in a fierce battle, rendering the outcome uncertain in the heat of the moment. Damn it, I've exhausted all my soldier pills. After more than a day of relentless fighting, the quantity of soldier pills Rinchuan Mushi had brought proved insufficient for his needs. Looking around, he spotted a ninja from the Akimichi clan not far from him. Taking cover behind a massive rock, he dashed toward the ninja, skillfully evading 3 shurikens aimed at him. He successfully reached the side of the Akimichi ninja, and the identification of this leaf ninja as belonging to the Akimichi clan was evident merely by his physique. Do you have any soldier pills left? I've used up all mine. Take this. Without hesitation, the Akimichi ninja tossed one of the 4 pouches at his waist toward him. Thank you. What is your name? Toko, Akimichi Toko. All right, I'll remember that. If we make it back to the leaf, I'll treat you to barbecue. Ha ha. Sounds good. As the words were exchanged, the Akimichi Toko, probably around 14 or 15 years old, formed hand seals, instantly transforming his body to a height of 4 to 5 meters. With a layer of chakra enveloping his palms, he directed his strength toward the 4 or 5 ninjas charging at him. Multiplication technique, super push. Boom, boom. With a mighty crash, Akimichi Toko's palms smashed down, obliterating the 4 or 5 ninjas. Meanwhile, Rinchuan Mushi, concealed behind a boulder, consumed 5 soldier pills in quick succession. Taking a deep breath, he felt his chakra nearly restored and suddenly surged forth, his fist enveloped in strands of blue chakra. He struck a ninja from the hidden cloud village, sending him flying into 2 others behind him, all crashing to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Observing Akimichi Toko relentlessly battering the hidden cloud ninjas like a bulldozer, Rinchuan Mushi smiled faintly, preparing to depart. However, at that moment, he caught sight of a shadow silently approaching from behind Akimichi Toko, vaulting into the air with stealth and aiming a long blade at the back of Toko's head. With a change in expression, Rinchuan Mushi wasted no time. He formed hand seals and unleashed a fist-sized water bomb, which collided directly with the hidden cloud ninja attempting the ambush. The force sent the assailant careening backward, coughing blood as he retreated. At that moment, Akimichi Dogwang also reacted. He struck out with a single palm, unleashing a powerful gust of wind infused with pale blue chakra, which instantly engulfed the ninja from the hidden cloud village who had attempted to ambush him. The force sent the assailant crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. His limbs contorted at unnatural angles. As his body gradually returned to its original state, Akimichi Dogwang turned to Rinchuan Mushi and spoke. You saved me. I owe you one. It's nothing. We are all ninjas of Konoha. Naturally we should. Before Rinchuan Mushi could finish, a terrifying creature, its body a deep crimson and purple, with the upper half resembling a bull and the lower half adorned with 8 octopus-like tentacles, suddenly appeared near the battlefield where Rinchuan Mushi stood. At the very sight of this colossal beast, Rinchuan Mushi recognized it instantly. The second-tailed beast of the hidden cloud village, the 8 Tails. How could this be? Wasn't the 8 Tails gravely injured? Why is it here? And the location where the 8 Tails emerged, Itachi is fighting there as well. Damn it. I have no choice but to use the last scroll. Gritting his teeth, Rinchuan Mushi reached for his waist pouch to retrieve the scroll. However, before he could do so, he noticed Akimichi Dogwang suddenly offering him a rectangular transparent box, divided into 3 equal compartments, each containing a pill the size of a human eye in green, yellow, and red. Upon seeing these 3 pills, Rinchuan Mushi immediately recalled their significance. They were the secret medicines of the Akimichi clan: spinach pill, curry pill, and chili pill. Dogwang-senpai, what is this? I owe you one, and consider this my compensation. You have friends over there, do you not? This might provide you with some assistance, but remember, avoid the chili pill if possible. Even if you take it, be prepared for the consequences. It will exhaust all your potential and is extremely dangerous. Rinchuan Mushi was well aware of the hazards of the chili pill. It could convert all bodily fat into chakra in an instant, which meant that for someone like him, with little fat to spare, consuming it would almost certainly lead to death. Thus, the only viable options for him were the spinach pill and the curry pill. He opened the box and took the yellow curry pill from the middle compartment, promptly placing it in his mouth. Then he looked at Akimichi Dogwang and said, I only need one. Thank you for your help. You have helped me as well. There's no need for thanks. As soon as the words left his mouth, Akimichi Dogwang's right arm suddenly swelled and crashed down towards the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. A hidden cloud ninja was struck directly by this punch, rendered unconscious beneath the debris. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi felt his chakra surging within him, expanding almost tenfold. Although it could not compare to the effects of using the tailed beast chakra scroll, it was undoubtedly a substantial surge of power for Rinchuan Mushi. The duration of future warfare remains uncertain, and I must retain my trump cards. Having utilized the curry balls of the Akimichi clan, which have augmented my chakra nearly tenfold, I find this sufficient for the time being. My objective is to rescue Itachi, not to confront the Eight Tails directly. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Rinchuan Mushi unfurled a blank scroll, swiftly illustrating a majestic eagle alongside a multitude of bats. Upon summoning them, he leapt onto the eagle's back, ascending rapidly under the cover of the bats, soaring towards the direction of the Eight Tails. Simultaneously, Rinchuan Mushi began to craft a significantly more intricate depiction on the scroll than his previous rendering of a tailed beast. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that he was portraying a fearsome deity, the King of Wisdom, wielding a mystical artifact. Ninjutsu, super divine foe painting. With a thunderous crash, an imposing ink-wash statue of the King of Wisdom, nearly the size of the Eight Tails, descended before it, delivering a powerful blow to the Eight Tails' head, provoking an enraged roar. The Eight Tails abandoned its assault on the ground ninjas, instead ensnaring the ink-wash statue with its 8 tentacle-like tails, relentlessly pummeling it with furious strikes. Observing the deteriorating condition of the ink-wash statue, Rinchuan Mushi once again wielded his brush, meticulously drawing upon the scroll while simultaneously controlling the surrounding ink-wash bats to shield himself and the ink-wash eagle from the onslaught of shurikens and ninjutsu raining down from below. Having crafted 3 slightly varied statues of the King of Wisdom, Rinchuan Mushi took a deep breath, exhausting nearly 70 to 80% of his chakra, and unleashed the super divine foe painting technique once more, sending the 3 statues plummeting from midair to assail the Eight Tails. Under the assault of the newly summoned ink-wash statues, the Eight Tails was compelled to forsake its previous target, engaging in a fierce battle with the 4 ink-wash figures. However, Rinchuan Mushi was acutely aware that his super divine foe painting could at most delay the Eight Tails. To believe that 4 statues could vanquish it was but a foolish dream. As the ink-wash bats, besieged by attacks from below, began to dwindle, Rinchuan Mushi guided the ink-wash eagle to descend directly to the ground. Upon landing, he immediately sought the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, his eyes widened at the sight of a surging blaze, and he dashed forward. Before him lay Uchiha Itachi, beset by 3 ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village, each possessing skills surpassing that of a Jonin. Without the aid of his Sharingan, Itachi would have been unable to withstand their onslaught for so long. Water release, iron water bullet. Swiftly forming hand seals, Rinchuan Mushi unleashed 3 fist-sized water bullets, hurtling toward the 3 ninjas attacking Uchiha Itachi. Even B-rank ninjutsu, particularly those of lesser potency within that category, cannot be disregarded. The 3 Cloud Village ninjas besieging Uchiha Itachi immediately assumed defensive positions. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Itachi seized the opportunity. His Sharingan spun, unleashing an illusion that momentarily froze the weakest of them, a female ninja. In an instant, she succumbed to defeat beneath Itachi's kunai. Swiftly retreating, Uchiha Itachi joined Lotus River Mushi, his voice hoarse as he implored, "Bestow upon me some soldier pills." Without hesitation, Mushi reached into her pouch and thrust a handful of soldier pills into Itachi's mouth. She then proceeded to consume the remaining pills herself, replenishing her nearly depleted chakra. The effects of the Akimichi clan's curry pills had waned, leaving Mushi acutely aware of her aching body and dwindling chakra reserves. After a brief restoration, she glanced at the 2 adversaries before quietly advising Itachi, "The 4 ink-painted deities I summoned will not endure for long. We must depart at once and avoid lingering in battle." Nodding in agreement, Itachi and Mushi began their retreat. However, at that moment, a furious roar erupted, followed by a blinding flash of light. With a deafening explosion, the 4 ink deities dissipated instantaneously, transforming into a deluge of ink that spread in all directions. Simultaneously, from the mouth of the Eight Tails, a small crimson-tailed beast ball coalesced, launching toward the direction of Konoha in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. As the Eight Tails unleashed a barrage of tailed beast balls, 3 small mushroom clouds erupted among the Leaf Village ninjas. Without a moment's hesitation, Mushi and Itachi fled back toward the safety of the Leaf's ranks. Meanwhile, Not far ahead, Uchiha Shisui appeared, aiming numerous shuriken toward Mushi and Itachi. The shuriken whizzed past them, forcing the pursuing Cloud Village ninjas to halt and defend against the Uchiha clan's renowned shuriken technique, momentarily pausing their chase. Under Shisui's cover, Mushi and Itachi hastily made their way toward the leaf ninjas. Yet, at that instant, they felt a chilling light above them. Upon looking up, they were met with the sight of the Eight Tails gathering another tail beast ball aimed directly at them. Panic-stricken, Mushi and Itachi attempted to retreat swiftly. But it was too late. The small-tailed beast ball, having formed in the blink of an eye, hurtled down toward them with relentless force. Uchiha Shisui gazed at the descending tailed beast bomb and immediately rushed towards the direction of Rensuke Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. However, before he could reach them, the small-tailed beast bomb had already descended completely, exploding instantaneously and unleashing a staggering force that engulfed both Rensuke Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. The terrifying shockwave from the explosion swept past Uchiha Shisui, propelling him through the air before he crashed heavily to the ground, rolling backward under the relentless pressure of the aftermath. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui desperately grasped the earth beneath him, his 10 fingers scraping against the ground, leaving behind 10 gruesome trails of blood. His fingers were a mangled mess, the nails torn back, and in some cases, the most forceful digits exposed the white bone beneath the flesh. Once his body finally stabilized on the ground, Uchiha Shisui slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the massive crater before him, yet he found no trace of Rensuke Mushi or Uchiha Itachi. Just then, a half-broken leaf village forehead protector, accompanied by small fragments of debris, fell from the sky, landing directly before him. These remnants were remnants of the chaos unleashed by the tailed beast bomb moments earlier. With his bloodied, mangled hand, Uchiha Shisui picked up the shattered protector, tears gradually welling in his eyes. Both Rensuke Mushi and Uchiha Itachi were invaluable to him. They were friends, akin to family, irreplaceable in his heart. Tears streamed down his face, initially clear but soon transforming into a shade of crimson, ultimately falling as drops of blood onto the fractured forehead protector. Slowly lifting his head, Uchiha Shisui's eyes morphed into the shape of 4 fan-like blades, and he realized the transformation of his eyes. His Sharingan had evolved once more due to the overwhelming stimulus, becoming a rare Mangekyo Sharingan among the Uchiha clan. Rising to his feet, Uchiha Shisui cast his gaze towards the Eight Tails. His eyes widened fiercely as copious blood flowed from his right eye, streaks of red appearing in the whites of his eye, a dull pain radiating from it. Yet, he paid no heed to the discomfort. Instead, he fixated intently on the Eight Tails, revealing for the first time the terrifying power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyami. As Uchiha Shisui invoked the technique, the Eight Tails, which had been gathering the tailed beast bomb to attack the Leaf Village ninjas, suddenly hesitated, a look of confusion flickering in its eyes. In the very moment the tailed beast bomb was completed, the Eight Tails unexpectedly turned and unleashed the bomb towards the direction of the hidden Cloud Village, resulting in significant casualties among the unsuspecting Cloud ninjas. Meanwhile, among the ninjas of the Cloud Hidden Village, an extraordinarily perceptive sensory ninja sensed an anomaly in the state of the Eight Tails. Upon meticulous investigation, it was quickly discerned that a persistent chakra was exerting a severe influence on the Eight Tails' brain. Although the nature and intensity of this chakra were rather peculiar, distinct traces of Jinjutsu were unmistakably evident. Be cautious. The Eight Tails has fallen under the sway of Jinjutsu. What? How is this possible? How could the Eight Tails be so profoundly affected by Jinjutsu? How could Konoha possibly possess a Jinjutsu user of such caliber? The sealing team was summoned to seal the Eight Tails, preventing it from being manipulated by the individuals from Konoha. The Two Tails had already been seized by Konoha. If the Eight Tails were to encounter a similar fate, the Cloud Hidden Village would find itself in a perilous predicament. Witnessing the Eight Tails, under the influence of Jinjutsu, rebel against the Cloud Hidden Village, a commanding voice directed the sealing team's members to act swiftly. The seals within Killer Bee had been tampered with to allow remote control by the Cloud Hidden Village. Thus, when the sealing team assembled, it triggered the seals within Killer Bee, forcibly strengthening the Eight Tails seal. The Eight Tails emitted a furious roar, rapidly dissipating as the immense chakra retreated into its Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, causing him to fall into unconsciousness. The members of the Cloud Hidden Village promptly approached to seal Killer Bee and remove him from the battlefield to prevent further manipulation. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, his Mangekyo Sharingan having lost its brilliance, reverting to its original state. Gradually rising, Uchiha Shisui observed the retreating ninjas from the cloud-hidden village and approached the massive crater where Senju and Uchiha Itachi had vanished. Glancing at the shattered forehead protector in his hand, he cast it into the abyss. However, just as Uchiha Shisui's expression darkened in contemplation, two figures suddenly emerged from beneath the soil of the crater, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air. It was Senju and Uchiha Itachi, whom Uchiha Shisui had believed to be deceased. Uchiha Itachi, taking a few breaths, immediately sprang to his feet and rushed to Senju side, turning him over to examine his exposed chest, where the sealing runes opened like a vortex. His expression shifted to one of grave concern. Without hesitation, Uchiha Itachi extended his hand, his fingers igniting with a pale blue chakra, pressing it onto Senju and twisting forcefully. Instantly, the seal reclosed, encasing the area where the first Hokage cells had been implanted. Yet, those dispersed cells throughout Mukai's body could not be immediately suppressed or resolved without serum. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui swiftly approached the side of Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. Having witnessed Itachi's actions, he immediately deduced that Mushi had utilized wood release to safeguard both their lives at a critical juncture. Otherwise, they would have perished beneath the tailed beast bomb of the Eight Tails. Mushi, where have you placed the serum? Do tell me quickly, as I am prepared to administer it. Uchiha Itachi implored. Hearing his words, Mushi could only offer a wry smile and replied, "The serum has already been exhausted. I had only prepared a single dose along with its components, and I used them all earlier. I initially believed I could avoid employing wood release, but circumstances forced my hand. What will you do now? Is there an alternative?" Mushi exhaled deeply, gazing at Uchiha Shisui, and shook his head, stating, "There is no alternative. Unless we can return to Konoha immediately. I could then utilize the materials stored at my home to concoct the serum, but otherwise, there seems to be no viable solution. As for the materials, the medical ninjas at the front lines should have a fair amount. I wonder if they could be of assistance? The crux lies in whether the medical ninjas possess the blood of my elder sister," Mushi responded. Upon hearing this, both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi fell into silence, fully aware of whom Mushi referred to, none other than Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Jiraiya, the pioneer of medical ninjutsu in Konoha, and a member of the Senju clan. It was unlikely that the frontline medical ninjas would have access to Tsunade's blood. What shall we do then? We cannot simply stand by and watch you come to harm, Shisui urged. Do not worry. I merely employed wood release once during the explosion of the tailed beast bomb to protect myself and Itachi. The chakra consumed was minimal, and Itachi promptly sealed my powers again. Although the cells of the first Hokage reside within me, they should still be within my capacity to endure. Turning to Itachi, Mushi nodded, saying, "I cannot accurately gauge the backlash from the first Hokage's cells, but I can ascertain that it remains within my limits. Well then, let us not dwell on this any longer. The fighting has temporarily ceased. We should return to the main camp. Although the serum cannot be produced, we should still be able to concoct some auxiliary medicines." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui immediately lifted Mushi onto his back, and together with Uchiha Itachi, they hurried back to the main camp. Once they returned, Shisui was promptly called away, leaving Itachi to guide Mushi back to their designated tent. As for the reason why Uchiha Shisui was summoned, it stemmed from his previous use of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which was observed by a nearby Konoha ninja who reported it to the higher-ups. Although that ninja was unaware of the true nature of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Konoha leadership was fully cognizant of its significance. Thus, upon Shisui's return to the main camp, he was promptly called in for an inquiry. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is extraordinarily formidable and undoubtedly elevates Shisui's prowess to that of a Hokage, a revelation that would undoubtedly be a tremendous surprise for the current Konoha. With Itachi's assistance, Yukikawa Miki returned to the tent. However, just as he entered, his complexion paled, and he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, a searing pain radiating from every part of his body, gradually intensifying. Itachi swiftly laid Miki upon the bed and turned to leave, but before he could exit, Miki grasped his wrist. "Itachi, do not summon a medical ninja. My body is currently infused with the first Hokage's cells, and they would discover it. If they do, those from the root will not spare me. What shall we do?" I cannot stand idly by while you perish. Fear not. Please procure some herbs for me. I can concoct a remedy to alleviate and suppress the cellular backlash, which will help mitigate my injuries. Understood. Gritting his teeth, Itachi turned to depart. Yet, just as he was about to step out of the tent, he encountered Jiraiya, whose expression bore a hint of concern, entering from outside. He glanced at Itachi, then at Mickey, sighed deeply, and quietly remarked, I just heard everything. How did you come to possess the first cells? Is Tsunade aware of this? Seeing that Jiraiya was already informed, Mickey decided to speak candidly. Itachi, could you check if anyone else is outside? I wish to speak with Lord Jiraiya. But your injuries, it is of no consequence. I can endure for a brief moment. The backlash this time is not severe. Very well, inform me if anything arises. With that, Itachi exited the tent, stationed himself outside, and activated his Sharingan to ensure the safety of Mickey and Jiraiya within. Lord Jiraiya, I will answer your questions one by one. The reason I possess the first cells is that I was once a test subject of Orochimaru, who fused with the first cells. I was fortunate enough to survive, having only been in a state of near death, until my elder sister found and adopted me. As for my elder sister, she is indeed aware of my condition. The sealing techniques on my body and the serum I created to suppress the first cells were all taught to me by her. A test subject of Orochimaru? You too were among his experiments? I cannot believe there were children who survived among those test subjects. Upon hearing these words, Lianchuan Mushi immediately understood that Jiraiya was referring to the later Yamato, though at present, he was known as Tenzo. Naturally, Lianchuan Mushi would not reveal that he was already aware of the other survivors' existence. Instead, he maintained a facade of astonishment. Is there truly another person alive? Am I not the sole survivor? No, apart from you, there exists another, distinct individual who has flawlessly integrated the First Hokage's cells. Although he can only harness approximately 30% of that power, would release remains an exceptionally formidable bloodline limit. Furthermore, the other survivor has now become an extraordinarily powerful ninja. Upon hearing this, Lianchuan Mushi feigned a look of resignation and, with a rueful smile, remarked, regrettably, I do not possess his innate talent. The First Hokage's cells within me have always reacted violently against my own, and while they remain sealed, I am well. However, once I unseal and utilize would-release techniques, the backlash from the cells soon manifests. Some are fortunate enough to endure a bit longer, but the unfortunate ones meet a swift demise. What will you do now? I overheard your conversation and gather that you are out of serum? Nodding, Lianchuan Mushi affirmed, indeed, the serum is gone, leaving me to rely solely on my own resources. Jiraiya furrowed his brow as he regarded Lianchuan Mushi. Since Tsunade is aware of your possession of the First Hokage's cells and seems rather indifferent to the matter, I shall pretend this issue does not exist. As for your condition, let me examine you. Perhaps I can assist you to some degree. At Jiraiya's words, Lianchuan Mushi nodded promptly, saying, thank you for your help. Jiraiya placed his hand upon Lianchuan Mushi, and immediately, a pale blue chakra enveloped his hand, gradually permeating Lianchuan Mushi's body. At that moment, Lianchuan Mushi was taken aback to feel a coolness in the chakra entering him, alleviating the searing pain caused by the cellular backlash within him. This unexpected sensation astonished Lianchuan Mushi, for he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Ordinary chakra could not evoke such effects, nor could medical ninjutsu produce this outcome. If Jiraiya was indeed merely using standard chakra to assess his condition, what then accounted for this peculiar occurrence? What distinguished Jiraiya from others? While maintaining an outward calm, Lianchuan Mushi's mind was racing with analysis. Just then, he noticed that Jiraiya was covered in dirt, with his clothing tattered in numerous places, resembling someone who had just emerged from a fierce battle. Contemplating this, Lianchuan Mushi directly inquired, Uncle, whom did you just battle to become so disheveled? Listening to Lianchuan Mushi's words, Jiraiya rolled his eyes and replied, just a moment ago. You were addressing me as Lord Jiraiya, and now you have switched to Uncle, have you? As Jiraiya rolled his eyes in exasperation, he observed Lianchuan Mushi, who remained blissfully unembarrassed, her innocent smile unwavering. He remarked, just a moment ago, I engaged in a skirmish with a ninja from the village of Hidden Cloud, proficient in explosion release. That fellow proved to be quite troublesome. The explosive techniques he unleashed possessed a power nearly comparable to that of a small-tailed beast's bomb. It was only after I transformed into my sage mode that I managed to subdue him. Upon hearing this, Lianchuan Mushi experienced a sudden epiphany. The distinction between Jiraiya and the majority of others lay solely in his mastery of sage techniques, which meant he retained a trace of sage chakra from their previous battle. If Mushi's conjecture held true, then without a doubt, sage chakra could alleviate or even suppress the issue of cellular backlash, perhaps even directly resolve it. With this thought, her initial impulse was to request Jiraiya to utilize some of his sage chakra for her experimentation. However, reason swiftly quelled this desire. As she observed Jiraiya retracting his hand, she felt the cooling sensation that had eased her internal agony dissipate, ultimately restraining herself from seeking his assistance. Deep down, she remained cautious of Jiraiya. Their relationship was not as profound as it appeared. Sage techniques represented Jiraiya's greatest trump card. How could he easily extend aid to her? Even Tsunade, should she intercede, might not compel him to do so. Sage techniques, in this world, are not exceedingly rare. There is no need to hastily become beholden to another, as it is unwise. With these reflections in mind, Lien Chuan Mu, she exhaled deeply, enduring the searing pain within, and inquired of Jiraiya, "Uncle, how is my condition?" "You are fortunate. The area where the first Hokage cells were implanted is sealed, preventing the cells from proliferating throughout your body in significant numbers. Otherwise, you would not have been able to endure much longer. I will retrieve some herbs from the medical team shortly. You should concoct a remedy to alleviate the cellular backlash. We can continue your treatment once we return to Konoha." Grateful, Mushi nodded and replied, "Thank you very much, uncle." "Not at all. Furthermore, considering your situation and my regard for Tsunade, I will ensure your confidentiality. After all, I share little affection for that old coot, Danzo. However, if you do not exercise greater caution, should others catch wind of this, I will be powerless to assist you. Konoha houses numerous root spies, and your close ties with Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi could easily draw Danzo's attention." "I understand. Thank you for the warning, uncle." Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Lien Chuan Mushi's hair before departing the tent. Listening to Jiraiya converse with Uchiha Itachi outside, Mushi contemplated the likelihood of the third Hokage learning of her predicament. It was undeniable that Jiraiya's loyalty to Konoha was unwavering. The emergence of a wood-release ninja within the village could not go unreported to the third Hokage. Despite the lingering doubts regarding whether the third Hokage would exhibit the same amiable demeanor as depicted in the original narrative, it is evident that he stands in stark contrast to Danzo. Moreover, with Tsunade's influence in play, it is likely that the third Hokage, even if aware of the circumstances, would not take drastic action against him. At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi entered the room, cradling a substantial bundle of herbs, evidently prepared for Tachibana Maki. Observing the herbs, Maki inhaled deeply, mustering the strength to rise from her painful state, and commenced the preparation of soothing remedies to counteract the cellular backlash within her body. After consuming the third vial of potion, the bitterness contorted her features, yet eventually, she managed to regain her composure. "Cursed be it, I must ensure I carry sufficient serum in the future. I truly detest these medications." Feeling a modicum of relief from the searing pain coursing through her body, Maki acknowledged that the potions she had ingested were indeed effective to some extent, at least in alleviating the cellular backlash and initially suppressing the presence of the first-generation cells within her. Noticing the slight return of color to Maki's face, Itachi inquired, "Maki, are you feeling well now?" "For the time being, I am fine, though these medications merely address the symptoms rather than the root cause. I will likely need to continue taking them while concurrently concocting the serum. Otherwise, I cannot hope to resolve the issue of cellular backlash entirely." "Given that, it seems you cannot engage in battle for the time being," Itachi remarked. "Indeed, under my current circumstances, I am unable to partake in combat. Is there truly no alternative? If not, you should return to Konoha. The supply convoy is on its way back, and you could accompany them," he suggested. "If there are no other options, then I suppose that is the course I must take. However, to be honest, I do have a plan, albeit unconventional." At this revelation, Itachi paused momentarily before asking, "Maki, I believe I have come to know you well enough to ascertain that this plan is not one that could be executed through ordinary means, is it?" With a sly smile, Maki nodded. "Indeed, Itachi, you have me well figured out. This plan, to put it succinctly, is rather clandestine. As the resources I require can only be found with Mitarashi Anko, no one else possesses them." Furrowing his brow, Itachi gazed at Maki, perplexed. "Are you suggesting that only Mitarashi Anko possesses what you seek? What could it possibly be? Some hidden bloodline limit, a unique talent, or perhaps a special ninjutsu? You must be aware that Mitarashi Anko was formerly Orochimaru's sole official disciple in Konoha, correct? Nodding in realization, Itachi replied, "Indeed, Mitarashi Anko was indeed a disciple of Orochimaru. Could it be that what you seek is related to him? Your conjecture is indeed accurate. It is indeed related to Orochimaru. Orochimaru has been researching a unique ninjutsu known as the curse mark. By implanting this curse mark onto a ninja, once it is fully cultivated, the ninja can attain an immense power. However, the curse mark on Mitarashi Anko is merely in a trial state and does not yield any significant effects. Nonetheless, even in this experimental form, it possesses the fundamental attributes that a true curse mark should contain. It seems what you seek lies within that curse mark, does it not? Indeed, the curse mark on Mitarashi Anko contains what I require. Are you familiar with natural energy, Itachi? Natural energy? You mean sage chakra? Precisely. When Jiraiya used chakra to probe my condition, I detected a trace of sage chakra within his chakra that could potentially aid in the fusion of my cells with the First Hokage's cells. This matter cannot be disclosed to Jiraiya, for I do not yet trust him sufficiently. Thus, I must independently seek natural energy to merge it with the sage chakra to resolve the issue of the First Hokage's cells within me. Do you have confidence in your success? Natural energy is not merely the physical and mental energy we possess. It is not easily manipulated. We must explore all possible avenues. And thus, I require your assistance, Itachi. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Itachi nodded and replied, "Rest assured, I will assist you. But what should we do? I would like to request that you invite Mitarashi Anko to join us. As for the reason for her invitation, simply state that it is to celebrate our team's successful mission. If she wishes to decline, you can tell her our method of celebration involves eating dango. I believe she will find it hard to refuse." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi seemed to contemplate something, his expression somewhat peculiar as he looked at Rensuke Mino. Nodding with a hint of a smile, glutinous rice, sugar, and red beans are readily available at the front lines, so Rensuke Mino effortlessly gathered many ingredients into her tent. After some preparation, she quickly produced over a dozen skewers of dango and a large bowl of red bean soup, neatly arranged on a low table. Of course, within these delicacies, Rensuke Mino had infused a potent sedative and informed Uchiha Itachi to fetch Mitarashi Anko, then quietly awaited her arrival. As anticipated, it was not long before Mitarashi Anko entered the tent with Uchiha Itachi. Upon seeing the dango and red bean soup on the table, her eyes brightened, and she immediately knelt at the low table, eagerly gazing at the food. Looking at Mitarashi Anko, Rensuke Mino declared, "All right, let us begin to eat. We are all acquaintances now. There is no need for introductions." Hearing this, Mitarashi Anko promptly nodded and said, "Indeed, let us eat now." As the conversation flowed, without acknowledging Rensuke Mino or Uchiha Itachi, she reached out and grasped 2 skewers of dumplings, indulging in their deliciousness. Observing Yoshitai Azuki's actions, Rensuke Mino beckoned Uchiha Itachi and handed him a skewer of untainted dumplings, and soon they too began to feast. However, as they continued eating, Yoshitai Azuki felt an increasing wave of drowsiness. Just as she sensed something amiss, Uchiha Itachi's eyes suddenly transformed into the Sharingan. Through her peripheral vision, he swiftly cast an illusion, pulling Yoshitai Azuki into a fabricated reality that, under the influence of the drug, dulled her vigilance, blurring the lines between illusion and reality. In the meantime, Rensuke Mino abruptly rose to her feet, slightly tugging at Yoshitai Azuki's collar to reveal the 3-tomo curse mark imprinted on her left shoulder, near her neck. She swiftly produced a brush, inscribing 3 layers of sealing technique symbols around the curse mark. Then, unfurling a scroll adorned with numerous sealing symbols, she noted a sizable blank circular area at its core, signaling that everything was set and the plan was about to commence. With a decisive invocation of the sealing technique, Rensuke Mino pressed one hand against Yoshitai Azuki's curse mark. Instantly, the 3 circles of symbols surrounding the mark surged forth as if alive, spreading from Yoshitai Azuki's body to the ground, connecting with the symbols on the scroll. Gradually, Rensuke Mino made a pulling motion, drawing back, causing the curse mark on Yoshitai Azuki's shoulder to darken to a crimson hue, while the flesh beneath it began to writhe. A muffled groan escaped Yoshitai Azuki's lips. Her eyes clouded with confusion, indicating that she was not entirely oblivious to the extraction of natural energy by Rensuke Mino. "Itachi, Upon hearing Lianchuan Mushi's call, Uchiha Itachi promptly responded. His Sharingan spun rapidly, casting an even more potent illusion that enveloped Yoshitai Azuki, rendering her significantly less responsive to the extraction of natural energy from the curse mark. With the sound of energy being drawn forth, dark red natural energy began to emerge from the curse mark on Yoshitai Azuki's shoulder, writhing like a serpent outside her body. However, before Lianchuan Mushi could seize this natural energy for sealing, it threatened to return to the curse mark, causing her to gasp in surprise. Damn it! As expected of the curse mark placed by Orochimaru, it's not easily subdued. Cursing under her breath, Lianchuan Mushi realized that if she were to be greedy for more, the mark's resistance could lead to her ultimate failure. She understood that she must strike a balance. The hand seals swiftly transformed, a delicate tendril of chakra entwining around the hands of Rensuke Mino. In an instant, her hand morphed into a blade-like palm, cleaving through the dark, crimson natural energy that was persistently returning to the cursed seal, causing the lower portion of the energy to revert back into the seal. The remaining essence of natural energy, however, was ensnared beneath Rensuke Mino's seal and funneled into the scroll resting on the ground. Simultaneously, a three-tomo symbol gradually materialized in the circular blank space at the core of the sealing technique inscribed upon the scroll. Having completed this step, Rensuke Mino exhaled deeply, stowed the scroll into her waist pouch, and promptly lifted the sealing technique that had been imposed on Washinashi Azuki. She meticulously wiped away the sealing runes that adorned Azuki's body before finally nodding at Uchiha Itachi. Upon receiving Rensuke Mino's signal, Itachi immediately dispelled the illusion, enveloping Azuki in a protective embrace. In that fleeting moment, Rensuke Mino swiftly retrieved a bottle of sake, pouring a cup and gently guiding it to Azuki's lips. According to the prior agreement between Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi, the illusion would subtly suggest to Azuki that they had consumed dumplings before indulging in the sake, thereby elucidating her awakening from a deep slumber. As her eyes fluttered open, Washinashi Azuki beheld Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi seated across from her, hesitantly examining herself. Instinctively, she reached to touch the cursed seal on her left shoulder. Noticing no abnormalities, she released a sigh of relief and addressed her companions, stating, "Given that we are on a battlefield, let us refrain from excessive drinking and conclude our festivities here." Upon hearing her words, both Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement. "Azuki, can you return on your own?" Itachi inquired. Washinashi Azuki promptly affirmed, "Of course, I can manage by myself. So do not worry. Then we shall not accompany you further. Farewell." "Farewell," Azuki echoed, nodding at Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi as she departed the tent and made her way back to her dwelling. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi turned to Rensuke Mino and remarked, "This time, it was successful, was it not?" With a smile, Rensuke Mino nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it was a success, albeit hard one. Furthermore, without your assistance, Itachi, I fear I would have been at a loss. You endured cellular backlash to save me. Naturally, I am compelled to assist you. Besides, as friends, it is only right that we support one another. Very well, I shall not be overly formal. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi smiled and chose to say no more. As days turned into weeks, Rensuke Mino gradually developed a tolerance to the concocted elixirs, leading to an increase in her dosage. Yet, despite this, her ability to suppress the original cells began to wane. Fortunately, her research into the natural energy extracted from Washinashi Azuki's curse seal had reached a pivotal point, allowing her to embark on experimental testing. A microscope was placed upon a grand scroll inscribed with sealing techniques, and a shard containing a drop of his blood was positioned beneath its lens, initiating the observation of the primordial cells within the blood. Through the microscope, Lianchuan Mu discerned the primordial cells tinged with a hint of green, clearly noting the mutual repulsion between these cells and his own blood cells. This repulsion resulted in the primordial cells effortlessly annihilating dozens, if not hundreds, of his own cells. At that moment, Lianchuan Mu pressed his hands upon the two blank handprints enveloped in runes on the scroll below, gently infusing chakra into it. The sealing technique was promptly activated, releasing a trace of sage chakra, a mixture of his chakra, and an equal proportion of natural energy, which gradually infused into the blood on the microscope slide. As the sage chakra permeated the blood, Lien Chuan Shi observed with clarity that the primordial cells and his own cells gradually ceased their mutual repulsion. Remarkably, one of the primordial cells dared to initiate fusion with his own cells, yielding a novel cell that bore the characteristics of the primordial cells yet belonged distinctly to Lien Chuan Shi. Elated by this success, he instinctively halted the supply of chakra, abruptly cutting off the infusion of sage chakra into the blood. At that instant, the cells, which had previously ceased repelling one another, began to do so once more. With a resigned sigh, Lien Chuan Shi noted that the newly formed cell, born from the fusion of the primordial and his own cells, remained quietly unchanged. The fused cells appeared unaffected by the sage chakra, maintaining a remarkably stable state. It seemed his hypothesis was indeed correct. Sage chakra not only stabilized his own cells and the primordial cells, preventing conflict between them, but also facilitated their fusion. Once successfully fused, the resultant cell maintained its stability. Thus, it became evident that sage techniques could indeed serve as the optimal solution to the conflict posed by the two types of cells within him. While reflecting on these revelations, Lien Chuan Shi meticulously documented his findings and hypotheses on a scroll, detailing the state of the cells he had observed. Upon completing his records, he rolled up the scroll and secured it close to his person before turning his attention to the natural energy sealed within the talismans. After considerable contemplation, he reached a decision. Pragmatically speaking, utilizing this natural energy entirely for the fusion or eradication of the primordial cells within him was the most prudent approach. However, this raised the uncertainty of when he could next acquire such natural energy. The sage chakra, formed from the fusion of physical and mental energies, presented an unparalleled solution to the primordial cell dilemma within him, and it was currently his sole recourse. Therefore, securing a means to continuously access natural energy became imperative. Although mastering the art of Shensuge is undoubtedly the most effective method, it is not a pursuit that can be undertaken lightly. Currently, I am aware of two avenues, Mao Musan and Longdi Dong, while the Sri Gulin remains unmentioned in the original text. However, it can be inferred that the Sri Gulin might also harbor the transmission of Shinsu, though the origins from which the first Hokage acquired his Shinsu remain a mystery, judging by his remarkable ability to enter Shinsu Dongtao in an instant. It does not seem to align with the Shinsu schools of the three great sacred lands. Yet, in my present circumstances, acquiring Shinsu is not a straightforward endeavor. Setting aside the fact that Eidong is virtually within the domain of Orochimaru's influence, even the Belmusan would have proven insurmountable without Jiraiya's assistance. Thus, the pursuit of Shinsu must be postponed for now. In the future, I shall seek opportunities to explore its acquisition. Consequently, the only viable method for me to continuously obtain Shinsu chakra appears to involve the implantation of a curse mark upon myself, allowing the natural energy within to coalesce into Shinsu chakra. Although this chakra may lack the purity of formally cultivated Shinsu chakra, it would still prove useful, especially as I can no longer afford to wait and must urgently address the issues plaguing me. With this resolution in mind, Lien Chuan Shi summoned a shadow clone using the Yingfun Sun Zhisu, while the original slowly removed his upper garment and settled into a meditative posture. At that moment, the shadow clone employed special ink and a brush to inscribe a series of runes upon the upper body of Lien Chuan Shi. After nearly 10 minutes of meticulous work, the clone dissipated in a cloud of white smoke with a resounding pop. Exhaling softly, Lien Chuan Shi retrieved the scroll that sealed the natural energy imbued with curse mark properties. After forming the necessary hand seals, he placed his left hand upon the core of the seal, marked by the 3 tomo symbol, while his right hand executed the unsealing technique. Instantly, the nature-infused energy surged forth from the scroll, slithering like a serpent under the guidance of his ninjutsu, ascending along his left arm until it burrowed directly into the flesh of his left shoulder. Stifling a groan of pain, Lien Chuan Shi persevered, continuing to manipulate the nature-infused energy as it gradually entered his body. As the energy flowed inward, the runes of the sealing technique, centered on the left shoulder where the nature energy penetrated, swiftly contracted, initiating the sealing process. Once the energy fully integrated into his left shoulder, forming a faint 3 tomo mark, the runes consolidated into a triangular formation composed of 3 small symbols, culminating in a 9-pointed star seal that securely bound the curse mark S3 tomo upon Shi's shoulder. This is the intricate sealing technique he has perfected over the past year, the Sunchun Feng Xie Fuying. Despite the necessity of the cursed seal, which continuously absorbs natural energy, Rinchuan Mushi remains vigilant and does not allow this potent yet perilous force to run rampant within him. He must impose effective restraint until his strength reaches a formidable level. Even though he has managed to strip away some of the negative aspects of this cursed seal originating from Orochimaru, he cannot afford to be complacent. At last, after extensive preparation, he has achieved a modicum of success, marking the beginning of his rewards. The next step is to conduct a practical examination of whether the Sage Chakra, resulting from the fusion of natural energy and chakra, can indeed initiate the amalgamation of his cells with the primordial cells within him. With hands forming seals, the 9-pointed star seal, which had bound the cursed seal, began to rotate slowly. 3 equilateral triangles gradually overlapped, transforming the 9-pointed star seal into a singular triangular seal. As the cursed seal lost its restraint, and under Rinchuan Mushi's deliberate guidance, it swiftly released a torrent of natural energy, which merged into his body, generating a surge of Sage Chakra. This Sage Chakra bore traces of a savage essence. However, thanks to the obstruction of the sealing technique, Rinchuan Mushi was able to withstand this brutality without excessive anxiety. He allowed the Sage Chakra to flow throughout his body, progressively influencing both the primordial cells and his own. Were Rinchuan Mushi to gaze into a mirror at that moment, he would see the cursed seal's markings, resembling flames, spreading from his left shoulder, almost enveloping a significant portion of his form. These markings shimmered with a dark crimson glow, subtly eroding his being and intensifying the brutal emotions within him. As he neared the brink of succumbing to these violent emotions, he swiftly formed hand seals once more, activating the triple sealing technique, which transformed the seal on his shoulder back into the 9-pointed star, retracting the cursed markings into the triskelion-shaped seal. Indeed, within him, the primordial cells began to merge with his own cells, spurred by the Sage Chakra infused with the natural energy of the cursed seal. Though the process of fusion was gradual, as long as he continued to integrate the primordial cells with the cursed seal, he would inevitably eradicate the primordial cells from his body entirely. Provided he refrained from unleashing the power of wood release, he could stabilize the cellular backlash. With this understanding, Rinchuan Mushi exhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips. After such prolonged effort, he had finally alleviated some of the latent dangers within him, affirming that his diligent endeavors were not in vain. Rising to gather her belongings, Rinchuan Mushi gently stretched her limbs. Although the initial cells within her body had not been entirely resolved, their numbers were now under control. Coupled with the residual chakra of sage arts, these primary cells gradually stabilized, mitigating any potential backlash. Consequently, Rinchuan Mushi found herself with the time and energy to attend to other matters, such as the development of her unique ink-based ninjutsu. The realm of bloodline limits, particularly those born from the fusion of dual attributes, is predicated on a ninja first merging 2 types of chakra to create an entirely new ninjutsu, which is then inscribed within the genetic lineage to be passed down to subsequent generations. Thus, in theory, bloodline limits can indeed be fabricated, rather than solely reliant on ancestral inheritance. However, for bloodline limits like the Sharingan, Byakugan, Rinnegan, and Shikatsumiyaku, which result from physical mutation, creation is impossible without genetic modification at a fundamental level, setting them apart from ninjutsu born of chakra attribute fusion. As for the ink ninjutsu Rinchuan Mushi aspired to create, it would be a novel technique resulting from the amalgamation of water and yang attributes. Nonetheless, the path to its creation is fraught with myriad challenges that cannot be rushed. Only through persistent research and experimentation can success be attained. The frontline encampment of Konoha remained stable for approximately 10 days until a ripple of unrest emerged following a covert attempt by the Cloud Village to reclaim the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Jiraiya was incensed by the near success of Cloud Village in retrieving the Jinchuriki, imposing penalties on the involved ninjas. He also reinforced the guard over the Two Tails, imprisoning it in a location known to very few, thus minimizing the risk of another abduction. Meanwhile, operations at the Konoha encampment resumed, fully preparing for the resumption of war. On this day, as Rinchuan Mushi's injuries began to heal, she encountered Uchiha Shisui, whom she had not seen in a long time. Observing Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui entering her tent, Rinchuan Mushi directly inquired, Shisui, where have you been all these days? Both Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi were aware of Shisui's activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, so despite her question, Lianchuan Mushi could surmise what Shisui had been occupied with during this time. In response to her query, Uchiha Shisui smiled and replied, I visited the Cloud Village to complete a mission. Though there were some complications, the outcome was quite fruitful. Shisui did not elaborate further, and Lianchuan Mushi refrained from pressing for details, merely nodding and stating, the war is about to commence again. This time, we should be able to succeed, right? Nodding in affirmation, Uchiha Shisui said, we can succeed. We have already grasped the dynamics of the Cloud Village, and once this battle concludes, we can finally bring an end to the war. Nodding slowly, it should be evident to Lianchuan Mushi that if he is still unclear at this point, then he is truly lacking in intellect. Clearly, Uchiha Shisui's mission to the hidden Cloud Village is to decisively exert control over a certain high-ranking official there through the use of Kodo Amatsukami. The power of Kodo Amatsukami is immensely formidable, particularly the permanent effect of the left eye. Although each use necessitates a recovery period of at least a decade, when wielded judiciously, it can yield immeasurable consequences. For instance, by influencing a high-ranking official in the hidden Cloud Village to make decisions aligned with the interests of Konoha, one could effectively turn them into a spy for Konoha. Such value is beyond the reach of any ninjutsu. After a period of deliberation among the three, they each tended to their equipment, departing the camp and gradually assembling at the edge of the battlefield. At that moment, Jiraiya approached the trio, first exchanging greetings with Uchiha Shisui before turning his gaze to Lianchuan Mushi. He remarked, young man, by the looks of you, it seems you have recovered. Haven to you? With a slight smile, Lianchuan Mushi replied, I consider myself fortunate. This time, the issue is not severe. With the aid of the concoctions and medical ninjutsu, I am now unharmed. That is good to hear, but do not let your guard down. The Fourth Hokage will also be participating in this war. It is said that the Fourth Hokage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki possess an unparalleled synergy, so you must exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi remained composed, while Uchiha Shisui's expression grew slightly grave. Lord Jiraiya, during my infiltration of the hidden Cloud Village, I encountered the Fourth Hokage up close. He is an exceptionally strong individual, with speed that rivals that of the Fourth Hokage. Even I cannot compare to him in terms of speed. Shisui, the forthcoming battle will rely on you. Your eye should still be functional, correct? My left eye is no longer usable, but my right eye remains intact. That is reassuring. You only need to create disturbances for the Fourth Hokage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. We can confront them separately, and with the intelligence you provide, I am confident we can compel the hidden Cloud Village to submit and request peace talks. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui's eyes brightened, and he nodded, stating, that would be best. This way, fewer of our comrades from Konoha will have to sacrifice themselves. While Uchiha Shisui and Jiraiya conversed, Lianchuan Mushi tugged at Uchiha Itachi's sleeve, guiding him to a towering figure before them. This individual was none other than Akimichi Chuku, a ninja from the Akimichi clan, who had previously aided Lianchuan Mushi in battle. Chuku, it is a pleasure to finally see you. Thank you for your assistance before. Akimichi Chuku, upon seeing Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, immediately broke into a warm, amiable smile and replied, no need for thanks. It was merely a secret medicine. Besides, Mushi, your assistance to me was far greater. You saved my life. It is indeed a matter of duty. By the way, this is Itachi Uchiha, my dear friend. Had it not been for your previous elixir, I might not have been able to save him. Although Akidu Dogwang is not the head of the Akidu clan, being a member of the clan, how could he possibly be unaware of Itachi Uchiha? Hence, upon hearing Lianchuan Mushi's introduction, he promptly nodded and said, greetings, I am Akidu Dogwang, a ninja of the Akidu clan. I am Itachi Uchiha, hailing from the Uchiha clan. After exchanging pleasantries, the three of them engaged in trivial conversation, gradually growing more acquainted. At that very moment, a fireball the size of a fist shot into the air and exploded, leading the charge of Konoha ninjas, spearheaded by Jiraiya and Uchiha Shisui. Simultaneously, Lianchuan Mushi observed that the ninjas from the Cloud Village were rushing forward, and in a mere few breaths, the two forces collided, initiating a fierce close-quarters battle. Meanwhile, behind the ranks of both Konoha and Cloud Village, groups of ninjas were simultaneously executing advanced ninjutsu to compensate for individual shortcomings. A barrage of mid to low-tier ninjutsu surged toward the enemy, as fireballs and lightning streaked across the sky. Itachi Uchiha, wielding two kunai, leaped into the fray of Cloud Village ninjas, akin to a tiger among sheep. Any ninja below the level of a chunin posed no challenge to Itachi. Even chunin who lacked exceptional prowess merely served to prolong his endeavors. It must be noted that while Lien Chuanmushi's strength had indeed grown significantly in this war, he still could not compare to Itachi Uchiha. If he did not activate his seals to use wood release, he would not stand a chance against Itachi in direct combat. Observing the seemingly unstoppable Itachi Uchiha, Lien Chuanmushi took a deep breath and retaliated with a powerful punch against a Cloud Village Genin attempting to ambush him, sending the poor Genin flying into two other Cloud ninjas, who were also swept away. Following this, pivoting on his left foot, he executed a sidekick with his right leg, propelling another Cloud Genin into a massive boulder, whereupon the unfortunate ninja coughed blood and lost consciousness. With the strength bestowed by his formidable techniques, even a Genin could be grievously harmed with mere contact, and even chunin could not be underestimated. After all, Lien Chuanmushi's chakra had seen remarkable growth. The power behind each punch and kick had significantly increased compared to before. Coupled with his medical ninjutsu, as long as he was not struck in a vital area, Lien Chuanmushi could disregard minor injuries, maintaining substantial combat effectiveness with the aid of his healing techniques. Boom! Upon hearing a tremendous roar from behind, Lien Chuanmushi sent a Cloud-hidden village's lower ninja flying before turning to investigate. To her astonishment, she beheld Xiao Dao Tangguang, now towering at a height of 4 to 5 meters, relentlessly striking downwards with both hands turned into palms. Each blow left a profound crater on the ground, rendering those struck nearly incapacitated. His sheer destructive power surpassed even Lien Chuanmushi's formidable strength techniques. Multiplication technique, super push. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Dao Tangguang unleashed the secret technique of the Xiao Dao clan upon a ninja from the Cloud-hidden village. However, to his surprise, the ninja displayed no sign of evasion or alarm. Instead, he merely raised his arms in a cross to shield himself. When Xiao Dao Tangguang's colossal, chakra-reed hand descended, the Cloud-hidden ninja braced himself, his legs sinking into the earth, yet he sustained no harm. With a resounding impact, the Cloud-hidden ninja broke free from beneath Xiao Dao Tangguang's grasp. His form transformed into a gray-brown hue, resembling that of rock. Recognizing the technique, Lien Chuanmushi instinctively identified it. The Earth Release, Hardening Technique. Tangguang, this is the Earth Release, Hardening Technique, which can solidify the body to enhance defense and strength. It is quite troublesome to deal with unless one possesses lightning release techniques to counter it. Upon hearing Lien Chuanmushi's words, Xiao Dao Tangguang's eyes narrowed, and he retreated a step, preparing himself for what lay ahead. At that moment, another figure charged forth, landing beside Xiao Dao Tangguang. Glancing at Lien Chuanmushi, he stated, "I heard someone here needs a lightning release ninja." Upon hearing this, Lien Chuanmushi instinctively looked at the forehead protector on the stranger's head. Recognizing it as that of Konoha, she nodded and replied, "Indeed. We require a lightning release ninja. That individual over there is a Cloud-hidden ninja utilizing the Earth Release, Hardening Technique. Only lightning release can break through it." Lightning release, you say? Fortunately, I possess several lightning release techniques. Allow me to confront him. As he spoke, the Konoha ninja unsheathed a short blade, with strands of electricity coiling around it, a manifestation of the chakra's lightning release nature. At that moment, the Cloud-hidden ninja employing the hardening technique observed the Konoha ninja's electrically charged blade, a look of gravity crossing his features. Lightning release counters Earth Release. Though his hardening technique could withstand the majority of attacks, it was utterly vulnerable to lightning release, rendering it nearly ineffective in such a confrontation. Then I shall leave him to you. May I ask your name? Sakai Kataru, a chunin from Konoha. With that, Sakai Kataru charged forward, his short blade slicing through the air, a streak of lightning aimed directly at his opponent's throat. At this juncture, Lien Chuanmushi and Xiao Dao Tangguang exchanged a glance, nodding in mutual understanding. Xiao Dao Tangguang remained to support Sakai Kataru, while Lien Chuanmushi surged ahead to assist Uchiha Itachi. Advancing in the direction of Uchiha Itachi, the path was strewn with the fallen remnants of the Cloud Village ninjas, all succumbing to his formidable prowess. However, the strength of one individual is ultimately limited. When Rinchuan Mushi arrived near Uchiha Itachi, he immediately spotted him engaged in combat with a Cloud Village Jonin. To Mushi's astonishment, Itachi found himself at a disadvantage, completely suppressed by his opponent. The Jonin from the Cloud Village wielded the Kekkei Genkai known as Lava Release. In the original manga, multiple individuals are capable of utilizing Lava Release, including the Four Tails Jinchuriki. A total of 3 ninjas employing this bloodline limit are featured, each showcasing distinct forms of lava release techniques. The Four Tails Jinchuriki manifests it as molten lava, while Kuratsuchi from the Iwagakure embodies it as lime cement. The user from the Cloud Village, however, demonstrates it as rubber. Thus, when Mushi observed the Jonin continuously producing rubber clones, he recalled the individual's approximate age of 30 and the eye patch covering his left eye, leading him to deduce the Jonin's identity with high certainty. He was most likely Tsutai, a prominent vassal of the Raikage. Tsutai has been favored by both the previous Raikage, the third, and the current fourth, serving as the sole tester of the formidable Raijin Thunderblade. With this realization, Mushi understood why Uchiha Itachi was being overwhelmed. At this stage, Itachi had not yet attained the extraordinary power he would later possess. He was merely an Uchiha with a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. And in the face of his opponent's seasoned combat experience and the challenging Kekkei Genkai, it was only natural for him to be thoroughly subdued. Taking a deep breath, Mushi surged forward, his fists enveloped in wisps of pale blue chakra. He struck a grayish-white rubber clone of Tsutai, sending it flying across the ground. Yet, the rubber clone appeared unscathed, writhing back to its feet and charging towards Mushi. At this moment, Mushi and Itachi stood back to back, and he warned, "Be cautious. That individual is a vassal of the Raikage, utilizing the lava release Kekkei Genkai. If I am not mistaken, he should be called Tsutai." As Mushi's words fell, Tsutai, who was continuously generating rubber clones to assist the Cloud Village ninjas against the Leaf ninjas, paused in surprise and turned to Mushi, saying, "I did not expect this Leaf brat to know my name. I suppose I should feel honored." The user of a Kekkei Genkai is always renowned throughout the ninja world, especially one of such high standing in the Cloud Village. "How could I possibly not recognize you?" "Hee, that may be true, but I shall not go easy on you. Especially that young scion of the Uchiha clan. A prodigy who has awakened the Sharingan at such a tender age is someone I cannot allow to return to Konoha alive." As the words fell from his lips, the ground beneath him trembled as he fixed his gaze intently, instantly forming hand seals, and unleashed a torrent of liquid rubber that flowed like a stream across the ground, rapidly surging towards Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. Melt release, rubber stream. The viscous liquid seemed almost sentient, relentlessly pursuing the two regardless of their evasive maneuvers, intent on ensnaring them. Rinchuan Mushi found himself at a loss against the advancing rubber. His earth and water techniques paled in efficacy against it, while even his brute force jutsu proved ineffective. Furthermore, the time-consuming Super Beast Imitation and Super God Imitation techniques were not viable options for swift counterattack. "Itachi, this opponent counters my abilities perfectly. I am at a disadvantage. Come to me, I have a plan." Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Rinchuan Mushi hesitated not a moment, swiftly making his way to Itachi's side. As Mushi approached, Itachi immediately formed hand seals, unleashing a dragon-shaped flame that voraciously consumed the liquid rubber and its manifestations, charging forth toward the earth platform. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The dragon-shaped flames carved a path across the ground, obliterating everything in their wake, advancing relentlessly toward the earth platform. At that moment, the earth platform, witnessing the oncoming inferno, took a step back and formed hand seals, summoning a colossal earthen wall to rise and shield against the dragon's fire. Though the Great Dragon Fire technique burned through a significant portion of the wall, creating a gaping hole, it ultimately expended the full force of the fire jutsu, ensuring the earth platform's safety. Peering through the charred opening, the earth platform regarded Uchiha Itachi with admiration, exclaiming, "Indeed, a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Your fire techniques are extraordinary, and to wield such power at your age, it seems you may very well become the next Shisui Uchiha." Uchiha Itachi, gasping for breath, recognized the immense chakra drain incurred by his Great Dragon Fire technique, which far exceeded that of the Fireball technique. At this juncture, Rinchuan Mushi turned to Itachi and whispered, "Itachi, we must retreat. This adversary is beyond our current capabilities." I observed his keen vigilance against your Sharingan during the battle. If we cannot ensnare him in your Jinjutsu, victory is unattainable." Hearing Mushi's words, Uchiha Itachi nodded slowly, and the two began to withdraw. The Earth platform, watching their retreat, smiled faintly and remarked, "What? Are you preparing to leave? But I have not granted you permission to depart." As the utterance concluded, the ground beneath the feet of Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi fractured instantaneously, causing a torrent of liquid rubber to surge forth from below, swiftly enveloping their bodies and forming a complete sphere around them. "You two shall remain within my protective orb," the speaker declared, one a scion of the Uchiha clan, the other possessing an unusual chakra fluctuation. "Both of you possess significant value for study, so I shall spare your lives for now. Come, accompany me back to the village." Lianchuan Mushi, although aware of the unique bloodline limit of the speaker, was oblivious to the fact that they were also a sensory-type ninja. Thus, he overlooked several details, such as the speaker's foresight in anticipating Itachi's intent to employ fire techniques, having strategically concealed a portion of the liquid rubber beneath the surface, poised for action. Observing the two figures writhing within the protective orb, yet showing no signs of damage, the speaker smirked slightly and prepared to fabricate rubber clones to confront the ninjas of Konoha. At that moment, however, an arm, its surface adorned with flame-like black patterns, emerged from the orb, tearing through it with ease. Lianchuan Mushi slowly emerged from the protective sphere, his body partially cloaked in black flame-like markings. The power of the cursed seal coursed through him, significantly amplifying his chakra and granting him traits reminiscent of sage chakra, enabling him to tear apart the protective orb with sheer strength. The speaker gazed at Mushi, disbelief etched upon their face as they inquired, "How did you manage to rip apart my protective orb? Rubber can withstand the blows of a heavy hammer, yet it is not impervious to the sharp edge of a blade," Mushi explained. "I merely needed to concentrate my force at a single point, making it relatively easy to inflict damage upon the orb and tear it apart from that fracture. Observe just like this." With those words, Mushi approached the orb encasing Itachi, first using his enhanced strength to slash the surface with a kunai, creating a deep gash. Then, employing his strength, he tore the orb asunder along the incision. At that moment, Itachi, witnessing Mushi's successful breach of the orb, directed his gaze to the cursed seal on Mushi's left shoulder and murmured, "Is this the power you acquired from Mitarashi Anko, derived from Orochimaru?" "Indeed. It is this very force that aided me in resolving the issues posed by the First Hokage cells within my body," Mushi affirmed with a nod. Stepping out from the orb, Itachi regarded the now somber-faced speaker and advised Mushi, "It seems the individual from the Hidden Cloud Village may soon become serious. Exercise caution." "Understood. I shall utilize the scroll at a critical moment. It is intended for emergencies, and retaining it without purpose would negate its significance," Mushi replied. Upon hearing this, Itachi nodded in agreement, stating, "Of course, I will use it when necessary, and you should do the same at a crucial time. Rest assured, our primary focus will be on escape. I do not believe this individual can be dealt with merely by employing a scroll." Uchiha Itachi let out a light chuckle, and in an instant, the two vanished without a trace, propelling themselves at full speed back towards Konoha. At that moment, the earth beneath them trembled as the ground fractured, and a torrent of liquid rubber surged forth, transforming into a vast net aimed at ensnaring both Rensuke Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, that fellow has buried a considerable amount of rubber beneath the ground. Be cautious." "Understood." The two altered their course almost simultaneously. Uchiha Itachi veered left, while Rensuke Mushi darted right, evading the assault of the liquid rubber as they fled towards Konoha. However, at that moment, 3 rubber clones suddenly erupted from the ground in front of Rensuke Mushi. Their arms contorted and elongated into sharp, spear-like appendages, launching an attack towards her. Taking a deep breath, Rensuke Mushi lowered her body, dodging one of the spears. And with a fist enveloped in immense chakra, she struck the rubber clone with a devastating blow. This time, the clone could not withstand the might of her punch, augmented by the cursed seal's chakra, as it shattered into countless fragments of rubber upon impact. Subsequently, Rensuke Mushi swung her fists again, dispersing the remaining 2 rubber clones, and continued her escape. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, aided by his Sharingan, skillfully evaded the 4 rubber clones that sought to encircle him, racing toward Konoha. Observing the imminent escape of Rensuke Mushi and Uchiha Itachi from his jutsu's range, The Earth platform ground his teeth in frustration, ultimately conceding to abandon the pursuit. Beyond his identity as a bloodline limit ninja, he was a sensor-type ninja, responsible for perceiving battlefield dynamics and relaying commands. Thus, maintaining control of the battlefield took precedence over chasing after Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi, despite the disappointment of allowing their escape. With a resigned sigh, the Earth platform ceased his pursuit and maximized his sensory abilities, refocusing on the battlefield's control. The rubber entities that had been pursuing Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi, be it liquid rubber or rubber clones, quickly retracted and formed a protective perimeter around him. At that moment, Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi regrouped. Casting a glance back at the Earth platform, who had ceased his pursuit, and both exhaled in relief. Especially for Rensuke Mino. If previous endeavors had instilled within him a hint of arrogance, then the recent battle with the Tsunade has granted him a profound realization of his current capabilities. Among the ninjas of the shinobi world, he could at best be considered of moderate skill, should he encounter a formidable opponent. Even with the unsealing of the First Hokage's cells to utilize wood release, he could only hope to maintain a stalemate. Once the duration of his wood release expired, he would possess no means of defense. As the cursed seal retracted once more to his left shoulder, Rensuke Mino turned to Uchiha Itachi and remarked, "Ah, it appears my training has yet to suffice." Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing Rensuke Mino's words, offered a slight smile and replied, "Once we return to Konoha, let us train together. Be it ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu, there remains ample room for improvement for both of us." "Indeed, then let us return. Our mission is nearly complete." And the ninjas of Kumobikure have begun their gradual retreat, much like our own forces. What lies ahead is likely a clash among the elite ninjas. The prowess of these elite ninjas is, of course, unquestionable. Even the residual force of a high-level ninjutsu can prove fatal to mid to low-tier ninjas. Hence, when the high-ranking ninjas engage in combat, the lower-ranked shinobi will instinctively withdraw. Otherwise, they risk perishing in the aftermath of their own elite's techniques, leaving no room for lamentation. Rensuke Mino and Uchiha Itachi swiftly retreated, and upon rejoining the main body of Konoha's forces, they encountered the somewhat fatigued Akimichi Tobikage and Sakai Kataru. "Tobikage, Kataru, it's a relief to see you both unharmed. I take it you have dealt with that ninja from Kumobikure who employed the hardening technique?" "Indeed. It was largely thanks to Kataru. Otherwise, that adversary would have been far more challenging to subdue. I must admit, his body was remarkably resilient, rendering my jutsu nearly ineffective." Listening to Akimichi Tobikage, Rensuke Mino turned to Sakai Kataru with a smile and expressed his gratitude. "Kataru, thank you." "Haha, it was nothing of significance. That fellow was utterly defenseless against me," Kataru replied with a hearty laugh. Seeing the jovial Kataru, Rensuke Mino chuckled as well, intending to converse further with Akimichi Tobikage. However, at that moment, a tremendous roar reverberated through the air. A colossal toad, adorned with a short blade at its waist and a pipe in its mouth, materialized at the center of the battlefield. On the toad's head stood Jiraiya, gazing down upon the ninjas of Kumogikure. "Ah, Jiraiya, it seems our paths cross once more. Wentai, I must rely on you once again." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Wentai cast his gaze upon the assembly of Kumobikure's ninjas, particularly fixating on the 4th Hokage A and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, whose expressions bore a hint of gravity. "It seems we are faced with a troublesome situation. Another grand battle lies ahead." With his right hand resting on the hilt of the short blade at his waist, Wentai slowly opened a gap, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination as he surveyed the ninjas below. At this moment, the 4th Hokage, AI, from Yinhidden Village, cast a grave glance at the summoned Wanta by Jiraiya and turned to his companion. "Killer B, Sing, B, can you handle this fellow?" Hearing AI's words, Killer B immediately assumed a rap pose and replied, "Yo, naturally, no problem." Boom. As the words left his lips, Killer B leapt into the air, erupting with a thunderous roar as he transformed into the complete form of the 8 Tails, swinging his massive fists toward Wanta. Bang! Wanta sprang from the ground, soaring high into the air, while Jiraiya, standing atop Wanta's head, formed hand seals and opened his mouth to unleash a fierce flame toward the 8 Tails. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Boom. The fireball detonated atop the 8 Tails' head, obscuring its vision. In that moment, Wanta swiftly drew his short sword and dove downward, slashing at the 8 Tails. However, The instant the blade descended, a sharp sound rang out as the flames dissipated, revealing that Wonta's short sword had been halted by the intact right horn of the Eight Tails. Concurrently, the Eight Tails gathered a small-tailed beast ball in its mouth, forming it at an astonishing speed and shooting it toward Wonta. Wonta, dodge. Quit the chatter, I know. With rapid agility, Wonta twisted his body, evading the Eight Tails' small-tailed beast ball, while simultaneously tossing his short sword toward the ground. In an instant, he formed hand seals and unleashed 3 massive water bullets toward the Eight Tails. Water-style, water cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. A deluge of water erupted, the sheer volume astonishing. And as it fell from the air, it cascaded down like a torrential rain, instantly soaking the ground. At this moment, from a distance, Rinchuan Mushi couldn't help but exclaim, "What a terrifying volume of water! I wonder when I will reach such a level." No one responded to Rinchuan Mushi's words, for at that instant, as the 3 massive water bullets burst, the true form of the Eight Tails was revealed. It stood with 8 tails and 2 arms shielding its front. Although the 3 enormous water bullets had slightly impacted its tails and arms, they had not inflicted any serious injury upon the Eight Tails. With a thunderous crash, Wonta landed on the ground. Drawing his short sword and gazing at the Eight Tails, he remarked, "Truly, one of the 9-tailed beasts left by Sage of the Six Paths. It is indeed a creature of monstrous strength." "Yo, Wonta, you're not afraid, are you?" "What did you say?" "Me afraid? Say that again, and I'll toss you out." "Ha ha. All right, I take back what I said, but the battle ahead will be even more intense, so you better be ready." "I've been ready." With that, Wonta gripped his short sword tightly and surged forward at an incredible speed toward the Eight Tails. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui's eyes transformed once more into the Mangekyo Sharingan, blood tears streaming from his right eye, as he prepared to unleash the Genjutsu Konoha Tsukumi, intending to once again manipulate the Eight Tails. However, before Uchiha Shisui could fully unleash his Konoha Tsukumi, a figure enveloped in lightning appeared before him, striking down with a mighty fist. "You scoundrel! I shall not allow you to control me again," roared the 4th Raikage, A. The ground shattered beneath the force of the blow, prompting Uchiha Shisui to swiftly retreat. As he faced A, he initiated the activation of Konoha Tsukumi with his right eye, intending to manipulate him. Alas, A's speed was beyond his capacity to counter. The recently awakened Mangekyo Sharingan of Uchiha Shisui was not yet adept enough to keep pace with A's swift movements, rendering him incapable of altering A's will. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. A multitude of fist-sized fireballs surged forth in all directions, aimed at forcing A to reveal a vulnerability. Yet, Uchiha Shisui gravely miscalculated the defensive prowess of A's lightning armor, formed by the lightning chakra enveloping him. A had no intention of defending. He allowed the fireballs to strike his body as he continued his relentless assault on Uchiha Shisui. Lightning release, heavy flow. A gathered an immense amount of lightning chakra in his elbow and launched himself toward Uchiha Shisui like a high-velocity rocket, barreling directly at him. Uchiha Shisui narrowly evaded the onslaught. His body flicker technique was nearly on par with A's speed, making it no easy feat for A to land a hit. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui formed hand seals and unleashed a dragon-shaped torrent of flames, crashing down with an astounding explosion. Simultaneously, he spun rapidly, sending a barrage of shuriken and kunai, enveloped in fire, raining down upon A, launching a wide-ranging attack. At that moment, A's figure suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Shisui, his right hand cloaked in a powerful layer of lightning chakra, resembling a thunderous blade. He swung it toward Uchiha Shisui with blinding speed, surpassing his previous velocity, indicating that A had yet to reveal his true strength. Just as A's strike was about to connect with Uchiha Shisui, a skeletal form wreathed in green chakra flames materialized around him, enveloping him entirely and bracing against A's attack. Susanoo. A observed the merely fractured green energy skeleton with narrowed eyes. Such defensive capability was beyond his expectations. Connecting this with the various intelligence reports about the Uchiha clan's jutsu, he surmised the technique Uchiha Shisui had invoked and promptly retreated. At this juncture, Uchiha Shisui turned to face A, gasping heavily. Despite possessing the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, elevating his abilities to that of a Kage, his innate strength remained at the level of a high-ranking shinobi. In terms of chakra reserves and other factors, he could not compare to a true Kage. Moreover, The current Uchiha Shisui is merely a 13-year-old boy. Neither his chakra nor his physical form has reached its zenith. Confronting AI, the newly appointed Raikage of Kumogakure, proves to be a formidable challenge. Were it not for the intervention of his Susanoo, conjured through the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries from the previous encounter. Exhaling deeply, Uchiha Shisui gradually elevated his chakra, allowing his Susanoo to commence its growth. Initially safeguarding only his skeletal structure, it began to transform into a colossal figure resembling the upper half of a human. Surrounding this skeletal form, vibrant green flames of chakra erupted, showcasing an entirely different level of formidable power. At that moment, AI observed the Susanoo enveloping Uchiha Shisui, and the density of his lightning armor intensified. Waves of electricity coursed through AI's body, sporadically radiating outward. Gradually, nearly 90% of this chakra converged upon AI's right arm, emanating a blinding brilliance. In an instant, with a fierce shout, AI vanished from his original position and materialized before Uchiha Shisui. His right arm, resembling a blade of thunder descending from the heavens, struck directly towards Shisui's neck. Lightning release, thunder plow hot blade. The clash reverberated through the air. As the two brushed past each other, the intensity of AI's lightning armor diminished, leaving only a thin veil. Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo suffered a grievous blow. Its left arm was severed entirely, and a gaping wound marred the chest of the Susanoo. Fortunately, after dismantling both the arm and chest of the Susanoo, the potency of AI's technique waned, sparing Shisui from harm. Had the full force of the thunder plow hot blade been unleashed, it is likely that Shisui's head would have been severed from his body. Truly, such a terrifying ninjutsu. No wonder he is the Raikage. Turning to face Uchiha Shisui, AI observed that his already weakened lightning armor had regained its strength, dazzling bolts of lightning illuminating his form as if the previous expenditure was trivial. Uchiha Shisui, I shall remember your name. A prodigy of the Uchiha clan, capable of standing against me at such a tender age. Thank you for your praise, Raikage. I do not commend you. I merely state a fact. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, today is the day of your demise. I shall not allow you to leave this place. With that, a torrent of thunder erupted once more from AI, who advanced step by step toward Uchiha Shisui. In response, Shisui gazed back at AI and declared, "This time, I shall counterattack. Perpetual defense is not in my nature." As the words fell, Uchiha Shisui retrieved a scroll from the pouch at his waist. He bit his finger, tore open the scroll, and smeared his blood upon it. Simultaneously, Uchiha Shisui formed the hand seals for unsealing, and a torrent of deep blue-black chakra erupted from the scroll, enveloping his body and replenishing his nearly depleted chakra reserves. At that moment, bolstered by the chakra of the two tails forming a chakra cloak around him, green energy strands resembling muscular fibers swiftly sprouted from Susanoo, restoring even the severed left arm and transforming it into a complete half-figure. Amidst the gathering of concentrated chakra, a one-handed spiral sword materialized in Susanoo's grasp, clad in a green armor that enveloped its half-body. Under Uchiha Shisui's command, it swung the spiral sword towards Ei. The green spiral sword clashed against Ei's fist, which was encased in blue lightning armor, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The tremendous shockwave reverberated through the battlefield, forcing the elite shinobi of Konoha and Kumogakure engaged in combat to retreat, thereby granting the 4 shadow-level warriors an exclusive arena for their clash. The spiral sword and Ei's fists continued their relentless assault, and with the support of the tailed beast chakra scroll, Uchiha Shisui's greatest weakness was mitigated. With ample chakra fueling him, Susanoo unleashed astonishing power, standing toe-to-toe with Ei. Neither could inflict real harm upon the other. Thus, they found themselves locked in a battle of attrition, where the first to exhaust their strength would inevitably fall to the other. Beyond that, neither could ascertain a victor. Regarding Uchiha Shisui's Kotoamatsukami, the permanent version of the technique was rendered unusable as his left eye was in a state of recovery. He could only rely on the temporary version using his right eye, which required considerable chakra and time to lock onto a target. In the midst of the battle against Ei, Shisui found it impossible to employ the temporary Kotoamatsukami due to Ei's deliberate evasion, leading him to abandon the notion of controlling Ei and instead engage in direct combat with Susanoo. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Fukasaku were embroiled in a terrifying confrontation against the Eight Tails. The might of the tailed beasts was formidable, and the ability to fully harness that power, as Karabi did by transforming into the complete 8 tails, rendered their struggle exceedingly arduous. Had it not been for the high degree of synergy Jiraiya and Fukasaku had cultivated over time, victory would have been an unattainable prospect. Evading the 8 tails onslaught, Fukasaku, somewhat beleaguered, turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "Jiraiya, are you ready? When will you be able to utilize that technique?" "Very soon, very soon. Do not distract me. I must concentrate intently." At this moment, Jiraiya's visage bore several crimson lines painted beneath his eyes with his own blood. His hands remained clasped together, gathering chakra and absorbing natural energy. Preparing to summon Fukasaku and Shima in the final step, relying on their strength to stabilize the sage chakra, which was essential for achieving a true sage state. In essence, Jiraiya had not fully mastered the sage mode. Standing atop Bunta's head, Jiraiya continued to concentrate natural energy while Bunta primarily focused on defense. Evading the relentless onslaught of the 8 tails, the beast had already deduced that Jiraiya was preparing a formidable jutsu, thus intensifying its attacks on Bunta, who was consequently injured under the barrage. "Damn it!" Bunta exclaimed, gripping the hilt of a short blade. He exerted tremendous force, snapping the blade in two. He then clashed the broken pieces together, and in the instant sparks ignited, Bunta's belly swelled, transforming chakra into a copious amount of oil. He opened his mouth, spewing the oil, which ignited upon contact with the sparks, erupting into a massive inferno that surged toward the 8 tails. Ninjutsu, Frog Oil Flame Bullet. This technique was originally meant to be executed in tandem by Jiraiya and Bunta, but as Jiraiya was unable to employ jutsu at that moment, Bunta had to devise a means to utilize the Frog Oil Flame Bullet independently. However, this method rendered the short blade unusable. Had it not been for the necessity to delay until Jiraiya achieved Sage Mode, Bunta would not have resorted to such a disadvantageous tactic. Although the oil refined from chakra was considerable, it was not inexhaustible. Once depleted, the Frog Oil Flame Bullet would cease. Suddenly, 8 tentacle-like tails of the 8 tails emerged through the flames, ensnaring Bunta and gradually tightening their grip, causing him to cry out in desperation, unable to escape. Simultaneously, the 8 tails gathered a medium-sized tailed beast bomb, aiming directly at Bunta's head, intent on capturing both him and Jiraiya, who was perched atop Bunta. "Jiraiya, I can't hold on much longer. Jiraiya, enough. Bunta, you can return. I can handle this. You're so slow." With those words, Bunta's form instantly vanished, a thick cloud of smoke billowing forth, obscuring the 8 tails' vision. Without hesitation, the 8 tails launched the tailed beast bomb, which swiftly pierced through the smoke and struck a nearby hill, obliterating it in a thunderous explosion. A mushroom cloud rose majestically, leaving the hill utterly erased from existence. As the traces of Bunta and Jiraiya vanished, the 8 tails immediately turned to search for Jiraiya's whereabouts. At that moment, a diminutive figure, in stark contrast to the 8 tails, descended from the sky. Perched upon its shoulders were 2 elderly toads, one with a snowy white beard and the other sporting the characteristic curls of a middle-aged woman. These were none other than Fukasaku and Shima, the sage toads of Mayaboko Mountain. The visage of this individual had also undergone a transformation, as certain traits reminiscent of a toad manifested upon his face. This individual was none other than Jiraiya, who had harnessed sage techniques to assume his sage mode. "Brother, sister, I must trouble you once more," he declared. "Little Jiraiya, who is our adversary this time? Is your eyesight failing you, father of the child?" The features are unmistakably those of the 8 tails. The 8 tails, truly a formidable opponent. "Little Jiraiya, unleash your power." "Very well, brother." As his words fell, Jiraiya, alongside Fukasaku and Shima, simultaneously formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of oil, wind, and fire towards the 8 tails. This was an upgraded version of the Toad Oil Flame Bomb, a technique amplified exponentially in potency. Sage Art, Gomen. Jiraiya wielded oil, Fukasaku commanded the wind, and Shima conjured flames. Their combined forces coalesced into a fearsome inferno, capable of eroding and incinerating all tangible substances, second only to the ultimate fire release technique, Amaterasu. The vast flames rapidly engulfed the 8 tails form, and even the mighty beast found itself unable to withstand such searing heat. The flames relentlessly scorched its body, eliciting pained cries. Yet the adhesive nature of the oil rendered it incapable of escaping the Inferno's grasp. Desperate, the Eight Tails expelled a deluge of ink to shield itself from the flames, momentarily obscuring its form and allowing it to evade the onslaught as it retaliated with a barrage of tailed beast balls directed at Jiraiya. Boom, boom, boom. The tailed beast balls detonated, yet they failed to harm Jiraiya, who, endowed with the heightened perception of Sage Mode, adeptly evaded the assault and landed gracefully on the ground, swiftly forming hand seals before pressing his palms to the earth. Sage Art, Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. A colossal swamp emerged beneath the Eight Tails, ensnaring its entire form and disrupting its balance as it writhed within the mire. In that moment, Jiraiya formed seals once more and surged forward, channeling an immense amount of Sage Chakra into a gigantic Rasengan, roughly the size of half the Eight Tails' body, which he drove forcefully into its chest. Sage Art, Super Large Rasengan. The tremendous Rasengan unleashed a staggering force of distortion, tearing at the Eight Tails' form and relentlessly pressing it deeper into the swamp, nearly submerging it entirely. Just as it seemed the Eight Tails would be wholly entrapped within the mire, it unleashed a furious roar, a vast reservoir of chakra erupting forth in an unparalleled tempest that expelled the swamp away in an instant. At that moment, the Eight Tails gazed at Jiraiya, opening its mouth to conjure a small-tailed beast ball which collided directly with the massive Rasen Shuriken. Amidst the violent explosion, the Eight Tails swiftly emerged from the ground, swinging its fists to strike Jiraiya, who was sent flying through the air due to the force of the blast. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound as Jiraiya was launched backward, crashing into the earth. Simultaneously, the Eight Tails' eight tails unfurled rapidly, relentlessly battering the ground where Jiraiya had fallen, stirring up vast clouds of dust and debris, causing the ground to tremble violently. During this relentless assault, the Eight Tails gathered a colossal tailed beast ball in its mouth and unleashed it towards Jiraiya's position. In a cataclysmic explosion, a gargantuan mushroom cloud ascended, and the intense chakra energy radiated outward, whipping up fierce winds and scattering earth and stone. As the dust settled, a massive crater appeared in the ground. The Eight Tails, surveying the devastation, let out a triumphant roar. Yet, at that moment, a figure suddenly erupted from beneath the earth, arms outstretched, conjuring two enormous Rasen Shuriken that struck the Eight Tails with tremendous force. Sage Art, Super Massive Rasen Shuriken. Boom, boom. Under the onslaught of the two Rasen Shuriken, the Eight Tails was hurled backward, crashing into a nearby hill, which partially collapsed under the impact. At this juncture, the Eight Tails began to disintegrate, its vast chakra nearly depleted, leaving Kurabi gasping for breath on the ground. Meanwhile, Jiraiya observed the now partially reverted Eight Tails. His body swayed slightly as he knelt on the ground, reverting from Sage Mode back to his original state. The relentless attacks from the Eight Tails had indeed taken their toll. Had it not been for the exhaustive efforts of Shin and Shima in aiding Jiraiya to withstand the onslaught, he would have sustained severe injuries. Consequently, both Shin and Shima had exhausted their energies and returned to Mount Mayaboku, leaving Jiraiya's Sage Mode on the verge of dissolution. Fortunately, Jiraiya had anticipated this outcome and, utilizing the last remnants of his Sage Chakra, unleashed the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasen Shuriken to shatter the Eight Tails' complete transformation. Had he not done so, he might have succumbed to the Eight Tails' might. Jiraiya and Kurabi exchanged a glance and rose to their feet. Kurabi's hand slowly moved towards the 8 blades on his back as he charged towards Jiraiya, who, in turn, drew 2 kunai and rushed toward Kurabi. Meanwhile, the ongoing confrontation between Uchiha Shisui and I intensified as they became aware of Jiraiya and Kurabi's battle unfolding. The Susanoo surrounding Uchiha Shisui relentlessly wielded its spiraling sword, executing a series of high-intensity assaults against A, who, undeterred, retaliated with fists resembling the hammers of thunder, striking continuously against the spiraling sword with unyielding ferocity, illuminating the battlefield with arcs of lightning. Amidst the chaos, Uchiha Shisui, observing the situation of Jiraiya and Killer B through his Sharingan, noted the nearly depleted chakra of his own armor and made a swift decision. As the Susanoo's spiraling sword lunged towards A, it abruptly swung downward, raising a cloud of dust and debris that obscured A's vision. In response to this maneuver, A unleashed a surge of chakra, amplifying his lightning armor several-fold, and charged through the cloud of dust, towards Uchiha Shisui's previous position. His fist, enveloped in lightning chakra, struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering the earth beneath him with a destructive power rivaling that of Tsunade's brute strength. However, A's expression darkened as he realized that Uchiha Shisui was no longer there. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he swiftly turned to the direction of Jiraiya and Killer Bee, only to witness the colossal Susanoo materializing around Killer Bee, its spiraling sword aimed directly at him. Enraged by this sight, A bellowed, "You scoundrel, cease this at once." With a thunderous roar, A maximized his lightning armor and darted forward like a bolt of lightning, his right arm crackling with energy as he aimed to intercept the Susanoo's spiraling sword. Lightning release, thunderplow. With a tremendous crash, a sword passed, sending the hand gripping the spiraling sword flying, which gradually disintegrated into flickering green chakra flames. A landed on the ground, forcefully striking the earth as he spun and charged back towards Uchiha Shisui. Yet, as he neared Shisui, he was struck by the sight of blood streaming from Shisui's right eye. Almost simultaneously, Killer Bee erupted in a blaze of orange-red chakra armor, appearing before A like a fierce flame, swinging his right arm to strike A's chest. Secret technique, Thunder Plow. Killer Bee's Thunder Plow was not fueled by lightning chakra, but by the immense chakra of the 8 tails, equating in power to A's own technique. Consequently, when Killer Bee's attack connected with A, the earlier exertion to sever the Susanoo's arm had diminished A's defensive capabilities, causing his lightning armor to tear open, leaving a grievous wound across his chest. A was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui's right eye shed more blood, forcing him to close his eyes and deactivate his Mangekyo Sharingan, thereby completely dispelling the temporary Kodoe Tsukumi. Killer Bee awakened from the grip of illusion, gazing in disbelief at the grievously wounded EI, and immediately rushed forward to assess his injuries. Meanwhile, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly, gradually manifesting a Rasengan in his hand. At that moment, several figures appeared beside EI and Killer Bee, warily watching Jiraiya and Uchiha Shisui. Among them was the formidable Tsuchikage, who had forced both Kakashi and Itachi into a fierce struggle, compelling them to retreat. As the forces from Kumogakure arrived, the ninjas from Konohagakure also gathered around Jiraiya and Uchiha Shisui, both sides eyeing their adversaries warily, ready to strike at the slightest command. In this charged atmosphere, EI, having received some treatment, slowly rose to his feet. He nodded at Killer Bee before turning to Jiraiya and the others, declaring, "Let this war come to an end." Kumogakure calls for a ceasefire and negotiations. The higher-ups of Konohagakure had never anticipated a complete annihilation of Kumogakure. The Third Great Ninja War had only recently concluded, and Konoha was in a state of disarray, with its formidable ninjas in a transitional phase. Achieving total victory over Kumogakure with their current strength was virtually impossible. Even if Konoha managed to decisively defeat Kumogakure, it would come at an exorbitant cost. The remaining 3 of the 5 great shinobi villages were not humanitarian organizations. They would likely seize the opportunity to strike at Konoha while it was vulnerable, seeking to divide its influence amongst themselves. Thus, Konoha's leadership had never truly considered the option of annihilating Kumogakure. They had been waiting for Kumogakure to initiate peace talks, hoping to secure war reparations to alleviate their financial burdens. Both Jiraiya and Uchiha Shisui were acutely aware of Konoha's leadership's intentions, a sentiment shared by the high-ranking ninjas of Kumogakure. Consequently, upon hearing EI's proposal, they promptly agreed to engage in peace negotiations. The subsequent matters would revolve around the exchange of interests among the high-ranking officials. For the still junior ninjas, such as Kichigawa Mokushi and Uchiha Itachi, these developments felt distant. They had returned to the main camp of Konoha alongside the lower-ranking ninjas to recuperate, awaiting the conclusion of the negotiations before rejoining the main forces. Inside the tent, Kichigawa Mokushi turned to Uchiha Itachi and remarked, "Itachi, I noticed you conversing with another ninja from the Uchiha clan earlier. I wonder if your clan has received some insider information regarding the peace talks." In response to Mokushi's inquiry, Uchiha Itachi shook his head, stating, "The clan's ninja did not relay such information to me. He was merely inquiring about the nature of the enemies we faced in this battle, as the clan seeks to utilize this for publicity to enhance our influence within Konoha. This time, our Uchiha clan did not deploy many ninjas to the war, resulting in a lackluster record of achievements. Our absence also afforded the Hyuga clan a significant opportunity. Seizing the opportunity, they played an indelible role on the battlefield, allowing the Hyuga clan to rise to prominence, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the Uchiha clan. This stirred some unease among the elders of the Uchiha clan, who sought to promote the accomplishments of Shisui and myself to regain some standing. The Hyuga clan is indeed formidable. Their secret techniques of gentle fist and Byakugan create a combination that few can contend with at the same level. Nodding, Itachi Uchiha remarked, indeed. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan can seal chakra points, rendering opponents unable to utilize chakra, making them quite challenging adversaries. Never mind that for now. I believe our primary focus should be on enhancing our strength. Shisui has already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and that technique known as Susanoo is exceptionally powerful. If we do not strive harder, we will surely be left far behind by Shisui. Very well, let us commit ourselves to our efforts. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the Konoha camp, a ninja from the Uchiha clan stood in the darkness of a tent, observing a young man seated within. He spoke. When do you intend to take action? Are you planning to betray the Uchiha? Upon hearing the words of the Uchiha ninja, the young ninja, while polishing his short blade, replied, having received the favor of the Uchiha clan in my youth, I naturally intend to repay that kindness. However, on the battlefield, Rinchuan Mushi has been with Itachi Uchiha, leaving me with no opportunity to act. Besides, with so many people around, it would be easy to be discovered, leading to failure. Very well. Your task this time is to eliminate him before Rinchuan Mushi returns to Konoha. As for when to act, that is not my concern. I am merely a messenger. The decision lies entirely with you. With that, the Uchiha ninja prepared to depart, but just then, the young ninja, still polishing his blade, suddenly spoke. Is your elaborate scheme against Rinchuan Mushi intended to provoke Itachi Uchiha into awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan? As the young ninja's words echoed in the air, the Uchiha ninja in the shadows paused momentarily, offering no further explanation, merely stating, our true intentions are of no concern to you, and it would be wise not to delve too deeply into the reasons. It would not serve you well. With that, the Uchiha ninja vanished into the darkness, leaving the young ninja to mutter to himself in a barely audible voice. It seems the aim truly is to induce Itachi Uchiha to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. Had I not witnessed the changes in Shisui Uchiha, I might not have discerned this possibility. It appears the Uchiha clan has been scheming for quite some time. They truly are a formidable lineage. The Uchiha clan, when benevolent, can be regarded as the most loving family in the entirety of Konoha. Yet, when love gives rise to darkness, they transform into the most fearsome embodiment of evil. A father, driven by affection for his son, endeavors to elevate him to the position of clan leader within the Uchiha lineage, yearning for him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, this very love leads him to sacrifice his son's dearest friend, the sole ally from outside their clan, plotting to eliminate him to provoke his son into acquiring formidable strength. It remains uncertain whether the existence of such a clan within Konoha is a boon or a bane. Nonetheless, this matter bears no significance to me. I am merely an outsider, a servant discreetly nurtured by the Uchiha clan, bound to obey orders as my sole duty. With that said, the young ninja gradually closed his eyes, settling quietly within the confines of the tent, contemplating the meticulous preparations for the assassination of Rinchuan Mushi. As he emerged from his thoughts, Rinchuan Mushi gazed at the disheveled draft paper before him, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the wastebasket beside the table, subsequently retrieving another sheet to continue his writing. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi stepped out from the tent, observing the industrious Rinchuan Mushi, and spoke. Mushi, it is time for our patrol, let us set forth. Although Konoha and Kumogakure had resolved to pursue negotiations, both sides remained resolute in advocating for their respective reparations and terms. This was an entirely new battlefield, and from another perspective, its intensity was no less than that of actual warfare. Regarding the patrol, despite the decision to negotiate, one must remain vigilant. Neither Konoha nor Kumogakure could afford to place complete trust in the other. Thus, a degree of patrolling and defensive measures was a prudent strategy. The absence of such precautions would indeed signify a grave oversight. Rinchuan Mushi gathered his belongings and departed the encampment alongside Uchiha Itachi, initiating their patrol around the perimeter. According to the patrol regulations, each individual had a designated position. Thus, upon leaving the encampment and entering the wilderness, Uchiha Itachi and Rensuke Mushi temporarily parted ways to attend to their respective posts. Rensuke Mushi was assigned to a rugged stone forest, a somewhat desolate area dominated by jagged rocks, yet it proved to be a relatively simple location for surveillance. Seated upon a flat boulder, Rensuke Mushi vigilantly monitored his surroundings while unrolling a scroll and taking up a brush, contemplating the development of ink-based ninjutsu. As time gradually passed from noon to the setting sun, Rensuke Mushi remained engrossed in both vigilance and his exploration of ink ninjutsu. Just then, from the very rock upon which he sat, an individual donned in a white cat mask emerged silently from behind, a short blade poised to strike at Rensuke Mushi's back. The silent dagger pierced through the back of Rensuke Mushi without any hindrance. With a muffled groan, Rensuke slowly turned to face the ninja behind him. Disbelief etched across his face as he inquired, "Who are you?" There was no response. The cat-masked ninja thrust the dagger forward once more, driving it deeper into Rensuke's body. At that moment, however, a cold smile unexpectedly appeared on Rensuke's face. His hands suddenly embraced the cat-masked ninja in a manner that defied the angles of his joints. Simultaneously, several shurikens shot forth from behind a massive rock, arcing through the air to strike the cat-masked ninja. Yet, at that instant, the body of the cat-masked ninja began to crack and shattered into fragments, revealing itself to be a clay clone. Alongside it, Rensuke, who had been stabbed, also transformed into a puddle of earth and ink. The ink clone and the clay clone resulted in a stalemate in the first encounter between Rensuke Mushi and the cat-masked ninja. At this juncture, Rensuke concealed himself within the rocks using earth-based stealth techniques, biding his time for the opponent to reveal a flaw. Suddenly, a dagger shot out from the side, striking the rock where Rensuke was hidden. Upon contact, the blade sparked with electricity, revealing the presence of lightning chakra, allowing the dagger to penetrate the rock as though it were mere tofu. The blade grazed Rensuke's cheek, leaving a trail of blood, prompting him to leap from his hiding spot and swiftly retreat, gripping a kunai in each hand while warily observing the direction of the rock. At that moment, the cat-masked ninja appeared beside the rock, drawing the dagger from where it had lodged. He stood sideways, observing Rensuke like a predator sizing up its prey. Gazing back, Rensuke spoke slowly. "As a mere insignificant figure, I cannot fathom why the Hidden Cloud Village would send someone to assassinate me. Thus, it must be an individual from Konoha who wishes to end my life. As for who within Konoha harbors such deep-seated animosity towards me, it can only be the Uchiha clan. Yet, I cannot comprehend why they would choose this moment to send you to kill me." The cat-masked ninja, unlike the previous assassins who had engaged in extensive chatter, was swift to act. In the instant Rensuke finished speaking, the ninja materialized behind him. The dagger aimed directly at Rensuke's back. Upon witnessing the ninja's sudden disappearance, Rensuke quickly swung his kunai in defense, attempting to parry the oncoming attack. However, when the kunai met the dagger, the finely forged steel of the kunai was cleaved apart as if it were mere wood, with the blade descending towards Rensuke's chest. With a sickening sound, blood splattered as Rensuke retreated hastily, assessing the wound that stretched from his chest to his abdomen. He swiftly pressed his hand against the injury, channeling healing chakra to staunch the bleeding. However, the masked ninja with the cat visage evidently had no intention of allowing Rensuke Mushi to fully recover. He charged forward once more, his short blade enveloped in a layer of blue-white lightning chakra, cleaving towards Rensuke Mushi with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. The opponent's swordsmanship was astonishingly formidable. Each strike was executed with an ingenuity that was almost unfathomable. Rensuke Mushi continuously evaded, yet he found himself utterly unable to escape the reach of the opponent's blade, confined within the lethal dance of the cat-masked ninja's weaponry. Damn it! The short blade amplified by lightning chakra was excessively sharp. Lacking sufficiently potent ninja tools, he could only resist with weapons similarly enhanced by chakra. My water and earth chakra were utterly incapable of augmenting weapon attributes, leaving me with no choice but to evade with all my might against such an adversary. As he pondered this, Rensuke Mushi narrowly dodged yet another strike. Yet the swiftness of the opponent's technique rendered complete evasion impossible, and he soon bore numerous lacerations. His body gradually soaked in blood. This cannot continue. Prolonged defense will inevitably lead to failure. A counterattack must be mounted. After evading yet another slash from the masked ninja, Rensuke Mushi clenched his fist and struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to shatter and unbalance the cat-masked ninja momentarily. In an instant, she swiftly retreated, forming hand seals, and unleashed 3 blasts of molten iron water towards the masked adversary. Just as the water projectiles were about to strike, the masked ninja suddenly formed a single-handed seal, lightly stepping his right foot against the ground. Instantly, a massive wall of earth and stone rose before him, effectively blocking the 3 water blasts. Standing atop the earthen barrier, the cat-masked ninja looked down upon Rensuke with an air of superiority, reminiscent of a beast king surveying its prey, exuding an aura of aggression. For the first time, she felt the chilling breath of death. This masked ninja was the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far, second only to the Tsuchikage of the Hidden Stone Village. In his previous encounter with the Tsuchikage, however, the latter had not unleashed his true strength against Rensuke, as he needed to balance his duties as a sensory-type ninja, unable to fully immerse himself in combat. Additionally, Uchiha Itachi had been present to assist, alleviating much of the pressure on Rensuke. Yet now, facing the cat-masked ninja, the opponent was wielding his full power, intent on killing him, and Rensuke was entirely alone, bearing the weight of immense pressure at every moment. With each exhalation, Rensuke performed a healing technique on his critical wounds to staunch the bleeding, all the while remaining acutely vigilant against any further ambush. Suddenly, the sound of shoes scraping against the ground pierced the air. The moment Rensuke heard that noise, the masked ninja was already upon him, the short blade radiating a blinding light, its blue-white lightning chakra flickering ominously as it lunged directly towards Rensuke. In a swift retreat, Rensuke found himself unable to match the speed of the dagger's thrust. As he beheld the blue-white lightning chakra swirling around the blade, his pupils dilated in alarm. The cursed seal upon his left shoulder began to emanate a dark crimson hue, unleashing formidable power that shattered the restraints of the triple sealing technique before he could activate his own sealing arts. The fiery patterns, glowing with a dark red luminescence, rapidly spread, nearly enveloping the majority of his form. Just as the dagger pierced the fabric of his chest, making contact with his skin, Rensuke's speed surged, propelled by the expanding cursed seal, allowing him to distance himself from the lethal fate that loomed. He landed upon a massive boulder behind him, observing the masked ninja. The sage chakra within him surged under his control, hastening the healing of his injuries as wisps of white smoke emanated from his wounds, which began to mend at an astonishing rate. Noticing the rapid recovery of Rensuke's injuries and the spreading cursed seal, the masked ninja's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Yet he remained silent, continuing his assault on Rensuke. Rensuke's chakra affinities lay in water and earth, while his adversary had thus far demonstrated earth and lightning, which countered both of Mushi's elemental natures. The dagger, enhanced by lightning chakra, was akin to a lethal artifact for Rensuke, rendering him unable to mount a defense and relegating him to a passive stance. Perhaps utilizing wood release could enable him to confront his foe, but the dissolution of his cursed seal and the resultant loss of the primordial cells would take over 10 days to achieve even a meager success. Should he resort to wood release in a direct confrontation, it could cost him his life despite any potential to repel his opponent. Thus, even in this dire predicament, Rensuke harbored no intention of using wood release unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, he had yet to execute a plan that, if successful, could allow him to evade the cat-masked ninja's pursuit without resorting to the wood release technique. With a sudden burst, Rensuke leaped into action, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing several iron water projectiles towards the cat-masked ninja. Following this, he continued to weave hand seals. As he landed, he pressed his hands against the ground, summoning a colossal earthen wall that surged forth, crushing towards the masked adversary. Having cast 2 consecutive ninjutsu, Rensuke, even in his cursed state, was compelled to momentarily cease his techniques, darting backward in an effort to distance himself from the masked ninja. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the massive earthen wall, hurtling directly towards Rensuke. The masked ninja, resembling a feline, brandished a short blade infused with swirling lightning chakra and rushed at an astonishing speed toward Rensuke, plunging the weapon into his chest. However, the moment the blade made contact, Rensuke transformed into a rock, crashing to the ground. The feline-masked ninja was momentarily taken aback, utterly oblivious to how Rinchuan Mushi had employed a substitution technique to swap with the stone. Lacking the sensory abilities of a perception-type ninja, and without the ocular prowess of the Sharingan or Byakugan, he was unable to discern Rinchuan Mushi's true location. How could this be? Where could he have gone? Could it be that his substitution technique has reached such an unparalleled level that even I cannot trace his escape? No. If he possessed such capabilities, he could have simply fled in plain sight. His substitution technique surely cannot be that formidable. This implies he must be concealed somewhere nearby. With this thought in mind, the feline-masked ninja leapt atop the tallest rock in the vicinity, surveying the surroundings in search of Rinchuan Mushi. To his astonishment, he found no trace of him, as if he had vanished into thin air. Cursed be this ability. Is it a space-time ninjutsu? No. His skills are not sufficient to wield such advanced techniques. What could it possibly be? As he pondered, the feline-masked ninja contemplated every conceivable explanation. However, time was not on his side. Just as he grasped a fleeting notion, three figures swiftly approached from the distance, prompting him to take notice. Without a moment's hesitation, the feline-masked ninja rapidly retreated from the battlefield, having already deduced the identities of the three figures. Each one appeared to be a formidable adversary, but particularly the leading figure, a Konoha Umbu ninja, was one he desperately wished to avoid, Kakashi Hitaki, the sole heir of the late Konoha White Fang. Whoosh! A gust of wind stirred the fallen leaves as the feline-masked ninja vanished from his position. In that very instant, a figure materialized at the spot he had occupied, hand enveloped in lightning chakra, transforming into a claw that pierced the rock, shattering it completely. Lightning release, lightning cutter. Extracting his arm from the debris, Kakashi, adorned with a fox mask, scanned his surroundings. Upon spotting the rock previously utilized by Rinchuan Mushi for his substitution technique, he approached it and remarked, "All right, he has escaped. You may revert now." As Kakashi's words echoed, the stone emitted a resounding pop and transformed into a cloud of white smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Rinchuan Mushi materialized in place, nodding in acknowledgement to Kakashi before promptly employing medical ninjutsu to heal the wound inflicted upon his chest. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi shifted her body slightly, causing the dagger to miss its critical target, yet it ultimately pierced her chest. Time had already been delayed extensively, and her injuries were becoming increasingly urgent. A faint green chakra enveloped Rinchuan Mushi's palm, and under the influence of this chakra, her wounds began to heal rapidly. A significant amount of congealed blood was extracted by the chakra, simultaneously promoting the closure of her wounds. Gradually, her complexion regained a hint of color, indicating that she had preliminarily escaped the clutches of peril. At this juncture, two other Umbu ninjas arrived. Gazing at Kakashi Hitaki, they inquired, "Captain, shall we investigate the situation of that ninja nearby?" Nodding, Kakashi replied, "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." With that, the two Umbu ninjas promptly dispersed to survey the battlefield. Kakashi then crouched down and retrieved 3 soldier pills from his waist pouch, placing them into Rinchuan Mushi's mouth. As she swallowed them, she nodded in gratitude towards Kakashi and resumed her treatment of her injuries. Once the bleeding from her wounds had largely ceased, Rinchuan Mushi stood up and addressed Kakashi. "Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. Otherwise, I would not know how long I would have to wait for that individual to leave, perhaps until I could no longer maintain my transformation technique. At which point he might still remain. The person earlier was quite formidable. Did you discern his origins?" Shaking her head, Rinchuan Mushi replied, "I only know he is one of ours from Konoha. Beyond that, I am not well informed. I have never encountered him before. Moreover, his swordsmanship is exceptional, adept at employing lightning chakra to enhance the power of his dagger, and he also possesses a certain proficiency in earth-release ninjutsu. I wonder if you, Kakashi-senpai, are familiar with such an individual?" Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Kakashi responded slowly, "With skills in lightning release, earth release, and swordsmanship, this person bears a striking resemblance to me. I too excel in lightning release, earth release, and sword techniques. Perhaps the one who attempted to eliminate you was indeed me." In response to Kakashi's jest, Rinchuan Mushi merely rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Kakashi-senpai, that joke is hardly amusing. If that person were truly you, how could you, with your Sharingan, fail to perceive that I had transformed into a stone?" Chuckling, Kakashi clarified, "I was merely jesting. However, it must be noted that the ninjas within Konoha are indeed exceptional. Even I cannot claim to have encountered every one of them. Even those I have met may not reveal their true abilities. Thus, attempting to discern that individual's identity based solely on ninjutsu characteristics may yield no results. Furthermore, I suspect that the ninja who sought to assassinate you did not unleash his full strength. Otherwise, it would raise too many suspicions. Did you imply that he possesses numerous techniques yet to be revealed? Lianchuan Mushi inquired. For instance, he may have another chakra nature that he has yet to showcase? Indeed, that is precisely the implication. If we were to investigate him from this perspective, we might find ourselves unable to trace his true identity. In that case, we could only temporarily evade him. Otherwise, he would inevitably track us down. By then, my strategy of retreat may no longer prove effective. However, you could also strengthen yourself before he comes seeking you, at least to the point where you can confront him head-on until reinforcements arrive. Or ideally, to a level where you could eliminate him directly. Upon hearing Kakashi Hataki's words, Rensuke Mino sighed in resignation and replied, "That individual's strength surely rivals that of a jonin. Achieving his level with my current abilities is no simple feat. I will require ample time for training. Then perhaps it would be best for you to accompany the team returning to Konoha in 3 days. At least within Konoha. Those who wish to harm you should be somewhat restrained, and you can focus on your training there," suggested Kakashi. Rensuke Mino, having initially contemplated a refusal, was suddenly struck by the sight of Kakashi's half-smiling eyes peering from behind his mask. In an instant, she altered her decision, nodding in agreement. "Very well. I shall return to Konoha with the team. The war has reached a preliminary conclusion, and there is no need for me to remain here." Kakashi smiled faintly at Rensuke Mino, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned his attention to the 2 ENBU members who had come up empty-handed. Together, they made their way toward the Konoha encampment. As they departed, a mouse scurried out from beneath a nearby rock, glanced around, and swiftly darted into the crevice between 2 larger stones. "It seems the one who attempted to assassinate you is likely affiliated with the Uchiha clan," Itachi Uchiha remarked with a hint of concern as he observed Rensuke Mino. Though he may not be a direct member of the Uchiha, many ninjas within Konoha have pledged allegiance to them. The assassin appears to be quite formidable, a skilled opponent even among jonin. "Do not worry, Itachi. I am returning to Konoha with a considerable number of ninjas, including several jonin. Moreover, Akimichi Choji and Sakai Kotaro are part of this contingent, providing me with allies. Together, the 3 of us can withstand even a jonin's attempts to eliminate us in the short term. You can trust that I will be safe with them," she assured him. "But Itachi, believe me, if you accompany me, the dangers I face will far exceed what you encounter here. I cannot rely on your protection indefinitely. I must ultimately confront these threats alone." 3 fleeting days passed, and Rensuke Mino packed her belongings, bidding farewell to Itachi Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, and Jiraiya, before departing with the first wave of reinforcements returning to Konoha from the front lines. The primary objective of this initial team is to transport the injured and some secondary intelligence back to Konoha, which renders the group somewhat cumbersome and unwieldy. Consequently, several formidable ninjas have been assigned to accompany the team, ensuring the safety of both the injured and the intelligence. On the surface, Rensuke Mino appears to be one of the ninjas tasked with safeguarding the injured and the information. However, unbeknownst to many in the team, he is also a person in need of protection. Although a few reliable jonin within the group are puzzled as to why Jiraiya specifically requested their protection for Rensuke Mino. They, as ninjas, understand that certain matters are not to be questioned. They assume that Rensuke Mino carries crucial intelligence that necessitates their protection. Their reasoning is not without merit. As one of the only 2 ninjas in Konoha to inherit the wood release, Rensuke Mino is indeed of great significance. Moreover, in contrast to Yamato, who also possesses the wood release, the cells of the First Hokage within him have fully integrated and stabilized, yet can only manifest a fraction of their potential. Yamato's wood release operates at a mere 20% of the First Hokage's original strength, rendering it a commendable bloodline limit, but a far cry from the formidable capabilities of the First Hokage. Fundamentally, due to the fusion of cells, Yamato's wood release power has become fixed, devoid of any further potential for advancement. While it is likely he may attain the rank of Jonin or even elite Jonin in the future, achieving the level of Hokage is an unattainable dream, and the prospect of nearing the First Hokage's strength is nothing short of fanciful. In stark contrast, Rensuke Mino's First Hokage cells are still in a state of continual backlash and mutual repulsion within him. However, upon unsealing the first Hokage's cells and utilizing them. His wood release techniques exhibit a distinctly different manifestation from Yamato's, without any fixed limitations on their power. Furthermore, upon activating the seal and employing the first Hokage's cells, Rensuke Mino possesses an extraordinary self-healing ability that surpasses conventional medical ninjutsu. Crucially, following discussions between Jiraiya and Uchiha Shisui, they have broadly assessed Rensuke Mino's current maximum threshold for utilizing wood release, which is nearly equivalent to 30 to 40% of the first Hokage's capabilities, with potential for further enhancement. This makes him considerably more valuable than Yamato. Another significant point is that Yamato currently operates under Danzo's command, while Rensuke Mino was discovered by Tsunade, placing him firmly behind the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, without question. Naturally, regarding the matter of possessing first Hokage cells and the ability to perform wood release techniques, once Jiraiya became aware of this, Rensuke Mino understood that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would also be informed. This is not to suggest that Jiraiya would betray him or speak indiscreetly, but rather it is an obligation that comes with being a Konoha ninja and a direct disciple of the third Hokage. As for how Jiraiya implored the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to refrain from disclosing that Yukikawa Maki bore the wood release bloodline limit, that is an entirely different matter. As the convoy transporting the injured advanced steadily, Yukikawa Maki observed a Kimichi Dagwan beside him, who was voraciously devouring a large baked potato. With a hint of exasperation, Maki remarked, "Dagwan, you have been eating throughout the journey. Are you truly not worried about indigestion?" Swallowing the remaining half of his baked potato, Akimichi Dagwan smiled at Maki and replied, "Not at all. The digestive system of the Akimichi clan is robust. We seldom encounter issues with indigestion. Besides, after the recent fierce battles, I have expended a significant amount of fat and lost considerable weight, so I must replenish my energy swiftly." To those unfamiliar, Dagwan's statement might seem humorous or a boast about his corpulence. However, those in the know are acutely aware that the amount of fat stored is intrinsically linked to the strength of the Akimichi clan's ninjas. Many of their secret techniques rapidly convert fat into chakra for explosive attacks, which is why Akimichi ninjas can unleash such formidable combat power in a short span. Reaching into his backpack, Yukikawa Maki fished out 2 large rice balls and handed them to Dagwan, saying, "Take these rice balls. While soldier pills can stave off hunger, they do not contribute to your fat reserves. I can manage with soldier pills, so you should eat these." Gazing at the rice balls in his hands, Dagwan hesitated briefly before nodding and responding, "All right, I shall consume these rice balls. Thank you." "Haha, there's no need for thanks. If you wish to express gratitude, it would be better to wait until we return so I can treat you to barbecue," Maki joked. Upon hearing the word barbecue, Dagwan's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly, promptly taking a rice ball in each hand and devouring them with gusto. As days passed, the convoy maintained a pace not significantly slower than that of the ninjas. After 11 days of travel, they finally traversed the frost and hot water countries, entering the land of fire, where the village hidden in the leaves is located. The convoy paused near a small creek for a brief respite. When we set off again, everyone put in a little extra effort. "In about 5 days, we shall arrive in Konoha," the leading jonin proclaimed. At his words, the entire convoy erupted in cheers. Konoha was home for all, and reaching it was akin to returning home, a tantalizing prospect for ninjas who had endured prolonged battles. At that moment, Yukikawa Maki exchanged greetings with another ninja before preparing to scout for firewood nearby. Capturing some game would also be a splendid option. In recent days, Akimichi Dagwan had been frequently indulging in the roasted meat Maki prepared, and his body's fat reserves were rapidly recovering. "Maki, I promised Lord Jiraiya to ensure your safety. Are you truly all right venturing away from the convoy alone? Rest assured, we have already entered the borders of the Land of Fire and are quite close to Konoha. Even if that ninja were intent on taking my life, it would be a grave risk for him to pursue such an endeavor. There is no cause for concern. If he had intended to strike, he would have done so long ago." "Very well, Lianchuan, do exercise caution." Observing the jonin, Lianchuan Mushi nodded and made his way toward the nearby woods. However, before he could step inside, Akito Doko and Sakai Kotaro hastened to catch up with him. "Mushi, we shall accompany you. Even if we cannot assist in other matters, at the very least, we can help you gather some firewood." Lianchuan Mushi regarded Akito Doko and Sakai Kotaro with a smile and replied, "Thank you both. Let us venture into the forest together." With that, the trio entered the woods. Discovering a spot abundant with dry twigs, they dispersed to collect firewood, piling it upon the ground nearby. After 2 trips, when Lianchuan Mushi returned for the 3rd time, he spotted Sakai Kotaro also gathering firewood, while Akito Doko had seemingly wandered off. As he organized the gathered wood, Lianchuan Mushi inquired of Sakai Kotaro, "Kotaro, where has Doko gone?" He spotted a few wild rabbits and set off in pursuit, claiming he would return shortly. "Ah, I see. Let us hasten our efforts and finish this before Doko comes back." "Agreed. Let us work diligently." Nodding, Lianchuan Mushi began to consolidate the firewood, preparing to continue his search for more dry twigs. At that very moment, however, a short blade pierced through his chest, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood. Turning to face Sakai Kotaro, he rasped, "Kotaro, it is indeed you." Upon hearing this, Sakai Kotaro's expression shifted slightly. At that instant, Lianchuan Mushi, impaled by the blade, transformed into a multitude of ink droplets, merely an ink clone. Narrowing his eyes, Sakai Kotaro brushed his hand across his face, and his features began to dissolve like melting wax. Lowering his gaze, Sakai Kotaro donned a cat mask and turned to glance at a nearby tree branch, where Lianchuan Mushi now stood, looking down upon him. "When did you uncover my presence? Though I had harbored suspicions about you for some time, I only definitively confirmed your identity while gathering firewood just now. That said, how should I address you? As Sakai Kotaro, or should I simply refer to you as the Cat Mask?" "Cat Mask will suffice. Names hold little significance for me. What perplexes me is that you are well aware of the disparity between us. Why, then, do you approach me with such confidence, creating an opportunity to confront me directly? Could it be that you have successfully mastered a certain ninjutsu, or do you merely hope that the ninjas within your convoy will come to your aid? It is not that I am overly arrogant. However, should you rely on those ninjas to confront me, their strength, even in numbers, may not suffice to protect you." Lianchuan Mushi smiled, gazing at the masked figure, and remarked, "While I yearn to face you alone and triumph over you, this time, your adversaries are not me, nor the esteemed seniors within the convoy, but rather them." As Lianchuan Mushi's words echoed, 4 figures descended successively around the masked figure, subtly encircling him. Although the expression concealed beneath the mask was indiscernible, the tension in his narrowed pupils betrayed his unease at the arrival of these 4 individuals. Akido Danko, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Hatake Kakashi, the captain of the Hokage's direct Umbu squad, had been mobilized in such numbers to deal with me. It was indeed a grand display of force. It appears that this so-called return to Konoha was, from the very beginning, a trap devised specifically for me, and regrettably, I failed to perceive it. I had indeed underestimated the situation. Observing the masked figure, Hatake Kakashi spoke, "I must admit, your summoning beast is remarkably powerful. It not only commands mice, but also extracts desired intelligence from them, be it visual or auditory. Most importantly, the mice under your control are guided by the innate abilities of the summoning beast, rather than chakra. This renders them undetectable by either the Sharingan or Byakugan. Had I not stumbled upon the anomaly earlier, capturing you would have proven exceedingly difficult." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, the masked figure exhaled deeply and responded, "So, I have indeed been discovered. Truly, you are the copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, possessing extraordinary perceptive abilities. Indeed, my summoning beast, Suwong, possesses the capability to control its kin through brainwaves, with a remarkably broad range. As you stated, it allows me to create countless eyes and ears, witnessing and hearing everything while remaining elusive. I wonder if you could enlighten me on how you became aware of the unusual behavior of those mice? Genuine mice are acutely attuned to danger. As you and Lianchuan Mushi, both Earth-style ninjas, clashed in such a grand display of Earth techniques, real mice would have long since scattered in fright. Yet, the mice you controlled remained steadfast on the battlefield between you and Lianchuan Mushi. This singular anomaly was sufficient for me to discreetly investigate further. Ultimately, with the assistance of the Hyuga clan's ninjas, I discerned certain irregularities in the arrangement of those mice, leading me to the location of your summoning beast. Once the suspicion surrounding those mice was established, evading their surveillance became rather straightforward. In the darkness, were your mice. Serving as your eyes and ears, remain oblivious, we meticulously orchestrated our plan, eagerly awaiting your descent into our trap." Upon hearing Hatake Kakashi's explanation, the cat-masked figure slowly nodded, saying, "So it is, truly worthy of the Sharingan and Byakugan. One cannot underestimate them. I must admit, I have been rather careless. However, even so, it will not be so simple for you to take my life. At the very least, you shall have to pay a certain price." As these words left his lips, a surge of lightning chakra enveloped the dagger in the cat-masked figure's hand, vibrant blue and white currents coursing along the blade and emitting a sizzling sound. The figure brimming with latent energy. "Kataru, stand down. You too are a leaf ninja. Why resort to assassination against a fellow leaf shinobi, Makishi? Did we not previously agree to enjoy a barbecue together?" Turning to Akimichi Kataru, the cat-masked figure's expression remained inscrutable beneath his mask. After a prolonged silence, he let out a soft chuckle, saying, "Akimichi Kataru, you are exceedingly naive. A ninja is merely a tool for slaughter devoid of emotions. Everything we shared was but a ruse for me to draw closer to you." With those words, the cat-masked figure abruptly materialized before Akimichi Kataru, his dagger slicing through the air, aiming directly for Kataru's throat. However, at that precise moment, a hand crackling with electricity grasped the dagger as Hatake Kakashi, peering through his fox mask, calmly addressed the cat-masked figure, "Kataru and Itachi, you should join Makishi. As for this fellow, he will be dealt with by Shisui and me." As he spoke, Kakashi wrenched the dagger, flinging the cat-masked figure away, while simultaneously forming a hand seal and unleashing a swift water arrow towards the cat-masked figure. Observing the approaching water arrow, the cat-masked figure spun rapidly in midair, evading the attack, then landed deftly on the ground, performing a hand seal of his own. With a forceful strike to the earth, he heaved a massive boulder upwards, hurling it towards Kakashi as if it were weightless. Rakage. A cacophony of bird-like cries erupted as Kakashi charged forward, piercing through the boulder, advancing relentlessly toward the cat-masked figure, whose hand, enveloped in potent lightning chakra, transformed into a claw aimed at the figure's heart. Clang, clang, clang. Kakashi's blade, imbued with lightning chakra, met the cat-masked figure's weapon in a flurry of strikes. Yet, despite the formidable nature of the S-rank lightning technique, the cat-masked figure's dagger, while sharp, could not withstand the might of such a top-tier jutsu. Consequently, after a series of fierce exchanges, the dagger in the cat-masked figure's hand shattered. Had he not reacted swiftly, and if Kakashi's rakage had not begun to dissipate, he would have undoubtedly faced severe injury from the attack. Swiftly retreating, the masked figure regarded Kakashi Hatake, his voice laden with gravity. "Indeed, the S-rank ninjutsu unique to Kakashi Hatake is astonishing in its might. This is your final opportunity. Surrender and return to Konoha with us, or else we shall show no mercy." "Surrender? I have never considered such an option in my life," Kakashi replied resolutely. As he spoke, the masked figure slowly produced a scroll, tearing it open to summon two long blades, one gripped in each hand. Immediately, the blade in his right hand was enveloped in a layer of lightning chakra, while the one in his left was coated with wind chakra, forming a wind chakra blade that sheathed the sword's edge. Observing this display, Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and he remarked, "You indeed possess a third chakra nature, that of wind. One must always keep a trump card, do they not? Wind and lightning, a clash of ninjutsu." With that declaration, the masked figure vanished from sight, his speed surpassing what it had been before, reappearing behind Kakashi in an instant. The wind chakra blade arced through the air, descending upon Kakashi in a powerful slash. Anticipating the strike, Kakashi unleashed Raikiri to meet the incoming blade head-on. Yet, as soon as his hand made contact with the wind chakra blade, an ominous sensation washed over him. He hurriedly retreated, attempting to evade the reach of the sword. To his astonishment, the wind chakra blade elongated in an instant, transforming into a razor-sharp wind blade that effortlessly sliced through trees, rocks, and even the ground. Advancing toward Kakashi with lethal intent. Wind release, pressure damage. At that critical moment, Izuna Uchiha rushed to Kakashi's side, unleashing a highly condensed sphere of wind chakra that spun rapidly between him and Kakashi, generating powerful gusts that clashed directly with the enormous wind blade summoned by the masked figure. The collision erupted with a thunderous bang, unleashing a tempest that swept across the area, uprooting rocks and soil while even dislodging small trees, sending them flying in all directions. The trio of Rinchuan Mushi, observing from a distance, quickly employed their own ninjutsu to shield themselves from the violent winds and the ensuing aftermath. Casting a glance at the deep gash extending from Kakashi's hand to his arm, Izuna spoke. Kakashi, leave this to me. Kakashi was well acquainted with Izuna. They had both served in the Umbu under the Hokage and had faced numerous perilous missions together. Furthermore, Izuna's earlier confrontation against the Fourth Hokage with the might of Susanoo had established his reputation in Konoha, second only to the Hokage and the legendary Sannin. Nodding slightly at Uchiha Shisui, Kakashi Hatake retreated a bit, yielding the battlefield to him. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui gazed at the masked figure, expressing a sense of lamentation. Your strength is formidable. Why would you resort to such actions? Even for the sake of your brother. One should not stray from the will of fire. Upon hearing these words, the masked figure finally lost his composure. He looked at Uchiha Shisui and whispered, You have discerned my identity. In the Hidden Leaf, there are few clans that utilize swordsmanship. Although you have endeavored to conceal the origins of your technique, the strike you executed during your battle with Kakashi revealed unmistakable traces of the Crescent Moon dance, thus enabling me to deduce your identity. Moreover, I too belong to the Uchiha. I am aware of your previous interactions with our clan. Previously, I was oblivious to the reasons. But now it is evident. You must be acting for your brother, for his ailment is not one that just anyone can treat. Is it, Tsukiakari? The Tsukiakari clan, though not prominent in the Hidden Leaf, is burdened with a particularly troublesome hereditary illness manifesting as pulmonary deficiencies. While not every member of the Tsukiakari clan inherits this affliction, its impact has led to a gradual decline in their numbers, reducing them from a once moderate clan at the inception of the Hidden Leaf to only 2 members, Tsukiakari Kodo and his brother Tsukiakari Jifing. Among the brothers, Kodo possesses extraordinary talent, endowed with 3 chakra natures, wind, lightning, and earth, and has inherited the clan's remarkable swordsmanship, coupled with his considerable chakra reserves. Kodo has the potential to develop into a powerful ninja, capable of standing independently. However, his brother, Jifing, has succumbed to the clan's hereditary illness. Kodo traversed the Hidden Leaf, visiting various clans in search of a remedy or a means to alleviate his brother's suffering. Ultimately, Kodo received assistance from the Uchiha clan, employing a secret technique that significantly mitigated the hereditary disease's impact on Jifing. Although the pulmonary issues persist, the situation has improved greatly, enabling Jifing to rise from his sickbed and even aspire to become a ninja. Thus, for the sake of his brother, Kodo willingly concealed his brilliance, becoming a shadowy ninja within the Uchiha clan, tirelessly working on their behalf. Kodo had long understood that he might perish in the course of Uchiha missions, and he was prepared for the possibility of being slain. Yet, he did not anticipate that his discreet manner of operation would still lead to the revelation of his true identity. In Kodo's perspective, his death held no concern. However, he wished to spare his brother Jifing from bearing the burden of being the guilty sibling in the Hidden Leaf. He yearned for his brother to live in the light, rather than remain, as he did, forever ensconced in shadows. Gripping the dual blades firmly in his hands, Tsukuyami Haruki gazed at Uchiha Shisui and Hatake Kakashi, slowly beginning to speak. I have been favored by the Uchiha clan, and thus I must return this favor. Today, I am compelled to eliminate Rinchuan Mushi, unless you can vanquish me first. However, before that, I wish to rid you of one matter. Upon my demise, please destroy my body and conceal my identity and deeds from my brother. Let him believe that his inept brother perished in the war, and shield his spirit from my transgressions. Uchiha Shisui looked at Tsukuyami Haruki, sighed gently, and nodded, saying, Very well, I can grant your request. But are you truly not willing to reconsider? An elite ninja of your caliber is an invaluable asset to the current Leaf Village. No, Haruki replied resolutely. I am unworthy of being the inheritor of the will of fire. I can only tarnish it. I can no longer remain in Konoha. As his words fell, Tsukuyami Haruki leaped into the air, his twin long blades crossing and slicing through the air, unleashing 2 wind and thunder strikes that hurtled directly towards Uchiha Shisui. Seeing the impending assault, Uchiha Shisui sighed once more, and a faint green energy formed a skeletal frame around him, accompanied by the rise of ethereal green chakra flames. A half-formed Susanoo materialized, its left hand outstretched to intercept the wind and thunder strikes, while his right hand quickly coalesced a spiraling sword of chakra, thrusting it towards Tsukuyami Haruki. Boom! The clash of the Susanoo's spiraling sword against Haruki's wind and thunder blades erupted with a thunderous roar, sending the spiraling sword recoiling backward. while Haruki was propelled away, slamming against the trunk of a great tree, half of his body embedded within its bark, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Tsukuyami Haruki gazed at the Susanoo, which was gradually encased in armor, and with a grin, remarked, "Is this the direct confrontation of the fourth Raikage ninjutsu? Truly a formidable technique. It seems I must resort to my final ninjutsu." With that, Haruki's expression shifted beneath his mask, and he burst forth from the tree with astonishing speed, charging towards the Susanoo. Just as he neared it, his form split into three, each wielding two long blades. Enveloped in wind and thunder chakra, the trio spun rapidly, tracing a circular trajectory with their blades, resembling the three crescents of wind and thunder, colliding head-on with the Susanoo. Ninjutsu, Konoha-style swordsmanship, crescent moon dance of wind and thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The crescent moon dance, infused with the power of wind and thunder, met the Susanoo in a spectacular clash, unleashing unparalleled gales and lightning. The rampant winds and thunder amplified the swordsmanship's might, surpassing that of an A-rank technique. As the tempest of wind and thunder dissipated amidst the smoke, the onlookers finally beheld the dire situation of the two combatants. On the form of Susanoo, three deep gashes appeared, almost severing it completely. One wound marred the visage, extending down to the chest. Another cleaved the abdomen, nearly bisecting it, and the last, on the left arm, had wholly amputated it at the shoulder. Within Susanoo, Uchiha Shisui's eyes streamed with crimson tears, a testament to the immense toll upon his chakra. At that moment, Tsukiyakari was pierced through the chest by a spiraling sword, impaled to the ground, effectively splitting him in twain. His dual blades lay nearby, thrust into the earth, wisps of white smoke curling from their edges. Battling with blood loss, Tsukiyakari struggled to turn his head towards Uchiha Shisui, his lips parting softly, though the words remained unspoken. Witnessing this, Uchiha Shisui immediately dispelled Susanoo and approached Tsukiyakari, leaning down to hear his final words. "Don't tell my brother." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, I will not reveal your identity to your brother, nor will anyone here disclose it. You can be at ease." With Shisui's promise, Tsukiyakari slowly nodded and continued, "Inform Rinchuan that Fugaku is not the true danger. The one who truly seeks to kill him is an elder of the Uchiha. Be cautious." Tsukiyakari's arm fell limply to the ground, his life extinguished. Gazing at Tsukiyakari's lifeless form, Uchiha Shisui sighed in resignation, preparing to incinerate Tsukiyakari's body using fire-release jutsu. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, along with their companions, arrived. Akimichi Choji had been summoned by Hitaki Kakashi, and the two stepped aside, refraining from involving themselves in the matters concerning Rinchuan Mushi and Tsukiyakari. Rinchuan Mushi knelt beside Tsukiyakari's corpse, promptly unfurling a scroll revealing intricate sealing jutsu symbols. Placing the scroll flat beside the body, Rinchuan Mushi glanced at Uchiha Shisui, who seemed hesitant to speak, and declared, "Do not worry. I shall not hand over the body to anyone, nor will I use it against the Uchiha clan. Tsukiyakari's remains serve a different purpose in my possession, which I cannot disclose at present." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui nodded in understanding, choosing not to press further. Meanwhile, Rinchuan Mushi swiftly formed hand seals, enveloping Tsukiyakari's body within the scroll amidst a swirl of white smoke. As the words moonlight emerged from the sealing symbols, Rinchuan Mushi completed the sealing process, tucking the scroll into his pouch. At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi turned to Rinchuan Mushi and inquired, "Mushi, what precisely do you intend to do with Tsukiyakari's body? Even if you cannot divulge everything, at the very least, provide us with some semblance of the purpose." Rinchuan Mushi gazed intently at the serious expression of Uchiha Itachi, aware that his friend, who had wholly inherited the will of fire, feared he might become akin to the likes of Orochimaru. In truth, compared to Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi had spent the most time with Rinchuan Mushi, and Mushi had not purposefully concealed many of his actions from Itachi. Although Itachi had not actively probed into Mushi's endeavors, he had gleaned much nonetheless, particularly concerning Mushi's operational style, from the clandestine acquisition of the Two Tails chakra to the extraction of cursed seals from Mitarashi Anko. It was evident that Mushi held little regard for certain laws of Konoha, despite Mushi's lack of any treasonous acts against Konoha or the will of fire thus far. His manner of conducting affairs was indeed a source of concern for Uchiha Itachi. Consequently, When Itachi observed Mushi beginning to gather the bodies of ninjas, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired about certain matters. Seeing the worry etched upon Itachi's face, Mushi initially wished to deflect the conversation with humor. Yet upon witnessing the gravity in Itachi's eyes, he realized that his friend was genuinely troubled by matters concerning him. Exhaling deeply, Mushi addressed Itachi, stating, "Itachi, I have a plan, albeit a difficult one, but I do not intend to abandon it. The moonlight string will serve as a useful experimental subject in my endeavor." "What is the purpose of your plan that necessitates the use of corpses?" Itachi queried. "Well, I can share a bit with you. My plan is formulated to prepare for your demise. You and Shisui are my friends, the only ones I care for apart from my sister and Jean, so I cannot accept the thought of either of you perishing due to unnatural causes. Hence, I devised this plan." With a slight furrow of his brow, Itachi, along with Shisui, found Mushi's intentions perplexing. They could not comprehend why Mushi's strategy was focused on their posthumous circumstances. Nevertheless, they grasped the depth of Mushi's concern and bond with them. Sighing in relief, Itachi looked at Mushi and said, "All right, I understand, but you must promise me, never stray from Konoha or the will of fire. Is that clear?" "Of course. I have never intended to leave Konoha," Mushi reassured him. "However, why is your plan centered around our deaths?" "My plan has always been devised for your resurrection, of course. It can only be implemented after your passing. After all, I cannot prevent your deaths, but I can certainly strive to bring you back to life." "Resurrection? You truly jest." "Ha ha ha, Shisui. If you doubt me, when I revive you, you shall bark like a puppy." "Very well, I shall hold you to that promise. Believe me, you shall undoubtedly regret this statement today." From the moment Lien Chuan Mushi traversed into this world, he was acutely aware that he bore no protagonist's halo, nor did he possess a formidable backing. Hence, he treaded with utmost caution at every step. Upon forming friendships with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, Lien Chuan Mushi felt an overwhelming sense of joy, for these companions bestowed upon him a sense of belonging in this realm. Consequently, he could neither afford nor desire any misfortunes to befall Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Shisui. Yet, Lien Chuan Mushi was also cognizant that many matters would not bend to his wishes. Thus, he must strengthen himself and prepare for the eventuality of their demise. After all, the jutsu capable of truly reviving the deceased is not absent in this world. Kakashi Hatake was not one to be inflexible. His recent actions were testament to this. Moreover, the current situation bore significant implications for Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Lien Chuan Mushi, as the factions they represented were ones Kakashi preferred not to offend. He was no longer the stubborn rock of yore. Years of experience in the Umbu had enlightened him on when to be diplomatic and when to uphold principles. Thus, once Lien Chuan Mushi and his companions resolved their respective issues, Kakashi, accompanied by the equally perceptive Shikakanara, rejoined the trio, seemingly oblivious to the events that had just transpired, and together they proceeded towards the convoy. At this juncture, Lien Chuan Mushi observed the hastily bandaged wound on Kakashi's right hand and directly proposed, "Once we return to the convoy, allow me to tend to your injuries. My medical ninjutsu is derived from Lady Tsunade and is indeed reliable." "Very well, I shall count on you," Kakashi replied. After addressing the matter with Tsukiakari, the convoy's pace quickened, and within merely 5 days, they returned to Konoha. Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi, having taken a brief respite upon rejoining the convoy, promptly made their way back to the frontline headquarters in the Land of Frost. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi and Lien Chuan Mushi accompanied the convoy back to Konoha, fully extricating themselves from the turmoil of war and returning to a temporary tranquility. Upon arriving in Konoha, Lien Chuan Mushi indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping for 3 consecutive days within his apartment, thereby replenishing the vitality he had expended in previous times. Revitalized and brimming with energy, he ventured out to meander through Konoha. It must be said, Konoha's expanse is indeed considerable, coupled with the area of Hokage Rock. It is akin in size to a 2nd or 3rd tier city from Lien Chuan Mushi's past life, perhaps even larger. Thus, merely traversing on foot, Lien Chuan Mushi found himself wandering until midday, having only explored a fraction of Konoha, an advantage attributed to his superior stamina as a ninja. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Lien Chuan Mushi surveyed his surroundings and, at long last, spotted a ramen shop nestled by the roadside. Noticing the bold characters of Ichiraku on the sign, he realized he had finally encountered Konoha's premier local delicacy. Stepping forward, Lien Chuanmushi lifted the curtain of the shop door and beheld 3 ninjas already seated inside. With a nod directed at the proprietor, who appeared to be in his 30s, he took a seat at the far right. "Good sir, may I have a serving of char siu ramen and a cup of sake?" The owner of Ichiraku Ramen regarded Lien Chuanmushi with a slight raise of his eyebrow and remarked, "You are still quite young. I shall refrain from serving you sake and instead offer you a complimentary seasoned egg." Without waiting for Lien Chuanmushi to protest, the owner turned to prepare the ramen. Before long, the dish was ready, and within the savory broth, Lien Chuanmushi noticed an extra seasoned egg. He nodded in acknowledgement to the owner and began to savor his ramen. As he relished his meal, he overheard the 3 ninjas beside him conversing in hushed tones. "Hey, have you heard? Our negotiations with the Hidden Cloud Village have yielded some results. The ninjas from Cloud have agreed to our demands, but on the condition that we return the captured Two Tails Jinchuriki. I have heard as much, and additionally, I was informed that they not only seek the return of the Two Tails Jinchuriki, but also a certain ninja tool that was taken from them. However, I am not certain what that tool is, though one might assume it is something of considerable significance if it is being compared to the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Indeed, it is no ordinary item. I have been told that we in Konoha refused to return that ninja tool. After much deliberation, the Hidden Cloud Village ultimately ceased their demands for the return of that tool, having recognized our firm stance. Furthermore, I have heard that representatives from the Hidden Cloud will be visiting us in Konoha for the final discussions and the signing of the peace treaty. Once that agreement is signed, it will signify the formal end of hostilities. Whether the war truly concludes rests upon the deliberations of Lord Hokage and the esteemed advisors. Konoha has never been defeated in the past few ninja world wars, and we have faced multiple villages simultaneously without faltering. A mere lightning country's hidden cloud is not a cause for concern. Precisely. Haha. Having heard this, Lien Chuanmushi calmly finished his ramen, retrieved his wallet, and settled his bill with the owner before nodding in farewell and exiting Ichiraku Ramen. As he walked down the street, he pondered the information shared by the ninjas. The news that had reached these lower-tier ninjas could hardly be considered a secret, though more intricate details eluded them. The ninja tool in question was undoubtedly the Bashozen, which Lien Chuanmushi and Uchiha Itachi had confiscated. Currently, the Bashozen resided with Uchiha Shisui, who had likely refused to return it to the Hidden Cloud Village in order to protect Lien Chuanmushi and Uchiha Itachi's interests. Given that Uchiha Shisui had directly confronted the Fourth Hokage during the war, Konoha had shown him considerable respect and would not pressure him at such a pivotal moment, thus allowing the legendary Bashozen, once belonging to the Sage of Six Paths, to remain with Konoha. Additionally, there is one matter that weighs heavily on Lien Chuanmushi's mind. He vaguely recalls that during the recent visit of the Yun-in village representatives to Konoha, something transpired that nearly derailed the peace talks. However, the specifics elude him. In his previous life, Lien Chuanmushi had perused the manga multiple times. Thus, he was somewhat familiar with the plot. Yet, after spending a considerable amount of time in this world, he can only retain the main storyline and recollect certain pivotal subplots, all of which he meticulously documented in a notebook in English. Nevertheless, there are numerous inconspicuous events from the manga, along with a few minor subplots, that he struggles to remember. At this moment, he only has a vague sense that something occurred during the recent visit of the Yun-in ninjas to Konoha, but he cannot recall the exact nature of the incident. This frustrating sensation of being on the verge of remembering, yet ultimately failing to do so, vexes Lien Chuanmushi. Thus, he decides against further wandering and opts to return home to rest. In the Yun-in village's elder council, 12 advisors are seated around a circular table, their expressions serious as they peruse the briefing documents. Well, we have ultimately lost this round of conflict. Despite the numerous losses and reductions in strength, the ninjas of Konoha remain formidable adversaries. Furthermore, we must allocate a portion of our resources to guard against that ambitious figure, Inoki of the Iwa village. Thus, it is perhaps for the best that this war comes to a close. Speaking of the war's conclusion, I have a few points to raise, one of which concerns the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. Our ninjas encountered significant difficulties due to the Byakugan during this conflict. Moreover, aside from the main branch members, the remaining members of the Hyuga clan are subjected to a sealing technique known as caged bird, which prevents us from uncovering the secrets of the Byakugan. This is exceedingly disadvantageous for us. Therefore, I propose that when we send representatives to Konoha for negotiations, we should discreetly abduct a member of the main branch of the Hyuga clan. If we can uncover the secrets of the Byakugan, our strength in Yun-in will experience a tremendous enhancement. I oppose this. It is far too perilous. We have just forged a peace treaty with Konoha, and to breach that agreement would be reckless. If Konoha were to use this as a pretext to reignite conflict, how would we respond? Should we acquire the Byakugan? What does it matter if war is reignited? Once we comprehend the powers of the Byakugan, our village can also possess ninjas wielding such abilities, rendering the Hyuga clan of Konoha inconsequential. And if we fail to obtain the Byakugan, we could simply claim that the envoy acted out of self-interest. Wishing to exploit the Byakugan's power, we would denounce them as a rogue ninja expelled from our village, thus placating the peace-seeking, feeble-minded individuals of Konoha, who would be unlikely to pursue war. Such a course of action is not without merit. Indeed, even in failure, the risk remains minimal. If we succeed, the potential gains would be substantial. In my view, even should we succeed, we could still assert that the ninja who abducted a member of the Hyuga clan's main family is a rogue ninja. Ultimately, it would merely involve various diplomatic negotiations. During this period, we can swiftly delve into the study of the Byakugan. Even if we cannot evade war in the end, we shall have ample time to research the Byakugan. I trust that such a mere bloodline limit will not pose an insurmountable challenge to the ninjas of our entire village. What if those dispatched fail and are instead slain within Konoha? In that case, it would be even better, regardless of how they meet their demise. Our Cloud Village ninjas would have been killed in Konoha. We could easily leverage this as a threat against Konoha, perhaps even securing substantial compensation. In summary, whether this plan succeeds or fails, as long as it is executed with precision and our Cloud Village adopts a firm stance, we are certain to reap some benefits. With our only cost being one of our own ninjas. Should we inform the Raikage? After all, the Raikage is still young and often sees matters too superficially. The very purpose of our advisory elder's existence is to assist the Raikage in making various decisions. Let this plan proceed as it is, and we can inform the Raikage once it is implemented. In any case, this plan is beneficial to our Cloud Village, and even if the Raikage has objections, what difference would it make? As these words were spoken, the 12 advisory elders of the Cloud Village exchanged glances around the round table, all slowly nodding in agreement. At that moment, the eldest among them, a dark-skinned elder, gradually raised his hand and spoke. Those in favor of this plan, please raise your hands. Upon his utterance, 7 individuals immediately raised their hands, while the remaining 4 remained unmoved. Observing this count, the dark-skinned elder nodded and declared, "Very well, the plan is approved. A detailed strategy will be formulated, and we shall proceed accordingly. Now, does anyone have anything else they wish to discuss? I have something to bring to your attention. This is information from the front lines. Konoha's ninja, Uchiha Shisui, utilized a certain scroll during his battle with the Raikage, which contained a vast amount of chakra, compensating for Uchiha Shisui's chakra deficiency. Otherwise, he would not have been able to engage in combat with the Raikage for such an extended duration. The primary concern here is that most sensory ninjas within the village have deduced that the chakra emanating from that scroll bears a striking resemblance to that of the Two Tails, suggesting that it is highly likely to be the chakra of the Two Tails. In other words, it is possible that someone in Konoha has mastered the technique to extract tailed beast chakra and bestow it upon ninjas for their use. What? How can this be? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Tailed beast chakra, unless possessed by a Jinchuriki with formidable regenerative abilities, cannot withstand the violent aura and high corrosiveness of the chakra. Just as our Cloud Village's previous experiments demonstrated, aside from the uniquely constructed kin and jin, no one can endure the flesh of a tailed beast. It is well known that tailed beasts are concentrated chakra conglomerates, and their flesh is likewise composed of high-density chakra. Prior experiments have already proven the impracticality of utilizing tailed beast chakra. However, it has been revealed that the scroll utilized by Uchiha Shisui of Konoha contains chakra that is highly likely to be that of the Two Tails. Could it be that Konoha has already mastered the technique for extracting tailed beast chakra? Upon this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. If Konoha truly possesses such a technique, it would not only render the hidden Cloud Village powerless, but even the combined forces of the other 4 great shinobi villages might falter against Konoha. After a lengthy pause, it was the eldest advisor who broke the silence. Do not be alarmed, everyone. If Konoha indeed possesses this technique, it would not be limited to Uchiha Shisui alone. It is plausible that the success rate of this technique is exceedingly low, or perhaps the prerequisites for extracting tailed beast chakra are exceedingly stringent. It is even conceivable that Konoha itself is unaware of this technique, and it may have been developed by some ninja on the front lines. Otherwise, if Konoha truly held this knowledge, why would they not extract the chakra of the 9 tails? Instead, they opted to extract the chakra of the 2 tails after capturing it, which defies conventional logic. Therefore, it seems most likely that this technique was the result of research by a talented ninja from Konoha, who used the 2 tails as a subject for experimentation. Furthermore, it is likely that Konoha remains oblivious to this technique. Otherwise, they would never allow Uchiha Shisui to employ it in the presence of our Cloud Village ninjas, as the higher-ups in Konoha would surely be aware that we would notice and respond accordingly. This line of reasoning opens up a significant possibility. It is rumored that the defector from Konoha, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, is adept in research and experimentation. It is conceivable that the ninja who developed this technique shares a similar disposition with Orochimaru. Alternatively, it is possible that this ninja possesses a unique bloodline limit or secret technique that enables such feats. Otherwise, it seems unlikely that a single ninja could extract tailed beast chakra through conventional means. Indeed, with this, the ninjas heading to Konoha will have an additional task to undertake, one that must be conducted covertly, ensuring that Konoha remains unaware. Reconsider. Very well, let this second plan proceed in tandem. If both plans succeed, our Cloud Village can foresee a tremendous enhancement in strength, making dominance over the shinobi world a tangible reality. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Fugaku observed the elder seated across from him, lifting his teacup to sip before speaking slowly. Elder Shinsei, I have already advised you not to interfere in the relationship between Itachi and Yukikawa Kiki. Given Yukikawa Kiki's talents, it is impossible for her to remain by Itachi's side for long. Inevitably, she will meet her demise during a mission due to her proximity to him. Only through such an experience can Itachi undergo a profound emotional impact, awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, much like Shisui. Otherwise, forcibly eliminating Lianchuan Mushi would not only provide an outlet for Itachi's negative emotions and create a rift between us, but it would also lead to Shisui harboring unfavorable thoughts towards us. Such a course of action would undoubtedly be counterproductive. Moreover, you would have to bypass me to command Tsukiakari to take action. It is essential to recognize that Tsukiakari possesses considerable strength, ranking among the most formidable within our Uchiha clan. To lose such prowess in vain is simply unacceptable. While Uchiha Fugaku spoke with a seemingly casual demeanor, his words were laden with palpable dissatisfaction. At that moment, seated opposite Uchiha Fugaku, the elder Uchiha Shinsei set down his teacup and, with slightly lowered eyelids, remarked, Fugaku, at times you exhibit excessive leniency, especially towards your 2 sons. Your approach to their upbringing has been overly relaxed. Had you entrusted Itachi's education to us from the outset, he would now be a capable ninja in his own right. The decision you mentioned was merely made by us elders to compensate for your inadequate guidance. What we did not anticipate was that not only Itachi, but even Shisui would rally around that Lianchuan Mushi, willing to eliminate the clan's dispatched ninja to protect him. This clearly indicates that our initial belief in the necessity of eliminating Lianchuan Mushi was indeed correct. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku often found himself constrained by the elders. The dynamic between the clan leader and the elders mirrored that of the Hokage and advisors in Konoha, characterized by mutual checks and balances. Previously, when Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi were gradually forming a friendship, the elders had sought to send someone to eliminate Lianchuan Mushi. Yet Fugaku intervened, opting instead to dispatch a member of the clan to caution Mushi to maintain his distance from Itachi. However, Fugaku was taken aback when Mushi not only disregarded the warning, but also left the Uchiha children sent to caution him in a state of disarray, causing the Uchiha clan to lose face. As a result, Fugaku ceased to impede the elders' actions and directly commanded the clan's ninja to eliminate Lianchuan Mushi. What Fugaku did not foresee was that not only the elders' chosen operatives, but even those he dispatched to clean up the aftermath would fall at Mushi's hands. This incident marked the first instance where Itachi confronted his father head-on, compelling Fugaku to genuinely acknowledge the bond between Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. Subsequently, with this realization and the pressure from the Hokage's side, Fugaku decided against taking any drastic actions against Lianchuan Mushi. In his view, given Itachi's prodigious talent, Mushi could not possibly remain by his side indefinitely, and amidst the current turmoil of war, it was only a matter of time before Mushi perished on the battlefield. At that time, Itachi Uchiha undoubtedly possessed the potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, engaging excessively in certain actions would inevitably reveal some telltale signs. Uchiha Fugaku could easily foresee the consequences. He understood his eldest son, Itachi, well enough to know that such an outcome was far from his desires. Thus, when Fugaku learned that the elders of the clan had secretly dispatched ninjas to assassinate Rensuke Mushi, a wave of concern washed over him. His worry was not for Mushi herself, but for the unforeseen variables that would arise if the assassination succeeded, potentially jeopardizing Itachi's future. It must be noted that as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku could be merciless towards others. However, when it came to his two sons, he devoted everything he could to them. His love for Itachi and Sasuke surpassed that of many fathers. At this moment, upon hearing the words of Uchiha Shisui, Fugaku slowly lifted his teacup and took another sip before speaking. Elder Shisui, we, the Uchiha clan, are ultimately still a part of Konoha. Many actions have been taken, but I do not wish for our clan to defy the upper echelons of Konoha, especially when they have clearly expressed their opposition. Such defiance could inevitably provoke the already delicate relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui finally raised his head, his eyes appearing as if they had just awakened, and replied to Fugaku. Fugaku, since the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, came to power, the oppression from Konoha has never ceased. Do you still expect Konoha to show us any compassion? The Uchiha do not seek anyone's pity. However, it is imperative to recognize that the current Uchiha lack the strength to confront Konoha directly. Not only does Konoha wield immense power, but the other clans within it are also not easily dealt with by the Uchiha. The Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, and Aburame clans, while not on par with the Uchiha, collectively possess a force that the Uchiha cannot contend with directly. Fugaku, is the Uchiha of today still the same clan that once co-founded Konoha alongside the Senju? For too long, the Uchiha, as the police force of Konoha, have offended far too many. Even if we choose an action, the power we hold will become our original sin. Konoha can no longer accommodate the Uchiha. Hearing Shinsui's words, Fugaku sighed and slowly shook his head. We can only gradually transform the Uchiha, perhaps this way. We can reintegrate into Konoha. Fugaku, I reiterate, you are too weak. The Uchiha have never begged for acceptance. If Konoha refuses to embrace us, then as long as we ascend to leadership within Konoha, all our issues will be resolved. Within the Uchiha clan, there has consistently existed a division into two factions. One is the radical faction, which has inherited the fervent ideology of Uchiha Madara, while the other stands in stark contrast as the pacifist faction. Initially, the pacifist faction boasted a significantly larger membership than the radical faction. However, since the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, mandated the formation of the Konoha police force from the Uchiha clan, the clan has faced increasing ostracism and resentment. This environment has nurtured the radical faction, allowing their numbers to gradually equal those of the pacifists, and in recent years, they have even begun to surpass the pacifist faction. Consequently, a majority of the clan elders have aligned themselves with the radical faction, among them Uchiha Shisui, who kneels before Uchiha Fugaku. Elder Shisui, I wish to conclude our discussion here. Let this be my command as the leader of the Uchiha clan. Although the elders could band together to challenge the authority of the clan leader, when faced with Uchiha Shisui alone, he ultimately could not defy the leader's orders. Bowing his head slowly, Uchiha Shisui took his leave from the office of Uchiha Fugaku, vanishing into the vast expanse of Uchiha territory. Observing the direction in which Shisui departed, a hint of resignation crossed Uchiha Fugaku's visage. He had begun to sense the burgeoning influence of the radical faction, which was starting to affect his position as leader. Should this situation persist, Uchiha Fugaku was acutely aware that unless he proactively severed ties with the Uchiha clan, fully integrating the pacifist faction into Konoha, and personally eliminating the radical members, he would be left with no choice but to gradually concede to the demands of the radicals, ultimately leading the Uchiha clan into outright rebellion against Konoha. Yet, as Uchiha Fugaku had previously articulated, they are Uchiha, possessing their own pride. The idea of fracturing their family and completely submitting to Konoha, while simultaneously turning against their own kin, is not in accordance with the Uchiha way. No Uchiha would ever entertain such notions. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku understood that his only recourse was to strive to delay the deterioration of the situation. When matters reached an irreversible point, he, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, would have no option but to rise and lead the Uchiha against the entirety of Konoha. Father, Itachi requests an audience. Upon hearing the voice of his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, outside, a smile graced Uchiha Fugaku's face, and he promptly responded, "Ah, Itachi. Do come in." With a rustle, Uchiha Itachi slid open the paper door and entered. After casting a glance at the mat and teacup positioned before his father, he removed the cup before kneeling in front of Uchiha Fugaku. "Father, I have returned. Good to have you back. You performed admirably in the recent conflict between Konoha and Kyomogakure. As I understand, the higher-ups have decided to promote you and Uchiha Shisui to Chunin. Graduating from the Ninja Academy and ascending to Chunin within a year is indeed a remarkable achievement. Promotion to Chunin? So, this is due to our team's successful capture of the Two Tails Jinchuriki during that mission. It is precisely due to this that the current negotiations have gained such confidence for Konoha, thanks to having the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails at their disposal. Otherwise, the compensation and benefits obtained would undoubtedly pale in comparison to what they are now." Uchiha Itachi listened intently to Uchiha Fugaku's words, nodding slowly, and the father and son fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, Uchiha Itachi turned to Uchiha Fugaku and inquired, "Father, was Tsukikage Jin sent by you?" Although the specifics were left unspoken, Uchiha Fugaku immediately comprehended the intent behind his son's question upon hearing the name Tsukikage. "General, he was not dispatched by me, but rather by one of the elders of our clan. However, I shall not disclose which elder was responsible for this matter. I urge you to refrain from any impulsive actions. As compensation, I can assure you that neither I nor the elders will target that Tsukikage Maki in the future." "Thank you, father. It is of no consequence. It was merely a promise I made to you. As long as you do not hold me accountable for any unfulfilled commitments, I am at peace." "Father, you are being too serious. That was not my intention." "Understood. I have other matters to contemplate. Your mother and younger brother Sasuke have been waiting for you for quite some time. You should go and see them." "Very well, I shall take my leave now." Go on, go on." Seated at her desk, Tsukikage Maki inscribed the final rune. Gazing at the scroll filled with text, numbers, and symbols, she exhaled deeply, relieved to have completed the calculations and derivations necessary for the development of ink release. Since her return, Tsukikage Maki had secluded herself for over half a month, finally establishing a preliminary direction and rough plan for the development of this technique. Drawing upon the techniques of the Super Beast Imitation series and the secret arts of the Sealing clan from the Hidden Cloud Village, alongside the information gathered from various sources, she was able to forge a general path forward. The next step would involve thoroughly researching how to simplify the runes and illustrations that needed to be inscribed on the body. Though this tattooing process utilized a special ink that would only manifest upon the stimulation of chakra, the prospect of covering her entire body with such markings would certainly be a daunting endeavor. Unrolling a fresh scroll, Tsukikage Maki retrieved a pencil and began to sketch and jot down her ideas. At that moment, the apartment door swung open and Uchiha Itachi entered, carrying 4 bento boxes. He made no effort to disturb Tsukikage Maki, placing the food he had brought from home on the table. "Maki, it's time to eat. Afterward, we still need to proceed with our afternoon training. Just a moment, I will join you once I finish this section." 3 to 4 minutes later, Tsukikage Maki stretched, set her pencil down, and plopped down at the dining table, eagerly digging into her meal. Uchiha Itachi watched her with a resigned shake of his head before also picking up his utensils to eat. "Maki, my mother asked me to convey her gratitude to you. She mentioned that your menu has been immensely helpful to her. It shows, indeed, Aunt's cooking skills have improved significantly. Indeed, you are rather immodest, but then again, that is simply who you are. Speaking of which, how has your research on ink release progressed? I have completed the first phase, and if fortune favors me, I should be able to conduct physical experiments in about 6 months." "Physical experiments?" "Yes, I intend to engage in experimental practice with ink release myself. Surely you don't believe I would use others as test subjects." At this point, Lianchuan Mushi glanced at Uchiha Itachi and, with a playful flick of her chopsticks, seized a piece of thick omelette from his bowl, giggling mischievously under his resigned gaze. Mushi, I know you have surmised the truth. Indeed, I harbor a certain trepidation regarding the potential transformation of your character into something akin to Orochimaru, one who would forsake morality and emotion in pursuit of ninjutsu and power. Setting down his bowl, Lianchuan Mushi regarded Uchiha Itachi's serious demeanor and sighed. In truth, if Mushi were to assert that he felt no inclination towards human experimentation, he would be lying. Whether it pertains to curse mark research, the development of ink release, sage techniques, or the resolution of the primary cell dilemma, all require numerous experiments to ascertain the true direction. Otherwise, one can never determine accurate results. Currently, without experimental subjects, Mushi can only document all his conjectures and possibilities, iterating and calculating until he arrives at a precise conclusion. If only he had the opportunity to experiment on the body of Shiramaru, the heir of the sealing arts from the hidden cloud village, his progress in developing ink release would undoubtedly accelerate. If live subjects were available for experimentation, it would further enhance his advancements in ink release. The former scenario is relatively manageable. Utilizing the corpses of adversarial village ninjas is hardly beyond the pale, as such practices are commonplace. However, the latter, conducting live experiments, is unequivocally forbidden, even if the subject hails from a rival village. Meeting Uchiha Itachi's gaze, Lianchuan Mushi abandoned any pretense of deceit and confessed, Itachi, I do harbor some thoughts about conducting live experiments, as they could prove immensely beneficial to me. However, these are merely thoughts. I do not wish to bring them to fruition. You can rest assured I will not pursue such actions. That said, if necessary, I will proceed with experiments involving corpses. Upon hearing Mushi's words, Uchiha Itachi exhaled a slight sigh of relief and nodded. That is good to hear. Since you assure me you will not engage in live experiments, I shall trust your words. Well then, since you are reassured, we can return to our meal. We have special training to undertake this afternoon. Agreed. With that, Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi swiftly filled their stomachs and made their way to the forest on the outskirts of the village, embarking on the intensive training they had been engaged in for the past half-month. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Itachi unleashed a searing fireball, a renowned opening jutsu of the Uchiha clan, which he had honed to an almost instantaneous execution. As the colossal fireball approached, Rensuke Mino swiftly formed hand seals, lightly tapping his right foot on the ground before him, causing a wall of earth and stone to rise and effectively countering Itachi's great fireball technique. Concealed behind the earthen barrier, Mushi continued to weave hand seals. Just as Itachi, wielding a kunai, leaped over the wall towards him, Mushi completed his seals and, with a slight smile, opened his mouth to expel a torrent of water that engulfed him, rendering him invisible to Itachi's gaze. Water release, water burst wave. Since returning to Konoha, Mushi had felt inadequate in his mastery of earth and water release techniques. However, thanks to his achievement during the war of capturing the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, he had gained access to a plethora of common mid to low-level water and earth jutsu in the Konoha library. Furthermore, the techniques he transcribed from the Uchiha clan's archives significantly enriched his repertoire. The vast expanse of water surged forth, reminiscent of ocean waves, as Itachi evaded the oncoming torrent. His eyes blinked momentarily, transforming into the Sharingan, allowing him to pinpoint Mushi's concealed position within the water. Mushi, mere cleverness cannot defeat me. With a swift motion, he launched the kunai, piercing through the surface of the water and striking Mushi. Yet, in an instant, Mushi's form transformed into white smoke, vanishing without a trace. Shadow clone. Boom. The true Rensuke Mino erupted from beneath the water's surface, propelling a column of water skyward. He rapidly formed hand seals and murmured, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Boom. With the casting of Mushi's jutsu, the water that spread across the ground coalesced into a fearsome water dragon that roared and surged toward Itachi, ruthlessly crashing down upon his position. Rumble. The water's surface erupted, leaving a deep crater in the ground. However, a hint of resignation flickered across Mushi's face as he observed the kunai that had emerged from behind him, poised at his neck. Sighing, he remarked, Itachi, when did I fall under your jinjutsu? I was careful not to gaze into your eyes this time. You may not have looked into my eyes, but you did gaze upon other parts of my body, making it quite easy to ensnare you in illusion. You've certainly refined your jinjutsu, haven't you? Indeed, and thus, once again, you have lost. Lost. I beg to differ. Boom. Itachi gazed at the dissipating white smoke of Mushi, astonishment etched upon his face. To comprehend the water dragon bullet is to acknowledge it as a legitimate B-rank ninjutsu, and indeed one of considerable potency within that classification, far surpassing the iron water bullet. Thus, when Uchiha Itachi witnessed the second shadow clone of Rinchuan Mushi execute this water release technique, he instinctively believed it to be the genuine Rinchuan Mushi, for he was acutely aware that his friend possessed a limited chakra reserve. However, Itachi did not foresee that this very cognitive bias would lead him into Rinchuan Mushi's cunning trap. Mushi, it appears your chakra has seen a significant enhancement, he mused. Yet even so, dividing into 3 shadow clones while casting ninjutsu must deplete your chakra significantly. Suddenly, a massive, sharp stone pillar erupted from the ground beneath, piercing the water's surface and lunging toward Uchiha Itachi. With a nimble leap, he evaded the attack of the stone pillar, casting his gaze toward its origin, murmuring, "Is this the Earth Release's rock pillar spear? This ninjutsu is still somewhat inadequate to contend with me. Water release, water fong bullet." In an instant, Itachi formed hand seals and unleashed the water release technique, directing a counterattack towards Rinchuan Mushi. 2 spiraling columns of water emerged from the surface, resembling vicious fangs, tracing arcs as they hurtled toward the location from which the stone pillar had surged. Boom! The twin spirals of water pierced through the stone pillar, leaving deep gashes upon the ground. Over the past month and a half, not only had Rinchuan Mushi been augmenting his strength, but Uchiha Itachi had also been progressively enhancing his own prowess, expanding beyond fire release to master water release techniques corresponding to his water attribute chakra, thereby further augmenting his illusion and physical abilities. Landing upon the water's surface, Itachi formed seals to execute the water clone technique. The water beneath him swelled, gradually shaping into a figure akin to himself, which then charged toward the location of Rinchuan Mushi. At that moment, Mushi found himself with no option to evade. He burst forth from the water, deftly casting a flurry of shurikens aimed at the 2 water clones. However, the innate properties of the water clones rendered the shurikens ineffective against them. They continued their relentless advance towards Rinchuan Mushi despite the onslaught. Observing the 2 water clones, Mushi sensed an unsettling anomaly. They exhibited no intent to evade the attack, solely focused on approaching him, which surely indicated a hidden agenda. Realizing this, as the 2 water clones neared, Mushi swiftly leaped backward. In that very instant, the clones detonated simultaneously, the explosion's force sending Mushi rolling across the ground several times before he finally came to a halt. "Damn it, explosive tags. Itachi, are you trying to kill me?" he exclaimed. "I certainly do not believe I could prevail against you without a murderous intent." Upon hearing a sound behind her, Rinchuan Mushi swiftly brandished the kunai in her hand, thrusting it forward, only to have her wrist seized by Uchiha Itachi, who attempted to grasp her neck with his other hand. Lowering her center of gravity rapidly, Rinchuan Mushi managed to break free from Uchiha Itachi's grip, flipping herself upside down and delivering a series of kicks aimed at him. Regardless of whether her strikes landed, she executed several agile somersaults, creating distance between herself and Uchiha Itachi. Without even glancing into his eyes, Rinchuan Mushi lowered her head and began forming hand seals. At that moment, however, she caught a glimpse of Uchiha Itachi's reflection on the water's surface, his crimson Sharingan gleaming with an eerie light. Before she could avert her gaze, Uchiha Itachi swiftly ensnared her in a Jinjutsu, leading to yet another defeat at his hands. Another failure. Your Sharingan Jinjutsu is truly my nemesis. Out of my 18 defeats, 13 have been at the hands of your illusions. When will I ever overcome you? You merely need to be more vigilant against the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. You have completely disregarded the preventive measures I previously shared with you. In such an intense battle, who would think that a puddle on the ground could reflect the power of the Sharingan? After speaking, Rinchuan Mushi noticed the expression on Uchiha Itachi's face, one of disbelief, and let out a resigned sigh. "All right, I will be more cautious next time. But didn't your father say he would no longer target me? Why then do you still arrange such training against the Sharingan for me?" Uchiha Itachi looked at her, surprised. "When did you come to this realization?" "I'm not foolish. By the 3rd day of training, I had a faint awareness of it. Although my father has promised not to trouble you again, you must understand that many unforeseen circumstances can arise. Even his words may not hold weight, so you need to enhance your defenses against the Sharingan." "Very well. I shall strive to improve. Yet, The Sharingan of your clan is indeed formidable. I can hardly fathom the extent of Shisui's elevated Mangekyo Sharingan. How powerful is the Mangekyo Sharingan? It likely elevates Shisui's strength from elite Jonin to that of a Kage level. He would have been unable to contend with someone of the 4th Raikage caliber, but upon awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could face the 4th Raikage head-on. If you were to strip away the air of superiority from your words, I might actually believe you. Casting a disdainful glance at Uchiha Itachi, Lianchuan Mushi replied somewhat helplessly. Once I resolve the issues with my first Hokage cells, I am eager to see whether my would release or your Sharingan proves superior. Very well. I shall await that day. Having concluded her words, Lianchuan Mushi departed the desolate land alongside Uchiha Itachi, making their way to a nearby Ichiraku ramen shop. Recently, Lianchuan Mushi had developed an insatiable craving for the ramen, so after their training sessions, she often accompanied Uchiha Itachi there for a meal. This was a refreshing experience for Uchiha Itachi, who had previously rarely dined outside, and he welcomed the post-training ramen outings with enthusiasm. Simultaneously, within the Hokage office of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside Uchiha Koharu and Mito Gate-in, gazed at the crystal ball on the table, which displayed the scene of Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi walking into Ichiraku Ramen, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. After gently stroking the crystal ball to restore its clarity, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Uchiha Koharu and Mito Gate-in with a smile, inquiring, "What do you see in their friendship? Can you envision a future where Konoha and the Uchiha clan coexist harmoniously?" Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Koharu sighed and replied, "Hiruzen, your aspirations are noble, and the bond between these two children is commendable. However, it is the adults who ultimately determine the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha. The world of adults diverges significantly from that of children. I believe that once they reach adulthood, they will be able to integrate just as they do now, genuinely passing on the will of fire." As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words lingered in the air, the door to the Hokage office swung open, and Shimura Danzo entered, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. "Hokage, your ideals are excessively utopian. My subordinates en route have received credible intelligence indicating that dissent within the Uchiha clan against Konoha is escalating, and peaceful resolutions are no longer viable." Gazing at the entering Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, "Danzo, how can we resort to such drastic measures against the Uchiha clan, who once fought alongside us? Dialogue must take precedence over conflict. War, regardless of its scale, results in loss of life, be it Konoha's or Uchiha's. Death is never a pleasant outcome." Danzo merely nodded slowly in response, choosing not to elaborate further, leaving others uncertain whether he absorbed Sarutobi Hiruzen's counsel. Mushi, Shisui, and Lord Jiraiya are set to return soon. It is said that after a week of rest, a grand celebration for the entire village will be held, during which envoys from the Cloud Village will arrive to sign a peace treaty with us. At that point, Konoha should genuinely usher in an era of peace, remarked one of the advisors. "Peace indeed. One can only hope," Uchiha Itachi mused, turning to Lianchuan Mushi with a hint of curiosity. "Do you not hold faith in the forthcoming peace treaty between the Cloud Village and Konoha?" "It is not that I lack faith. Rather, I believe that the effectiveness of a so-called peace treaty may not be as binding as one might hope. Ultimately, it is formidable strength that ensures one's security," she replied. "The statement holds merit. Thus, for the safety of Konohagakure, I must diligently train. Mushi, please do not be disheartened by the distance I may create. Do not presume that your current victory over me guarantees future triumphs. Once I have perfected my ink techniques and resolved the issues pertaining to the first Hokage's cells, we shall engage in a serious duel." Just as Lianchuan Mushi concluded her words, an Umbu ninja adorned with a raccoon mask suddenly appeared before her and Uchiha Itachi. He regarded the two and promptly stated, "Lianchuan Mushi, Uchiha Itachi, by the orders of Lord Hokage, I am to escort you to the Hokage's office for an audience with him." Upon hearing this, Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi exchanged glances, promptly nodding and following the Umbu ninja towards the Hokage's office. Upon their arrival, they immediately beheld the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at his desk, engrossed in signing documents. "Lord Hokage, we pay our respects." Upon noticing their presence, Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his gaze, acknowledging them with a slow nod. "You both have arrived. I have heard of your commendable exploits in the war. Truly, you are exceptional. Lord Hokage, you flatter us. We merely fulfilled our duties as ninjas. In response to Uchiha Itachi's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and offered a smile to Lianchuan Mushi. Then his expression shifted to a more serious demeanor as he spoke. Now, I wish to discuss a matter of importance. I have summoned you both to inquire whether you would be interested in joining the Hokage's direct Umbu. Should you not oppose, I would like to grant you the opportunity to train within the Umbu for a period. As a ninja of Konoha, I shall naturally heed the Hokage's arrangements. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's response, replied with a chuckle, No, this is not a request from me. I am merely inquiring about your willingness. If you have other intentions, I shall not compel you. I am willing to join the Hokage's direct Umbu. Thank you, Lord Hokage. In that case, it is splendid news. Mushi, what are your thoughts? Considering Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Lianchuan Mushi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I prefer not to join the Umbu at this time. It is not due to any other considerations, but rather I am currently in a crucial phase of developing my jutsu. I fear that any distractions might hinder my creativity and thought process. Once I have completed my jutsu, I shall apply to join the Umbu if the opportunity arises. With a gentle smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Lianchuan Mushi, saying, Mushi, it seems you possess a somewhat misguided understanding of the Umbu. They are not merely busy ninjas executing tasks. Rather, they operate in the shadows to safeguard the village and the Hokage, undertaking challenging investigations and assassination missions. In truth, Umbu missions are generally quite manageable, and the rewards are substantial. Certainly, if you choose to join the Umbu, many doors will open to you, such as houses equipped with underground laboratories and the rare ninjutsu and resources preserved within the Umbu that cannot be found elsewhere. These will undoubtedly greatly enhance your development of ninjutsu. Rensuke Mushi gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and suddenly grasped something, addressing him. Lord Hokage, are you aware that I carry the cells of the First Hokage? Indeed, I am aware. Jiraiya informed me of this. Do not blame him. It would have been impossible for this matter to remain concealed from me, especially considering the profound significance of wood release techniques to Konoha. The privileges granted to you stem from this. After the incident involving Orochimaru, Konoha has imposed stringent controls on private laboratories. Of course, your private laboratory will have certain restrictions. I will assign Itachi to monitor you. I believe he will execute this task admirably. Lord Hokage, you truly embody the prowess of a legendary ninja. Very well. I agree to join the Hokage's direct Umbu. That is splendid. However, you must remember to keep your wood release abilities concealed, at least until your strength has considerably developed. After all, there are many within Konoha who harbor various opinions regarding wood release. Rest assured, I understand. When will I acquire my own house with an underground laboratory and the privilege to access the Umbu archives? With a light chuckle, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Rensuke Mushi and replied, Do not be hasty. You will receive those upon your official induction into the Umbu. Moreover, you ought to express gratitude to Tsunade, my elder sister. Indeed, your sister, my disciple Tsunade. Lifting a teacup from the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of the fragrant tea and continued with a smile. I am well aware of my disciple's temperament. If her heart were not unburdened, she would never initiate contact with anyone in Konoha. The fact that she wrote to me on your behalf is quite unexpected and indicates that you are indeed a significant person to her. A warm current surged within Rensuke Mushi. If Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha were his very good brothers and friends, then Tsunade and Shizune were truly the family he had in this world, without a hint of pretense. My elder sister has truly worried a great deal for me. Though unspoken, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Rensuke Mushi understood that without the bond between Tsunade and Rensuke Mushi, even with the cells of the First Hokage and the ability to wield wood release, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have placed such trust in him or granted him so many privileges. Well then, since you both have decided to join my direct Umbu, you may return now to prepare. Report to the Umbu tomorrow. Understood. Very well, we shall take our leave now. Go. After exchanging formal greetings with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Rensuke Mushi and Uchiha Itachi sequentially departed from the Hokage's office. As they walked outside, Itachi remarked, Mushi, I never imagined you would acquiesce to the Hokage's request. I thought you would steadfastly refuse. Rolling her eyes, Mushi retorted, I am not foolish. With such generous terms, how could I possibly decline? This way, we can continue to undertake missions together. Apart from Shisui and yourself, I have not developed such a rapport with anyone else. That is good to know, Mushi said. a teasing smile playing on her lips as she glanced at Itachi. However, should the day come when we find ourselves on opposing sides, I will show no mercy. Oh, are you suggesting you might betray Konoha? Itachi countered. Perhaps in the end, it will be you who turns against Konoha. That is impossible. I shall devote my life to the protection of Konoha. I find that statement entirely credible. With lighthearted banter, Mushi and Itachi returned to their homes as dusk fell, preparing for the following day's induction into the Hokage's direct Umbu unit. While standard equipment such as shuriken and kunai would be provided at no cost, specialized gear, including sealed scrolls and unique weapons like chakra blades, would require individual preparation by the ninjas themselves. At the break of dawn the next day, Mushi gathered her belongings and departed her home to meet Itachi, who had been waiting at her doorstep. Together, they made their way to the Umbu headquarters located beneath the Hokage monument. The headquarters was dimly lit, frequented by ninjas clad in black cloaks and masks, as well as those in tight-fitting black uniforms topped with white overalls. Mushi personally preferred the black cloaks, finding the tight uniforms somewhat disconcerting, as she was still maturing. She feared that such attire might hinder her development, leaving her with regrets too late to remedy. Guided by an Umbu ninja, Mushi and Itachi were led into a room filled with various masks and garments. The Umbu ninja presented 2 documents and asked, "Every Umbu member has a code name. Do you two have any names in mind?" "I shall be known as Mo," Mushi declared. After a moment's contemplation, Itachi added, "Then I will be in." Mo and Yin understood. "Your names have been recorded. You may collect your Umbu attire here, and you are entitled to 3 sets of basic ninja tools. In the future, you may claim 3 additional sets each month. Oh, and Mo, you have unrestricted access to the Umbu's library, as per the Hokage's orders. As for your assigned quarters, they are located near the eastern edge of the village, adjacent to the Hokage monument. Here are your keys and a map. You may head there to settle in, as the necessary experimental equipment has already been placed there for your immediate use. According to the orders of the Hokage, you are to keep watch over Mo. Should Mo's experiments deviate from the expected, it is your duty to intervene and report. As for your tasks, individuals will approach you to assign duties. Outside of your assignments, you are required to report to the Umbu once every month during the first 5 days. This is all you need to be aware of. Are there any other inquiries you wish to make?" Observing the headshakes of Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, the Umbu member did not linger and departed promptly. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi swiftly donned their designated Umbu uniforms according to their physiques. Rinchuan Mushi selected a cat mask to adorn her face, complemented by slightly loose garments, and enveloped herself in a black cloak that concealed her entirely. Uchiha Itachi, on the other hand, chose a form-fitting black outfit and layered it with a suspender dress, completing his ensemble with a fox mask. Thus, they achieved the attire befitting the Umbu. "Who? Itachi? No, you should now be referred to as In," she remarked, her excitement palpable as she adjusted her attire. "We are officially Chunin now, though the promotion ceremony will likely be postponed until Shisui and Jiraiya return." Nodding, Uchiha Itachi replied, "Indeed, the ceremony will have to wait until then. However, according to the records, we are already classified as Chunin. Time flies. I can scarcely recall the days when I just became a Genin. Such as the accelerated advancement of ninja ranks during wartime, significantly faster than in times of peace. After all, to elevate from Genin to Chunin during peacetime entails numerous assessments, a rather cumbersome process. I consider myself fortunate to have ascended to Chunin in this manner. Yet, reaching Chunin and joining the Umbu means that the adversaries we will face will be considerably stronger, no longer mere Genin-level foot soldiers. We must not allow ourselves to be complacent. Our abilities must continue to grow. Indeed, enhancement of strength is essential. However, the most pressing matter at hand is not strength itself. What is it? Uchiha Itachi inquired, a look of curiosity etched upon his face. With a playful smile, Rinchuan Mushi responded, "What else could it be? Naturally, it is to see my new home and the laboratory beneath it, which I have eagerly anticipated." With that, Rinchuan Mushi swiftly shed her Umbu attire, placing it into her backpack, while Uchiha Itachi, who had also hastily changed back into his own clothes, followed suit. They quickly left the Umbu headquarters, making their way toward the small house assigned to Rinchuan Mushi by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as indicated on the map. Approximately 10 minutes later, Rinchuan Mushi arrived at her new abode. Though modest in size, she was thoroughly satisfied. The backyard featured a small stream, while the front yard was adorned with several flowering fruit trees, presenting a truly delightful scene. The house consists of 3 rooms. The central one serves as both the living room and the master bedroom. The 2 adjacent rooms are designated as follows. The left side houses 2 secondary bedrooms, while the right side contains a storage room, a restroom, and the kitchen. Of particular interest to Rensuke Mino is the underground laboratory, whose entrance lies between the living room and the master bedroom. The laboratory is impressively spacious and is equipped with numerous experimental apparatus. A gift from Sarutobi Hisashi to Rensuke Mino. A high-magnification microscope, an all-metal testing platform, and a biological chamber. There is indeed an abundance of equipment. It seems the 3rd generation is quite generous. After exploring the basement, Rensuke Mino returned to the house with Uchiha Itachi, plopping down on the floor of the outer corridor. Gazing at the leaves of the fruit trees swaying in the breeze, he smiled and remarked to Uchiha Itachi, "What do you think of my house? It's quite nice. Though not large, it exudes warmth. If you have time, feel free to stay for a while. It's quite empty, and I find it rather dull on my own." With a slight smile, Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement. "Of course, I will come to visit. I will also bring Sasuke along. I believe he would enjoy it here." Speaking of Sasuke, it had been a while since Rensuke Mino last saw him. How has he been? He is already 3 years old and is diligently practicing the great fireball technique under our father's guidance. His progress is swift, though our father is quite strict, making it somewhat challenging for Sasuke. Did you also endure such training? Indeed, I did. But as I possess a certain talent, father was not overly harsh with me. Rensuke Mino smirked, suddenly realizing that perhaps it was a case of you are who you associate with, for Uchiha Itachi had recently become increasingly audacious in his speech, nearly rivaling him. As an older brother, have you offered Sasuke any encouragement or support? You need not remind me, especially coming from someone who doesn't even have a younger sibling. Such a brother complex. Brother complex? I just recalled that I should begin my training today. Let us start now. Hey, are you avenging personal grievances? I'm not in the mood to spar with you today. It's a day for rest. Do you understand? Well then, I shall take action. If anything gets damaged, I hope you will be understanding. Come on, come on. Today, whoever doesn't fight is a dog. Let us head to the sparring grounds now. Ultimately, Rensuke Mino was soundly defeated by Uchiha Itachi. Although he managed to retaliate and left a panda eye on Itachi's face, he found it exceedingly difficult to overcome Itachi under the influence of the Sharingan's Genjutsu. Thus, he returned home, teeth gritted in frustration, and began to delve into the development of ink ninjutsu. For 5 consecutive days, the Umbu had not assigned any missions. During this time, Rensuke Mino enlisted the help of Uchiha Itachi and Akimichi Chuku to assist with his house move. Although the expenses far exceeded 10 times that of a moving company's fees, the joy of relocating to a new home was, overall, worth celebrating. Seated within the confines of the laboratory, Rensuke Mino diligently examined the corpse of the specially treated Shura pill upon the experimental table, making significant advancements in the development of his ink ninjutsu. It seemed that his ink technique could not only amalgamate an array of ninjutsu akin to the super beast imitation, but also incorporate sealing techniques, much like the clan of the Shura pill. Consequently, the ink ninjutsu system would require no extraneous components to execute both sealing and ninjutsu attacks. Theoretically, even explosive tags could be constructed using ink ninjutsu. As these thoughts traversed his mind, Rensuke Mino inscribed his inspirations and discoveries onto a nearby scroll, gradually refining the ink ninjutsu he was developing. Suddenly, the sound of a bell chimed, prompting him to lift his head and set aside his tools, departing the laboratory. Upon noticing Uchiha Itachi standing outside, Rensuke Mino momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure. It was evident that Itachi was donned in the attire of the Umbu, indicating that he had come to engage in a mission with him. A mission? Without further ado, Rensuke Mino promptly closed the laboratory door and sealed it using a sealing technique. As he washed his hands and donned his attire along with his mask, he inquired of Uchiha Itachi, "Yen, what is the mission?" With the mask now in place, designating him as a member of the Umbu, their mutual address naturally shifted to code names. Responding to Rensuke Mino's question, Uchiha Itachi also donned his mask and stated, "Our task is to welcome and protect the returning Konoha ninjas from the battlefield. They represent the final contingent, including Lord Jiraiya and Shisui." "Very well, let us proceed immediately." With that, Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi swiftly dashed forth, vanishing from their original location in an instant. As they leaped from tree to tree, fellow Umbu members began to converge beside them. However, Lianchuan Mushi discerned, not far off, a group of Konoha ninjas clad in white cloaks with intricately patterned masks making their way towards the returning squad. Observing these ninjas, Lianchuan Mu, she could distinctly identify that they differed markedly from the members of the Umbu directly under the Hokage's command. Almost instantaneously, he deduced their identities. They belonged to the Root, an organization under Danzo Shimura. Is that the Root? Upon hearing Lianchuan Mushi's words, an Umbu ninja beside him glanced at the white-cloaked Root ninjas and nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, those are the Root ninjas, a cold-blooded lot. They previously sought to undermine us. But our captain dealt them a stern lesson, and they have since refrained from further actions." The captain? Is it Kakashi-senpai? Precisely. Virtually no one recalls the captain's codename anymore, and his identity is no longer a secret. However, within our Umbu, we simply refer to Kakashi-senpai as the captain. The captain understood. "May I inquire what your senpai's name is?" Upon hearing Lianchuan Mushi's words, the dark-clad ninja promptly responded, "I am called Honghua. Senior Honghua, I am MO." With this exchange, the 6 members of the Hokage's elite Umbu swiftly advanced, finally encountering the first wave of reconnaissance ninjas dispersed at the periphery. After presenting their identification, Lianchuan Mushi and his companions quickly replaced the scouts, encircling the team to safeguard their progress. At that moment, a dark-clad ninja wearing a dog mask approached Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, chuckling softly, "You two have joined the Umbu, and now you are under my command." Recognizing the familiar voice, Lianchuan Mushi replied, "Captain Ka, why are you not with the team, but here instead?" "Of course, I came to see you 2 new recruits. It seems you have grown stronger. We have not ceased our training for a moment. That's good. It puts my mind at ease. Now, I have a task for you. No one is to spy on the Leafs ninja team. It is the Umbu's responsibility to ensure that any unregistered ninjas are kept away from the vicinity of the team, even if it involves confronting the advisors of Konoha." Upon hearing this, Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi immediately understood that Hatake Kakashi was instructing them to drive away the Root's ninjas. The two nodded without hesitation and swiftly spread out in search of their targets. "Flames, where are the Root's ninjas?" "Approximately 100 meters to the right front. There are 2 Root ninjas lurking nearby." "Very well, let us take action against them. The Root ninjas are formidable. Once a confrontation ensues, do not hold back." "Understood." Descending one after the other, Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi positioned themselves before the 2 Root ninjas. Addressing them directly, Lianchuan Mushi stated, "No unidentified ninjas are permitted to lurk around the ninja team. Please vacate the area promptly." In response, the 2 ninjas clad in white cloaks retorted, "We are ninjas of Root, entitled to monitor all of Konoha's ninjas." "Entitled? Who grants you such authority? Unless it is bestowed by the Hokage, it bears no weight. Do not presume that your membership in the Umbu makes you formidable. If you continue to obstruct our mission, do not blame us for being ungracious. That sentiment is mutual." Fire release, fireball jutsu. Without hesitation, the Root ninjas unleashed a torrent of flames toward Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. The masked Umbu, while adept in many jutsu requiring vocal incantations, found it challenging to utilize techniques that necessitated expelling chakra from their mouths, while fire-based jutsu were manageable. As long as the chakra could pass through their masks to ignite, techniques such as wind release and water release posed significant challenges. Thus, both the Umbu and Root ninjas endeavored to minimize the use of such techniques in combat. Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi swiftly distanced themselves from each other, with Itachi firmly grasping a kunai as he charged toward the Root ninja, executing a fire release technique. Meanwhile, as Lianchuan Mushi leaped into the air, she was assailed by another Root ninja's attack. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai clashed 3 times in rapid succession, prompting both Lianchuan Mushi and the Root ninja to retreat hastily. The Root ninja quickly formed hand seals, slightly lifting his mask to unleash a torrent of water, which materialized into a wall that surged towards Lianchuan Mushi. A water release technique. Forming her own seals, Lianchuan Mushi gently stepped forward on one foot, causing the earth beneath her to undulate like water, transforming into a flowing river of mud that charged toward the approaching water wall. Earth release, mud flow river. The softened earth, now in a liquid state, served as a formidable combination of offense and defense. Its advanced variant, the Mud Flow Great River, possessed immense power, capable of triggering landslides with a single force. As the water wall collided with the rushing mud and stone, it struggled to advance, ultimately merging with the earth to form a muddy mixture. Just then, 3 water clones emerged rapidly from the muddy mass, joining their original root ninja in a charge toward Lianchuan Mushi. Both the original and the clones tore open scrolls to summon a colossal wind shuriken, which spun menacingly as it launched toward her. Retreating swiftly, Lianchuan Mushi evaded the wind shuriken's onslaught. The root ninja manipulated the shuriken using a steel wire, continuously directing it to attack her. Clang, 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 clang. With both hands wielding her kunai, Lianchuan Mushi desperately defended against the relentless strikes of the wind shuriken. Finding herself momentarily suppressed, realizing her predicament, Lianchuan Mushi squinted slightly, her right foot enveloped in a surge of blue chakra. She stomped down on the ground, causing it to shatter explosively as a plethora of earth and stone erupted from beneath, encasing her and allowing her to evade the wind shuriken's assault. Simultaneously, a deafening roar emanated from below as a massive boulder surged upward, hurtling toward the root ninja. Without hesitation, the root ninja formed seals once more, causing the water on the ground to coalesce rapidly into a swirling water column, which collided forcefully with the boulder, shattering it instantly. The relentless spiraling water column showed no signs of pause as it descended toward the spot where Lianchuan Mushi had just been, creating a thunderous crash upon impact. However, at that moment, Lianchuan Mushi erupted from beneath the earth, gazing at the root ninja before her. With a single hand gesture, she conjured an illusion. Illusion technique. 6 desires manifest. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled explosions reverberated, and the 3 water clones of the root ninja, facing Lianchuan Mushi, dissipated in succession. The ninja himself was ensnared in Lianchuan Mushi's illusionary technique, the 6 desires technique, gradually collapsing to his knees, his eyes filled with terror. Under the training regimen inspired by Shimura Danzo, which emulated the so-called blood mist village of Kirigakure, the root ninja had nearly extinguished their humanity, transforming into emotionless automatons. However, this did not imply that they were devoid of emotions. Rather, their feelings were suppressed to an infinite degree, buried deep within. When subjected to Lianchuan Mushi's 6 desires technique, they found themselves ensnared in the illusion more profoundly than other ninjas. Observing the root ninja completely ensnared in the illusion, Lianchuan Mushi turned to the already waiting Uchiha Itachi, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he remarked, "How come you are always faster than me? I wear a mask, and he is unaware of my true nature." He looked directly into my eyes, and thus I swiftly ensnared him with my genjutsu. Well then, how shall we deal with these 2? We cannot simply kill them, can we? Let us bind them here. After all, they are caught in the illusion and cannot escape for the time being. Even if they eventually break free, the ninja squad will have returned to the village, rendering their state of being controlled inconsequential. Agreed, that shall suffice. Using steel wire, the 2 root ninjas were bound to the trunk of a grand tree, after which Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi no longer paid them any heed and swiftly approached the ninja squad, reintegrating into the ranks of the Umbu. Upon their return to the Umbu, Hatake Kakashi, positioned not far away, smiled faintly and addressed Uchiha Shisui, who was leaping alongside him. "Shisui, can you now rest assured? Both Mushi and Itachi possess the capabilities to safeguard themselves within the Umbu. Their strength is no longer to be underestimated. Itachi is fine. His Sharingan has matured rapidly, and his prowess in Genjutsu has reached impressive heights, so I have no concerns regarding him. However, Mushi still has a weakness. His chakra is rather scarce. Moreover, Mushi's chakra affinities lie in water and earth, both of which inherently demand substantial chakra for their techniques. Unlike wind and lightning techniques that require minimal chakra for considerable impact, even fire techniques consume less than those of water and earth. Thus, I remain somewhat apprehensive about Mushi. If I recall correctly, Mushi and Lady Tsunade are siblings. Are they not? Nodding, Uchiha Shisui confirmed. Indeed, the bond between Mushi and Lady Tsunade is exceptionally strong, akin to that of true siblings. This is not a great secret. Most of the higher-ups are already aware of it. I vaguely remember that Lady Tsunade possesses a technique that allows for a surge of chakra, though I am not well versed in the specifics. If Mushi could master that technique, it might indeed compensate for his chakra deficiencies. Upon hearing those words, Uchiha Shisui nodded slowly and said, I shall convey this suggestion to Moki. With a smile and a nod, Hatake Kakashi refrained from further conversation and continued towards the direction of Konoha. After approximately an hour, the group finally arrived at the gates of Konoha, where they were warmly welcomed by the Hokage and various high-ranking officials as they re-entered the village, thus returning to a life of peace. Following the return of the ninja team to Konoha, the Umbu mission concluded as well. Rinchuan Moki and Uchiha Itachi removed their Umbu attire and returned to Moki's home. Barely seated, a sudden knock resounded at the door. It was Uchiha Shisui and Hatake Kakashi standing outside, gently waving at Moki and Itachi. Moki, your new house looks splendid, Shisui remarked. I hope I am not intruding. Moki promptly approached the gate of the yard, opened it with a smile, and said, Shisui, Kakashi-senpai, please come in. It is almost dinner time, and I was just about to prepare a meal. Let us dine together. I certainly wish to savor what you have prepared, Moki. Kakashi, you should join us for dinner as well, Shisui added. Kakashi, upon hearing Shisui's words, nodded and replied, Oh, that works perfectly. I was just pondering what to have for dinner. Welcoming Uchiha Shisui and Hatake Kakashi inside with a smile, Moki playfully kicked Uchiha Itachi, who was sitting cross-legged on the mat, and said, Hurry and help me. Otherwise, it will take too long if I do it alone. With a resigned sigh, Itachi stood up and, after informing Shisui and Kakashi of the location of the teacups and teapot, followed Moki into the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, as Moki rinsed the rice, he whispered to Itachi, Kakashi-senpai is likely not here merely for a visit or to say hello. If anything arises, please refrain from speaking or hastily agreeing. Leave everything to me. Hearing this, Itachi paused for a moment, nodded, and then focused on washing and cutting the vegetables. It must be noted that his skills with a knife far surpassed Moki's. Though Moki's dishes bore a Japanese flair, they also carried the essence of Chinese cuisine from a past life. For instance, he did not use small plates to serve the dishes, but instead placed a large platter filled with food directly on the table. 40 minutes later, Hatake Kakashi gazed in astonishment at the table adorned with an array of colorful and aromatic dishes. Although he had agreed to stay for dinner, he had not held high expectations for the meal. In his view, a 7-year-old boy achieving such proficiency in ninjutsu was already remarkable, and he merely anticipated that Moki would manage basic culinary skills adequately. He had not anticipated Moki's hidden talent. Indeed, this looks quite impressive, Kakashi remarked. Moki, please do let me taste your creations. Very well, then I shall not hold back, Moki responded. Having concluded their conversation, the four individuals ceased further discussion and sat at the table, devouring their meal with remarkable speed and efficiency. Once they finished, they knelt on the floor, sipping tea to aid in the digestion of their food. At that moment, Kakashi Hatake turned his gaze towards Rin Noara and Itachi Uchiha, and spoke. You two must have guessed that my presence here is not without purpose. It was not a particularly difficult deduction. Upon hearing Rin's words, Kakashi offered a slight smile and continued, Given our familiarity, I shall be straightforward. I have come on behalf of the third Hokage to inquire about a matter concerning you. Rin, during the prior confrontation with the fourth Raikage, the scroll infused with the chakra of the two tails, was it crafted by you? At Kakashi's inquiry, both Shisui Uchiha and Itachi's expressions shifted subtly. Shisui had not anticipated that Kakashi's question would pertain to this topic, while Itachi was taken aback by how Sarutobi Hiruzen and his associates had come to know of it. He was well aware that Shisui would never betray Rin's secret, which only deepened his confusion regarding how they had acquired this information. Perhaps sensing Itachi's thoughts, Kakashi did not wait for Rin's response, but smiled and remarked, This information did not come from Shisui. In a sense, he has safeguarded this secret quite effectively. However, certain truths cannot remain concealed indefinitely. The chakra of the two tails possesses distinct characteristics. Konoha has sensory ninjas who have encountered it before and can ascertain that the scroll utilized by Shisui contained the chakra of the two tails. Furthermore, given his close relationship with Shisui, it is evident that Konoha's ninjas could discern the implications surrounding the Jinchuriki. Hence, Rin, what is your answer? I have never doubted that Shisui would divulge my affairs. As for my response, yes, that scroll was indeed crafted by us. To be precise, I was primarily responsible for its creation, with Itachi providing assistance. Upon receiving this answer, Kakashi took a deep breath and inquired further, So, Is there a singularity in extracting tailed beast chakra to create such a scroll? No. In fact, I initially crafted 4 of these scrolls. Third question. Are there conditions for the creation of this scroll that are challenging for an ordinary person to meet? Indeed. It requires my bloodline limit, a sufficiently powerful Sharingan, and a 50% probability of the Jinchuriki's death. These are the 3 prerequisites for crafting such a scroll. As for the more precise method of creation, I wish to keep that knowledge to myself. In my view, should this method become public, it would undoubtedly lead to the immediate collapse of the impending peace. In the statement made by Lianchuan Mushi, there exists a blend of truth and deception. In reality, the mortality rate associated with being a Jinchuriki is not as perilous as it may seem. With advancements in technology and adequate preparation, the likelihood of death is, at most, around 20%. In other words, there is nearly an 80% chance of success. Moreover, not every scroll creation necessitates such risks. This danger need only be confronted once. Extracting a sufficient amount of chakra from the Jinchuriki's body, followed by the crafting and distribution of the scrolls. Thus, the process is not nearly as hazardous as Lianchuan Mushi suggests. He has merely planted a subtle pitfall within his words. As anticipated, upon hearing Mushi's remarks, Hatake Kakashi's hopes for the tailed beast chakra scrolls diminished almost instantaneously. Setting aside the potential chaos following the death of the Jinchuriki, the fact that the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is Uzumaki Naruto, the son of his mentor, Namikaze Minato, renders Kakashi unable to harbor any significant expectations for the tailed beast chakra scrolls. Nodding slowly, Kakashi regarded Mushi and said, "Mushi, I hope you refrain from creating such items in the future. Furthermore, please avoid using any unused scrolls. If discovered, it could lead to considerable complications. The information regarding the scroll previously utilized by Shisui has already been sealed by the third Hokage and Jiraiya, preventing others from becoming aware of it. So there is no need for excessive concern. However, as one who possesses such technology, should you ever consider betraying Konoha, you would immediately face the highest level of assassination attempts from the village. I trust you understand this. Rest assured, as I have previously stated, for the sake of Lady Tsunade, Itachi, and Shisui, I will never abandon Konoha, Mushi assured. That is good to hear, Kakashi acknowledged. I will relay your response to the third Hokage. Additionally, some ninjas from Root are investigating you in secret, so I have authorized a temporary leave from your Umbu duties. You may refrain from missions until after the celebration, at which point normalcy will resume. That sounds favorable. I have recently reached a critical juncture in my research, and a period of tranquility would be beneficial, Mushi replied. Upon hearing Mushi's words, Kakashi nodded and bid farewell to the 3 of them, vanishing from their sight. After Kakashi's departure, Uchiha Shisui turned to Lianchuan Mushi and remarked, "Mushi, this matter is my fault. I should not have used the scroll you provided in such a public setting. Mushi, I gave you the tailed beast chakra scroll precisely to prevent you from finding yourself in a dire situation during crucial moments. If it were merely to have you carry something, there would have been no need for such significant effort, would there? Indeed, Shisui, this matter does not pertain to you, so do not dwell on it excessively." The reassurances from Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi alleviated Shisui's feelings of guilt, and he gently nodded before shifting the topic. "Mushi, you mentioned that your research has reached a pivotal point. I wonder if it pertains to the successful development of that ink-based ninjutsu you have been working on?" "Indeed. It is the art of ink manipulation. I have discerned the intricate pathways and am gradually progressing towards the completion of this bloodline limit. With just a few more experiments and calculations, I will ascertain the precise methodology, at which point my power shall experience a remarkable enhancement. I am quite eager to witness the extent of your abilities once you master this technique. Let us engage in a friendly contest then." Observing Uchiha Itachi, Rensuke Mino smiled and remarked, "This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Do not be too astonished when the time comes." Meanwhile, at the Root headquarters, Shimura Danzo sat upon a chair, addressing the Root ninjas who were kneeling before him. He spoke slowly. "How is the preparation for the plan progressing?" "My lord, we are fully prepared. Once this celebration concludes, we shall initiate our operation to decisively dismantle the Umbu and completely usurp their position within Konoha." "Excellent. Konoha has languished in weakness for too long. A comprehensive reform is necessary, commencing with the Umbu." "Understood." Upon receiving Danzo's command, the Root ninjas dispersed, leaving only one ninja with a green patterned mask still kneeling, awaiting further orders. Observing the kneeling figure, Danzo spoke softly. "Ka, you previously suffered defeat at the hands of Hitachi Kakashi. Do you possess the confidence to triumph over him this time?" "My lord, I am confident in my ability to overcome Hitachi Kakashi, for I am no longer the same individual. I have acquired sufficient strength to confront him." "Very well. After the celebration, you shall be tasked with dealing with Hitachi Kakashi. Additionally, I require you to seize his Sharingan for me, as it pertains to a significant plan." "Understood. Go forth." With Danzo's words, Ka instantly vanished from his position, leaving Danzo alone on his throne, shrouded in shadow, lost in contemplation. Rinchuan Mushi exhaled, setting down the pencil. Gazing at the scroll adorned with a myriad of animals and deities, he sighed in relief and reclined in his chair to rest. Creating intricate designs with minuscule sealing symbols was no trivial task. After a day and a half of continuous work, it was only possible due to the exceptional stamina and precision inherent to a ninja. Otherwise, such a feat would be utterly unachievable within a mere span of days. After a brief respite, Rinchuan Mushi rose to inspect the artwork on the scroll. He stretched his joints and began to verify the composition for any errors. Upon confirming thrice that there were no mistakes, he finally rolled up the scroll. The artwork was complete. Next, I must concoct that special ink and tattoo this masterpiece onto my body. Then I can summon Shisui and Itachi. With that thought, Rinchuan Mushi retrieved a scroll, tore it open, and pricked his finger to smear his blood upon it, summoning two crows that flew forth from his home in search of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. The composition of this artwork is exceedingly intricate, with each line comprising minuscule runes that have been meticulously crafted. The act of painting itself presents a formidable challenge. And for one who is not a ninja, tattooing this elaborate design onto the body of Rinchuan Mushi is an endeavor fraught with impossibility. Thus, he sought the assistance of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, both of whom possess the Sharingan and share a profound bond with him. Given their years of training in ninjutsu and the precision of their hand seals, coupled with the unparalleled ocular prowess of the Sharingan, they are fully capable of inscribing the intricate design onto Rinchuan Mushi's skin. As Rinchuan Mushi prepared the special ink, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi entered the room. Observing Rinchuan Mushi placing the ink and tattooing instruments aside, Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and remarked, "It appears you have gathered everything you need. Shall we commence the tattooing today? The design is quite complex. It seems we will need to employ our Sharingan in tandem." "No problem, we can manage that. However, are there any particular considerations we should keep in mind?" Uchiha Shisui inquired as he accepted the artwork from Rinchuan Mushi. His eyes instantly transformed into the Sharingan, allowing him to perceive the intricate details that eluded the naked eye. Gasping in awe, Uchiha Shisui expressed his admiration. Each line of this artwork is composed of infinitesimally small runes, and these runes, interconnected throughout the piece, form an astonishing sealing technique. Regrettably, my understanding of sealing techniques is limited. I can grasp only about 20% of what these runes convey. Beyond that, I am utterly lost. The sealing technique embedded within this artwork is a layered design of my own creation, which essentially connects the technique to my body, rendering it a part of me akin to an organ. Furthermore, unless I meet my demise, even if my body sustains damage, the tattoo will remain intact. "Are you prepared?" Uchiha Itachi inquired, his gaze fixed on Rinchuan Mushi, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. The practice of any ninjutsu carries inherent risks, and Rinchuan Mushi's ink-based jutsu verges on the realm of body modification ninjutsu. While success would yield splendid results, failure would pose a peril greater than that of ordinary techniques. Nodding gently, Rinchuan Mushi smiled at Uchiha Itachi, assuring him, "Rest assured, I am ready. We may begin." Uchiha Itachi inhaled deeply, exchanging a meaningful glance with Uchiha Shisui before they both settled beside Rinchuan Mushi. They grasped the tattooing tools and the special ink, commencing the painstaking process of inscribing the scroll's design upon his bare back. As time slipped away, over a day passed in the blink of an eye. With Rinchuan Mushi seated upon the ground, eyes closed, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down his cheeks. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui, seated behind him, was intensely focused, his eyes bloodshot yet devoid of any visible reaction as he relentlessly pierced the flesh of Rinchuan Mushi's back with a steel needle. The instant the final minute rune was inscribed upon Mushi's back, Uchiha Itachi, standing nearby, promptly exclaimed, "Mushi, it's done." Upon hearing this, Mushi hesitated not for a moment. Her hands swiftly formed seals in a sequence of 72, intricate beyond measure. As the final seal was completed, chakra surged forth from each puncture in her back, accompanied by a trickle of blood that streamed across her skin. However, just as the blood threatened to spill onto the ground, the chakra abruptly retreated back into her body, mingling with the specially crafted ink in her blood, gradually permeating her being. The veins of the tattoo on her back took on a dark bluish hue, spreading throughout her body, resembling the effects of poisoning, which caused both Itachi and Shisui to momentarily pause, anxiously regarding Mushi. The dark, vein-like patterns expanded across Mushi's entire form, and at the moment they fully interconnected, she altered her seals again, swiftly forming 36 new ones. As the second stage of seals was completed, the bluish veins slowly dissipated, returning to their original state. Following the complete disappearance of these dark strands, the tattoo on her back gradually faded, making it appear as though Mushi had never been tattooed at all. At this juncture, she began to form the 12 seals of the third stage, enveloping herself in a soft green chakra that facilitated the integration of the special ink within her body, while simultaneously activating the sealing technique embedded in the now-hidden tattoo, merging it seamlessly with her being. After more than an hour, Mushi exhaled weakly, addressing Itachi and Shisui. "Itachi, Shisui, could you please take me to the biological chamber in the basement? I need to soak in a potion for a while to stabilize my body. I would greatly appreciate your assistance." "Not a problem. Just conserve your strength. Leave the rest to us." As he spoke, Shisui cradled Mushi's body and approached the door leading to the basement. At that moment, Itachi stepped forward, employing the method Mushi had taught him to unlock the sealing technique on the door, swinging it open to enter the laboratory. Flipping the switch, the entire laboratory was instantly illuminated, and the biological chamber, positioned at the center of the innermost wall, slowly opened. Uchiha Shisui placed the unclothed Rinchuan Mushi into the biological chamber, affixed an oxygen mask upon him, then sealed the hatch and activated the switch. Gradually, a warm, pale green liquid began to fill the chamber, enveloping Mushi's body entirely. Due to the liquid's considerable density, he floated gently within it, rising and falling in a tranquil manner. Observing Mushi's complexion gradually improve, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui exhaled in relief and took seats to rest. "Shisui, there are only 3 days left until the celebration. Will Mushi be ready in time? If not, it matters little. I can simply excuse both of you. After all, the Chunin promotion ceremony does not hinge solely on your presence. Its absence will not drastically affect proceedings, though the elders of our clan may voice considerable dissent. Do not concern yourself with the elders' opinions. As long as the village remains unaffected, that is sufficient." "Very well. Should Mushi not emerge by then, I shall secure an excuse for you, but do remain vigilant. The root operatives are not to be underestimated. Their recent activities have intensified, suggesting they may be plotting something. Exercise caution, particularly given the current circumstances. Shisui, rest assured, I will remain on guard against them. Mushi will be fine. Your preparedness is reassuring." With that, the two lapsed into silence, allowing themselves a moment of respite. After a day of intense concentration and the strenuous use of their Sharingan, both Itachi and Shisui were fatigued and seized the opportunity to recuperate their strength and ocular power. 2 days passed, and Mushi remained in a state of slumber. As the sun rose on the third day, Uchiha Shisui could no longer wait and rose to attend to matters concerning the celebration. As the celebrated hero who confronted the fourth Hokage, his presence was imperative. Watching Shisui depart, Uchiha Itachi lingered in the laboratory, awaiting Mushi's recovery. Just as Itachi closed his eyes to take a brief respite, a sudden thud resonated against the glass door of the biological chamber, followed by a hand pressing against it from within. As the pale liquid inside the chamber had become considerably diluted, Itachi opened the chamber's large door, releasing a puff of white vapor. Mushi emerged, removed his oxygen mask, stretched languidly, and smiled at Itachi. "Itachi, I truly owe you my gratitude this time." Seeing Mushi appear unharmed, Itachi breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "I am glad you are well. As for your thanks, I believe a sumptuous meal would be a more sincere expression of gratitude than mere words." "Ha, certainly. That is no problem at all. However, we should hasten to the celebration. I do not wish to miss it." "Did you hear that?" "Certainly. I have been aware of your discussions with Shisui. Yet I previously found myself unable to awaken. It was only with great effort that I managed to rouse myself just now. Well then, let us proceed to the celebration. With that, Rinchuan Mushi donned her attire and closed the laboratory door, swiftly making her way to the vicinity of Hokage Rock in Konoha alongside Uchiha Itachi. The venue for the celebration was situated at Hokage Rock, and upon arriving, they would ascertain their roles in the festivities. When Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi reached Hokage Rock, preparations for the celebration were nearing completion. Upon their arrival, Uchiha Shisui immediately arranged for them to stand alongside the genin participating in the Chunin promotion ceremony. Among them was a familiar face, Akimichi Choko. Choko, are you also being promoted to Chunin this time? Rinchuan Mushi inquired. Akimichi Choko, towering in stature, looked down at the still-growing Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, chuckling. Ha ha, I cannot claim to possess your level of talent, achieving Chunin status at such a tender age. Nonetheless, it is quite splendid to advance alongside friends. Nodding with a smile, Rinchuan Mushi replied, Indeed, it is a privilege to be promoted to Chunin alongside you, Choko. In truth, although Akimichi Choko appeared somewhat mature, he was merely 15 years old, an age that certainly qualifies as prodigious within the shinobi world. Despite not being a direct descendant of the Akimichi clan head, he had received considerable support from his clan, allowing him to attain Chunin status at such a young age. Mushi, Itachi, do you see the person on the far left? The one who keeps coughing? Upon hearing Akimichi Choko's words, Uchiha Itachi and Rinchuan Mushi turned to observe the individual in question. Before them stood a youth with semi-long hair, his face bearing a hint of melancholy and dark circles under his eyes. He bore a long blade, a rarity among the Leaf Village shinobi, and his demeanor appeared somewhat languid. However, Rinchuan Mushi could distinctly sense an underlying sharpness emanating from him. Recognizing the youth's distinctive features, Rinchuan Mushi quickly recalled his identity. Indeed, Akimichi Choko whispered to them. His name is Suki no Kaze. He belongs to the Suki no clan and is said to be its sole heir. His brother, Suki no Hikari, was previously renowned. Therefore, we must tread carefully in our discourse, considering the circumstances surrounding Suki no Hikari. It would be prudent for us to remain silent on that matter. Both Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, cheers erupted from the villagers of Konoha, soon followed by the speech of the third Hokage and the address from the advisor representative, Toji Koharu. A Chunin swiftly arrived to guide the 26 genin present forward, preparing for the Chunin promotion ceremony. Due to their merits and age, Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi were assigned seats in the front row on the left side to receive their promotions and accolades. The proceedings unfolded seamlessly, with Rinchuan Mushi donning the battle vest of a Chunin and the Konoha forehead protector, formally becoming a member of the Chunin ranks. Meanwhile, on the observation platform below, among the visiting ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village, two of them exchanged glances at the Chunin being honored and slowly bowed their heads. Noticing the absence of Konoha ninjas or summoned beasts nearby, they whispered to each other. According to our agents stationed in Konoha, the emergence of that tailed beast chakra scroll must be linked to a Konoha ninja who had encountered the two-tails Jinchuriki. It would be prudent to dispatch individuals with minimal ties to Uchiha Shisui. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi and Rinchuan Mushi on stage are among the likely candidates. Once the celebration concludes, I will investigate others while you look into these two. Based on the informant's intelligence, they often reside in a relatively secluded courtyard, making them easy to track. Should it be confirmed that they are indeed involved, apprehend them immediately without concerning yourself with the others. Upon hearing this, the Hidden Cloud Ninja nodded slowly, affirming, understood. The Chunin promotion ceremony soon concluded, as it was merely a segment of the festivities and did not consume much time. Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi departed from the platform and returned to the base of Hokage Rock, though the ceremony continued as planned. Both Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi felt little desire to linger, promptly summoning Akimichi Doko to find an open establishment for grilled meat. The trio indulged in the feast, with Akimichi Doko eating the fastest and the most. Rinchuan Mushi proudly took on the role of the grill master, skillfully achieving the perfect doneness of the meat. Even Uchiha Itachi, who held little passion for grilled fare, found himself quite satisfied with the meal. When Akimichi Doko stuffed the last piece of grilled meat into his mouth, their gathering officially came to an end. After a brief discussion, they each returned home. Uchiha Itachi headed back as his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, insisted on sleeping with him, leaving Rinchuan Mushi to walk home alone. As twilight descended and the celebration concluded, the streets of Konoha once again buzzed with activity. Upon arriving home, Rinchuan Mushi gazed at the tranquil courtyard, contemplated for a moment, changed into his casual attire, and sat in the yard watching the sunset while pondering matters related to ink techniques. In the present day, the ink ninjutsu of Lianchuan Mu Shi has begun to take shape. However, the corresponding techniques remain confined to the realms of Super Beast Imitation and Super Divine Imitation. In his view, these two techniques are rather insufficient for the advancement of ink ninjutsu, prompting him to resolve to develop a series of ninjutsu centered around ink that are suitable for current application. After some contemplation, Lianchuan Mu Shi formed hand seals and gradually raised his hands, watching as black, ink-like lines spread from his arms, coalescing into the form of an ink sparrow within his palms. At the moment the ink sparrow took shape, he felt a slight reduction in his chakra, and soon after, the ink sparrow emerged from his palms, fluttering around him gracefully. This was the ink variant of the Super Beast Imitation. The ink lines on his palms would not dissipate upon the technique's execution, which meant he could summon an infinite number of animal forms. However, this method allowed for only one animal to be summoned at a time. To conjure multiple creatures simultaneously, he would need to create additional ink representations. Murmuring to himself, Lianchuan Mu Shi focused his mind, causing the ink sparrow to twist and transform slowly into the shape of an ink shuriken. Observing the ink shuriken in his palm, he waved his hand, and indeed, an ink shuriken materialized, which he hurled towards the wall ahead, where it embedded itself, gradually dissolving into a cloud of black mist. Examining the marks left on the wall, he noted that its power was slightly inferior to that of an actual shuriken. Nonetheless, with a bit more chakra expenditure, the strength could be compensated. Thus, as long as he had sufficient chakra, he could unleash an infinite number of shurikens, rendering it a rather effective means of attack. This led him to his first hypothesis. If feasible, his ink ninjutsu could indeed possess practical utility. With this thought, Lianchuan Mu Shi rose to his feet, took a deep breath, pressed his palms together, and closed his eyes as if attuning to something profound. Finally, after approximately 3 to 4 minutes, he suddenly opened his eyes, formed hand seals in an instant, and exhaled a torrent of pitch-black ink that crashed onto the ground, leaving a sizable pool of ink. Immediately thereafter, he formed seals once more, placing one hand upon the ink pool, which began to bubble and spontaneously formed nearly 1,000 ink sparrows. Upon infusing them with chakra, the multitude of ink sparrows surged from the ground, soaring through the air in a flurry of motion. Boom, boom, boom. When Uchiha Itachi arrived at Lianchuan Mu Shi's doorstep early in the morning, he was greeted by the thunderous sounds emanating from the backyard. Without hesitation, Uchiha Itachi leaped into action, bounding across the rooftops until he reached the rear of Lianchuan Mu Shi's residence. Upon witnessing the sweat-drenched figure of Lianchuan Mu Shi with his upper body bare, he felt a slight sense of relief. Gazing upon the ravaged backyard, Uchiha Itachi raised an eyebrow and addressed Rinchuan Mu Shi. Did you not cherish your backyard? How has it been reduced to this state in a single night? No matter. He continued, I have been contemplating a renovation of the backyard, planning to construct a floral conservatory, cultivate a small plot of land, and create a pond. The destruction is of little consequence. Turning to face Uchiha Itachi, Rinchuan Mu Shi smiled faintly as ebony ink patterns gradually receded from his hands, returning to the tattoo that lay upon his back. This tattoo, having concealed itself after Mu Shi's chakra had settled, vanished once more behind him. Mu Shi, judging by your appearance, it seems you were developing your ink-based ninjutsu last night. Indeed, he replied. While preparing for the ink ninjutsu, I proposed 3 hypotheses, each representing a distinct technique. Fortunately, I completed the first 2 hypotheses in a single night, thus acquiring my own unique ninjutsu. It must be said, the bloodline limit possesses immense advantages. Not only is its potency formidable and elusive, but it also consumes less chakra than ninjutsu of equivalent rank, making it an exceptionally desirable ability. Of the 3 hypotheses, what are the 2 techniques you completed? The first is called Beastly Pseudo-Paint, and the second, Beastly Armor Pseudo-Paint. As for the third, it remains unfinished. I shall keep it under wraps for now. Of course, the 2 completed techniques serve as primary offensive abilities, while I have also developed a few supplementary techniques. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Uchiha Itachi regarded Rinchuan Mushi with a glimmer of combativeness in his eyes and inquired, "How do you feel? Shall we test the might of your ninjutsu?" Without engaging in real combat, one cannot truly discern the limitations. I would welcome the opportunity. Then let us proceed to our usual place. With that, Uchiha Itachi vanished in an instant, prompting Rinchuan Mushi to grab his jacket and pursue him closely. Before long, the two arrived at the desolate terrain where they had previously engaged in training. Once properly attired, Rinchuan Mushi addressed Uchiha Itachi, saying, "Very well, let us commence the duel." Agreed. As soon as Rinchuan Mushi heard Uchiha Itachi's affirmative response, Itachi had already appeared behind him, a kunai firmly grasped in his hand, aimed at Mushi's back. However, in that moment, Mushi swiftly formed hand seals, and wisps of ink enveloped his hands, transforming into a pair of inky claws. With a mere turn and grasp, he seized Uchiha Itachi's kunai, rendering Itachi unable to advance. What technique is this? It is merely a technique that covers a portion of a beast's body over the surface of my own, forming a robust armor-like disguise. This is my ninjutsu. Ink release. Beastly armor pseudo-paint. As the sound faded, Rinchuan Mushi gripped the kunai tightly in her right hand while extending her left hand backward. Enveloped in swirling tendrils of black mist, the ink-like beast armor adorning her left hand transformed instantaneously into a massive ink bear that enveloped her entire left arm. With a powerful swipe, she aimed directly at Uchiha Itachi. Bang! A tremendous force collided with the dual arms that Itachi had raised in defense, propelling him backward until he crashed against a large boulder. Yet, such an assault was not beyond Itachi's capability to endure. He merely exhaled a few breaths before deftly flipping onto the boulder, gazing at Rinchuan Mushi with a composed expression. This strength is formidable. Yet it pales in comparison to your brute force technique, and there is some overlap in the effects of both ninjutsu. Overlap? Not necessarily. With a crackling sound, delicate strands of pale blue chakra entwined around the ink bear's paw on her left arm, and with a sudden thrust, she slammed it down onto the ground. The earth shattered explosively, fissures rapidly spreading, and large stones were sent flying. The sheer power far surpassing that of the brute force technique Rinchuan Mushi had previously unleashed. A look of astonishment crossed Itachi's face as he swiftly leaped into the air, his hands flying in a flurry as he launched over a dozen shuriken towards Rinchuan Mushi. However, at that very moment, the water beast armor on her hands dissipated into black mist, and from her palms emerged shuriken crafted from intricate ink patterns. As she waved her hands, a flurry of ink shuriken shot forth, nearly 100 in total, raining down upon Uchiha Itachi like a torrential storm. The shuriken Itachi had thrown were effortlessly deflected by the ink shuriken, unable to approach Rinchuan Mushi at all. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from Itachi's mouth, swiftly engulfing the ink shuriken and descending towards Rinchuan Mushi below. In response, she rapidly formed hand seals, revealing 4 faint ink patterns appearing around her neck. Rinchuan Mushi unleashed a torrent of black ink from her mouth, clashing directly with the enormous fireball. As ink met flame, a thick plume of steam rose, the water within the ink evaporating, and a shower of ink powder scattered across the ground, blanketing it in a layer of black. Simultaneously, Itachi surged forward, his eyes transformed into the Sharingan, as he thrust his kunai once again towards Rinchuan Mushi. If the ink is evaporated, how will you utilize your ninjutsu? The kunai pierced Rinchuan Mushi's chest, yet she swiftly dissipated into a multitude of droplets, scattering in all directions. Water style, water clone. A water clone. Have you hidden away again? Just as Itachi's words fell, the ground trembled slightly, and 8 ink-colored octopus tentacles burst forth from below, entangling themselves around Itachi. Simultaneously, the earth shattered, revealing Rinchuan Mushi beneath the debris, her back adorned with 8 extending ink tentacles as she formed hand seals and unleashed 3 iron water bullets aimed directly at Itachi's chest. As the molten iron projectile was poised to strike Itachi Uchiha, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed an intense torrent of flames from his mouth. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Good heavens, Itachi, are you attempting to eliminate me? Witnessing the instantaneous evaporation of 3 molten iron projectiles and 8 octopus tentacles, Rinchuan Mushi was utterly astounded. Great fire annihilation is unequivocally an A-rank fire ninjutsu, and unlike the expansive reach of great fire destruction, The area of effect for Great Fire Annihilation is only slightly larger than the Great Fireball technique. However, it is precisely due to this concentration of power that the might of Great Fire Annihilation becomes truly terrifying. Water release, water wave eruption. A deluge of water gushed forth from Rinchuan Mushi's mouth, desperately countering the searing heat produced by Great Fire Annihilation. As the flames and water coalesced into a vast cloud of vapor, both Rinchuan Mushi and Itachi found themselves hastily retreating from the battle in a rather disheveled state. "Itachi, you scoundrel, were you truly trying to kill me just now?" Rinchuan Mushi exclaimed. "I dare say I would have been hard-pressed to counter that with any other method. Employing Great Fire Annihilation was the most straightforward approach. Besides, you seem to be in no better condition, do you?" Indeed, Great Fire Annihilation, being an A-rank ninjutsu, consumes a significant amount of chakra, and at this moment, I doubt I could execute any formidable techniques. So, shall we continue? Of course, we must. As the victor has yet to be determined, has it not? In that case, I shall take the initiative. With rapid hand seals, Rinchuan Mushi pressed a single hand against the ground, causing the water on the surface to surge and blend with the ink powder that had settled after evaporating from his earlier spray. This concoction transformed into entirely new ink, which, infused with Rinchuan Mushi's chakra, morphed into intertwining serpentine artworks, occupying a substantial area of the ground, even encroaching upon the space beneath Itachi's feet. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi, expending the last remnants of his chakra, unleashed his final ninjutsu. Ink release, beastly illusion of the serpent tide. Hisses. The cacophony of numerous serpentine hisses filled the air as colossal ink serpents emerged from the ink painting on the ground, slithering toward Itachi in a tangled assault. Observing the sudden onslaught of ink serpents surrounding him, Itachi promptly wielded his kunai, striking down the encroaching serpents. Yet, no matter how swiftly Itachi dispatched the serpents, he could not outpace the relentless entanglement of dozens, if not hundreds, of ink serpents, which swiftly enveloped him completely. At this juncture, Rinchuan Mushi crouched on the ground, forming hand seals, ready to dispel the jutsu at the first sign of danger and release Itachi. However, it was evident that Rinchuan Mushi had somewhat underestimated Itachi's prowess. Flames erupted from the crevices between the ink-washed serpents, culminating in a colossal dragon-shaped fire that ascended into the heavens, vaporizing the serpents entirely. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan had automatically deactivated, and his chakra was nearly depleted. Both Uchiha Itachi and Rinchuan Mushi had exhausted their chakra, rendering them nearly devoid of combat capability. "Though I have not triumphed over you this time, I have managed to prevent you from besting me," Uchiha Itachi remarked with a smile, gazing at Rinchuan Mushi. "Your ink release jutsu has yet to be fully developed. Once it reaches its full potential, its power will likely escalate significantly. At that point, defeating you may not be so simple, and unless I resort to Jinjutsu, I might not stand a chance against you." How poignant and frustrating. I assent it. Your growth benefits me as well. Of course, if I were to take this seriously, your inability to surpass me with the Sharingan's Jinjutsu would render my feelings of frustration unnecessary. Itachi, I shall inevitably defeat you one day. I shall await that day. How is your investigation progressing? All suspects on my end have been cleared. It is now highly likely that the only candidates are Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. They are not only capable of private contact with the two-tailed Jinchuriki, the most powerful among the Konoha prodigies, but they also share a close relationship with Uchiha Shisui, which raises significant suspicions. The only uncertainty lies in their age. Both Uchiha Itachi and Rinchuan Mushi are merely 7 years old. What of it? In our hidden cloud village, powerful ninjas at the age of 7 are not unheard of. Moreover, the elders speculate that they may be leveraging some form of Kekkei Genkai to achieve their ends, making age irrelevant. As long as they can utilize their bloodline limits, that suffices. Then when shall we act? Tonight. It coincides perfectly with another team's preparation to abduct members of the Hyuga clan. Whether we strike early or late, any action will impact the other team. Thus, we must act in unison. Furthermore, this strategy will hinder Konoha from mobilizing all their forces to thwart us. If one team succeeds, our objectives will be met. Very well. If that is the plan, tonight I shall lead a team to capture those 2 young ones. One of them belongs to the Uchiha clan. We in the Hidden Cloud Village have long coveted the Sharingan. My lord, our spies have inadvertently discovered that the people of the Hidden Cloud Village may harbor nefarious intentions. Opening his left eye, Danzo gazed at the root ninja kneeling before him and inquired, "Have you thoroughly investigated their ulterior motives?" The specifics remain elusive. However, according to our scouts, there appears to be a connection between Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. The inhabitants of the Cloud-Hidden Village have consistently shown a certain degree of interest in these two individuals. It is unclear how we should proceed. Uchiha Itachi, a rather unconventional member of his clan, and Lianchuan Mushi, who shares an extraordinary bond with Tsunade, both hold special significance for Konoha. We must ensure that the Cloud-Hidden Village does not gain access to them. You are to discreetly monitor their situation. If it is possible to thwart the Cloud-Hidden Village's ninjas, that would be ideal. Should that prove unfeasible, we must destroy Uchiha Itachi's eyes. The Sharingan must not fall into the hands of the Cloud-Hidden Village. As night fell, at the Lianchuan estate, Lianchuan Mushi, drying her damp hair, observed Uchiha Itachi, who was sipping tea while perusing a newspaper. With a slight twitch of her lips, she spoke, "Itachi, have you already begun to indulge in an early retirement?" "Drinking tea and reading the news allows me to unwind," he replied. "Very well, do as you please. I shall delve into my third hypothesis. If I can unravel its mysteries, I shall surely surpass you." Does that imply disbelief? TSK, you are truly incorrigible. Frustrated, Lianchuan Mu, she took her seat at the table and began studying a scroll. The third hypothesis represented the most formidable technique among her developed ink-release jutsu, far surpassing both beast mimicry and beast form. Should she successfully cultivate it, she would possess significant power to confront the majority of Chunin head-on. Last night, no issues had been detected in this area. Perhaps fatigue had dulled her focus? With that in mind, she made the necessary adjustments, and indeed, after calculations, it appeared feasible. However, the chakra consumption was alarmingly high, nearly equivalent to summoning a complete entity, somewhat counterproductive. Nonetheless, with a few modifications, it should suffice. As she calculated, Lianchuan Mu, she murmured to herself. Finally, upon completing her calculations, she slammed her pencil on the table, exclaiming with a sense of relief, "Success! I have preliminarily completed this jutsu. I merely require practical experimentation." At that moment, the expressions of both Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi shifted dramatically. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the unspoken understanding in the other's eyes. Almost instantaneously, they dashed out of the house and into the backyard. At that precise moment, two figures plummeted from the rooftop, crashing down and creating two gaping holes in the house. Gazing at the chaotic scene of shattered tiles and splintered beams, Lianchuan Mu, she gritted her teeth and shouted at the two intruders, "You wretched bastards! How dare you leave my house in such disarray? I shall make you pay dearly for this." The two individuals completely disregarded the words of Lianchuan Mushi. Upon confirming the identities of Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, they immediately launched an attack. Lightning release, lightning strike. One of them swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground, unleashing arcs of electricity that surged along the ground towards Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi. Witnessing this ninjutsu, both Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi deduced each other's identities. "Mushi." From the hidden cloud, Uchiha Itachi remarked, "I can see that these two individuals possess considerable strength. You must exercise caution. Do not worry. These two are not formidable enough to render me helpless. Furthermore, your secret weapon can serve as a trump card, so we shall manage them without issue." As his words fell, Uchiha Itachi's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, and he charged towards one of the hidden cloud ninjas. Meanwhile, Lianchuan Mushi focused on the incoming electric currents, forming hand seals. With a forceful stomp, the ground fractured beneath him, creating a fissure that obstructed the flow of electricity. It appears that the ninjas from the hidden cloud village have yet to be intimidated by our leaf village. The masked hidden cloud ninja did not respond to Lianchuan Mushi's words, but instead retaliated by hurling over a dozen shurikens towards him. Simultaneously, he dashed out from the building, surrounded by crackling electricity, wielding a short blade enveloped in lightning chakra as he charged at Lianchuan Mushi. Observing the opponent's actions, Lianchuan Mushi immediately retreated. He held a deep apprehension towards the lightning chakra-infused blade and chose to evade rather than confront head-on, continuously seeking an opportunity. Coating his feet with chakra, Lianchuan Mushi suddenly stomped the ground, causing it to erupt in chaos as a multitude of debris surged upwards, creating a barrier in front of him. However, against the onslaught of the lightning chakra blade, These boulders offered little resistance, being effortlessly cleaved apart. Yet, Lianchuan Mushi had not expected this to suffice as a deterrent. He swiftly formed hand seals and expelled a torrent of water, surging towards the hidden cloud ninja. Water release, exploding water wave. Boom. A massive wave of water surged forth, scattering in multiple directions. Just as the hidden cloud ninja struggled to free himself from the deluge, Lianchuan Mushi formed seals once more, summoning a water dragon that surged upwards with a roar, crashing into the hidden cloud ninja, plunging him back into the water. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Swoosh. A short blade, enveloped in lightning chakra, erupted from the water beneath Lianchuan Mushi, lunging towards his chest. As the lightning blade was about to pierce through, a thick tail, composed of ink, extended from behind Lianchuan Mushi, ensnaring the wrist of the hidden cloud ninja and preventing the blade from advancing further. Ink release, beast form pseudo-painting. Clash. The cloud hidden ninja extricated himself from the entanglement of the ink-wash tail, forming hand seals with one hand, and forcefully stamping his right foot on the ground. Instantly, a column of rock erupted from beneath the feet of Lianchuan Mushi. Had it not been for Lianchuan Mushi's considerable mastery of earth release, he would have been caught off guard by that sudden assault. Retreating swiftly, Lianchuan Mushi observed his opponent, hastily forming hand seals, as the cloud-hidden ninja charged towards him. The curse seal on Lianchuan Mushi's left shoulder expanded once more, emanating dark crimson light. The intricate patterns of black flames nearly enveloped half of his body, significantly enhancing his chakra and enabling him to unleash the most formidable ninjutsu within the realm of ink release. Ink release, divine body pseudo-paint. With a tearing sound, the fabric of his clothing shredded, and a torrent of ink-wash flames surged forth from his back, rapidly coalescing into a colossal arm. The massive hand descended upon the unprepared cloud-hidden ninja, forcefully slamming him into the ground, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood that trickled down his mask. As the grip of the hand tightened, the cloud-hidden ninja had no choice but to respond, immediately forming hand seals to execute his ninjutsu. Two arms crafted from earth and stone emerged from the ground, grasping the ink-wash arm and gradually pushing it away. With a resounding crunch, the giant ink-wash arm crushed the two stone hands and swung back towards the cloud-hidden ninja with formidable force. The sound of the pawn's ornamental rockery shattering echoed through the air. Staring at the rubble, Lianchuan Mushi paused momentarily, then glared at the cloud-hidden ninja with eyes ablaze, exclaiming, "That was my favorite rockery. You wretched fiend, how dare you destroy it? It is clearly your own inability to control your technique that led to this destruction," came the retort. Hearing this, Lianchuan Mushi immediately turned to Uchiha Itachi, who was engaged in battle with another cloud-hidden ninja, and shouted, "Focus on your fight. I won't intervene. It was these two who caused the damage." Watching Lianchuan Mushi's furious outburst, the cloud-hidden ninja's lips twitched beneath his mask as he launched another attack. Earth release, rock spirit coffin. Bang, 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 bang. As four stone walls materialized around him, Lianchuan Mushi's expression shifted. He swiftly maneuvered the robust ink-wash arm behind him to strike at the encircling walls. However, upon impact, an enigmatic force abruptly drained the chakra from the ink-wash arm, reducing it to a dissipating black mist. Recognizing the peculiar nature of the stone walls, Lianchuan Mushi leaped into the air, intending to escape over the top. Yet, just as he was about to leap free, a massive stone slab suddenly descended, sealing the exit and utterly blocking his path to escape. Damn it! With a curse muttered under his breath, Lianchuan Mushi fell to the ground, his fists enveloped in a pale blue chakra. He struck the rocky wall with a powerful punch, yet the chakra encasing his fist was absorbed by the stone, rendering his blow to be less than half as potent as intended. Meanwhile, outside the rocky enclosure, the walls and overhead slabs were adorned with talismans inscribed with sealing technique runes, transforming the earth-style jutsu, which was originally meant to merely confine foes, into a mechanism that siphoned chakra from the trapped ninja. This was an energy-absorbing seal. Even without the use of jutsu, chakra would be gradually drained, leaving one completely devoid of energy, ripe for capture. As these thoughts echoed, the ninja turned his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi, who was engaged in combat with another ninja from the hidden cloud village. A glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes as he unsheathed the short blade at his waist, cloaking it in a layer of lightning chakra, and charged towards Itachi. At that moment, Lien Chuanmushi stood within the rocky coffin, relentlessly attempting to shatter it while sensing the gradual depletion of his chakra. He understood that waiting any longer was futile. As time passed, his combat prowess would diminish further. What could be done in such a confined space? The ability to absorb chakra rendered many of his techniques unusable. Thus, what could he devise to remedy this cramped predicament? If there existed something that this rocky wall could not absorb, and its volume surpassed that of this confined space, surely it could breach these confines. A thought struck him. If you can absorb chakra, then let us see if you can continue to absorb the substance created by chakra. With this in mind, Lien Chuanmushi clasped his hands together, diligently refining his chakra while simultaneously invoking the cursed seal on his left shoulder. The seal, which had already claimed half of his body, expanded once more, black flame-like patterns spreading across him until they nearly engulfed his entire form, rendering the left side of his body a shadowy void, obscuring his original hue. At this juncture, the chakra within him reached its zenith. With swift hand seals, he unleashed an overwhelming torrent of water from his mouth, water style, great exploding water wave. This A-rank jutsu, an upgraded version of the B-rank exploding water wave, boasted an unparalleled increase in both impact and volume. The confined space was instantly filled, yet Lien Chuanmushi showed no signs of cessation, continuing to expel vast quantities of water. Gradually, the rocky confines trembled under the immense pressure, and with a series of cracks, the rocky coffin shattered, unleashing a deluge of water that surged upward like a celestial river, spreading in all directions and even inundating Lien Chuanmushi's home completely. At this moment, Lien Chuanmushi found himself bereft of the luxury to ponder the state of his home, standing atop the crest of a colossal wave. He endured the discomfort that arose from the complete exertion of his chakra, his gaze fixed upon the two ninjas from the hidden cloud village who were outnumbered, their hands forming seals once more. Water release, iron water bullets. The air erupted with a cacophony of thuds as a multitude of iron water bullets shot forth, targeting the two ninjas. Faced with such a dense barrage, the ninjas had no choice but to respond. The ninja skilled in earth release swiftly shielded his companion, executing the earth wall technique to counter the onslaught of water-based jutsu. Simultaneously, a long octopus tentacle emerged from Lien Chuanmushi's shoulder, ensnaring Uchiha Itachi's waist and pulling him away. The relentless iron water bullets collided with the earth wall, and despite the earth release's advantage over water release, the overwhelming intensity of the assault caused the barrier to crumble rapidly. Taking a deep breath, Lien Chuanmushi summoned the last vestiges of his chakra, unleashing his latest creation of ninjutsu. Ink release, divine body pseudograph. With a sharp rip, his clothing tore apart, revealing a tattoo on his back that shimmered as if alive. At the center of the tattoo, a six-armed deity surged forth, releasing a torrent of ink flames that erupted from within him, rising and burning to form a colossal half-figure of the six-armed deity. The enormous arms brandished ink-infused artifacts, descending upon the two ninjas from the hidden cloud village. Ink release, divine body pseudograph, six-armed deity. With a thunderous crash, the six arms struck down, shaking the ground and reverberating through the heavens. The two ninjas were hurled backward. One crashed to the ground, tumbling several times before struggling to rise, while the other collided violently with the wall behind, his mask shattering. Blood pouring from his mouth as he collapsed. Terror etched across his face as he regarded Lien Chuanmushi and Uchiha Itachi, merely two newly promoted chunin wielding such formidable power. The ink painting-like technique clearly indicated an advanced bloodline limit, compounded by the presence of a Sharingan wielder. Such prowess at this tender age was utterly terrifying. There was no feasible way to extract them. Retreat. The mission is beyond salvage, at the very least. We must not burden others. The less injured ninja hastily approached his comrade, helping him as they fled towards the outskirts of Konoha. Yet, at that moment, a blazing inferno erupted skyward, swiftly engulfing the two ninjas from the hidden cloud village, leaving only charred remains to plummet to the ground. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui arrived before Lien Chuanmushi and Uchiha Itachi. Observing the weary expressions on their faces, he felt a slight sense of relief and addressed them. "It is good that you are unharmed. Just moments ago, a member of the Hyuga clan attempted to infiltrate and abduct the sole heiress, Hinata Hyuga. Fortunately, she was swiftly eliminated by the clan leader, Hiashi Hyuga. It was later discovered that the assailant was a ninja from the Cloud Village. It appears that they had premeditated this incursion. Before Rinchuan Mushi could finish her sentence, Uchiha Shisui suddenly interrupted her. He turned his gaze toward a nearby large tree and swiftly threw 2 kunai at it. The moment the kunai struck the tree, a ninja clad in a white cloak and a mask adorned with red patterns emerged from the treetop and landed on the ground, eyeing Uchiha Shisui with caution. Uchiha Shisui scrutinized the ninja, his brow furrowing slightly. "You are a root ninja. What brings you to this place?" The root ninja offered no response, instead retreating hastily, attempting to escape. However, Uchiha Shisui was determined not to let him depart so easily. The instant the root ninja turned to leave, Uchiha Shisui reappeared before him. The root ninja, evidently well-versed in confronting members of the Uchiha clan, lowered his head and began to back away. Yet, he was not facing an ordinary Uchiha. He stood before Uchiha Shisui, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, capable of ensnaring anyone within its gaze into an illusion. Amaterasu. Shisui's right eye transformed into the state of the Mangekyo Sharingan as he unleashed the temporary Kodoha Mitsukumi, rendering the root ninja utterly defenseless, his will now under Shisui's control. A tear of blood trickled from Shisui's right eye as he approached the root ninja and inquired, "Why are you here? When did you arrive? What did you witness? And what do you know?" Seeing the root ninja struggle to articulate a response, Uchiha Shisui's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, "This is the tongue root seal." It seems this root ninja's presence is indeed related to Danzo. Each root ninja is subjected to this sealing technique, which prevents them from speaking any secrets or intelligence regarding Danzo. Although Shisui had heard of this seal before, experiencing its effects firsthand revealed its formidable nature. Very well. Let me pose another question. When did you arrive here? As anticipated, when Uchiha Shisui altered his inquiry to avoid mentioning Danzo, the root ninja, under the influence of Kodoha Mitsukumi, began to divulge his information. "I arrived here at sunset, observing Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi all along. What do you know? I am aware that the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village are indeed pursuing Uchiha Itachi and Rinchuan Mushi, though I lack specific details. However, it can be surmised that the Hidden Cloud Village seeks to extract something from the 2 of them. Have you come here solely to observe? Are there no other tasks at hand?" "Indeed, to thwart any potential leakage of the Sharingan from Konoha, and if necessary, to eliminate Uchiha Itachi and obliterate the Sharingan. Should the 2 objectives conflict, the priority is to eradicate the Sharingan, leaving nothing for the Hidden Cloud Village." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Rinchuan Mushi shifted dramatically, their gazes towards the root ninja turning increasingly grim. "Do you not intend to assist the ninjas of Konoha in repelling the enemies from the Hidden Cloud Village? That would conflict with my mission. Thus, it shall not be executed." Damn, Danzo is truly going too far. Uchiha Shisui's countenance darkened considerably as he regarded the root ninja before him. A fierce desire to eliminate him bubbling within, yet reason held him back. Suppressing his murderous intent, Uchiha Shisui maneuvered the root ninja back to the base, ensuring that upon his return, he would forget all matters concerning Uchiha Shisui, along with crucial memories regarding Uchiha Itachi and Rinchuan Mushi, a precaution devised by Shisui himself. After the departure of the root ninja, Rinchuan Mushi exhaled in relief, harboring a profound apprehension towards Shimura Danzo. He was uncertain whether this trepidation stemmed from this body, but he aimed to avoid contact with Danzo as much as possible. At present, he felt ill-equipped to confront him directly. The cursed seal upon him gradually receded. Although Rinchuan Mushi had endeavored to purge the malice instilled by Orochimaru from the cursed seal extracted from Mitarashi Anko, the seal itself constituted a part of Yugo's cellular makeup, possessing formidable corrosive properties, while the side effects of this erosion were suppressed by Rinchuan Mushi's sealing techniques. The recent exertion to amplify chakra and physical strength through the cursed seal had significantly heightened its potency, exacerbating the erosion and causing discomfort, with a sharp pain radiating from the cursed seal on his left shoulder. As dawn broke, Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi managed to restore order to the previously chaotic house. Particularly, the extensive water damage caused by the water release techniques was redirected by Rinchuan Mushi to flow along the small river, ultimately sparing his beloved home from severe destruction. Cradling his left shoulder, Rinchuan Mushi collapsed onto the bed, his garments soiled and unfit for changing, wishing only to surrender to slumber. In contrast, Uchiha Itachi fared somewhat better, able to shed his muddy outerwear before resting. As for Uchiha Shisui, after dealing with the root ninja the previous night, he stated his intention to report the events of that evening to the third Hokage and swiftly departed. Certainly, in the eyes of Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui merely sought to evade the task of tidying up, using an excuse to flee. From dawn until dusk, upon awakening, Lianchuan Mushi immediately felt an indescribable hunger gnawing at her stomach. She hurried into the kitchen, scavenging for some intact ingredients to prepare a meal, which she devoured alongside the recently awakened Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, the recent activities in the Cloud-Hidden Village are undoubtedly premeditated. The outcome may very well lead to another war between our factions. If conflict truly erupts, it is likely we shall find ourselves once more thrust into the battlefield. After swallowing a mouthful, Uchiha Itachi rinsed his mouth with tea before responding, should war recommence. The tasks we will face are bound to be of far greater significance than before. After all, the Chunin represent the backbone of a shinobi village, and we can no longer confront lower-tier ninjas as we would have with Genin. Well, I have made considerable progress with my ink release technique, and I am eager to discover the extent of its power in the throes of war. The likelihood of war is diminishing. Last night, the Hokage and the Raikage exchanged messages, and both sides are entangled in disputes over the matter. Nevertheless, the cessation of hostilities is a mutual desire. War will not be initiated lightly due to this incident. As his words faded, Uchiha Shisui entered the room, promptly seating himself and serving himself a bowl of rice. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's comments, Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow and inquired, "Shisui, what stance has the Cloud-Hidden Village taken regarding last night's events? Do they have any explanations?" "None as of yet. It appears they are unwilling to accept responsibility and are covertly scheming something. The specifics remain unclear, and we will have to see what conditions emerge from further negotiations." If Lianchuan Mushi had not yet contemplated the implications of the matter, the events of the previous night, particularly upon hearing Uchiha Shisui mention that Hinata Hyuga had nearly been abducted, naturally prompted her to recall the relevant narrative. In the original plot, when Hinata Hyuga was captured by ninjas from the Cloud-Hidden Village, her father, Hiashi Hyuga, personally eliminated the assailants. According to Lianchuan Mushi's perspective, even if the Cloud-Hidden Village failed to provide an explanation or offer compensation to Konoha, the matter should have concluded there. However, the original narrative depicted Konoha suffering unjust reproach and coercion from the Cloud-Hidden Village, leading to an unforeseen crisis not mentioned in the source material. In a desperate bid for the village's safety, Hinata's twin brother, Niji Hyuga, assumed his brother's identity and committed suicide, offering his body to the Cloud-Hidden Village as a price to ensure they would no longer harass Konoha. This tragic turn of events ultimately sowed the seeds of resentment within Niji towards the Hyuga clan. In the present moment, Rensuke Mushi finds himself deeply entrenched in this matter. He is acutely aware that the situation is far from straightforward. The compromise made by Konoha in response to the threat posed by Yunin village is certainly not typical behavior for a major ninja village, indicating there must be underlying reasons not mentioned in the original narrative. Otherwise, the absurdity of the situation would be overwhelming. As his fingers rhythmically tapped against the surface of the table, lost in contemplation, Rensuke Mushi suddenly became aware of the keen gazes directed at him by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Momentarily taken aback, he inquired, "What are you looking at me for?" "Mushi, we have come to understand you quite well. Whenever you delve into profound thoughts, you subconsciously drum your fingers on the table. Thus, upon witnessing your recent demeanor, we surmised you were deep in thought. However, we remain in the dark about the specific nature of your ruminations," responded Uchiha Shisui. Reflecting on Shisui's words, Rensuke Mushi paused before articulating, "Earlier, Shisui, you mentioned that Yunin village and we, Konoha, are currently locked in a state of contention, which leaves me puzzled. In our prior skirmishes, Konoha held the upper hand, and Yunin village sought negotiations, suggesting their fear of reigniting conflict with us. Yet, despite their considerable culpability in this matter, they have been evasive and prolonged the discussions, indicating that they are not afraid of a renewed confrontation with Konoha. I find myself pondering what gives them such audacity. Why are they unafraid of waging war against us once more? After considerable reflection, I have arrived at two hypotheses. It seems to me that Yunin village's apparent indifference towards conflict with Konoha may stem from two potential sources. Firstly, they may have acquired something that significantly enhances their overall strength. Secondly, they might have secured allies who would join forces against Konoha should hostilities resume. The delay in negotiations could very well be a tactic to engage in discussions with potential allies or to forge an alliance. As for which ninja villages could ally with Yunin, it is likely limited to the other major villages. The Iwagakure is currently in a semi-hostile relationship with Yunin, making collaboration improbable. Tsunade has coexisted peacefully with Konoha for many years, focusing entirely on the welfare of their people, rendering their involvement unlikely as well. Thus, it appears that the only major ninja village that might unite with Yunin to prepare for action against Konoha is Kirigakure from the Land of Water. Upon hearing Rinchuan Mushi's deductions, both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi's expressions darkened. After exchanging glances, Shisui swiftly rose and made his way to the Hokage's office. However, Rinchuan Mushi contemplated that while his thoughts were informed by memories of past events, it was entirely possible that the higher-ups in Konoha had reached similar conclusions. Nevertheless, even if they had, Konoha possessed limited means to thwart a potential alliance between Yunin and Kirigakure. 3 days later, when Rinchuan Mushi encountered Uchiha Shisui once again, he observed the somber expression on Shisui's face, confirming that his suspicions had indeed come to fruition. Reliable intelligence indicated that the shinobi of the Mist Village were already amassing at the borders of the Land of Water, seemingly poised to launch an assault towards Konoha. Simultaneously, a message arrived from the Cloud Village stating that if the body of Hyuga Hisashi, who had slain a Cloud Village ninja, was not surrendered intact, they would truly ally with the Mist Village to wage war against Konoha. Upon hearing this, Rinchuan Mushi raised an eyebrow in surprise and queried, "Did the Cloud Village not demand the methods for creating the tailed beast chakra scroll?" The response was negative. It appeared they believed Konoha was unaware of such matters and thus refrained from making that request. Alternatively, the Cloud Village might not desire to initiate war once more. Rather, they sought to gain sufficient benefits from this opportunity without pushing Konoha to the brink of utter destruction. Uchiha Shisui nodded at Rinchuan Mushi's observation, affirming, "Indeed, they have calculated their strategy meticulously. Should they demand the body of Hisashi, Konoha might acquiesce, or at the very least, there would be a substantial likelihood of compliance. However, if they were to ask for more, it would signify that Konoha must relinquish not only Hisashi's body, but also you and Itachi. They are acutely aware that Konoha would never yield you too, hence they did not present such a demand." It seemed that the Cloud Village had already devised plans even before attempting to negotiate a so-called peace treaty with Konoha, with contingency strategies ready to be deployed. Otherwise, their reaction would not have been so swift. Indeed, several advisors shared this sentiment. They had prepared for war, but this morning rendered such preparations unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Rinchuan Mushi contemplated silently, gazing at Uchiha Shisui. With a sigh, Shisui turned to Rinchuan Mushi and disclosed, "This morning, Hyuga Hayashi's twin brother, Hyuga Hinata, who belonged to the branch family, committed suicide at home, disguising his corpse to resemble Hisashi, as an explanation from Konoha to the Cloud Village. With Hinata's demise, the higher-ups of Konoha had no choice but to relinquish his body in place of Hisashi to the shinobi of the Cloud Village. Since Hinata was from the branch family, he bore the cursed seal of a caged bird on his forehead. Upon death, this seal would obliterate the Byakugan, rendering it seemingly unchanged yet entirely unusable for research purposes. Such a brutal tactic, in a sense, safeguarded Konoha's security. Rinchuan Mushi refrained from voicing any thoughts. What was merely a moment of lamentation in the original narrative transformed into a profound sense of sorrow and regret upon confronting the reality. What should be done if the shinobi of the Cloud Village, upon acquiring Hinata's body, still chose to unite with the Mist Village to attack Konoha? Although this possibility is exceedingly slim, should circumstances unfold in such a manner, the Hidden Leaf Village would resolutely confront the invasions of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist villages. While the Leaf Village has consistently sought to avert war, it has never been daunted by the prospect of unavoidable conflict. Nodding slowly, Rinchuan Mushi remarked, "I comprehend." At the Root headquarters, Shimura Danzo sat upon his throne, surveying the assembled Root ninjas below, and declared, "The plan is to be modified. The original strategy shall be postponed until clarity is achieved before executing the mission." "Understood," replied his subordinates. "Kakashi, your mission will also be altered. You are to make tentative contact with Hatake Kakashi in preparation for the forthcoming tasks. I require Kakashi's Sharingan. Your assignment is of utmost significance. Do you grasp this? I obey. In the Mist Village, within the Mizukage's office, the fourth Mizukage, Karin Yagura, sat behind his desk, while a shadowy figure loomed behind him, obscured from view. At this moment, two elite mist ninjas knelt before him, their expressions respectful as they awaited Yagura's command. As the architect of the Blood Mist Village, Yagura, manipulated by Uchiha Obito, wielded iron-fisted control over the Mist Village, rendering his orders the singular mission for countless ninjas of the village. The right eye of Uchiha Obito's Sharingan began to rotate gradually, amplifying the power of the Jinjutsu. Yagura's body trembled slightly as he spoke. Gather the troops at the border of the Land of Water. Once we receive cooperation from the Hidden Cloud Village, we shall immediately launch an assault on the Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire, aiming to obliterate it entirely. However, should those from the Cloud Village forfeit this opportunity, command the army to return to the Mist Village, and dispatch the Umbu to infiltrate the Land of Fire for assassination and intelligence-gathering missions. Understood. Having received the command from Yagura, under Obito's manipulation, the two elite mist ninjas swiftly departed from the stifling Mizukage's office. Simultaneously, a massive pitcher plant emerged from the ground nearby. As Kuro and Shiro gazed at Uchiha Obito and spoke, "Afe, our forces are prepared. The moment the three factions engage in battle, we shall promptly capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. At that juncture, the Leaf will be powerless to halt our advance." Excellent. For the Moon's Eye plan, we must hasten our efforts. Once the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is captured, I shall extract the three tails from the fourth Mizukage Karin Yagura, thereby accelerating our plan further. The corpse of Hyuga Hizashi has already been delivered to the Hidden Cloud Village, and believing they have gained significant benefits, the Cloud Village has lost interest in resuming hostilities, adhering to the peace treaty, and has entirely returned to their village. In the wake of the decision to abandon the war against Konoha, the forces of the Hidden Mist Village, which had gathered on the borders of the Land of Water, returned to their homeland. However, in their stead, a multitude of covert operatives from the Hidden Mist infiltrated the Land of Fire, engaging in assassination and eavesdropping with impunity. This left Konoha with no choice but to dispatch a significant number of their own operatives to counteract the actions of these Hidden Mist ninjas, ensuring the stability of the Land of Fire and the safety of its citizens, and to eradicate all activities of the Hidden Mist's agents within its borders. Under this premise, Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi joined the fray, traversing various locations within the Land of Fire. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black, donning a cat mask and of diminutive stature, perched upon the trunk of a great tree. He gazed at the nearby village engulfed in flames, a flicker of anger betraying his expression behind the mask. "Damn those Hidden Mist ninjas. Their methods are truly brutal," he murmured, pressing a hand to the radio device at his ear. "Itachi, how is it on your end?" "Mushi, the situation is similar here. There are no survivors, and the village has been reduced to ashes. Both villages in this area have been obliterated by the Hidden Mist. Have you spotted any traces of the Hidden Mist? Where have they gone?" "I haven't seen any obvious signs yet. I plan to enter the ruins of the village to investigate further. What about you?" Here, before Mushi could finish his thought, he noticed a thick fog beginning to envelop his surroundings, expanding at an alarming rate and severely obstructing his vision. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he spoke slowly into the radio. "I have a situation here, but there is no need to panic. There are not many people here, at most 3. I can handle it. Exercise caution. If I don't encounter any issues, I will come to find you." "Understood." With that, Mushi set down the radio, observing the swirling fog around him, suspecting its origin. The Hidden Mist's mist technique and silent killing art, perhaps? Drawing a kunai with one hand, Mushi crouched silently upon the branch, awaiting the impending confrontation. Suddenly, a kunai whizzed past him from behind, which Mushi deftly deflected with his own weapon. In that fleeting moment, a figure emerged to his left, wielding a nearly 2-meter-long sword, aiming a downward strike at him. Clang! Just in time, Mushi drew another kunai with his left hand, raising it defensively. Yet, the force of the sword was overwhelming, and although he managed to block the blade, he was still sent flying by the sheer power of the strike. Spinning through the air, Mushi landed upon another tree branch, shaking off the numbness in his right arm. He regarded the indistinct form of the Hidden Mist operative amidst the thick fog and spoke slowly. "Is that blade you wield the infamous decapitating sword, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Since when did Konoha's operatives include such young wretches as yourself?" It appears that the executioner's blade has indeed been drawn. Thus, you must be Momochi Zabuza, am I correct? You recognize me? As a member of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, it would be impossible not to. However, you should be aware that anyone who has heard the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist is already dead. Boom. In the moment that Rinchuan Mushi leapt into the air, the branch he had just landed upon splintered with a crack. There stood Momochi Zabuza, donning a mask adorned with waves, wielding the executioner's blade with relentless ferocity, launching a series of assaults towards Rinchuan Mushi. The blade sliced through the air with tremendous force, each strike imbued with immense power. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 successive strikes were parried with kunai, the weapon in Rinchuan Mushi's hand was ultimately sent flying by the executioner's blade. The blade arced menacingly towards Rinchuan Mushi's neck, just as it was about to cleave through. The edge of the blade abruptly halted mere inches from Rinchuan Mushi's throat. A robust tentacle, reminiscent of an ink-drenched octopus, coiled around Zabuza's arm, preventing any further advance of the blade, leaving it suspended in midair. Observing the tentacle entwined around his arm, Zabuza inquired solemnly, "What technique is this?" Rinchuan Mushi met his gaze, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he replied, "Ink release, beast form pseudo-paint." In that very instant, a layer of ink-like flames materialized around Rinchuan Mushi's right arm, transforming it into a colossal bear paw, which he directed towards Zabuza with commanding force. As the ink bear paw approached, Zabuza's muscular arms swelled slightly, chakra surging forth as he swung the executioner's blade to sever the ink tentacle, simultaneously positioning the blade defensively before him, only to be sent flying by the impact of the ink bear paw. Boom! The sound of splintering wood resonated as the propelled Zabuza vanished into the thick fog. The beast form's ink illusion dissipated into black mist, and Rinchuan Mushi remained vigilant, observing the dense fog before him, standing still, awaiting Zabuza's next move. Swish! A figure emerged from behind, swinging the executioner's blade downwards. Rinchuan Mushi swiftly retreated to evade the strike, yet at that moment, another Zabuza appeared behind him, also wielding the executioner's blade in a downward slash. With a slight change in expression, Rinchuan Mushi retaliated with a powerful punch, pale blue chakra converging upon his fist. However, upon impact, this Zabuza's form unexpectedly disintegrated, morphing into a torrent of water that cascaded down upon Rinchuan Mushi. Simultaneously, Zabuza surged forward, reaching out to touch the water that enveloped him after the doppelganger's collapse, unleashing his long-prepared jutsu. Water release, water prison technique. As the ninjutsu was unleashed, the dispersing water seemed to come alive, swiftly enveloping Rinchuan Mushi, rendering his body immobile, unable to even perform hand seals. "You cannot move, trapped by my water prison technique. Escape is beyond your reach," proclaimed the user. Water release, water clone technique. With a single-handed seal, a substantial amount of water coalesced around Momochi Zabuza, transforming into a water clone that bore his exact likeness. "Though I too was immobilized while employing the water prison technique, dispatching you with the water clone was still within my capabilities." As the dialogue unfolded, the water clone of Momochi Zabuza raised the gigantic executioner's sword, slowly advancing towards the ensnared Rinchuan Mushi. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi gazed at Momochi Zabuza and declared, "If you think victory is assured, you are gravely mistaken." Upon uttering these words, for dark ink patterns faintly emerged upon his neck, and he expelled a copious amount of ink, rapidly staining the water prison black, transforming it into a colossal ink sphere. Ink release, ink flow technique. The sphere formed by the water prison swiftly darkened, instantaneously becoming a pitch-black orb of ink. At that juncture, the water clone of Momochi Zabuza surged forward, swinging the executioner's sword down upon the ink sphere. Although the interior of the ink sphere was obscured from view, a single strike from the executioner's sword would suffice to cleave anything in twain. However, just as the sword pierced the water sphere, an enormous inky hand unexpectedly emerged, seizing the executioner's sword and preventing any further penetration. Simultaneously, serpentine figures of ink surged forth from the ink sphere, lunging towards the corporeal form of Momochi Zabuza. Faced with the onslaught of these ink serpents, Momochi Zabuza was compelled to retreat swiftly, relinquishing control of the water prison technique. To his surprise, the now ink-formed water prison showed no signs of disintegration upon escaping his grasp. Instead, it continued to float ominously above the ground. Ink release. Ink stain technique. As Rinchuan Mushi's words echoed, the executioner's sword held by the water clone of Momochi Zabuza was rapidly tainted black by the enormous inky hand. Observing this, the water clone attempted to withdraw, yet the encroaching darkness hastened its spread. Once the water clone was entirely engulfed, it broke free from Momochi Zabuza's control, collapsing into a deluge of ink that returned to the suspended water sphere. The ink flow technique and the ink stain technique were not the fruits of Rinchuan Mushi's own invention. Rather, they manifested as a latent talent upon the completion of the ink release. Rinchuan Mushi possessed the ability to generate a special ink from his chakra, akin to certain water release techniques, which constituted the ink flow technique. Furthermore, he could rapidly taint water with ink, even infiltrating the water release techniques of other ninjas to commandeer the water they produced. This ability transcended the ink flow technique, representing a superior talent known as the ink stain technique. In other words, as long as Rinchuan Mushi possesses sufficient chakra, the majority of water-style jutsu will become ineffective before him. The technique of ink staining can seize the water that constitutes the foundation of water-style jutsu, rendering these techniques powerless against Rinchuan Mushi. Naturally, such a formidable ink-based talent cannot be wielded casually by Rinchuan Mushi to genuinely usurp an enemy ninja's water-style jutsu. He must expend at least double the chakra consumed by the enemy in their execution of the technique. Furthermore, if the opposing ninja exhibits a strong control over their own jutsu, it may require approximately 3 times the chakra to successfully appropriate it. Thus, in theory, provided that chakra is ample, most water-style jutsu would hold no sway over Rinchuan Mushi. However, this premise is contingent upon having sufficient chakra, and currently, what Rinchuan Mushi lacks most is precisely that, chakra. Emerging slowly from the ink sphere, Rinchuan Mushi gazed at Zabuza Momochi and spoke. Zabuza Momochi, the genius ninja of the Mist Village, is this truly the extent of your power? Upon hearing this, Zabuza's expression momentarily stiffened beneath his mask, his deep voice slowly replying, "If you seek death, then I shall oblige." With a swift motion, he plunged his executioner's blade into the ground and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Without hesitation, Rinchuan Mushi mirrored this action, and as they simultaneously completed their seals, a vast amount of water coalesced around them, transforming into dragon forms that roared forward in a fierce clash. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. With a thunderous roar, the 2 water dragons collided, unleashing a tremendous sound as torrents of water surged forth, toppling nearby trees and leaving a considerable crater at the center of their impact. At that moment, as water cascaded down, Rinchuan Mushi hesitated not for an instant. He activated the curse seal on his left shoulder, causing the mark to cover nearly half of his body hidden beneath the mask and cloak. The chakra that had been nearly depleted within him surged back to over half its capacity due to the seal's forceful stimulation and enhancement. Sensing the revitalized chakra within, Rinchuan Mushi wasted no time in forming seals once more. The ink sphere behind him, nearly his height, erupted into a myriad of ink streams that spread in all directions, splattering across an area of more than 10 square meters. As these ink streams touched the ground and trees, they gradually writhed and transformed into a series of sealing symbols, forming a miniature seal. Each stream represented a small sealing technique. Bang, bang, bang. 3 figures plummeted from the air, crashing directly to the ground. Even for ninjas with exceptional physical prowess, such a fall was more than they could endure. At this moment, the areas of these 3 figures stained with ink revealed small sealing marks, each belonging to a very ordinary sealing technique. Weight seal. Originally, the weight seal was intended for numerous ninja practitioners of taijutsu, applied to their protective gear to acquire additional weight for training. However, it was utilized by Rinchuan Mushi in combat with remarkable efficacy. In fact, were it not for the uniqueness of his ink ninjutsu, which allows for the remote creation of seals with ink, ordinary ninjas would find it impossible to employ such seals in battle. As for the 3 Mist Village ninjas plummeting from the sky, they had intended to ambush Rinchuan Mushi while he and Momochi Zabuza executed the water dragon bullet technique, creating a significant water barrier to obscure their vision. Little did they know, their movements had already been perceived by Rinchuan Mushi, who had taken precautions in advance. As the water generated by the water dragon bullet technique gradually subsided, Mu, she observed the three-masked mist ninjas struggling to rise from the ground. He recognized that their strength was not superior to that of Momochi Zabuza, and under his sealing technique, their combat capabilities had been severely diminished. Such terrifying ninjutsu. Capable of instantaneously casting seals from a distance. Who exactly are you? Momochi Zabuza, glancing at the several seals on his right arm and leg, felt an overwhelming heaviness in those limbs. Although he did not find himself as incapacitated as the other three, he acknowledged that battling Mu in this state would be utterly futile. Addressing Momochi Zabuza, Mu, she spoke slowly. I am a member of the Konoha Anbu, codenamed Ink. Ink, you say? I shall remember you. Your name will be etched in my assassination records, and one day, I will claim your head. With that declaration, Momochi Zabuza grasped his decapitation sword and vanished in a wisp of mist, leaving behind the desperate cries of the three mist Anbu. Boom, boom, boom. Following the sound, the three ink-infused arms gradually dissipated into black mist. Fortunately, wearing a cloak allowed him to lift it. Otherwise, after each application of his divine body pseudo-painting, Mu, she would have to move in tattered clothing. Glancing at the three mist Anbu lying in the deep pit, Mu, she felt the cursed mark on his body slowly retract, sending waves of pain through his left shoulder. Damn, the curse's erosion seems to be intensifying. It appears I must find a way to address it. The sealing technique is merely a temporary fix and will inevitably lead to complications. He retrieved several soldier pills and consumed them, making his way toward the rendezvous point agreed upon with Uchiha Itachi. The reason he had allowed Momochi Zabuza to depart was not out of a desire to let him go. Rather, Mu, she understood that the seals created through his ink ninjutsu could only be maintained for a brief period. Moreover, even with the seals in place, Momochi Zabuza was not so easily defeated. Additionally, at that moment, Mushi's chakra reserves were running low, and with three mist Anbu nearby, if he were to engage in a prolonged struggle with Momochi Zabuza, his chakra would deplete too greatly. It would no longer be a matter of him hunting the mist ninjas, but rather, the mist ninjas pursuing him. Upon reaching the designated location with Uchiha Itachi, Mu, she found 5 corpses lying behind the rock where Uchiha Itachi sat, with a slight curl of her lips. Mu, she gazed at Uchiha Itachi and said, "How formidable are the Anbu you encountered from the hidden mist?" 2 of them were at the level of Jonin, and 3 at Chunin. Their strength was quite commendable. You, however, have grown stronger, haven't you? I barely managed to eliminate 3 Chunin from the hidden mist Anbu and drove 1 away, yet you silently dispatched 5, 2 of whom were Jonin. I feigned weakness, and when they let their guard down, I employed the Sharingan Jinjutsu and deftly ensnared all 5 within the illusion, thus vanquishing them completely. Your Sharingan truly is unparalleled. By the way, the one who fled was one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, known as Zabuza Momochi, who wields the decapitating blade. His prowess is formidable, and I could not detain him. Upon hearing Mu's words, Uchiha Itachi nodded in understanding. He was well aware of her capabilities, especially after she had fully mastered her ink release, which brought her strength perilously close to that of a Jonin. While she may not have surpassed them, she was certainly not far behind, and given the mysterious and diverse techniques of her ink release, even a typical Jonin would struggle against her. Those who could escape her grasp were certainly not ordinary foes. We have 2 paths ahead of us. One is to continue searching for the traces of the hidden mist Anbu along the borders of the Land of Fire, and the other is to pursue Zabuza Momochi. Which do you choose, Mushi? Though Zabuza's strength is undeniable, he is but one man. To the common folk of the Land of Fire, the 7 ninja swordsmen are no different from ordinary Chunin, both present a tremendous calamity. Furthermore, the swordsmen are seasoned warriors from the hidden mist. Despite his youth, Zabuza should not be underestimated, as he may possess hidden strength. Instead of spending time chasing him down, with uncertain success, it would be more prudent for us to eliminate the remaining hidden mist Anbu. Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let us proceed. We shall now seek out the other hidden mist Anbu and endeavor to drive them away with all our might." Even the 5 great ninja villages cannot boast an endless supply of skilled fighters. Even those Anbu, heralded as elite, are primarily composed of Chunin-level ninjas. Thus, under the combined might of Mushi and Uchiha Itachi, nearly all of the hidden mist Anbu they encountered met their demise at their hands, with only a handful managing to escape. As the battles between the two ninja villages continued along the borders of the Land of Fire, signs of retreat began to manifest among the hidden mist Umbu. After all, their actions were merely an expression of frustration and chaos. Lacking any true objective, pure slaughter and being slaughtered could not persist indefinitely, even for ninjas. Ultimately, after suffering significant casualties, the Hidden Mist sent word of their retreat. Within a mere 3 days, the Hidden Mist Umbu had almost entirely withdrawn from the Land of Fire, crossing the seas via the Iron and Bear countries. On the sun-kissed shore, Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi stood, their gazes fixed upon a pool of molten lava that lay before them. There, within the viscous flow, one could discern a vague humanoid silhouette, a grim testament to the recent demise of a soul engulfed and subsequently consumed by the searing heat. Typically, one would expect lava to inflict primarily thermal injuries. However, this particular lava exhibited an unusual characteristic, possessing not only extreme temperatures, but also an inexplicable corrosive quality, rendering it far more lethal than ordinary magma. This formidable ability was undoubtedly a manifestation of a bloodline limit. Yet the identity of its wielder from the Hidden Mist village remained elusive. As Itachi spoke, Mushi squinted thoughtfully, recalling the existence of an individual within the Hidden Mist who could execute such a unique lava ninjutsu. While others referred to their lava techniques as melt release, hers was distinctly termed dissolve release. In her previous life, Mushi had been unable to comprehend the nuances of this terminology, perplexed by the stark difference despite both employing lava as a weapon. Now, however, it seemed evident that the disparity lay in the devastating corrosive potency. Well, since that person has departed, there is no need for us to pursue, she concluded. Nodding, Itachi affirmed, indeed, our mission has reached its conclusion. We need only to remain here for 2 days to ensure all is well before we can return to Konoha. I sincerely hope for a smooth return. I am rather impatient to go back to Konoha, she lamented, as this place offers neither good food nor restful sleep, and I find myself quite weary of it. I long for the comfort of home. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in the distance, as numerous square wooden stakes surged forth from the forest behind the beach. A bolt of lightning struck down, coalescing into a humanoid figure upon the ground. Simultaneously, a thick, square post slithered from the woods like a serpent, upon which stood a root ninja adorned with a mask bearing green patterns, draped in a white cloak, surveying the scene from his lofty perch. Eyeing Kakashi Hitaki on the beach below. Wood release. Is there another who can wield wood release here? Who could he possibly be? Is he akin to you? Or perhaps a member of the Senju clan? Mushi pondered aloud. Itachi, remain calm. He cannot possibly be of the Senju clan. Although he employs wood release, it deviates significantly from the authentic technique. It is likely a rudimentary version of wood release ninjutsu, its power comparable to that of an ordinary bloodline limit. Perhaps only slightly superior, Itachi reasoned. Thus, there remained but one possibility. He was an experiment born of Orochimaru's machinations. Unlike Itachi, he seemed to have fully integrated the First Hokage's cells, allowing him to manipulate wood release at will. Yet, should one measure the potency of his wood release, he could not surpass Itachi. In swift unison, Mushi and Itachi surged forward, arriving at Kakashi's side to confront Yamato. Kakashi Hitaki gazed upon the approaching Setsukawa Miki and Itachi Uchiha, and promptly spoke. Moku, you two should head towards the northeastern beach. There, you will encounter the remnants of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist village, all of whom are formidable warriors. Among them is one who possesses 2 bloodline limits, showcasing exceptional strength. While I had initially intended to confront them, I must now deal with this root ninja. Your priority is to assist the others over there. Contemplating Kakashi's words, Setsukawa Miki replied, Captain, you and In should proceed. I will manage things here. What? Moku, do not act impulsively. Obey my orders. Captain, I am capable of handling him, and the battle there is of greater significance. As the Umbu captain, I cannot afford to be absent. However, rest assured, Captain, I have my ways to deal with him. Very well, then I shall go within. If we find ourselves outmatched, we will withdraw immediately. Understood. Upon hearing Miki's assurance, Kakashi prepared to depart with Itachi. At that moment, Itachi turned to Miki and inquired, Moku, do you carry the serum? I do have no worries. If the enemy proves too formidable, remember to call for me. The radio can bridge this distance. All right. Nodding, Itachi fell silent, and in an instant, he and Kakashi vanished from sight. At this juncture, Yamato observed the retreating figures of Kakashi and Itachi and quietly admonished, "Kakashi Hitaki, do not think to leave just yet. If you wish to depart, you must first relinquish your Sharingan." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yamato extended his hand, manipulating a multitude of wooden planks to surge forth, aiming to impede Kakashi's escape. However, before the wooden planks could travel far, they were intercepted by serpentine ink-like water, intertwining with them, allowing Kakashi and Itachi to swiftly distance themselves and vanish from sight. At this moment, Yamato glanced at Setsukawa Miki through his mask and murmured, "Do not obstruct me, or I shall be compelled to take action against you. I harbor no desire to slay a fellow leaf ninja, and you would not prove a match for me. I believe you truly wish to spare my life, but if you presume me incapable of contending with you, I must respectfully disagree, for I too possess the wood release." With that, Setsukawa Miki formed a series of hand seals beneath her cloak and garments. The tattoos on her back began to emanate 6 sealing technique runes, swiftly spreading across her skin to the seal over her heart. These runes morphed and fused into the heart seal, instantaneously dissolving it, transforming the seal into a swirling vortex that liberated the initial cellular seal. In that fleeting moment, an immense surge of wood-release chakra erupted forth, causing Setsukawa Miki's eyes to turn a vibrant emerald. The lingering injuries and fatigue from consecutive days of battle dissipated under the revitalizing essence of the wood-release chakra, restoring her to her prime condition. Yamato gazed down at the beach where Rinchuan Mushi stood, sensing the sudden surge of wood-release chakra emanating from him, a chakra akin to his own, even the aura strikingly similar. "Who are you, really?" he murmured almost to himself. Rinchuan Mushi smiled faintly and replied, "Surely you have some conjectures in your heart. In any case, I'm not a member of the Senju clan." A flicker of struggle crossed Yamato's masked face, yet he quickly clenched his teeth and declared, "We shall discuss your matters later. I have a mission to complete. I hope you do not hinder me, or I will show you no mercy." "How presumptuous! As if you have already bested me. Have we truly fought yet?" Rinchuan Mushi retorted, choosing not to engage in further banter. Unlike Yamato, the initial cells within him had not fully integrated, although the cursed seal could delay their activation and somewhat facilitate the merging of the initial cells with his own. Once the seal was lifted, the initial cells would inevitably trigger a rejection response. Thus, he had to act swiftly. With rapid hand seals, Rinchuan Mushi clasped his hands together, and the ground trembled as robust vines and trees erupted from beneath. He stood atop the thickest vine, commanding the foliage to surge towards Yamato. Would release, forest of trees. Upon witnessing Rinchuan Mushi's would release ninjutsu, Yamato confirmed that he too possessed the ability to wield such techniques. Without hesitation, he swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed his own would release ninjutsu. Would release, birth of the tree sea. A multitude of trees burst forth from the earth. Yet unlike Rinchuan Mushi's vines, they were accompanied by numerous rectangular wooden beams that spread forth and twisted towards Rinchuan Mushi. At that moment, as Rinchuan Mushi manipulated the vines and trees to attack, he also kept a vigilant eye on Yamato. He formed hand seals once more, inhaled sharply, and expelled 3 iron water bullets, hurtling towards Yamato. Yamato, observing the incoming projectiles, formed a hand seal with one hand and waved forward, conjuring a crashing torrent of water to collide with the 3 iron water bullets. The 2 water release techniques clashed, resulting in a vast spray of water dispersing outward. This was Yamato's water release technique, Raging Flow. Unfazed by the explosion of water, Rinchuan Mushi swiftly formed hand seals again, condensing the scattered water in midair into a ferocious, roaring water dragon that charged at Yamato. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Yamato, seeing the water dragon barreling toward him, showed no hesitation. He clasped his hands tightly, causing over a dozen pliable rectangular wooden beams to intertwine and form a circular spiral shield before him, ready to withstand the water dragon bullet technique. Upon impact with the wooden barrier, torrents of water erupted forth, scattering in all directions. With a sudden leap, Yamato gazed at the distant figure of Tachikawa Muki, forming hand seals with both hands. He then swung his right hand towards Muki, causing a multitude of wooden branches to erupt from his arm, surging towards Muki in a tangle. Wood release, technique of the Great Forest. As Yamato's ninjutsu approached, Muki swiftly retreated, simultaneously expelling a jet of ink from his mouth. After quickly forming hand seals, The ink transformed into 9 robust ink serpents that roared silently, weaving past the wooden branches conjured by Yamato to strike at him. With a swift motion, Yamato launched several kunai with one hand. Upon impact with the ink serpents, the kunai detonated, revealing explosive tags that obliterated the serpents, dispersing them into a puddle of ink. However, during that brief moment, Yamato lost sight of Muki. Just as he began to search, 2 wooden arms suddenly erupted from the ground, one on each side, swinging downwards in an attempt to crush him. This was Muki's own creation, the wood release technique of the giant trees. Boom. The 2 wooden hands clapped together, yet Muki's expression betrayed no joy. The technique had failed to achieve its intended effect, causing Yamato little distress. The clapping wooden hands began to tremble, slowly prying apart from within, revealing Yamato suspended in the center. From his shoulders, an abundance of wood surged forth, intertwining to form 2 hands that gradually pried Muki's wooden hands apart. As a sufficient gap was created, Yamato leapt through it, landing atop the trunk of a large tree. He fixed his gaze on another sizable tree ahead, and once more launched a kunai imbued with explosive tags. Upon striking the trunk, it erupted in an explosion, forcing the concealed Muki out from behind the tree. Observing Muki, Yamato spoke. "I do not wish to engage you in earnest. It would be wise for you to withdraw. Are you prepared to abandon your pursuit of Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan?" Muki retorted, "No, this is my mission, and I cannot relinquish it." "Then I regret to inform you that I must continue to impede your progress." "Very well, I shall not take your life, but I cannot guarantee your safety. I hope you will not hold it against me." As his words concluded, Yamato instantly formed seals, gripping his hands tightly as a vast reservoir of wood-release chakra surged forth, manifesting a powerful and distinct technique. Wood release, technique of the great forest binding kill. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath the ground, an overwhelming surge of wood erupted, relentlessly advancing towards Muki. Anything that came into contact or became ensnared by these branches, be it rock or tree, was shredded into fragments, showcasing a destructive force akin to that of the First Hokage's wood release. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of shattering rock and splintering wood filled the air as Muki deftly maneuvered through the chaos, evading the relentless onslaught. It seems I must resort to my ultimate technique. Once this art is invoked, the primordial cells will immediately retaliate. I can only hope to endure until I defeat Yamato. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Rensuke Mino formed hand seals, watching as the wooden tendrils ensnared his body. An astonishing surge of wood-released chakra erupted forth, shattering the binding wood that had ensnared him. From beneath the ground, a colossal wooden serpent emerged, rampaging with an unstoppable force that no mere wood could withstand. Rensuke Mino stood atop the serpent's head, an abundance of wood-released chakra flowing from within him to maintain control over the creature. This was his most formidable wood-release ninjutsu, the Great Serpent. Boom, boom, boom. The wooden serpent broke through the restraints of Yamato's forest-binding technique, roaring as it lunged to sink its fangs into Yamato. However, just as the serpent was about to strike, it swiftly lost its luster, transforming into an ordinary wooden statue, motionless and lifeless. Yamato, observing the now inert serpent, swiftly ascended its body to reach its head. He crouched down to examine Rensuke Mino's condition and immediately sensed the turmoil within him, alongside the relentless backlash of the primordial cells. A flicker of excitement and concern crossed Yamato's masked face as he gazed at Rensuke Mino, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, you are one of the survivors of Orochimaru's experiments. It seems I am not the only one who has lived through it. If we are to reminisce, then first, please retrieve the syringe from the bottom of my waist pouch, and if possible, assist me in administering it." Upon hearing this, Yamato promptly retrieved the serum from Rensuke Mino's waist pouch and without hesitation injected it into him. As the serum coursed through his veins, Rensuke Mino's condition improved significantly. Yet, with its use, he began to develop a certain resistance to the serum. While it could suppress the cellular backlash to the greatest extent, it could no longer fully eradicate the primordial cells that flowed within his blood. The scattered primordial cells within Rensuke Mino could only be gradually resolved through the use of seals. Panting heavily, Rensuke Mino rose, forming another hand seal as the sealing technique on his chest closed once more, confining the primordial cells within. Subsequently, the cursed seal on his left shoulder activated again, black flames spreading across his body, promoting a complete fusion between the primordial cells and Rinchuan Mushi himself. At this moment, observing Rinchuan Mushi's gradually stabilizing breath, Yamato cast a glance in the direction where Kakashi Hatake had departed, silently assuring himself that Kakashi had surely gone far. Pursuing him now would be futile. He resigned himself to abandon the endeavor of seizing Kakashi's Sharingan, choosing instead to remain and care for this comrade who, like himself, had survived Orochimaru's experiments. In his early years, Yamato, as one of Orochimaru's test subjects, witnessed the demise of many children like himself, which ignited within him a profound desire to protect. He yearned to safeguard everything around him, even though he managed to survive after being abandoned by Orochimaru. However, under the constant influence and control of Shimura Danzo, he nearly forgot this aspiration. It was only upon encountering Rinchuan Mushi that his protective wish resurfaced. Rinchuan Mushi was different for Yamato. Perhaps it was a connection of fate. Or perhaps both bore the cells of the First Hokage. As he gazed at Rinchuan Mushi, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth, causing him for the first time to forget his mission and merely sit by her side to protect her. When Rinchuan Mushi awakened, she saw Yamato seated nearby. Looking at her, blinking, she inquired, "What is your name?" "This is the first time I've learned that there are others besides me who survived that experiment. In the roots, they call me Jia. I meant your true name." "True name? You may call me Yamato." Yamato thought to himself, as expected, and Rinchuan Mushi continued. "In the direct ANBU of the Hokage, I am known as Mo, but in reality, my name is Rinchuan Mushi." Upon hearing this, Yamato was momentarily taken aback and remarked in surprise, "So it is you. You are the Rinchuan Mushi that the Esteemed One instructed to monitor." "The Esteemed One? Have you also been afflicted with the curse mark of tongue severance?" "Yes." "Well then, I shall refrain from questioning you on that matter. However, I had always assumed that the children captured by Orochimaru for experimentation were of the same age, yet you appear to be significantly older than I. In total, 60 children were used for the experiment involving the fusion of the First Hokage's cells. These children were abducted from the orphans of Konoha and surrounding areas and could only be brought to Orochimaru's laboratory one by one, as the simultaneous disappearance of 60 children would be far too conspicuous. I was among the first batch taken to Orochimaru's lab, while you are approximately from the last batch. Hence the difference of 2 to 3 years between us." "Ah, I see." With this, neither Rinchuan Mushi nor Yamato had much to say for a while. After a considerable pause, Rinchuan Mushi rose and addressed Yamato. "I must join my comrades in the ANBU. You do not intend to make a move against Captain Kakashi, do you? This time, the mission has failed. I can only assure you that I will not act against him now, but should I receive further orders, I shall not hesitate to do so." With a slight furrow of his brow, Rinchuan Mushi found himself at a loss on how to confront Yamato. He could sense the goodwill and closeness that Yamato was extending towards him, yet the fact that Yamato served under Shimura Danzo was a situation he could not accept. In Rinchuan Mushi's memory, Yamato was supposed to be a member of the Hokage's direct Anbu unit. He was bewildered as to why Yamato was now affiliated with Danzo's route, leaving him at a standstill regarding how to proceed. "Yamato, I do not comprehend why you serve under Shimura Danzo, nor do I wish to comment on your choices. However, as a leaf ninja, it is imperative that you understand your ninja way. Do not engage in actions that contradict your beliefs. Ultimately, I will respect whatever decision you arrive at." Upon hearing Rinchuan Mushi's words, Yamato fell silent for a moment before responding in a hoarse voice, "I understand. I will reflect on this. Nevertheless, for now, I am indeed a ninja of root and must follow orders. Unless I leave root." His sentence trailed off as he turned to depart. At that moment, Rinchuan Mushi called out from behind him, "If, and I emphasize if, you can come to my home without letting Root and Danzo know, perhaps we could share a meal together." Pausing briefly, the corners of Yamato's mouth lifted slightly beneath his mask. He nodded gently, uttering a soft before vanishing from Rinchuan Mushi's sight. Rinchuan Mushi gazed around at the array of trees, each with its own unique form, and was suddenly struck by a headache. Such a battlefield, clearly wrought by wood release, could not remain as it was. Sighing, he retrieved a multitude of explosive tags from his waist pouch, adhering them systematically to the trees and wooden debris before retreating and detonating the tags. In a cacophony of explosions, the trees and timber splintered apart, engulfed in flames. Having lost the support of wood release chakra, the summoned trees and timber were merely ordinary wood, offering little resistance against the explosive tags. watching the fire gradually diminish. Lianchuan Mushi pressed his palms together, summoning torrents of water from the sea to douse the flames, completely extinguishing the inferno and submerging any remaining traces beneath the deluge. With all evidence eradicated, Lianchuan Mushi chose not to linger, promptly turning to seek out Kakashi Hatake and Itachi Uchiha. However, shortly after his departure, a root ninja emerged cautiously from behind a nearby boulder, surveying the now-cleared battlefield. He prepared to return to Konoha to report to Danzo, recognizing that the existence of a second wood-release user was far more significant than Kakashi's Sharingan. Yet, just as he turned, he was taken aback to find a familiar figure standing before him. "Yamato, what are you doing here?" The root ninja instinctively stepped back, clearly wary of the sudden appearance of Yamato at his side. Yamato gazed at his adversary and spoke. "From the moment I departed from Konoha, I was aware of your presence trailing behind me. However, I had no secrets from Lord Danzo, so your following me was of little consequence. Yet, the circumstances have changed. I now find myself ensnared in the shadows of the root. I do not wish for Muki to share my fate, thus I must apologize. After all, individuals like us bear the blood of the innocent upon our hands. Death is not a punishment, but a liberation." "Are you betraying Lord Danzo?" the root ninja exclaimed. "At present, such treachery is not my intention. I merely seek to end your life," Yamato declared, invoking the wood release technique, tree binding, eternal burial. Towering trees erupted from the earth, their roots and vines extending to ensnare the root ninja, binding every inch of his being, limbs, fingers, even his head, rendering him incapable of performing any jutsu. The root ninja, struggling against his restraints, cried out, "Keija, are you truly turning against our master? We are both ninjas of the root. Why would you attack me? Is it not commonplace for a root ninja to strike against another?" Yamato retorted, "Our training commenced with mutual slaughter. Each of us carries the blood of at least one comrade from the root. Surely, you are aware of this. But that was within the confines of root. We are all ninjas of Konoha, and by killing me, you are slaying a protector of Konoha's shinobi." At these words, Yamato's eyelids lowered slightly behind his mask as he replied, "Whether you, I, or any other within the root, we are merely root ninjas, a collective stained with the blood of the innocent and our comrades. We are deserving of death. We are unworthy of being called ninjas of Konoha." With that, Yamato clenched his hands, and the great tree dragged the root ninja down into the ground, burying him alive and erasing him from existence. Unless someone nearby employed a large-scale earth release technique, his return to this world was inconceivable. As the terrain smoothed once more, Yamato swiftly turned and departed, vanishing into the woods en route to Konoha. When Muki and the other Umbu members regrouped, the last wave of Umbu from the Mist Village had left behind a few corpses, marking the conclusion of their mission. Kakashi Hatake regarded Muki with a slow nod, saying, "Muki, I am relieved to see you unharmed. I wonder how Keija of the Root is faring now." "He has departed, returning to Konoha," Muki replied. Understanding dawned on Kakashi, who seemed to contemplate something but chose not to elaborate further. He merely placed a reassuring hand on Muki's shoulder before turning to orchestrate the subsequent arrangements. After Kakashi's departure, Itachi Uchiha approached Muki, inquiring, "Muki, how do you feel? Are those cells within you functioning properly?" With a smile and a nod, Lianchuan Mushi reassured Uchiha Itachi, saying, "Rest assured, I am fine. However, until I have completely resolved the issues with those cells, I plan to refrain from utilizing that ability. Recently, I have noticed that my body has begun to develop a resistance to the serum, and it is uncertain when the serum might lose its efficacy entirely. At that point, I fear I would be left with no recourse. Are you truly all right? If it becomes unbearable, I believe you should consult Lady Tsunade about your condition. Perhaps she may possess alternative methods to address your issues, or at the very least, provide some relief." Listening to Uchiha Itachi, Lianchuan she fell into contemplation for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. "In due time, I should indeed visit my elder sister. At the very least, I need to master that ninjutsu so that I may not be overly reliant on wood release in the future." The members of the Umbu returned to Konoha in batches, with Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi being the third group to arrive. Upon their return to the Umbu, they immediately resumed their original identities. Due to the mission to expel the Mist Umbu being rated as A-class, both Lianchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi were granted a week of leave to rest and recuperate. After 3 days of rest, Lianchuan Mushi, with the assistance of Uchiha Shisui, sat cross-legged in the courtyard, attuned to the flow of chakra within, contemplating the further development of ink release techniques. During the previous mission with the mist, Lien Chuanmu, she gained an intuitive understanding of the strength of his ink release. While its destructive power was not particularly formidable, its capacity for auxiliary combat was nothing short of exceptional. Moreover, the techniques he had developed, ink body pseudo-painting and six-armed illuminated king, were capable of rivaling A-class ninjutsu in terms of offensive capability and uniquely his own, with relatively low chakra consumption. Yet, this alone was insufficient for Lien Chuanmu when facing Momochi Zabuza. Had he not utilized ink release to instantaneously cast a sealing technique from a distance, he might not have emerged victorious against this formidable foe from the mist. Currently, he envisioned three potential directions for the development of ink release, the first being true long-range, high-damage ninjutsu, the second focusing on defensive techniques, and the third involving offensive sealing techniques utilizing ink release. These three types of ninjutsu differed from those previously developed, which were based on the innate talents of ink release and the modified techniques of Super Beast Imitation and Super God Imitation. Now, in aspiring to create these three new forms of ninjutsu, he must entirely rely on his own enhancement of ink release's potency, as the development of bloodline limits is not as simple as one might imagine. Furthermore, as this is a bloodline limit of his own creation, there are no precedents from which to learn. He must rely solely on the principles of other techniques to inspire his innovations. Previously, while Lien Chuanmu was developing the art of ink ninjutsu, he adorned the tattoos on his back with numerous illustrations necessary for the execution of the Super Beast Imitation and the Super God Imitation techniques. These illustrations enabled him to directly form hand seals to perform ninjutsu, and he could even draw forth ink patterns from the tattoos to summon attacks. In essence, aside from the innate talents bestowed by the ink release, the techniques of ink flow and ink staining, all other ink ninjutsu must be constructed around the concept of painting. Whether it be the already created beast armor imitation or the divine body imitation, they all adhere to this principle. Thus, upon reflection, it is evident that any newly developed ninjutsu, regardless of its type, must revolve around the core of painting. During my previous battle with Yamato, in a moment of urgency, I unleashed a surge of ink flow and manifested a watercolor giant python through the Super Beast Imitation for an attack, showcasing the nimbleness of the ninjutsu. Moreover, due to the distance and speed enhancement of the ink flow technique, the ninjutsu excelled in both aspects. However, the crux lies in the fact that the power of the Super Beast Imitation executed in this manner was rather mundane, merely an ordinary variant of the technique, which necessitates further contemplation. 3 months have swiftly passed, and amidst the flames of war, Konoha welcomed the arrival of another year, January of the 51st year of Konoha, with Lien Chuanmu and Uchiha Itachi both at the tender age of 8. Kneeling at home, Lien Chuanmu gazed at the falling snowflakes outside, sipped the hot tea from the cup in his hands, exhaled a plume of warmth, and smilingly remarked to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, who sat beside him, "Tranquil times are truly rare. How wonderful it would be if they could continue." "It shall continue," Uchiha Shisui replied. "Konoha will undoubtedly embrace true peace." Nodding at Shisui's words, Lien Chuanmu responded, "I hope so. However, there are far too many ambitious individuals in this world. Achieving complete peace may not be a simple endeavor. Fear not, for as long as we strive, peace will eventually dawn upon us." "I firmly believe this," Shisui assured, with a smile and a nod. Lien Chuanmu chose not to elaborate further, taking another sip of his tea while lost in contemplation of the snowflakes outside. After an indeterminate span of time, Uchiha Itachi set down his teacup and turned to Lien Chuanmu, asking, "Mushi, have you heard the recent news regarding the root?" Momentarily taken aback, Lien Chuanmu looked at Uchiha Itachi and replied, "Root? I am not well acquainted with them, and I have not been to the Umbu in the past 2 months, so I naturally lack information about them. It is said that the movements of Root members have been rather peculiar lately, and the conflicts between the Umbu and Root have become increasingly frequent, with their relationship deteriorating. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. The sole leader of Root is Shimura Danzo. Although he established Root under the banner of Konoha, the ninjas within Root answer solely to him. In other words, Root operates as a private army driven by Shimura Danzo's will. Therefore, to ascertain Root's true intentions, one might observe Danzo's recent attitudes for insight. Uchiha Shisui, listening to the words of Rinchuan Mushi, inquired with a hint of perplexity. Shimura Danzo is one of the 3 advisors of Konoha. His status is elevated, far beyond that of an ordinary individual who could be casually approached. Moreover, he possesses a resolute and cold demeanor. How could we possibly discern his thoughts and attitudes? The thoughts and attitudes of a person are not solely revealed through their facial expressions and words. The most direct manifestation of one's inner convictions is reflected in their actions. Although I have not been to the Umbu for the past 2 months, I have heard from my senior Kakashi that during recent high-level meetings in Konoha, Shimura Danzo has gathered many individuals to continuously veto the Hokage's 3 proposals for the village's reforms, a precedent that has never occurred before. Furthermore, Danzo had a private confrontation with the Hokage just half a month ago, leading me to believe that the route, under Danzo's command, along with the Hokage's direct Umbu, may soon be embroiled in a decisive conflict. Upon hearing Mushi's words, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui displayed expressions of gravity. Mushi, how confident are you in this matter? Uchiha Shisui asked, concern etched upon his face. Although he had departed from the Umbu, as the inheritor of Uchiha Kageme's will, Shisui harbored a deep-seated commitment to the village, prioritizing its affairs over those of his own clan. Patting Uchiha Shisui's shoulder, Rinchuan Mushi replied with a reassuring smile, do not worry, Shisui. I have already informed Senior Kakashi, who is undoubtedly prepared for this eventuality. Moreover, in my view, prior to your reassignment from Konoha for a mission, the root would not dare to act against the Umbu. Danzo is well aware of the power of the Tensigen and would not risk exposing himself by attacking the Umbu in private. You can rest assured. At that moment, a figure landed before the gate of the Rinchuan residence and called out loudly from the courtyard to Uchiha Shisui, who was inside the main house. Shisa-senpai? A mission has arrived from above, requiring us to depart for the land of wind post-haste. The urgency is paramount. We must set out immediately. Upon hearing the ninja's words, Rinchuan Mushi, somewhat self-aware of her previous ominous prediction, sheepishly remarked, this is not merely my bad luck. I can only say my guesses were rather accurate. Uchiha Shisui nodded at the ninja, rising to address Mushi. Mushi, I will return as swiftly as possible. Until then, you and Itachi must safeguard yourselves. Those from the root, in my opinion, can no longer be considered true Konoha ninjas. Should you encounter them and they pose a threat, I implore you to hold nothing back. Strive to defeat them as best as you can. Rest assured, Shisui, Mushi replied confidently. Itachi and I are not the kind to be easily subdued. Together, even a Jonin would find it challenging to overcome us. I naturally have faith in your abilities. However, I harbor concerns regarding potential machinations. Nevertheless, I have yet to encounter anyone as perceptive as you, Mushi, which affords me a modicum of reassurance. Enough of this, Shisui, you are becoming increasingly verbose with age. We are capable of looking after ourselves without your worry. Your sole responsibility is to care for your own well-being. Nodding in acknowledgement, Uchiha Shisui ceased further discourse and leapt from the dwelling, vanishing alongside the ninja outside, leaving Rinchuan Mushi and Uchiha Itachi behind. Following Jishui's departure, Uchiha Itachi contemplated for a moment before bidding farewell as well, heading directly to the Umbu headquarters to relay Mushi's conjectures regarding the timing of an assault on the route to Kakashi Hatake. With Jishui and Itachi having departed in succession, Rinchuan Mushi sighed and remarked, while the tranquility has indeed returned, it seems to have rendered the atmosphere somewhat dull. Resolving not to squander time any further, she noted that her supply of herbs for serum preparation was dwindling. As a few varieties thrived in the winter, she decided to venture outside in search of herbs. With this thought in mind, Rinchuan Mushi donned her home kimono with greater care, slipped on wooden sandals, and departed her home, making her way toward the forest beyond the village. It must be said that with the enhancement of her abilities, her resilience to both cold and heat had significantly improved. Coupled with the relatively mild winter of Konoha, she felt no chill despite her casual attire. Strolling leisurely into the forest outside the village, she was unaware that 7 figures stealthily followed her, gradually closing in. Plucking a tricolored herb, Mushi nodded in satisfaction and continued forward. At that moment, her ears perked up slightly, and she spoke aloud. The winter forest possesses a unique ambience, don't you think? After gathering another herb and rising, she observed the silence around her, as if the forest were truly hers alone. She shook her head slightly and remarked, how tenacious you are. As her words faded, Mushi raised her right hand to her chest, forming a hand seal, and suddenly, 6 root ninjas emerged from the surrounding foliage and trees, sequentially positioning themselves on the trunks nearby, subtly encircling Mushi at the center. Simultaneously, 6 ink-black serpents slithered forth from the thickets and treetops, coiling around her before dissolving into ink that pooled upon the ground. At this juncture, Mushi feigned nonchalance, stepping onto the ink that had spread across the earth from the serpents, offering a slight smile to the 6 root ninjas. Suddenly pivoting, she traced a circular sealing technique with her feet upon the ground, her hands swiftly forming seals. The sealing technique erupted with formidable force, shattering the earth beneath her and sending a cloud of dust that swiftly veiled her figure. Witnessing such a transformation, the 6 root ninjas immediately hurled a multitude of shurikens and kunai into the rising cloud of dust. Yet, once these projectiles were cast into the haze, they vanished as though swallowed by the ocean, producing no sound. As anticipated, when the dust settled, the shurikens and kunai were embedded in the ground, while the once-present Rensuke Mushi had completely disappeared. Be cautious. He must be utilizing the Earth-style ninjutsu to conceal himself temporarily. We merely need to adhere to our previous strategy and cooperate, one of the root ninjas declared. Just as he prepared to continue the search for Rensuke Mushi, he suddenly spotted 5 comrades rushing towards him from a nearby tree. A premonition stirred within him, and in the split second before he could react, a kunai glided gently across his throat, gushing forth a torrent of blood that swiftly claimed his life, causing him to tumble from the tree with a dull thud. Scoundrel! Seeking death, 2 of the root ninjas shouted in unison. One pressed his left hand against the right hand of the other, and as they separated, an almost imperceptible fine wire stretched tautly between them. With their swift descent, this slender wire severed everything in its path, effortlessly slicing through even the sturdiest of trees as if they were mere twigs. His expression shifted. With his current prowess, he could not withstand such a formidable wire. The kunai that had previously been aimed at him would likely prove no match for this level of threat. Thus, he had no choice but to evade. Ink release. Ink flow technique, super beast imitation. With hands forming seals, Rensuke Mushi expelled a stream of ink that transformed into 2 ink lions, charging towards the 2 root ninjas. However, owing to the exceptional agility of the ninjas, not only did the ink lions fail to strike their targets, but they were effortlessly severed by the wire, bursting apart into a cascade of ink that splattered onto nearby trees and the 2 root ninjas. At that moment, rather than retreating, Rensuke Mushi surged forward towards the advancing root ninjas. Observing his bold move, the 2 ninjas widened their eyes and let out a low growl, accelerating towards him. Just as they were about to ensnare him with the wire, their movements suddenly froze, creating a fleeting pause. Seizing this moment, Rensuke Mushi leapt between them, gracefully soaring above the wire. With the momentum and angle of his kunai, he struck across the throats of both ninjas, and amidst the spray of blood erupting like fireworks, he landed on the ground, having eliminated the 2 root ninjas completely. Rensuke Mushi's ink-based ninjutsu, even in the form of burst ink, is sufficient to create interference. The 2 ink lions that appeared earlier were merely feints. The true intention lay in the ink that scattered upon their destruction, should one become tainted by that ink. In the fleeting moment before a direct confrontation, Rensuke Mushi could manipulate the ink to form a rudimentary sealing technique, disrupting the 2 root ninjas and seizing the opportunity to eliminate them. After dispatching 3 root ninjas, the remaining trio no longer underestimated Rensuke Mushi. They positioned themselves in a triangular formation atop the surrounding trees, gazing down at him from their elevated vantage point. Without uttering a single superfluous word, the 3 root ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, simultaneously unleashing their jutsu upon Rensuke Mushi below. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, fireball. Wind release, great breakthrough. Augmented by the wind release, the fire techniques of the other 2 ninjas were escalated to astonishing levels, resembling a fiery tempest cascading downwards towards Rensuke Mushi. The speed of the fire attack, propelled by the wind, reached unprecedented heights, rendering mere defensive measures utterly inadequate against such a formidable combination of ninjutsu. Feeling the onslaught of the wind and fire jutsu descending upon him, Rensuke Mushi inhaled deeply and formed his own hand seals. A multitude of intricate ink patterns coalesced on his hands and arms, manifesting dense sealing technique runes that formed a unique sealing art. Within the palms and inner arms, 5 walnut-sized circular voids emerged as the core of the sealing technique amidst the intricate runes. Once his arms were enveloped by the sealing art, Lianchuan Mushi extended his hands towards the descending fiery tempest. Countless sealing runes began to weave into an expansive net of symbols, encasing the fiery storm above him. With remarkable speed, he absorbed and sealed away the flames and winds comprising the fire cloud. Ink release, ninjutsu sealing. In a flurry, the flames and wild winds were swiftly absorbed into Lianchuan Mushi's hands. He glanced at the wind character emerging within the circular void on his left palm and the fire character in the one on his right, then looked up at the 3 root ninjas, who appeared stunned, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. "Is this it?" he remarked. "Arrogance," one of the root ninjas shouted vehemently, swiftly forming hand seals with one palm aimed at Lianchuan Mushi, unleashing a bolt of electricity that shot forth like a thunderous arrow, racing towards him. Lightning release, electric shock. As the electrical current approached, Lianchuan Mushi again extended his right hand to intercept it. Just as with the flames and winds before, the current was rapidly absorbed by his palm, revealing the character for lightning within the second circular void on his wrist. How can this be? Is he capable of absorbing ninjutsu? What manner of monster is he? Such a formidable ninjutsu must undoubtedly possess its limitations. It cannot indiscriminately absorb energy. We shall continue our assault, and it will eventually become apparent what constraints govern his technique. Listening to the words of the 3 root ninjas, Rensuke Mushi smiled faintly and replied, "You are indeed correct. My ninjutsu does have corresponding restrictions, but you no longer have the opportunity to discover them." With that, Rensuke Mushi formed a hand seal and thrust his left hand upward, unleashing a tempest from his palm that transformed into a spiraling whirlwind, compelling the 3 root ninjas to lower their center of gravity to maintain their balance atop the trees. As the character for wind within the circular void of his left palm gradually faded, the spiraling gusts also swiftly dissipated. At that moment, he sprang into action, propelling himself upward with fierce determination. His right hand descended toward one of the ninjas, and as the character for fire began to vanish, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from his palm, instantly engulfing the 2 nearest adversaries, reducing them to charred remnants that plummeted from the scorched tree. Witnessing this, the remaining root ninja, now devoid of the courage to confront Rensuke Mushi, swiftly turned and fled in the direction of Konoha. However, at that instant, a bolt of lightning shot forth from behind, piercing through the chest of the fleeing ninja and the trunks of 2 trees in front of him, causing a splatter of blood to rain down. Observing the characters for fire and lightning within the circular voids of his right palm and wrist gradually fade, Rensuke Mushi exhaled deeply, clasped his hands together, and dispelled the jutsu. The sealing runes on his hands and arms rapidly receded along his skin, returning to the tattoos on his back, restoring his hands and arms to their original state. Indeed, this ninjutsu appeared quite impressive. Yet the ebb and flow of its power significantly diminished its efficacy. Furthermore, the chakra consumption was considerable. Each use equated to expending chakra equivalent to that of a medium-level sealing technique. My creation of this ninjutsu has certainly placed me at the forefront of chakra consumption. Though I may voice my grievances, I remain exceedingly satisfied with the technique I developed over the past 3 months. Despite its various imperfections, its advantages are equally evident, as it allows for absorption of ninjutsu and subsequent release contingent upon the dynamics of battle, a capability that is sure to astonish my opponents. Of course, given Rensuke Mushi's current prowess, should the absorbed ninjutsu exceed the amount of chakra he possesses, the absorption would inevitably fail, resulting in him suffering the unimpeded damage of a close-range jutsu. Thus, the application of this technique requires careful consideration on his part. After stretching his shoulders, Rensuke Mushi resolved to return to Konoha, aware that the root could ambush him at any moment and that the umbu could also be dispatched in this critical time. He needed to prepare adequately. As soon as Yukikawa Muki turned around, a root ninja clad in a black bodysuit, adorned with a white strap outfit and a round mask embellished with black patterns, silently descended from the air, positioning himself behind her. Muki's expression shifted imperceptibly as she slowly turned to face the root ninja, a hint of gravity reflected in her gaze. To her surprise, there was a 7th individual. It was astonishing that the root possessed such a formidable expert. Expert is hardly the term, he replied. I am merely here to fulfill a mission for my superior. The previous 6 root ninjas had proven to be rather inadequate, their skills insufficient to even gain entry into the Umbu. I could defeat 10 of them alone. We have come primarily to invite you to the root as a guest. Your ink release Kekkei Genkai is a groundbreaking bloodline limit. And the Lord himself will offer you guidance, a singular opportunity, and an exceptional moment for you to contribute to Konoha. Contribute to Konoha, you say? Yet I cannot shake the feeling that this is merely a service to Danzo's ambitions. With that, Mookie realized he had no intention of leaving with her. Ink patterns began to emerge from her skin, coalescing in her palms as she regarded him with a smile, stating, "I had no such intentions from the outset." In the very instant her words fell, Mookie swiftly maneuvered her hands, launching shuriken and kunai crafted from ink with the fury of a tempest towards her adversary. At that moment, the root ninja drew a short blade from his back, enveloped in wind-release chakra, forming a blade of wind. With a deft motion, he dispersed the ink projectiles, shattering them into droplets that scattered harmlessly around him, clearly on guard, as not a single drop touched his person. Observing the root ninja's actions, Mookie recognized her strategy had faltered. It was evident he had no intention of employing ninjutsu, and he must have witnessed her skirmish with the other 6 root ninjas, thus anticipating her combat style. With this realization, Mookie ceased to expend any further chakra. After casting her final shuriken and kunai, she swiftly retreated, feigning an escape back to Konoha. At that moment, the root ninja lunged forward, wielding his wind-enveloped short blade and thrusting it towards Mookie. A blade of wind chakra extending rapidly in pursuit of her retreating form.